Chapter 1. The Longest Fall. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The sky tore open above Dustfall Town, and something fell through it. Most of the townsfolk gathered in the central square that afternoon initially took it for a meteor, the white streak punching through 3 stacked layers of cloud. The trail of disturbed air spinning slowly closed behind it. The way the impact crater formed in the soft ground was not the round divot of a stone, but the elongated impression of a body falling at an angle. Then the thing at the bottom of it groaned and moved one hand, and the word meteor stopped serving. Wei Liang lay face down in the dark soil and did not move for longer than injuries alone justified. The mud smelled of manure and iron-rich runoff and vegetative decay at the bottom of wet earth. He breathed it in and counted. Not counting to anything, simply counting, because counting was a form of forward movement that required nothing except the persistence to perform it. 6 hours, by his internal reckoning. 6 hours of descent through the membrane between realms. The sequence replayed without his permission. The Grand Confluence Hall, 3 centuries in construction. The chamber of polished jade and controlled starlight, where 700 representatives of the Nine-Realm Cultivation world had gathered in their formal robes for what Wei Liang had been informed was a summit on realm border rights and resource allocation disputes. He had arrived last because the others deferred to strength, and in the cultivation world, strength was the most binding and least negotiable form of social obligation. He had been the strongest for 2 centuries and had carried the burden of it without complaint, the way a mountain carries its own geometry, not by choice, but by nature. He had noticed the array drawn beneath the lacquered rugs when he was already inside it. The activation sequence, Qianru's craft. He recognized it because he had sponsored Qianru into the premier formation circles 60 years prior, because he had trusted Qianru the way a person trusts a tool that has always functioned within its stated tolerances, triggered the moment his feet crossed the formation's innermost ring. The 700 assembled representatives seated at the hall's edges had not moved. Some had looked at the floor. Some had maintained expressions of careful neutrality that required work to sustain. Grand Sovereign Shuetian had stepped forward from the head of the arrangement with the unhurried authority of a man executing a plan that had been prepared over a long time. The Heaven-Binding Shackle entered his chest without breaking skin. 9 rings closing simultaneously. This was the sensation, though sensation failed to encompass it adequately. 5 centuries of cultivation, refinery layers of qi polished to translucency, technique knowledge compressed into reflex faster than thought, the vast interconnected geography of pathways and cores that made Wei Liang a living landscape of power, all of it caged, not destroyed. The distinction was important, and he grasped it immediately, with the precision that catastrophic experience produces in the minds of those who survive it. Destroyed would have been release. Caged was continuation in a smaller and sealed form, with everything intact and nothing accessible. He had chosen not to scream. He was clear on this. The clarity mattered. Wei Liang pressed both palms into the mud and rose. A village square surrounded him. Mud brick walls. A well at the center ringed with moss and repaired mortar. A livestock pen along the south wall where 3 pigs had retreated to the back corner and were conducting their own risk assessment with the cautious pragmatism that pigs deploy when their environment deviates from expectation. Laundry on lines between posts. 2 chickens in the western corner regarding the newcomer with flat professional suspicion. 6 mortals stood at varying distances in the geometry of people who have witnessed something unexpected and are collectively resolving whether their response should be approach or retreat. 2 had chosen retreat and were making quiet progress toward the eastern lane. 3 had stopped moving and were watching with the frozen attention of bystanders who cannot decide. The 6th had started walking forward. He was a blacksmith, apparent age anywhere between 40 and 70, the ambiguity of a face that had been weathered rather than aged, wearing a leather apron cross-stitched with repairs executed at irregular intervals across many years. He had one arm. The right sleeve ended at the shoulder in a fold, pinned with the neat precision of an adjustment made once, made correctly, and never revisited. His posture carried the particular quality of physical efficiency, not compensation for the missing limb, but a full and unself-conscious recalibration of how one body moved through the world. He extended his remaining hand, palm up. Not a weapon, not a petition, not even, quite, an offering. Simply the most direct available response to a man lying in an impact crater who needed to be standing. A hand, presented without commentary. In 5 centuries, no one had offered Wei Liang a hand. They had bowed and prostrated, petitioned and feared, occasionally hated with the specific, controlled hostility of people who understood exactly what hating him could cost. They had treated him as weather treats mountains, as a fact to organize around. No one had extended an open palm without calculation behind it. He took it. The grip was harder than expected. Working strength, built from iron and repetition, and the daily work of compensating for half the usual leverage through redesigned mechanics. The blacksmith hauled him upright with the practiced economy of a craftsman who has spent decades accomplishing more than expected with the available materials. Taigu, the man said. Not an introduction, an identification, the way a tool might be labeled with its name. Shop behind the south wall. You look like soup and a floor. Wei Liang. Just the name. None of the architecture of titles that had accumulated over 5 centuries, because he was not certain those titles accurately described what he currently was. He ran a careful internal inventory while his feet found their balance. 3 cracked ribs on the right side, 2 on the left wrist fractured, but set by the impact, both shoulders forcibly relocated with the layered pain that indicated structural correction without healing. His spiritual pathways, the channels that had carried 5 centuries of apex cultivation the way a great river carries its water, were sealed so thoroughly he could not sense them at all. Not blocked, which could be cleared. Not damaged, which could be healed. Sealed. Constructed barriers deliberately built across what had been natural flow. He attempted to circulate the most elementary thread of qi through the central meridian, the most foundational pathway in any cultivator's architecture, so basic that discussing it in advanced company had always been considered mildly inappropriate, like demonstrating how to breathe to a physician. He used the simplest breathing technique he knew, a pattern he had designed for beginning disciples before he had stopped accepting them. A faint warmth moved in his chest. Not qi. Something prior to qi, the ember at the base of 9 sealed layers, aware of itself in the way that something fundamental to a person does not forget what it is regardless of what has been done to it. It did not reach his hand. It barely reached his lungs. But it was present. From the square's eastern lane came the measured sound of boots on packed earth. A patrol in rust-orange robes, 6 cultivators at early qi condensation, the routine qi compression of disciplined but unremarkable cultivation. Behind them, a captain in darker robes whose accumulated qi signature indicated golden core. Real cultivation, not purchased, but the meridian wear of purchased advancement. The uneven channels of acquired golden core, the authority first advancement pattern, and learned to display it, never developing its subtler uses. The captain's eyes traveled from the crater to Wei Liang's mud-covered form to Wei Liang's posture, which had gone still and balanced in a way that did not belong to the vagrant he appeared to be. You. Registration token. My nephew, Taigu said, before Wei Liang could formulate a response. The timing was immediate and the tone entirely natural. The voice of a person who had already decided and was now simply answering from it. Just arrived from the northern settlements. Registration by tomorrow. The captain ran his calculation. The forge, the tribute system's dependence on it, the yield from escalation against a legitimate claim relative. He flicked his attention away and signaled the patrol onward. The boots faded down the eastern lane. Taigu walked toward the south wall without comment. Wei Liang followed. As he passed the well, he saw it. Nailed to the stone lip, a sheet of pressed bark with characters burned in iron script in the format used by networks that operated above any individual settlement's administrative authority. Realm banishment order. Apex criminal. Confirmation of death required. Male cultivator. Former Apex sovereign cultivation. Reward. 10,000 spirit stones. Report any sighting to the nearest Heaven-Binding order node. Below the text, a physical description accurate in every particular. Height, weight, coloring. The scar on his jaw, earned in his 3rd century from a sparring match that had escalated into genuine contest. The way he held his shoulders at rest, a posture he had never consciously developed. Simply the geometry of an apex sovereign who had carried the weight of his cultivation for centuries, settled so deeply into his posture that he no longer noticed it. Shui Tian had moved quickly. He always had. One of the qualities Wei Liang had respected in him, across 2 centuries of being peers, before understanding what Shui Tian applied that particular quality toward. The wanted notice was not the most urgent problem. The urgent problem was that the notice was already here, in the lowest settlement of the lowest realm, which meant the distribution had been comprehensive and immediate, which meant the Heaven-Binding Order had already seeded the information through every tier of the hierarchy it controlled. Shui Tian was not simply waiting for Wei Liang to die in the fall. He was actively collecting confirmation, and the confirmation network was already watching every location Wei Liang might be found in. The ember in his chest pulsed once, faint and stubborn, and went still. Wei Liang kept his face neutral and kept walking toward the south wall. Because he was standing 10 feet from a portrait of his face, and the patrol captain had studied him from 12 feet away, and somewhere in that captain's mind a comparison was forming that had not yet reached resolution, but would, given time and a second look, complete itself with consequences neither of them could afford to leave unmanaged. Chapter 2. Less than nothing. The patrol came back the next morning with 8 men instead of 6, and a different quality of attention. The previous day's visit had been routine enforcement, the familiar energy of officers moving through expected administrative territory. Yesterday's captain had been conducting a procedure. Today's visit carried the focused directness of an officer who had received updated orders and was now acting on them, and was now executing something specific rather than general. Wei Liang was in the smithy's corner when they came through the door without knocking. He had slept on a straw pallet and slept adequately, having learned in his first century that rest quality was governed primarily by the mind's condition rather than the mattress's quality, and his mind had spent the night doing productive work, cataloging what he knew about the Heaven-Binding Shackle's architecture from the inside, mapping the ember's location and texture with the limited perceptive tools available at Mortal Unawakened, planning in the tentative way of someone who understands that good planning requires more information than they currently possess, but refuses to let that stop them from building frameworks. He was eating millet porridge, creek water base, practical necessity, the kind of food that kept a body functional rather than satisfied, and wearing borrowed clothes that fit incorrectly in all the ways that borrowed clothes fit incorrectly. Shirt too wide at the shoulder, trousers ending halfway down the calf, the overall impression of a person assembled from parts designed for someone else. The smithy was small and exactly organized. Forge against the back wall. Tools arranged by frequency of use, not by size, not by type, but by how often Tai Gu's hand reached for each one, an arrangement visible to observation that revealed the craftsman's actual practice. Finished work near the door, blades and agricultural tools made with a standard of care that exceeded what the market rate of this settlement would economically reward. The consistent standard of a craftsman who maintained quality because it was their nature, not their pricing strategy. The captain came to Wei Liang in 4 measured steps, and took his collar with the body mechanics of an officer who had decided no resistance was coming and moved accordingly. Qi condensation augmented strength against a mortal. Physics, not technique. Wei Liang allowed himself to be lifted and used the 3 seconds of involuntary proximity to read the captain's meridian structure. Purchased cultivation at the upper Qi condensation tier, the uneven channel distribution of a practitioner who had acquired Qi condensation for social utility, skilled at force application but ignorant of its more refined dimensions. Expanded directive as of this morning, the captain said. Unregistered persons are subject to mandatory identity verification processing. You come with me. Tai Gu turned from the forge. He said, he is my nephew. Yesterday's directive included a grace period, the captain said. Today's directive removes it. Those are different documents, and I enforce the current one. He signaled the escort. Outer gate. Move. The captain chose the market lane, the longest route to the outer gate, the route that passed the food stalls and the gathering areas where the settlement's morning commerce produced the largest consistent audience. Wei Liang read the choice immediately as what it was. This was not transportation. This was a demonstration designed for maximum witness coverage, because the effect of a demonstration required an audience positioned correctly relative to the subject. People stepped back from the procession as it passed. Some found other interests. The woman at the laundry line became focused on her work with sudden intensity. A merchant rearranging his display found new ways to arrange the same 3 items. A boy of perhaps 8 stood in the gap between 2 stalls and watched with the fixed attention of a child who has not yet been taught that witnessing carries costs. At the outer gate, the captain positioned Wei Liang to face the audience with the deliberate geometry of someone who understood that demonstration required framing. Sect protocol enforcement, public record, he announced. The announcement was itself part of the procedure. The blow was calibrated. A Qi condensation backhand against an unprotected face, sized for visible effect without serious structural damage. The kind of strike that puts a mortal on the ground publicly while leaving the body operational for subsequent processing. Wei Liang tracked the force in the half-second of its approach, pivoted at hip and neck simultaneously in the technique his first weapons instructor had drilled into him at 14 years old in a practice hall that no longer existed, and converted compression into rotation. Most of the energy spun away. His cheeks swelled. The sound was satisfying from the captain's perspective. He remained standing. The captain's expression shifted by a fraction, The micro-adjustment of someone whose prediction about how an action would end has been revised by its actual conclusion. Taigu had followed the patrol through the market lane and now placed himself at a specific position behind the captain with the quality of deliberate placement. Not rushed, not performing, simply a piece moved to a square that mattered. "He is mine," Taigu said. "Fine paid, registration token by midday." The captain ran the numbers, the forge, the tribute, the political cost of escalating against a legitimate claimant. Midday. After that, reclassification. The word was delivered with the inflection of a term requiring no elaboration to function as a warning. Back in the smithy with the door closed, Taigu looked at Wei Liang's swelling cheek without comment for a moment, then at the blood on the floor from the bitten lip, then at Wei Liang himself, who had resumed the ember-mapping breathing work with the patience of an experienced practitioner returning to work after an interruption, without comment. "That strike was sized for dropping," Taigu said. "I have experienced considerably more significant force," Wei Liang said. "Accurate. Not particularly informative about context." "From whom?" "Individuals with considerably more than chi condensation." He settled his legs beneath him. "Tell me about the captain. His reporting structure, his schedule, his pattern of behavior." Taigu spoke while the hammer worked, the rhythm of metal on metal carrying the information. The captain's name was Tai Chiu, senior disciple, late chi condensation, ambitious with the specific calibration of a disciple whose advancement had come through administrative channels and whose goals had adjusted accordingly. His patrol schedule was posted publicly at the compound's outer board, a virtue of administrative transparency and a significant tactical opening. Daily reports to the compound at the fourth bell. Also, Taigu said, without looking up from the hammer work, "A girl named Meng Bao came here last night. She watched Tai Chiu nail the wanted notices at the well the afternoon you arrived. She also saw him release a spirit message bird. Blue-orange coloring." Wei Liang's breathing stopped for one controlled second. Blue-orange is the standard coloring for the Enforcement Order's regional relay nodes. "Which direction did it fly?" "North," Taigu said. The hammer rang once on the cooling iron. She said north, and she was watching carefully. North was the Iron Sky domain, the regional hierarchy, the administrative structure that Dustfall Town existed at the absolute bottom of. The confirmation report had already traveled. Whoever received it now had the information that the wanted criminal had survived, was alive and functional, and was currently located at this specific settlement at the bottom of the world's cultivation hierarchy. The response, when it came, would arrive from that direction. It would not be a patrol captain managing a grace period. It would be something designed for the scale of threat that an escaped former Apex sovereign represented, something Wei Liang currently had absolutely no ability to withstand, because the ember in his chest was not even the beginning of a candle, and what the network was preparing to send had been designed to extinguish a sun. He filed this, returned his attention to the breathing, and began calculating how many days of the current situation he could sustain before the response arrived, and what he needed to accomplish within those days to change the calculation in his favor, because the response was coming whether he was ready or not, and readiness was the only variable he had any influence over. Chapter 3. Forgebone's shop. Meng Bao came through the smithy window before the dawn bell. Not hesitating, she dropped from the sill to the floor in a single controlled motion, scanned the room in 3 seconds with the systematic attention of a girl who had learned early that reading environments quickly was a survival skill worth developing, selected the position with clear sight lines to both the door and the window, and sat against the north wall with her knees drawn up. She was 13, undersized for the age, with eyes too large for a thin face. Not the large eyes of childhood innocence, but the eyes of a 13-year-old who had concluded that careful watching was the most reliable defense available, one that no one could take away. She wore 2 layers of plainly made clothing in the wrong sizes, both clearly borrowed, both chosen for warmth and concealment rather than fit. She carried nothing visible. She had made no sound coming through the window. "Expanded harvest in 2 days," she said. "Sect Master Chao Runing is attending personally." Wei Liang was already awake in the 4th hour of the seal mapping breathing sequence. He acknowledged the information with a nod and did not break the rhythm. Taigu was at the forge. He had been there before Meng Bao arrived, which communicated something about the weight of the information and the specific sleeplessness that accumulated knowledge produced in people who had lived through enough difficult intervals to recognize one approaching. The pre-dawn interval moved through the smithy in heat and hammer rhythm and the careful quiet of 3 people who each understood more of the situation than they were currently discussing. Wei Liang used the time productively. The seal mapping had progressed. He could now trace the outer edge of the first seal's formation architecture, the perimeter of Qianru's work as it sat in the space behind his sternum. The seal was not a wall. It was a layered compression, 9 rings, each suppressing the one beneath, designed so that the outer ring's integrity made all interior rings irrelevant to probe. Breaking the outer ring required resonance at a specific frequency, and Xianru had calibrated that frequency against authenticity rather than power. What the seal was built to release was not force, but the act of choosing to move when calculation said stop. At the first bell, a figure appeared in the doorway, approximately 60 by appearance. Though for a cultivator at Golden Core tier, the number communicated nothing specific about actual age. Thin, with the leanness of a man whose circumstances had compressed him without convincing him they were final. He wore a merchant's outer robe over formal inner garments, the layering of a man refusing to entirely abandon what he had been, regardless of what his current circumstances had made irrelevant. His face was controlled in the manner of someone who spent energy maintaining composure as a deliberate discipline, not because composure came naturally. He stopped in the doorway. Wei Liang, from the floor, Elder Duan Xiao. The figure's face ran through 3 quick expressions: shock, rapid calculation, something complicated that did not resolve cleanly into any single readable emotion, and arrived at controlled neutral. I came here for reasons unrelated to your presence, he said carefully. The word, unrelated, was doing significant structural work in that sentence. You came because Meng Bao told you that someone was staying in this smithy who did not fit the profile she expected to find here, Wei Liang said. She told you because she had already formed her own assessment and determined you were the appropriate person to share it with. From the north wall, Meng Bao said nothing, which was its own kind of confirmation. Duan Xiao came inside and closed the door. He stood with his arms folded, conducting a chi sense scan that he was attempting to keep subtle and failing to entirely conceal. The reading he was getting, a barely present chi awakening warmth in a body whose bone structure and posture and cellular memory all indicated something that should not be present at this cultivation tier, was clearly requiring him to reconcile contradictory data. The Heaven-Binding Shackle, he said, not asking. I heard the summit account. The official version described a succession contest you entered and lost. But practitioners who knew Qianru's specific work, the compression array methodology he'd been developing in his last decade, we had questions the official version couldn't satisfy. Those questions pointed in the right direction, Wei Liang said. 9 seals. The first broke 6 days ago. Tell me about Qianru. Executed 14 months after the summit, Duan Xiao said. The public record described an accident. My contacts, before my own exile was processed, reported it as Shui Tian's personal directive. The formation commission was complete, and the person who had executed it was a liability. That matches what the shackle's internal architecture implies, Wei Liang said. Qianru built the design into the seal structure itself, not just instructions for how to bind me, but a map of how the binding works, visible from inside, once the first seal breaks. He left me the understanding as well as the cage. Duan Xiao absorbed this. He was updating something foundational. Wei Liang could see it in the particular stillness that preceded a significant recalculation. Then, with the precision of a man 15 years in the building of something whose purpose had finally arrived. I have resources, not by the scale you'd remember, but organized and maintained. Physical maps of the regional network, not scannable by formation arrays, hand-drawn copies. 3 years of administrative communications from the Dustfall Sect's archival system, extracted incrementally during my first year here before they understood how much I was reading. 43 formation talismans, several underrated against their actual capacity. The blueprint for this compound's formation core. You've been building a file against the network, Wei Liang said. I've been building something to use against something, Duan Xiao said. The target was unspecified. It is now specified. He produced the formation blueprint from inside his formal inner garment. Thin pressed bark, the lines drawn with the meticulous accuracy of work copied from an original with no latitude for error. Wei Liang unrolled it, positioned it on the forge's cool end, and began cross-referencing it against the compound layout he had assembled through observation since the first seal's break and the knowledge Duan Xiao's archive had provided. The formation core's primary activation node was at the northwest junction of the basement structure. Standard placement for a formation master trained in the Eastern Continental methodology, always positioning primary nodes at the upper left relative to the installer's working orientation. Qianru had been trained in that school, had built every major array of his career using that geometric preference, and the Dustfall compound's formation core predated the Betrayal Summit by enough years that it was his unguarded work. A commission built when he was still a craftsman rather than a conspirator. The expanded harvest, Wei Liang said, setting the blueprint down. Tell me what Duan Xiao's administrative records say about why it's expanded this cycle. Duan Xiao found the relevant document and read it. His voice shifted slightly, becoming more careful. A requisition from the Iron Sky domain. Prince Ho Tianyu has a construction project. The record describes it as infrastructure development for realm advancement facilities, and tripled the labor quota 6 weeks ago. Xiao Runing is attending the Iron Sky Summit in 9 days. He needs to close the harvest before departure or lose his allocation standing. Wei Liang filed this. The harvest was not administrative routine. It was political, connected upward through the hierarchy to a warlord-level authority, and Xiao Runing was working under a deadline that made him predictable. Predictable behavior created openings, and openings could be used by someone who had the information and the willingness to act with nothing to spare. He looked at Meng Bao. She was watching him from her wall position with the same focused attention she applied to everything. Your spirit root, he said. Has it been assessed by the sect? At last year's minor harvest, she said. Grade 7, 4-channel obstruction, classified as a crippled root. They took the assessment record. The expanded harvest threshold is grade 9 and above regardless of condition. A pause. I'm a grade 7 with 4 obstructions. What do you perceive through it? She considered the question with the directness of someone who rarely discussed this particular subject and had decided on plainness now. Formation structures. I can see when there's a secondary layer beneath the primary one. Not the content of the secondary layer, just that it exists and where its boundaries are. Another pause. The sect examiner said it wasn't useful. Wei Liang did not respond to that assessment immediately. He looked back at the blueprint and made 3 notations. The primary node position, the secondary stabilizer array points, the tertiary distribution channels that, in Qianru's design language, always served as the weakest structural joints because he reinforced primary and secondary components at the expense of tertiary redundancy. Outside, the compound's morning patrol began its first circuit, the organized rhythm of an institution that believed itself secure and would continue to believe itself secure until the moment it found evidence to the contrary. And Wei Liang was sitting in the south wall smithy reading its infrastructure like text on a page, thinking about a 13-year-old who could see hidden formation layers and a sect examiner who had told her this was not useful, and wondering what else the testing. Formation's secondary layer had been designed to find. Chapter 4. Mortal worked the 2 days before the harvest. Wei Liang worked the forge. Not at the elevated remove of someone performing labor for symbolic purpose. He worked with the full attention of a craftsman learning a new material, which was what the mortal body without cultivation was, a new material with different properties than the one he had operated for 5 centuries, requiring different approaches to the same fundamental tasks. Taigu introduced tasks in increasing order of complexity and physical demand. First, the carrying work, transferring iron stock from storage to the forge area and slag from the collection point to the discard heap. Then the bellows management, the precisely timed intervals that maintained forge temperature within the range each different type of work required. Then the secondary hammer position, handling the rough shaping passes on billets that Taigu's hand could not reach efficiently with one arm, the timing and angle of each stroke needing to coordinate with the primary hammer work. Wei Liang did each task as precisely as the mortal body's current condition allowed. His ribs had knitted enough to permit deep breathing with only residual discomfort. His fractured wrist had been splinted by Taigu the previous day and was functional for controlled loading. The shoulder relocations were stable. He worked. The hammer provided information that the breathing sequences alone could not. Each stroke sent vibration up his arms through the wrist bones and shoulder joints and across the ribs and into the sternum, and the vibration reached the first seal's outer ring and read it the way a physician reads a pulse. Not knowledge exactly, but an accumulating familiarity with the seal's physical texture, the specific resistance variations at different force frequencies. Qianru had built the seal against cultivation energy because Wei Liang's natural first response to any suppression would be cultivation-based. Against cultivation energy, the seal was comprehensive. But physical vibration was not cultivation energy. It was mechanical force transmitted through matter, and the seal had not been designed to defend against carpentry. This was not a breakthrough. The first seal was not cracking. But the map was developing, the way a blind person develops a spatial map through careful movement, building accurate geometry from accumulated contact rather than from sight. Duan Xiao came to the smithy at midday on the first day with his maps organized and his records sorted. He spread them across the work surface and walked Wei Liang through the regional tribute structure in the methodical delivery of a man briefing from 3 years of careful preparation. 40 settlements under the Dustfall Sect's administration, each paying in materials and spirit stones, the sect forwarding 60% upward to the Iron Sky domain's regional office and retaining 40% for internal operations. Xiao Runing's political position depended entirely on his reliability as a tribute collector. Disrupting that reliability disrupted his administrative standing in ways that propagated upward through the hierarchy faster than any other type of interference. On the second day, Meng Bao came and went 4 times, each visit adding precise new information. The outer wall patrol rotation intervals, the guard assignment for the conscript processing facility located adjacent to the compound's southeast wall, a description of the testing formation setup that the advance party had erected in the market square the previous evening. On her third visit she mentioned, with the matter-of-fact delivery she applied to everything she considered important, that the testing formation had a secondary layer she had observed from 50 meters while watching the setup process. Describe the secondary layer, Wei Liang said. Positioned beneath the primary scanning formation, anchored at the same cardinal markers. The boundary is approximately 20% larger than the primary layer's boundary. It extends outward past the edges of the primary formation. The geometry suggests it's designed to read something that passes through the primary formation rather than something presented to it directly. Wei Liang considered this. A secondary formation that reads something passing through the primary assessment formation, with boundaries larger than the primary, designed to read ambient data from subjects who are interacting with the primary system. Not talent testing. Signature cataloging. Building a record of what specific chi patterns came in contact with the testing formation. What chi patterns would a regional sect formation master be contracted to catalog? He filed the question and returned to the hammer. The first day's work had its own rhythm, and Wei Liang learned to inhabit it. Physical labor at the mortal tier was different from cultivation-augmented work, not merely in degree, but in kind. It produced a different quality of fatigue, a different relationship to time, a different awareness of the body's limits, and the way those limits could be worked against or with. He had spent 5 centuries at cultivation tiers where the body's physical limitations were theoretical concerns rather than daily facts. Now they were the only facts available. He found, unexpectedly, that he did not resent this. The hammer rang. The forge breathed. The iron under the hammer took its shape through force and heat, and the specific knowledge of how to apply both at the right moment. There was nothing abstract about this work, nothing that required a mind larger than the immediate task. And there was something in that directness that the abstract work of governing realms and managing alliances had never provided. He understood, for the first time in 5 centuries, why Taigu had chosen this craft when all others were unavailable to him. Not because it was all that remained, because it was real. Duan Shao arrived at midday with his documentation and spread it across the work surface. While Wei Liang worked the secondary hammer, Duan Shao read from the records in the even voice of a man converting 3 years of accumulated intelligence into briefing format. Formation talisman inventory, capacity of each type, how many of the underrated ones could be leveraged beyond their nominal function. Compound personnel, 3 inner disciples with loyalty questions documented in the administrative files. The compound's water supply, fed from a reservoir outside the east wall, the intake pipe running beneath the compound's southeast corner. The water supply is unrelated to the formation network, Wei Liang said, without pausing the hammer stroke. It can't be used for formation interference. No, Duan Shao agreed. But the intake pipe's path runs 3 feet below the ground surface, through the section of earth between the southeast corner and the processing facility's exterior wall. The path has never been paved, only earthed. He waited. A person moving at ground level in that section would generate less vibration signature than a person moving on the packed earth surface of the yard. Wei Liang stopped the hammer. He looked at Duan Shao. You mapped an approach route, he said. I mapped several things, Duan Shao said. Over 3 years. I didn't know their purpose until recently. Toward evening of the second day, Taigu put down his work and stood at the forge for a long time with his back to the room. They're taking children this cycle who would not have been taken in previous years, he said. The threshold criteria were lowered. The quota is triple the standard. I know, Wei Liang said. Meng Bao's route classification falls within the new criteria. I know. Wei Liang set the hammer on the rack. He looked at the first seal from the inside, its texture now thoroughly mapped, its frequency requirements clear from 2 days of vibration work. He understood what it was waiting for. He had been building toward it the way a river builds toward its outlet, finding the path that matches its nature. Tell me something about the processing facility's interior, specifically the lock mechanism on the holding room door. Taigu turned. His expression was the careful, controlled neutral of someone managing a large feeling by focusing on an adjacent detail. Mechanical bar lock. No formation. The outer gate is formation sealed. Single-point activation node at the left gate post. Standard sector grade. I know that formation type. What's the guard rotation schedule for the facility? Taigu told him. Wei Liang listened. When Taigu finished, Wei Liang spent the remaining evening hour in complete stillness, running through the compound layout with the concentration of someone not memorizing facts, but building a spatial model they intended to move through in the dark. And outside on the road that led south from the settlement, a long train of dust announced the Harvest's advanced preparation teams, arriving to complete the testing formation setup and finalize the security arrangements a day earlier than the official schedule had announced, which meant all of Wei Liang's timing calculations had just been compressed by approximately 30%. Chapter 5. The Talent Harvest Sect Master Chao Runing arrived at midday, and the manner of his arrival described him more accurately than any physical detail. Not the delegation's size, though it was large: 40 outer disciples, 12 inner disciples, 3 senior disciples, 1 elder. Not the palanquin carried by 8 mortal bearers, though it communicated rank without ambiguity. What described Chao Runing most precisely was the arrangement of the procession. The outer disciples walking a perimeter pattern designed not for security, but for visible scale, placed so that maximum audience exposure confirmed the quantity of force attending the sect master's personal presence and encouraged the population to recalibrate their expectations about resistance accordingly. Wei Liang observed through the smithy's narrow north window through a gap in the shutter. He counted the senior disciples and read their cultivation signatures: 2 at late golden core, 1 at nascent soul entry tier, the elder at late golden core with mature development. He noted the palanquin's curtains, the weight and movement of them, the way they settled when the bearers stopped. Then the curtains parted and Chao Runing descended. He was large in the way of someone for whom abundance had been the governing principle across many decades. Not cultivated physical mass, but the specific heaviness of a person in whom restraint had never been a structural requirement. His nascent soul cultivation was immediately perceptible. Even through the first seal suppression, Wei Liang could sense the phantom anchored in the man's body, a cold, dense spiritual presence sitting in his core like a compressed sun. The phantom was stable, mature, the product of real decades of genuine development. This was not purchased cultivation or borrowed advancement. Chao Runing had built this through legitimate effort, which meant whatever else he was, the power itself was real. He surveyed the market square from a platform the advance party had built during the night, elevated just enough to ensure that his first view of the assembled townsfolk was from above. The survey was unhurried, the expression of someone viewing property they own and finding it appropriately prepared. Talent Harvest, expanded classification, the senior disciple announced from the platform's right side. By authority of the Dustfall Sect's Tri-Seasonal Advancement Compact and the Prince's Regional Sorting Directive, all residents aged 8 to 18 will present at the testing formation in household registration order. Cooperation ensures expedient processing. Non-cooperation is documented and results in property reclassification. The phrase, property reclassification, performed its intended function. Families moved toward the registration line with the particular silence of a population that has learned the cost of speech and decided movement is cheaper. Wei Liang watched the testing formation from the window. He could not sense it with his current cultivation, but he could observe the master-disciple activating it. The sequence of hand positions, the formation plate placed at center, the 4 secondary markers anchored at cardinal positions. And he could observe the secondary activation, the thin separate sequence added after the primary formation was live, the additional markers placed outside the primary boundary at positions that corresponded precisely to what Meng Bao had described. Larger perimeter. Passive recording orientation. He watched the activation sequence 3 times before he had it mapped. Meng Bao entered the registration line when her household number was called. She was 2/3 of the way through the queue, approximately 30 families ahead of her, the testing proceeding at a pace of 1 family per 3 minutes. Wei Liang ran the first seal's frequency mapping again, not because the calculation had changed, but because the available time required productive use. He understood what was needed. He was a former apex sovereign who had commanded armies, built alliances across 9 realms, and made every manner of consequential decision across 5 centuries, and none of those decisions had required the specific quality that the first seal was calibrated against: doing the right thing without any certainty that it would work, without any guarantee, without any power to back it up. The testing moved through families. Grade 2 results, dismissed. Grade 3, noted and dismissed. Grade 4 and above, pulled aside to a waiting group. Families' expressions transitioning through hope and loss simultaneously. When a grade 6 appeared, a different tag went on. When Meng Bao reached the testing plate, the primary formation registered grade 7, 4-channel obstruction. The disciple operating the formation raised his hand for the standard pull-aside signal. Chao Runing descended from the platform. He walked to the testing formation with the same unhurried quality that characterized everything he did. The walk of a man decades accustomed to being the most significant person in any room, his posture carrying the habit. He looked at the primary formations readout. Then, at Meng Bao, the assessment run from feet to face to hands and back, the rapid inventory of a practiced assessor calculating value in commercial terms. Then at the secondary formations response panel, which the disciple turned toward him on cue. The disciple's voice was careful. Sect Master, the secondary indicator has a positive response. What category? Chao Runing said quietly. Formation perception affinity. Grade unclear. The response is unusual. Not a standard talent signature. Chao Runing studied the panel for 3 measured seconds. Tag her for the special holding group. He did not explain the special holding group's purpose. Wei Liang, watching from the window, felt the first seal pulse. Not breaking. Responding. The frequency it was calibrated to detect had just been stimulated by the combination of information received and decision forming. Not completed, not acted upon, but present in the space between calculation and choice where all consequential actions begin. He stood up from the floor. Tai Gu appeared in the smithy doorway, his work apron still tied, his single hand open at his side in the posture of someone prepared for either of 2 possible next developments. Stay here, Wei Liang said. I will not, Tai Gu said, with the flat honesty of a decision already made and no longer available for revision. Wei Liang did not argue. He walked out of the smithy into the afternoon light, not through the front door onto the main lane, but through the rear access toward the path that would take him around the square's southern edge where the audience density was lower and the approach to the testing formation's perimeter was less visible. Tai Gu followed 3 steps behind, unhurried, carrying nothing in his single hand, which was its own statement about what kind of support he intended to provide. Wei Liang moved through the outer edge of the harvest crowd with his head level and his pace deliberate, not hurrying, because hurrying was perceptible, but not ambling either. He was a man with a direction, which in a crowd is less visible than a man without one. He reached the testing formation's perimeter and stopped. From this distance, 6 meters from the formation's outer boundary, the secondary layer was not visible to his mortal senses. But he could observe the testing disciple's response to individual subjects, the specific focus of attention, the panel checks, the notation patterns. He had been watching the procedure for 20 minutes through the smithy window and had mapped the disciple's standard sequence. The response to Meng Bao's result had broken that sequence in a way that was visible from the outside. The extra panel check, the longer notation, the specific glance toward Chao Runing before the pull-aside signal. The secondary formation had flagged her. Chao Runing had responded personally. Wei Liang looked at the platform where Chao Runing now stood again, the testing having resumed with Meng Bao's departure to the special holding group. The sect master had resumed his elevated posture of survey, but there was a difference in his attention now, a new focus on the testing panel rather than on the assembled crowd, as though the secondary layer's response had told him something he was now watching for in the remaining subjects. The testing would run for another 2 hours. 2 hours during which the special holding group's contents would be documented and processed. 2 hours Wei Liang did not have if the secondary formation's recording function was transmitting. He turned and walked, with Tai Gu at his shoulder, toward the compound's outer wall, because waiting for the right moment was sensible when you had something to lose, and he was currently a mortal unawakened man with borrowed clothes and a faint ember in his chest, which meant the standard risk calculus did not apply, and the soul's obligation was the one variable that still functioned regardless of cultivation tier. And Chao Runing's special holding group had just taken in the girl who had been mapping this compound since she was 9 years old, and every second that passed was a second the secondary formation's recording function was documenting whatever pattern it had detected in her. Chapter 6. First Seal. First breath. Wei Liang did not enter the market square through the main lane. He moved through the gap between the leatherworker's shop and the storage shed, the route Duan Xiao's maps marked as unobserved during harvest operations because the patrol pattern redirected all cultivator attention toward the central square during testing events. He reached the compound's outer wall at the maintenance gate, the secondary entrance used by groundskeeping personnel, the gate that had no regular guard assignment during harvest days because the entire available security force was operating in the market square. The gate was sealed with a Grade 3 sector lock formation, the standard secondary entrance security for regional sect compounds, calibrated against curious mortals rather than against cultivator intrusion. Wei Liang pressed his fingers to the gate's left post where the single activation node always sat in this formation type, found the physical impression in the wood where the anchoring spike had been driven, and applied pressure in the specific sequence, not chi, mechanical pressure at the node points in the precise order, until the locking mechanism released with a sound like a held breath finally let go. Inside the compound, through the outer ring and into the facility yard. He moved across the familiar territory now. The ground plan was internal, present as geometry rather than memory, accessible as he moved. The conscript processing facility sat adjacent to the southeast wall. 2 guards, one at the door, one on a perimeter circuit. The timing of the perimeter circuit was what Tai Gu had described, for minutes between repetitions of the same position. He needed a distraction. What he had available. The maintenance gate mechanism, which when its release sequence was reversed quickly after opening produced a sharp mechanical sound. Not loud, but distinct, the specific report of metal components under brief stress. Both guards were trained to orient toward unexpected sounds. The reflex was standard and reliable. He reversed the gate mechanism. The sound produced was exactly what he needed. Not an alarm, just a distinct mechanical report from the direction where sound should not be occurring. Both guards oriented toward it. He crossed the 40 meters to the facility door in the available window. He was at the door before the guards completed their assessment of the maintenance gate and returned their attention to their positions. The door's lock was mechanical, a bar across the inside, no formation component. He found the gap between door and frame at the bar's position, applied upward pressure through the gap, worked the bar incrementally through the gap with the unhurried mechanics of work that has only one method available. The bar came free. The door opened. Interior, dim lamp at the far wall, straw on the floor, 6 children seated against the walls with their hands bound by spirit silk cord. The cord's design was cultivation suppression, effective against cultivators, effectively meaningless against mortals who had no cultivation to suppress. The knots securing the cord were standard 3-step security ties. Meng Bao was in the left corner, back against the wall, knees drawn up, her large eyes already fixed on the door. The expression on her face was not fear. It was the contained alertness of someone already in mid-process, waiting for exactly this, now running the comparison. You didn't follow my instructions, Wei Liang said, beginning work on the nearest binding. You told me not to attend the harvest voluntarily, she said, already standing and moving to the next bound child. I attended because I needed direct observation of the secondary formation. I obtained the observation. The subsequent detention was an acceptable cost for the data acquired. What did you acquire? The secondary formation is not general talent cataloging, she said, working the knot with her small fingers while maintaining her explanation. It's specifically scanning for formation perception affinity, the kind of sensitivity that allows a practitioner to see secondary layers in active formations. I confirmed it by observing the testing disciple's response when my reading triggered the panel. The response was not surprise at finding a talent. It was recognition of a specific anticipated signature type. She paused at a stubborn knot. The Dustfall sect has been systematically identifying formation perception abilities in the population for years. Not to cultivate them. There's a secondary processing category for them. The notation I saw while the disciple was distracted was transferred to the Wenqi facility. The disciple's hand shook writing it for my file. For children free. Wei Liang moved to the 5th and 6th. The lamp at the far wall flickered, a small fluctuation, probably the lamp's oil running low. Possibly a patrol cultivator passing outside the perimeter window. Move, he said. Drainage channel at the east wall, Meng Bao knows it. Single file. No sound. He held the door. They filed through, the 5 other children first, moving with the focused speed of children who have absorbed the seriousness of the situation without knowing all its details. Meng Bao paused in the doorway. The formation basement, she said. Zhao Runing descended to it at the 3rd quarter bell. I heard 2 disciples discussing his location before they locked us in. He hasn't come back up. Wei Liang absorbed this. The sect master was in the formation basement, below ground, in the most defensible and private location in the compound, during the harvest that was supposed to be his primary operational focus above ground. That was where he was when things were not going as planned. That was where he went to manage situations he preferred to manage without witnesses. Meng Bao left for the drainage channel. Wei Liang turned back toward the compound yard. The guards had returned to their positions. 40 meters of open yard, with the facility doors standing ajar behind him, and approximately 90 seconds before the next guard circuit completed and identified the open door as a breach. The Heaven-Binding Shackle's first seal sat in its familiar position, mapped in detail from 14 days of attention. He understood its architecture thoroughly. He understood the frequency it was waiting for. He had understood for several days what kind of act would resonate at that frequency. He looked at the 6 children moving silently toward the drainage channel, following the girl who had been watching and waiting and doing her careful work since she was 9 years old, and he understood with the clarity of things that are already complete before you recognize them. The resonance act had already occurred. The decision to walk into this compound with nothing but the knowledge of where the locks were. For 6 bound children, he had no power to protect if discovered. That decision had not been a calculation. It had been a statement of what he was still willing to be at the bottom of the world, with everything he had been stripped away. The first seal broke, not with sound, with presence, with the sudden and overwhelming sense of the world as a living geography of energy, the formations in the compound walls visible as light, the patrol cultivators as moving points of warmth, the ambient chi of the environment filling every sense like music he had forgotten he could hear. The central meridian opened, the chi awakening tears first full breath, and the world became legible again in the specific way that the world becomes legible when you can read its fundamental language. Behind him, the alarm formation activated. 60 seconds, the standard breach detector threshold, a window calibrated against the response time of a disciplined patrol force, not against the reality of a task already completed before the breach detector noticed it. The tone was designed to carry through compound walls. And beneath the facility floor, the nascent soul pressure that had been dormant in the basement began to move upward, heavy and certain and cold as compressed stone, which meant the alarm had reached the formation basement, which meant Chao Runing was ascending, and the 90 seconds Wei Liang had calculated had just become something considerably shorter. Chapter 7. Awakened and hunted. The drainage channel exited beneath a wooden panel set into the ground of the alley behind the compound's east wall. Meng Bao had known about this exit since she was 11, having followed the channel's route through the compound's construction records that the sect stored publicly in the administrative building's ground floor display as evidence of proper municipal engineering. Wei Liang came out last, pulling the channel entry close behind him. The sound was a brief scrape, unavoidable given the stone's weight and the need for speed, but brief. He heard the alarm tone change character as the breach detector's signal encountered the closed stone rather than the open channel. Not silence, but a reporting pattern that indicated obstruction rather than active breach, which complicated the patrol's search geometry without eliminating it. They gathered in the alley. Wei Liang, Meng Bao, 5 children blinking in the afternoon light, everyone breathing. The children ranged from 8 to 14. 3 were from the North District, 2 from the Market Quarter. Wei Liang had read their household tags during the binding removal, a habit of noting information when it was present. All 5 were past the shock threshold that produced paralysis and into the narrower functional state that children reached when they understood the situation was serious and an adult was making decisions. They would follow instructions. They needed clear instructions. Tai Gu's smithy, Wei Liang said, at a volume appropriate to alley acoustics. Through the market alley, south side. Meng Bao knows the route. I know 3, she said, already assessing the alley for patrol signatures. Use the covered one. She moved, and the children followed. Wei Liang held his position for 30 seconds, running the full Qi awakening Qi sense in the new and still settling configuration of recently awakened pathways. The sensation was disorienting in the way of returning to something that should be familiar but has developed differently in the interval. He had known Qi awakening for 5 centuries and refined through it so completely that the tier itself had become historical rather than inhabited. Now he was inside it again at its ground level, and the world was simultaneously brilliant and limited. The nearby environment illuminated, the compound's formation structures visible as geometric light, the patrol cultivators as moving points of chi condensation warmth in a 30-meter radius. And Chao Runing. The nascent soul was not ascending further. It had stopped at a position in the compound's lower tier, the basement level where the formation core was housed. The pressure of it was enormous even at this distance, even filtered through stone and earth and the inherent limitations of chi awakening range. The nascent soul sat in the basement like a collapsed sun, its presence reorganizing the ambient chi of the surrounding area the way a dense mass reorganizes the matter around it. He was in the basement. He had heard the alarm and gone to the basement rather than ascending. That choice was informative about priorities. Wei Liang moved through the back alleys toward the smithy, using the route knowledge from Duan Xiao's maps and maintaining physical contact with wall surfaces where available to keep his movement pattern as close to the ground as possible. The Qi awakening signature was active and present, perceptible to any cultivator with baseline sensitivity within a reasonable range. He could not suppress it. Suppression techniques required cultivation control that Qi awakening didn't support. He could minimize expression by keeping the channels at passive circulation rather than active scan, which reduced the output while maintaining basic function. He reached the smithy. The door opened before he touched it. Tai Gu stood in the gap, assessed Wei Liang's state with a single look. The Qi awakening signature would be visible to him even at his reduced cultivation level, and stepped aside without speaking. Inside, 6 children, the youngest already asleep against the north wall wrapped in someone's outer jacket. Meng Bao seated at the work table across from Duan Xiao, reporting with the organized brevity of an intelligence gatherer who had been calibrating her reports for useful information density since childhood. The 6 children are from 6 different registered households, she was saying as Wei Liang entered. The sex processing records will show they were tagged and transferred. The families will receive processing notifications at dawn unless those notifications are preempted by the children already being at home before dawn. Wei Liang crossed to the forge corner and sat against the wall with his back to the stone. He pulled the Qi Awakening scan inward from active to passive, reducing the signature output. "You're running active scan while standing," Duan Xiao said, without looking up from his notes. "Any cultivator within 50 meters can read your output. Sit and reduce to passive." "I have, before you mentioned it." He had reduced to passive before Duan Xiao spoke. But the observation confirmed that the elder's suppressed golden core perception was still functional enough to detect Qi Awakening signatures at this range, which was useful information about the compound's sensor capacity. He used the passive scan to run a careful read of the smithy's occupants. Meng Bao, the small irregular warmth of a grade 7 root navigating around 4 meridian obstructions, present and alive but moving through narrow channels. The 4 obstructions were not random damage. They were positioned at the 4 secondary meridian junctions that, in standard formation perception talent architecture, served as the amplification nodes for enhanced environmental reading. Meng Bao's spirit root wasn't crippled. It was specifically and precisely damaged at the exact points that would prevent her from developing the talent fully, but couldn't prevent it from existing. Whoever had rated her root as crippled had either not known what they were looking at or had known exactly what they were looking at. Duan Xiao, the heavily compressed residue of a golden core, exile branded down to Qi condensation tier, the brand's compression pattern readable as structured suppression rather than natural limitation. And Taigu, the blacksmith, was at the forge with his back to the room, doing nothing with his hands. His posture held the contained quality of someone managing an internal condition that required ongoing active maintenance. Not distress, but effort. And beneath the forge's ambient heat, in the space where Taigu's meridians should have been empty, Wei Liang's Qi Awakening sense found something. Not cultivation. Not quite. The compressed remnant of cultivation. The specific architecture of meridians that had carried Qi for decades, now sealed under something imposed from outside. A brand. An enforcement mechanism. The kind used to cage a cultivator claimed as a sect's property, to prevent them from accessing what they had built, to keep them functional as a craftsman while removing any threat their cultivation had represented. The brand was old. Decades old. Taigu had been carrying it the way he carried the folded sleeve, as an adjustment made once, without ceremony, and maintained without complaint. "Taigu," Wei Liang said quietly. "I know what you're seeing," Taigu said, without turning. "And I know what you're thinking. And I am telling you, not yet." Duan Xiao was at the work table with his notes, and his pen had stopped moving. He was not reading the brand. His suppressed golden core couldn't reach that level of detail, but he could read Wei Liang's stillness, and Wei Liang's stillness was communicating something specific. Meng Bao was at the work table too. Her large eyes moved from Taigu's back to Wei Liang's face and stayed there. Wei Liang returned to the passive scan. He did not push the observation further. Taigu had said, "not yet," rather than "never," and that distinction mattered. There would be a time for the conversation about what he had found in those suppressed meridians, about the brand's architecture, about what it had been preventing for 40 years, about what the 30 seconds of its removal might do. That time was not now, with children still in the room and Boots conducting a systematic sweep of the neighborhood outside. "The distribution plan," he said, turning back to Meng Bao. 6 households, 6 different children, each one home before the dawn notification arrives. Walk me through the route sequence." She walked him through it. 6 addresses, 6 paths, the timing of each relative to the patrol patterns she had mapped during her 3 years of settlement observation. Each child to a separate household. Each household one she had assessed as belonging to the category she had labeled, has reason to cooperate without being asked. Each placement to happen within the next 40 minutes, with the last child home before the 4th bell. "Can you do it alone?" Wei Liang asked. She looked at him with the expression of a person who found the question slightly unnecessary. "Yes." "Take care," he said. Not an instruction, an acknowledgement. In the street outside, a set of Boots stopped directly outside the smithy's south wall. Not patrol rhythm, not casual transit, but the considered pause of someone conducting methodical building-by-building assessment, and held position for 4 long seconds before moving on, which meant the search had contracted to this neighborhood, and the children needed to be distributed before dawn, and the thing Taigu had said, not yet, about would need to become, now, significantly sooner than either of them was prepared for. Chapter 8. The old smith fights. Duan Xiao looked at Wei Liang across the work table. The systematic search will reach this building within 20 minutes at current coverage pace. The children need to be distributed. He was already working through the options. Not ideal. None of this was ideal, but the options available. 6 children in one location is a recoverable target. 6 children in 6 separate households, each one home before dawn when the processing notifications arrive, is 6 household disputes, and each one requires individual documentation. Who handles the distribution? Duan Xiao asked. I do, Meng Bao said, already standing. She had been waiting for the conversation to arrive at this conclusion. You know 6 safe locations in the settlement. I know 9. I'll use 6. She was already assessing the children, size, age, current state of coherence. I need 30 minutes. You have 20. Wei Liang looked at the youngest, asleep against the north wall. Take the sleeping ones first. Carry if needed. She moved with the organized efficiency of a person working from established procedures rather than improvisation. She woke the youngest too, spoke to them in the specific low-pitched voice that children use with smaller children to indicate that the situation is serious but the person speaking is not afraid, and moved them toward the door. The remaining 3 children were older, 10, 11, 12, and had been awake and listening. Meng Bao gave each one a destination address and a direct instruction. Walk normally, go straight there, knock twice on the door. If anyone asks where you've been, at a friend's house. The 3 addresses she gave them were households she had assessed as households that would ask no questions and keep no record. Duan Xiao gathered his document folio and the formation talisman supply with the speed of someone whose supplies had been organized for rapid departure since he first arrived. He coordinated the tail end of the distribution with the practiced efficiency of an administrator whose skills applied directly to the logistics of moving people quietly through a settlement under search. The 3 older children went through the door in a 10-second interval, each taking a different initial direction. The youngest 2 had already disappeared with Meng Bao. The last child went through the door. Meng Bao was already 3 houses away. Wei Liang crossed to the forge where Taigu stood. The brand, he said. Tell me its history. A long pause. The forge banked red and low. From the street, the sound of boots. Not at the smithy yet, one building over, the search moving in their direction at the rate of a careful assessment. 40 years, Taigu said. The sect lord before Chao runing. He wanted an armory craftsman and took me after my first son was conscripted in the harvest of that year. The hammer rested on the bench. He had not picked it up. I broke the primary binding 3 years in. Mid-stage qi condensation. I had enough to shatter the outer layer, but the break cost the arm and the majority of the cultivation pathways. He paused. The brand re-established itself on what remained. Reduced, but thorough. It's grown into the secondary meridians over 4 decades. Wei Liang ran the brand's architecture through the scan. Old, comprehensive, rooted. The specific growth pattern of a formation that has been accommodating itself to its host over decades, extending into the available meridian tissue the way a grafted plant extends into available soil. Removal was not possible. You could not extract something that had distributed itself across every secondary meridian without removing the meridians. But fracture was different from removal. If the brand's primary frequency could be matched by the right resonance event from inside, the compression structure would shatter rather than hold. The same principle as the sector lock gate. The same principle as the first seal, except that the first seal had been designed by Qianru for a specific and unprecedented target, while Taigu's brand had been built for a mid-stage qi condensation craftsman 40 years ago by a sect lord who was now dead. Its design assumptions were narrower. Its vulnerabilities were correspondingly larger. I can walk you through a resonance technique, Wei Liang said. Applied internally, targeting the brand's primary compression node. It will shatter the entire structure. He said the next part directly. The fracture will propagate through the secondary meridian roots. What the brand has been suppressing will be released completely for approximately 30 seconds. After that, the pathways will be too damaged by the backlash to sustain cultivation. The release will be real and complete. What follows it will not be reversible. Taigu was very still. I need 30 seconds, Wei Liang said. 30 seconds in which the space between here and the tunnel exit is occupied by something more significant than what I can currently provide. After those 30 seconds, whatever happens in this room, the people who went through the tunnel exit will be beyond search range. You're telling me the cost. You have the right to know the cost. Outside, the boots reached the smithy door. A knock with the formal triple cadence of cultivator enforcement procedure, unhurried and certain. Taigu turned from the forge. In the low red light his face held an expression Wei Liang recognized. Not the resignation of someone accepting an outcome, but the clarity of arrival. The look of someone who had known their destination for a long time, and had finally reached it. He said, "Go." Wei Liang stood at the forge for exactly 1 second, looking at Taigu's back. Not at the brand on his shoulder. That was architecture, a practitioner's problem with a practitioner's solution. At the man. The specific quality of someone who had been carrying a particular weight for 4 decades, and had just located the exact moment it could be set down in a way that served someone besides himself. The deliberateness of a person arriving on time. 14 days of observation. The single arm. The hammerwork. The uncomplicated way he had extended his hand in the impact crater without calculation. The tunnel he had built and told no one about. Prepared for a cost he had been saving for a long time. He said, quietly, 30 seconds is enough. Wei Liang pulled the storage shelf from the north wall. Behind it, a tunnel entrance, 4 feet high, packed earth walls, timber supports, the smell of old soil. Pre-dug. The materials had been assembled across months of careful acquisition. Taigu had built it without telling anyone it existed, which said everything about the kind of contingency planning he had been carrying alone for 40 years. He went through the tunnel entrance, turned once to look back at the forge light and Taigu's silhouette against it. A man standing at a forge he had worked for 40 years, in a building he had built himself, holding a hammer with one arm that knew exactly its proper weight, standing in the particular stillness of a person who has run out of waiting and has arrived at the doing, and then pulled the shelf back across the entrance from inside. Behind him, through the smithy wall, he heard the door open, Taigu's voice, and then the chi condensation warmth of the searching disciple entering the space, and then the quality of Taigu's voice changed. No longer the managed neutrality of a craftsman answering questions, but the specific resonance frequency of a man choosing to be completely and finally himself, for 30 seconds, at the cost of everything he had been rationing for 40 years. The disciple's voice sharpened with alarm. Wei Liang moved through the tunnel, and the sound that followed him, of genuine chi condensation cultivation released from 4 decades of compression, of a brand shattering into 30 seconds of fire, of 2 men in a smithy doing what they had both arrived at, became fainter with each meter of packed earth between them, and then the tunnel curved, and the sound was gone. And what replaced it was the particular silence that comes after something complete. Chapter 9. Condemned. The tunnel opened beneath the coopersmith's workshop on the settlement's northern edge, behind a false storage section that Meng Bao had identified years ago when the coopersmith had sealed it off during a renovation, and the seal's edges were still visible if you looked at the right angle from outside. Wei Liang pushed the panel open, assessed the workshop floor. Empty. The coopersmith's work day concluded hours ago, and came through. Duan Xiao followed. The tunnel was not designed for someone carrying a document folio, but Duan Xiao had managed it by holding the folio against his chest and accepting that the tunnel would damage his formal inner garments. They stood in the workshop's dark interior and listened to the settlement. The search noise had intensified over the past 20 minutes. More boots on packed earth, more organized movements, the specific acoustic signature of cultivators conducting coordinated sweeps. Chao Runing's forces had been reorganized after the alarm. The nascent soul pressure was above ground now, dispersed across the compound's general area, present as an ambient weight that pressed on the ambient chi of the entire settlement like a weather event. Wei Liang ran a passive scan from the workshop window's edge. The chi awakening range covered approximately 30 meters clearly, less through construction materials. He could read 2 chi condensation signatures in the alley outside, moving at search pace. 1 golden core signature in the market square, stationary, probably Taichio, serving as a coordination point. And the distant diffuse weight of the nascent soul, present everywhere and nowhere, the way a high-pressure weather system is present as an organizing principle rather than a specific location. The chi awakening range was frustratingly limited. At the apex sovereign tier, he had been able to perceive the specific cultivation signatures of every practitioner within 3 kilometers with the clarity of names on a roster. Now he was working at a fraction of that range, reading blurry warmth through solid walls, parsing chi condensation from the trembling edge of its detection threshold. The indignity of inadequacy. He noted it, and did not permit it to become an excuse. The smithy has been identified as the point of interest, he said. The search pattern is extending outward from it in a radius sweep. Current pace brings the systematic check to this neighborhood in approximately 30 minutes. We need a location that is not reached in 30 minutes, Duan Xiao said. Meng Bao knows one. Wei Liang said, because Meng Bao knew the layout of this settlement more thoroughly than anyone who lived here officially. This had become apparent in the first 3 days after Wei Liang landed. She had not presented herself as a resource or offered her knowledge in any organized way. She had simply demonstrated, in a series of small moments, that her understanding of the settlement's physical and social geography was the kind that only came from years of systematic observation. She knew which buildings had shared walls with other buildings, which alleys connected to which households had dogs, and which did not, which residents maintained genuine routines, and which maintained false ones. She had the specific situational awareness of someone who had decided early that understanding her environment thoroughly was the best available alternative to being powerful within it. She was present. She had returned after distributing the last 2 children and arrived through the coopersmith's rear entrance at the moment Wei Liang came up from the tunnel, which either meant she had been monitoring the tunnel exit or her route timing was extremely good. Possibly both. She pressed her fingers against the workshop's south wall with the focused contact of someone reading something. "There's a cellar under this building," she said. "The coopersmith uses it for curing materials that need stable temperature and doesn't access it between the 2nd and 4th months. Current month is the 3rd. She found the concealed access panel in the storage area floor. The cellar beneath it was larger than the footprint suggested. Curing racks along 2 walls, a work surface, adequate floor space, a lamp with oil in it, a ventilation slit at ground level that faced the alley rather than the main street." Duan Xiao unpacked his folio and began organizing the records with the immediate efficiency of someone returning to a familiar task in a new location. The documents did not care about the location. "We need an accurate assessment," Wei Liang said, settling onto the floor in his customary working position. "Not an optimistic one. What we have, what we lack, and how long we have to work with the difference." They assessed Duan Xiao's resources, 3 weeks of provisions between his personal supply and the cellar's stored materials. 41 formation talismans remaining after the pre-tunnel period. The document archive. The formation blueprint. 47 spirit stones in modest denomination. The maps. Specific talisman breakdown. 3 grade 5 formation disruptors, capable of cascading a formation collapse at a primary activation node. 6 grade 4 barrier collapse talismans. 12 grade 3 concealment sets. 20 auxiliary grade utility types, light suppression, sound dampening, simple chi drain variants. The grade 5s were the primary operational tools. The grade 4s were support. The grade 3s were noise. The barrier collapse talismans, Wei Liang said. "What's their range?" Grade 4, effective range of 3 meters from the activation point. They require the target formation to be accessible from outside the barrier perimeter. Duan Xiao ran through the specifications from memory with the fluency of someone who had been maintaining this inventory for 2 years. The grade 5s have a wider cascade propagation. They don't need to touch the primary node. Just be within 15 meters of it when activated. Wei Liang mapped this against the compound blueprint in his memory. The compound's outer gate formation was accessible from outside. The disruptor could be activated from the street. The inner courtyard gate would require someone inside the perimeter. The formation basement was the deepest integration point. Wei Liang's current state. Qi awakening. Late stage. Channels still settling from the first seal's break. The settlement was under Chao Runing's direct attention. The Heaven-Binding Order had received at least partial information from the wanted report bird. The monitoring node in the compound's formation basement, which he now understood existed and transmitted automatically, had triggered at the moment the first seal broke. Shuetian's network already has a signal, Wei Liang said. The monitoring node triggered the moment the first seal broke. That signal is now in Shuetian's reception network. They know the suppression partially failed. They don't know my current location with certainty, but they know the lowest realm sector, and they know it happened recently. Then the response timeline is shorter than we thought, Duan Xiao said. The response timeline is now measured in days, not weeks. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. Which means the choice between staying and moving needs to be made before the response arrives, not after. Meng Bao was writing on pressed bark she had found in the cellar's supply shelf, using a coal fragment. She wrote in columns, neat and small, categorizing without preamble. What are you listing? Wei Liang asked. Every person in this settlement who has a reason to want the Dustfall sect's authority reduced, she said. Not people who would act, people who have reason. The list tells us where potential non-interference lies when we need to move. Outside, in the alley above the ventilation slit, the search boots passed at 40-second intervals, the specific timing of a systematic building check, the kind Chao Runing's people ran when they had reason to believe their target was in a specific neighborhood, and the interval between each pass was growing shorter, which meant the check perimeter was tightening and the 30-minute estimate had just become 20. And the combination of the monitoring node's transmission and the three inner disciples Wei Liang had not yet accounted for meant the situation had more variables closing simultaneously than the available time could comfortably accommodate. Chapter 10. Allies in the Dust Before Dawn. Duan Xiao organized everything they had into a clear operational picture. The maps went down first, the regional network, the compound layout, the tributary routes, followed by the administrative communication records sorted by priority tier, followed by the formation talisman inventory, with each piece's function and grade noted. He worked with the systematic focus of a man transferring a 3-year mental archive into physical organization, and the transfer was producing a kind of relief visible in the steadiness of his hands. The tribute structure, Wei Liang said. Walk me through Qiao Runing's critical dependencies. Duan Xiao walked through it. 40 settlements, 60% of tribute forwarded to Prince Tianu's regional coordination office, the remainder divided between sect operations and personal patronage networks maintaining disciple loyalty. The critical dependency, Qiao Runing's standing in the regional hierarchy, was entirely contingent on tribute reliability. A sect master who failed to deliver on the allocation quota forfeited his regional designation automatically. No appeal mechanism, no grace period. Direct replacement from Prince Tianu's administrative office. His tribute delivery is scheduled in 4 days, Duan Xiao said. He will be managing the harvest completion pressure simultaneously with whatever emergency we have created in the compound. The two pressures are not compatible. Managing one fully degrades his management of the other, which gives us 4 days before the tribute delivery becomes a hard constraint, Wei Liang said. And during those 4 days, what is the domain administration's posture toward this settlement? Passive, Duan Xiao said. Regional administration doesn't engage directly with individual settlements. They work through sect master intermediaries. Prince Tianu's office would not be aware of a local security incident unless Qiao Runing reported it upward, and Qiao Runing's incentive to report this upward. Duan Xiao's expression answered before his voice did. Minimal. Reporting an internal security failure that includes a cultivation-level intruder who has broken free of a Heaven-Binding Shackle would require him to explain his relationship with Qianru's monitoring network. A pause. He would not report it. Wei Liang filed this. They had more maneuvering room in the administrative tier than the physical situation suggested. One more variable, Duan Xiao said. He was looking at the administrative record folio with the expression of someone about to share information they had been holding back for the right moment. The expression was one Wei Liang had catalogued early. Duan Xiao held information the way a practiced administrator held operational assets, in reserve, until the moment of deployment made the holding worthwhile. He did not share things before they were useful. He did not share things after they had become common knowledge. The timing was always deliberate, and the deliberateness was itself information about how his mind worked. When I was extracting the communications archive, I noted something in the sect's personnel record that I didn't include in my initial briefing because the connection was not yet clear. He found the relevant document. Elder Fong, the compound's outer wall oversight administrator. I told you he despises Qiao Runing and had been demoted 18 months ago. What I didn't tell you. The demotion was issued after he filed a formal objection to the monitoring node's installation in the formation basement. He didn't know what it was. He objected to an unregistered modification to the compound's formation infrastructure on administrative grounds. Qiao Runing buried the objection and demoted him for raising it. He knows there's something in the formation basement, Wei Liang said. He doesn't know what. He knows Qiao Runing wanted it hidden, which is sufficient reason for a man who despises Qiao Runing to consider helping someone who wants to access it. Duan Xiao replaced the document. I'm not saying he's an ally. I'm saying he has a reason to look the other direction at a critical moment, if approached correctly. Wei Liang absorbed this. Another piece settling into the operational picture. Not the picture he had designed, but the picture that existed, with all its actual components. Meng Bao returned from the surface at the 4th bell, moving through the cellar access with the quiet efficiency that was simply how she moved. She brought food. Plain buns from the household of a North District family whose name appeared in her list, and new information. Posted overnight at every main junction, she said, distributing the buns with careful equality. The wanted notice has been updated. The Qi Awakening signature description is now included. And there's a secondary notice. She produced a bark fragment she had copied it from. The community accountability measure. Household goods and family members as collateral unless the wanted criminal is surrendered by dawn. Wei Liang read the bark. The community accountability measure was Qiao Runing's most efficient lever. It did not require him to find Wei Liang himself. It required the population to do it. by making everyone's safety contingent on Wei Liang's surrender. The threat would work most effectively on families who had not directly benefited from the previous night's events. The majority of the settlement, who knew only that an unregistered person had caused a compound security incident and was now the reason their household goods were at risk. He's using the population as a detection mechanism, Duan Xiao said. Standard practice. Effective against a single person with no established community ties. Then we need community ties, Wei Liang said. Established immediately. He looked at Meng Bao's list on the bark fragment, the column of household names and their grievance categories, organized with the same precision she applied to everything. The 6 families whose children came home last night, he said. What's their calculation this morning? They owe something, Meng Bao said. Not to you specifically, to whoever freed the children. In this community, a debt like that doesn't cancel when it becomes inconvenient. It actually becomes more pressing when it becomes inconvenient, because not honoring it would require telling the story of how they chose convenience over obligation, and the telling of that story has costs. And the families who are not in that group, they know the community accountability measure is being used to make them complicit in delivering someone to a sect that has been extracting from this settlement for 20 years, she said. Some will comply anyway. The families with the smallest margins will comply because they have no capacity to absorb any additional cost. But there's a threshold, a visible demonstration that the calculation has 2 sides, not one, that could shift a significant portion of the middle group. What kind of demonstration? Duan Xiao asked. He was asking a practical question, not a philosophical one. Wei Liang looked at the formation core blueprint, the compound maps, the talisman inventory. He looked at the settlement's resource map with the compound's formation network overlaid. He looked at the timeline, 4 days to the tribute deadline, some number of hours before the Heaven-Binding Order's response mobilized, Chao Runing managing 2 simultaneous pressures with a compromised security force. The kind of demonstration, he said quietly, that shows the compound's formation infrastructure can be reached, and that Chao Runing's ability to enforce the accountability measure is not as certain as the notice implies. He began thinking through the 5-part operational sequence that would be needed to accomplish this cleanly at his current cultivation level, working the problem from the available pieces outward rather than from the desired outcome inward. The sequence had no redundancy. It required each piece to work, in order, under time pressure, with the formation core as the terminal objective. In 5 centuries of operational planning, he had rarely worked with this little margin. But margin was a product of power, and power was what the seals had taken from him. The work was the same. The conditions were simply different. And from the settlement's northern edge, a spirit message bird relay station activated for its dawn transmission cycle, sending its automatic packet upward through the regional communication network before anyone in the cellar could do anything about it. Chapter 11. The hostage town Wei Liang came out of the cellar at dawn. He had not consulted anyone on this decision. Meng Bao's hand had moved toward his arm and stopped when she saw his expression. Duan Xiao had reached for his folio and put it back down. There was nothing in the folio relevant to what was about to happen. The main square at dawn. Light coming in flat and cold from the east. The market stall still shuttered. The well at the center with its accumulation of notices. 9 families gathered at the square's center in the geometry of people assembled by instruction rather than choice. Parents and children and elderly members, standing in the specific silence of a population that has been given a choice between 2 kinds of harm. Tai Chiu stood at the square's northern edge with 2 senior disciples behind him and an outer disciple squad at each of the 3 entrances. 22 cultivators total, the complete deployed force available to the compound's current management situation. Wei Liang walked into the center of the square in borrowed clothes with nothing visible on his person and stopped 10 meters from Tai Chiu. The square went very quiet. He had stood in the center of rooms before. Courts, summits, threshold chambers where 700 cultivators waited to see what the apex sovereign would do. He had stood in the center of battles. The experience of being the point of attention for a large number of people was, in a narrow technical sense, familiar. This was not the same experience. In those rooms, his cultivation had been the room's primary organizing fact. Every interaction had been shaped by the awareness of what would happen if he chose to act. The stillness that surrounded him in those spaces was the stillness of people managing their relationship to something they could not control. Here, nothing about him was organizing the room. The 9 families were afraid of the 22 cultivators, not of him. The 22 cultivators were oriented toward their assignment and were not particularly interested in him as a threat. He was, by the available evidence, a mortal vagrant who had wandered into the square under a wanted notice. The power differential was not merely reversed. It was of a different order entirely. 22 cultivators, 9 families. The well with its accumulation of notices. The morning light coming in flat from the east, making everyone's faces equally distinct. In 5 centuries of commanding armies and managing alliances, Wei Liang had never addressed anyone from this particular position. No rank, no cultivation, no authority except whatever could be built from words in the next few minutes. He had addressed 700 representatives at the Grand Confluence Hall from the position of the strongest person in the room. This was different. This was the other kind of strength, the kind that only had itself to work with. The deadline has passed, Tai Chiu said. His voice was official, calibrated for public proceedings. The community accountability measure is now in effect. Unless the wanted criminal surrenders in the next 5 minutes, the confiscation process begins. I'm not surrendering, Wei Liang said. Not loud. Clear. The carrying voice trained by addressing thousands, where clarity had always mattered more than volume. Tai Chiu's expression shifted. He had been prepared for several responses. This was apparently not among them. I want to tell these families something about the person on the wanted notice, Wei Liang continued, looking at the 9 assembled families rather than at Tai Chiu. The notice calls me an unregistered vagrant and an apex criminal. Those are both accurate classifications under the Heaven-Binding Order's definitions. They are not complete descriptions of who I am or why I'm here. This is not a negotiation, Tai Chiu said sharply. It's not, Wei Liang agreed. I'm not negotiating. I'm speaking to the families in this square, because they're the ones being used as tools in a situation that didn't involve them, and they deserve to hear a direct explanation rather than an administrative notice. He looked at the gathered families. Women with children held close, older men with their jaws set, younger adults standing in the particular contained stillness of people who are very afraid and are keeping it contained. My name is Wei Liang. I was the apex sovereign of the Nine-Realm Confluence for 2 centuries. 6 months ago, my cultivation was sealed by a coup and I was thrown into this realm. The person standing in front of you with the wanted notice on the well is the same person who was in this compound 2 nights ago, without cultivation and without weapons, and came out with 6 children the sect had taken. A movement in the back of the family group. The taller man Wei Liang had noted earlier, a woodcutter's build, and the particular face of a person in whom a specific thought was working its way through to resolution. He said, quietly, "He's the one who freed the children." "Do not speak," Tai Chiu said. The man looked at Tai Chiu, then at Wei Liang, then at the family beside him. There was a very specific moment. Wei Liang recognized it, had watched it happen in negotiations and in courts, and in 100 smaller situations across 5 centuries, when a person decided that the stated prohibition against speaking was itself the information they needed to complete their thought. "My daughter came home 2 nights ago," he said. To the family beside him, not to Tai Chiu. Informational, not defiant. Simply a fact that required saying. Tai Chiu moved. The 2 senior disciples moved with him toward the crowd, the automatic coordination of people who have been assigned to manage a situation and have identified a developing complication. "You will surrender the criminal or the accountability measure proceeds," Tai Chiu said, in the voice now stripped of official cadence, the hard core of it showing. "This is the only option available to you." A woman in the group said, quietly, to the person beside her. The children came home. Factual. Informational. Not a declaration, not a challenge. Simply a statement of what had happened. The noise that moved through the 9 assembled families was not loud. It was the specific, almost inaudible register of people reconsidering a calculation in real time, updating available information against stated positions, running the new numbers. The accountability measure was still real. The confiscation was still real. But the calibration of the threat had shifted, fractionally and irreversibly, because the stated terms had been placed next to a set of facts the notice had not included. Tai Chiu's senior disciples moved toward Wei Liang with the professional intent of people executing a decision that had already been made. Not hostility. Precisely, simply the mechanical execution of their assignment, which was to detain the wanted criminal, and he was present in the space where that assignment was active. They were not interested in him as a problem, only as a task. He was familiar with that quality. He had commanded forces large enough that individuals within them ceased to register as individuals and became, necessarily, assignments. He had never decided whether this was a failure of imagination or an administrative necessity, and had set the question aside as unanswerable from the inside. And from the settlement's southern entrance, on the road that led to the South Wall smithy, a cart appeared, moving at the careful, deliberate pace of someone with an injury being managed, carrying Tai Gu with his remaining arm in a splinted sling and his face marked by the previous night's events, driving with the focused economy of a driver who had made his choice and was executing it. And behind the cart, from 3 different alleys simultaneously, a gathering of people who had not been summoned to the square but had come anyway, moving with the quiet coordination of a community that has decided, together, without a meeting, what the morning required. Chapter 12. Tactical Destruction. The plan had 5 parts. Duan Xiao had organized it across the previous night with the systematic precision of someone whose administrative skills were directly applicable to the problem of executing multiple coordinated actions against a defended location using inadequate resources. Wei Liang had provided the technical knowledge, the formation blueprint, the compound's structural vulnerabilities, the sequence of actions that would produce the desired result given the available tools. Part 1. At the third quarter bell, Duan Xiao activates a Grade 5 formation disruptor at the outer gate's primary activation node. The disruptor's cascading interference collapses the gate formation over 45 seconds, producing audible stress sounds and visible qi discharge from the gate structure, the specific signal that all security protocols mandate an immediate response to. The entire outer compound's patrol force redirects toward the outer gate. Part 2. During the response redirection window, Wei Liang and Meng Bao enter through the maintenance gate. The maintenance gate's sector lock can be opened mechanically, which Wei Liang has demonstrated twice. Entry window, approximately 4 minutes. Part 3. Meng Bao places Grade 3 drain talismans at the 6 formation network nodes she has memorized from the blueprint. The drain talismans reduce the network's power distribution by approximately 40% over 15 minutes, generating a pattern in the formation monitoring system that reads as systemic formation failure rather than deliberate interference. Part 4. Wei Liang descends to the formation basement through the service corridor identified in Duan Xiao's administrative records, a secondary access route not appearing on the compound's official map, used by the maintenance team for formation inspections, accessible from the inner hall's north storage room behind the shelving installation. Part 5. The Formation Core. The service corridor is not on the compound's public map, Duan Xiao had said, confirming the record against the blueprint. The access from the north storage room was installed 3 years after the compound's original construction. My record source is the maintenance team's own work order archive, which they stored in the administrative building's accessible section as evidence of proper maintenance procedure. Chao Runing knows it exists, Wei Liang had said. He commissioned the installation. But knowledge of the access and knowledge of the service corridor's full route are different things. The maintenance team's route uses 2 turns that are not visible from the storage room entrance, which means Chao Runing knows the corridor exists but does not know its exact geometry, Wei Liang had said. Useful. The third quarter bell came while they were in position. Duan Xiao activated the disruptor from 3 buildings back from the outer gate, the range limit for the Grade 5 type, but within activation parameters. The disruptor's effect was exactly as designed. The gate formation stress sounds began immediately, qi discharge visible as pale light from the gate structure, the automatic alert signal triggering in every formation sensor in the compound's outer ring simultaneously. Wei Liang counted the qi condensation signatures leaving the maintenance gate area. 3 moved within 15 seconds. A 4th followed. The 5th hesitated, a guard with better-than-average discipline who had been trained to maintain position even against compelling alerts. He held for 8 seconds, then moved when the 4th guard called back for support. The maintenance gate area was empty. Wei Liang opened it with the mechanical sequence he had performed twice before and moved through with Meng Bao at his shoulder. Inside, the compound was in the early stages of controlled response. Disciples moving in formation to the outer gate, squad leaders directing the flow, the formation network's amber pulse at the gate area, creating supplementary visual signal. Wei Liang and Meng Bao moved through it using cover, shadow, and timing. Meng Bao placed the drain talismans at the network nodes from memory, moving with the precision of thorough rehearsal. 12 hours of running the placement sequence in her mind, now expressed as unhesitating execution. Each talisman went down cleanly, no hesitation at the node positions. Wei Liang found the north storage room entrance. The shelving unit in front of the service corridor access was massive and clearly unmoved for years, but it was not bolted, it was simply positioned by weight. He identified the 4 contact points where moving it would generate minimum friction against the stone floor, applied coordinated force at those points, and the shelf moved 6 inches in a movement that produced less sound than he had expected. He looked at the gap. Wide enough. He noted that the dust on the floor showed no recent passage marks. The shelf had not been moved in months, possibly longer. This was consistent with a sect master who had the service corridor installed for contingency purposes and had never needed to use it. Contingency infrastructure that was never used accumulated this specific quality. Perfect condition, no wear, no sign that its existence had been remembered. The service corridor descended at a shallow angle, the packed earth walls giving way after 10 feet to stone blocks, the older construction that predated the compound's surface-level additions. 2 turns in the first 20 meters, exactly as Duan Xiao's records indicated. Between the turns, ventilation slots cut narrow into the stone, angled downward, which meant the corridor was designed for extended occupation during compound lockdowns. Not just a maintenance passage, but a survival passage, built by someone who had planned for the possibility that the compound's surface level might become untenable. That planning told him something about Chao Runing's predecessor, and about the kind of situations the Dustfall compound had been designed to weather. He reached the basement door. Solid wood, iron-bound, no formation lock on the outside. The formation lock was on the inside, controlled from the formation monitoring station. The formation core's ambient chi pulse came through the wood clearly, steady, rhythmic, mature. Xianru's design signature in every resonance characteristic. He paused for 3 seconds and ran a final situational scan. The drain talismans Meng Bao had placed were producing their effect. The formation network's distribution had reduced from its normal operation level, generating the systemic failure pattern Duan Xiao had specified. Upward of the basement stairs, the yard's patrol signatures had not reconfigured from their gate response positioning. The outer compound's attention was fully occupied. Xianru had been brilliant, in the specific way that brilliance sometimes produces what ordinary competence cannot. The formation core's design was elegant beyond its stated function, incorporating secondary monitoring capability that a standard Grade 6 installation had no reason to possess. He had hidden the monitoring function inside the core's standard operational architecture the way a skilled calligrapher hid a secondary message inside the strokes of an ordinary character. You would not see it unless you knew what to look for, and you would only know what to look for if you understood Xianru's specific design language. Wei Liang knew that language. He had sponsored its development. And the nascent soul, it was in the basement, active, aware, had been in the basement since before Wei Liang began his approach. The nascent soul's formation sense had read the service corridor's approach long before Wei Liang reached the door. Chao Runing was not responding to the outer gate alert. He was here. He had known someone was coming and had chosen to wait rather than intercept. Wei Liang assessed the implications of that choice for 3 seconds. A practitioner who sensed an approach and chose to wait for it rather than intercept it at the door was either supremely confident in their home terrain advantage or was conducting their own assessment of the situation before committing to a response. Both implications were distinct from the third possibility he had planned for. A sect master occupied with an outer gate emergency who would not be in the basement at all. He opened the basement door, and from below, in the formation-lit underground space, Chao Runing's voice came up with the unhurried confidence of a sect master who had sensed the approach through his formation sensors and decided to receive it, which was an entirely different tactical posture from what Wei Liang had planned for, and the difference between the two was substantial. Chapter 13. Below the sect, the basement was larger than the blueprint indicated, and the discrepancy was immediately informative. Xianru's blueprint had shown the standard dimensions for an Eastern Continental Formation core installation, correct in proportions but conservative, the dimensions of a commissioned installation built to specification. The actual excavation extended 5 meters deeper and 3 meters wider on the eastern side. The additional space used for storage of formation materials and, against the eastern wall, a secondary installation that the blueprint did not show because it post-dated the blueprint's creation. Wei Liang read all of this in the 3 seconds between the door opening and Chao Runing speaking. A Qi Awakening cultivator in my formation basement, Chao Runing said. He was at the formation monitoring station against the eastern wall, seated in the posture of a man informed of the approach and choosing to stay seated rather than meted at the stairs. While my outer gate formation is malfunctioning. While my compound's network distribution is experiencing drain events at 6 distinct nodes. He looked at Wei Liang with the focused attention of someone conducting a rapid assessment. Someone has done considerable preparation. The preparation took approximately 15 hours. The nascent soul pressure in the basement was genuine and large. Even at 30 feet, it pressed on Wei Liang's Qi Awakening channels with the weight of something an order of magnitude more powerful than his current tier could comfortably hold. He maintained his breathing pattern and did not show the pressure in his posture. You're here for the formation core, Chao Runing said. Not a question. Yes. You understand that destroying the formation core shuts down every protection system in this compound. He was still seated. The deliberateness of remaining seated was its own communication. He was not alarmed, or was performing not being alarmed, and either could be true. Every barrier, every gate lock, every alarm formation. I understand what a formation core does, Wei Liang said. Then you understand that you need something from this basement other than what you told me you were here for, Xiao Runing said. Shutting down the compound's protections benefits you only if you have something to follow it with. A Qi Awakening cultivator does not follow compound protections down with anything significant on their own. I'm not on my own, Wei Liang said. Xiao Runing moved. Not explosively, with the measured authority of someone whose pace has never needed to be explosive because their power has always been more than adequate to the available resistance. The technique was meridian disruption applied from above, using the height differential to create a downward force vector into Wei Liang's primary channel. The natural attack geometry that larger, more powerful cultivators defaulted to because it worked consistently against smaller, less powerful ones. Wei Liang was not there when the technique arrived. He had been reading Xiao Runing's body mechanics from the moment of entry, the specific pre-movement tensions that indicated technique preparation in a practitioner who had spent decades in an environment where no real opponent had appeared. The tells were clear. The pivot Wei Liang used, left and down simultaneously, taking himself below the attack arc and into the lateral wake, was the kind of response that required technique knowledge at a level that Qi Awakening did not inherently provide. He felt the technique's edge discharge against the air 2 inches from his ear and came back up with both hands at the meridian junctions in Xiao Runing's forearm. Not injurious at his level, but precise. The junctions that corresponded to the phantom's outer circulation distribution, pressed with the specific force that created interference in the meridian signal path. Static in a communication system. Brief, localized, impossible to ignore. The kind of precision that said, very clearly, that the person applying it knew exactly what they were pressing and why, and had chosen disruption over injury as a deliberate communication rather than a tactical limitation. Xiao Runing stepped back. He looked at his own forearm at the spots where Wei Liang's hands had just applied pressure, not because they hurt. They didn't. They were too precise for that. But because the specific junctions Wei Liang had found were junctions that a nascent soul cultivator who was not himself a nascent soul would not know about unless they had spent substantial time studying nascent soul architecture from the perspective of how to engage it from a disadvantaged position. Xiao Runing understood technique knowledge the way any real practitioner understood it. Not as a list of techniques, but as a grammar, a systematic language with its own internal logic. What he had just witnessed was that grammar being applied fluently by someone who should not possess it. His assessment of the situation was visibly updating. Technique knowledge that doesn't correspond to Qi Awakening, he said. Experience in cultivation practice that predates your current tier by a substantial margin. He was still managing the situation rather than reacting to it. The voice of someone whose default response to new information was analysis rather than alarm. The Heaven-Binding Shackle seals don't destroy knowledge. They restrict access. A pause. Which seal broke recently? He was good at this. Wei Liang registered it the same way he registered quality craftsmanship anywhere he found it, as information about the person who produced it, and about what they were capable of. Xiao Runing had revised his threat model 4 times since Wei Liang entered the basement, and each revision had been executed cleanly, without the sunk cost resistance that made most people slow to update. He had not wasted energy on being wrong. He had simply adjusted and continued. The first, moving as he answered, not toward Xiao Runing, but along the basement's perimeter toward the monitoring installation, because the secondary structure against the eastern wall was Qianru's work, and Qianru's work in this basement needed to be understood before anything else happened in it. Xiao Runing moved to intercept, not the primary node. Wei Liang was heading for the monitoring station, and the monitoring station was where Xiao Runing's own advantage resided, the place where all the information about the formation network status was centralized, the position he would naturally defend. Wei Liang adjusted his route, taking the longer arc around the formation equipment in the basement center, making the northwest primary node look like his destination. Xiao Runing committed to the northwest intercept. Wei Liang reached the monitoring installation. He put both hands against the installation's housing and read it with his Qi Awakening sense. The data structure was Qianru's, the same formation language, the same design methodology, instantly recognizable. A passive monitoring array, active continuously, recording the formation core's output data at regular intervals. But the routing on the transmission function was not the compound's administrative network. It was a separate channel, addressed to a separate node. A node whose identification signature matched the Heaven-Binding Order's distribution tier. Qianru had built a reporting mechanism into this formation basement. Not for Xiao Runing. For Xue Tian's network. Every significant event in the formation core's operation, including the resonance signature of a nearby cultivation seal breaking, had been transmitted automatically for however many years this installation had been active. Shuetian had known the moment Seal 1 broke. Not because of the patrol captain's report bird. Because of this. Because Qianru had built a tripwire into a regional sect's infrastructure without the sect master's knowledge, and the tripwire had been transmitting for years. Chao Runing was a caretaker who had not known what he was caring for. This happened more often than people assumed. Systems designed to hide their true function were often most effective when their caretakers were genuinely unaware. The maintenance was more reliable, the emotional tells cleaner. Wei Liang left the monitoring installation and turned back toward that corner of the basement where the primary node pulsed. Because all of this was true and the situation remained what it was, and Chao Runing had just realized his intercept position was wrong and was recalculating. And from the service corridor stairs above, a set of careful footsteps descended that were too light for any of the compound's cultivators. And a voice said, quietly but clearly, "I found it. Top left quadrant, still warm. The recording node is power active. Should I place the stone?" Chapter 14. Below his power, the nascent soul phantom filled the basement. Chao Runing had called it fully. Not the partial manifestation he might have used against a chi condensation opponent, but the complete nascent soul deployment appropriate for an adversary he had revised upward in his assessment. The phantom's dimensions pressed against the ceiling and walls, and the chi density in the basement went from elevated to crushing in the 3 seconds it took to fully manifest. Wei Liang's chi awakening channels registered the phantom's output as a physical pressure against his chest, his sternum, his ribs, the meridian pathways still new from the first seal's break. Not pain yet. The specific weighted sensation of a system handling load beyond its design capacity, the pre-alarm state that preceded actual damage. He made the available adjustments: breath, posture, gaze focus, the distribution of weight across his feet to maintain stability against the chi pressure. He had no cultivation techniques to deploy at this level against this opposition. He had mechanics, positioning knowledge, the map of the basement he had built in the 30 seconds since entering it, and 5 centuries of experience in the specific art of surviving encounters where the power differential was intended to be decisive. The phantom moved, not with the limitations of flesh, with the fluid speed of something that had no weight to overcome, no inertia to work against, moving through the basement space with the directness of pure intent. Wei Liang had faced nascent soul phantoms twice before, in the early centuries, when he had not yet reached the tier that made the question of facing them academic. Both times, the solution had involved cultivation at foundation building or above. He was not at foundation building. He was at chi awakening, the first true cultivation tier above mortal, the level at which a serious cultivator could begin to learn real techniques. A nascent soul phantom could, in principle, disassemble his current cultivation completely with sustained application. The only reason it had not done so already was that Chao Runing was managing the situation with restraint, either because he wanted information first, or because destroying a chi awakening cultivator with a nascent soul phantom felt like using a siege weapon to swat an insect, and Chao Runing was too precise a practitioner for that kind of categorical error. Wei Liang tracked it from the moment of directional commitment, read the approach angle, and moved laterally and into the trajectory rather than away from it, taking himself out of the center path into the wake where the technique's density was significantly lower. The wake was not safe. The edge of the phantom's technique discharge hit him across the left shoulder, and the chi strike component fed directly into his channels. More load than the newly settled chi awakening architecture was designed to handle, the burning sensation of a circuit running hot under overdemand. He converted the impact momentum into rotational movement, spinning with it rather than absorbing it directly, distributing the force through his body's full surface area instead of concentrating it. He kept moving. Movement was the only viable response to a nascent soul in an enclosed space. He reached the monitoring installation again, partly because it was the nearest solid cover, partly because he needed to confirm what he had read from it 30 seconds ago before anything happened to it. The secondary recording node, power active, separate from the formation core's main power circuit, designed to function through formation collapses. It would transmit the current session's data at its scheduled interval regardless of what happened to the basement's primary systems. Meng Bao had come down from the service corridor and was positioned at the monitoring installation, the formation disruption stone in her hand, her large eyes reading the installations housing the way she read everything, systematically, with the patient attention of someone who trusted their perception. "Top left quadrant," he said. "I found it," she confirmed. "The node housing is warm. Separate power circuit, not connected to the primary formation grid." Chao Runing reintegrated the phantom with the focused efficiency of someone managing a chi-intensive process that required attention. For 12 seconds he was occupied with the reintegration, not fully, but enough to reduce his available attention for the room's other variables. 17 paces from where you're standing, approximately 10 degrees, Wei Liang said. Place the stone at the node housing's base. Wait for my count. She moved through the dark basement with the careful deliberateness of a girl navigating by sound and memory, unhurried despite the dark. Wei Liang heard her pace count, 14, 15, 16, and the sound of her hands against the wall. Found the housing, she said quietly. It's warm. Xiao Runing completed his reintegration and turned to the monitoring installation. His expression had changed, not the composed administrative authority of earlier, but the sharper attention that followed a rapid recalculation about what was happening in his own basement. The monitoring node, he said. You read it. I did, Wei Liang said. Then you know what it is. A pause. And what I've been maintaining without full knowledge of its purpose. Yes. Xiao Runing stood very still. Then, with the specific quality of a man conducting a rapid recalculation of all available options, what do you intend to do with that information? Right now, Wei Liang said. I intend to disrupt the recording node before it transmits the current session. Everything that has happened in this basement in the last 10 minutes would be included in a transmission. I would prefer it not to be. Xiao Runing looked at the monitoring station, then at the darkness where Meng Bao's breathing indicated her position, then back at Wei Liang. He was running a calculation that required updating several foundational assumptions simultaneously. He said, You're going to disrupt it regardless of what I say. Yes, Wei Liang said. Then I'll ask a different question. Xiao Runing's voice was precise, the voice of someone who has decided they want specific information and has identified the exact question that will produce it. The thing beneath your chi awakening. The thing the shackle is suppressing. What is it? What are you actually? Wei Liang was already moving toward the position Xiao Runing's voice had fixed in his chi sense. I was the apex sovereign of the Nine-Realm Confluence, he said. For 2 centuries. Until 6 months ago. A long pause from the dark. Count, Meng Bao said. 3. Wei Liang said, already at striking distance, feeling the nascent soul's heat against his palms before his hands made contact. 2. He drove both hands into the meridian junctions at the lateral ribs, the golden core junction point, the connection between physical cultivation structure and the phantom's anchor. 1. The disruption stone discharged. The sound it made was not loud. The designed effect of a formation disruption stone was resonance rather than force, a frequency match against the target component's natural oscillation rather than a blunt impact. But it produced a physical sensation that moved through the stone floor, through the walls, through the cultivation channels of every person in the basement. The specific vibration of a formation structure meeting its own dissolution frequency. The recording node's housing cracked with the sharp resonant sound of a formation component meeting a frequency tuned to its failure mode. The crack propagated through the node's crystal matrix, and the transmission function terminated mid-cycle. The data it had been accumulating for the current session interrupted in the process of being prepared for transmission, incomplete, fragmented. Xiao Runing's phantom, destabilized by the junction interference at the moment of the stone's discharge, attempted to recollect its projection arc and found its formation scaffold disrupted. The collapse was partial. He recovered it in 4 seconds, but the partial collapse produced a visible chi dispersion event, a flash of cold blue light that illuminated the basement for 2 seconds and showed Xiao Runing's face, gray and strained, one hand pressed against his own chest managing the phantom recovery. Meng Bao at the eastern wall, the stone inert, the primary node's housing, cracked across the main crystal face. Its formation matrix fractured. The formation core destabilized. The compound went dark as the primary node's distributed power circuit failed. Every formation system in the compound losing its operational chi source simultaneously, the barriers dropping, the gate locks releasing, the monitoring systems going offline in the sudden and total silence of a major formation failure. Chapter 15. Meng Bao's Risk the Dark was complete. No secondary lighting, no formation-generated ambient chi, just the absence of all the subtle illumination that a formation network provided to the spaces it served. 14 years after his first golden core consolidated, Wei Liang had trained himself to operate in total darkness as a discipline. Not practical darkness, the dark of sealed meditation chambers, the dark of unlit tunnels, the dark of the deep wilderness where cloud and rock combined to produce an environment without ambient light or chi-generated illumination. He had trained because the apex sovereign who could not function without light was a sovereign with a discoverable weakness, and discoverable weaknesses were invitations. That training was the reason he could hold his position now. Motionless, stable, breathing controlled. In a basement where the only sensory information available was sound, and the passive chi sense he had rebuilt from the Qi Awakening Foundation in the past 2 weeks. He cataloged what the chi sense told him. Chao runing, at the basement center. Nascent soul presence diminished, contracted to near-personal scale from the dual disruption of the junction interference and the phantom collapse event, managing the aftermath with the controlled precision of someone whose training had prepared them for this specifically. Not dangerous in the next 30 seconds. Potentially dangerous after recovery. The nascent soul architecture that remained was still orders of magnitude above Qi Awakening, and a nascent soul at 50% function was still a nascent soul. Meng Bao, at the eastern wall. Absolutely still, disruption stone inert. Waiting in the specific patient way she waited for everything. Not tense, not anxious, simply present and ready, the way someone waits when they trust that the situation will tell them when to move. The formation core housing, at the basement center. The crystal fracture was propagating through the matrix structure. He could feel it as a series of small sharp resonances, each one marking a new failure point in the Qi distribution network. The core was dying. The compound above them was dark. Wei Liang held his position and ran a passive scan. Meng Bao at the eastern wall, stationary, waiting. Chao runing at the basement center. The nascent soul presence reduced and strained from the phantom disruption and the junction interference, managing a cultivation emergency, with the controlled breathing of an experienced cultivator managing a Qi emergency. The recording node, Chao runing said, from the dark. His voice was stripped of its administrative composure, not weak, but direct, without the performance layer that surrounded it in normal conditions. The current session data. What was in it? The question was practical, not emotional, not rhetorical. Chao runing wanted to understand his current exposure, and that required knowing what the transmission had captured before the disruption stone terminated the accumulation cycle. It was the question of a practitioner who managed situations by understanding them precisely, even when precise understanding was uncomfortable. Wei Liang appreciated it. In 5 centuries, the quality he had found most useful in the people he worked with was the willingness to look directly at difficult facts without flinching. The flinching was where decision-making degraded. The flinching was where people made choices based on what they wished were true rather than what was. Chao runing, in his dark basement with a disrupted formation core and a compromised monitoring installation, was asking the direct question. This said something about him worth noting. My foundation building emergence event, Wei Liang said. My Qi sense interaction with the monitoring installation. The beginning of the Jade token readout before the stone terminated the accumulation. He paused. The transmission was interrupted. The fragment that transmitted before the stone discharged will show a session in progress, but not its content. They'll know the installation was disrupted. Yes, they'll know something happened here that someone wanted to prevent from transmitting. That's less useful to them than a complete session record, but more concerning than silence. Wei Liang moved toward the formation core housing. The primary node is fractured. The formation core is non-operational. The compound systems are down. I know the status of my own formation infrastructure, Chao runing said, with a flash of the administrative edge returning. Then, what do you want from this situation? Wei Liang crouched at the formation core housing, running his hands across the fractured crystal in the dark. The fracture was clean. The mechanical resonance technique had propagated through the matrix along the crystal's natural cleavage lines rather than producing a shatter pattern. Structurally, the housing was intact. The crystal itself was non-functional. He stood. I want the Jade token, he said. The administrative access credential in the monitoring station's right drawer. I want unrestricted passage from this settlement northward. And I want your silence about the cultivation level you observed in this basement for a period sufficient to create useful ambiguity in any report you file. Chao runing was very still in the dark. And in return, I don't report what the monitoring installation showed me about this basement's secondary function to anyone with authority over your administrative standing. Wei Liang moved toward the service corridor stairs. The installation was Qianru's work. Qianru is dead. The commission that created it is a documented relationship between a formation master who was executed for treason and the man who inherited his infrastructure without full knowledge of its purpose. That story is complicated to tell in your favor. You're offering me a way to manage my exposure. I'm leaving the tools for you to manage it in a drawer in your monitoring station, Wei Liang said. The Jade token provides access to the regional communication network. You use it to file your report. I use whatever access it provides before you cancel the credentials. Mutual utility. Defined duration. Meng Bao had not moved from her position at the eastern wall. In the dark, her voice came. He had a soul lock formation prepared. I saw it in the monitoring station data when I read the installation. A pre-built tether formation, trigger activated. embedded in the floor under the formation matrix housings. A pause. If you had taken the direct route from the service corridor to the northwest primary node, you would have walked through the activation zone. Silence. I changed the route, she said. I redirected you to the northwestern approach from the east wall instead. I knew the direct route was wrong. I didn't explain the reason until now because explaining it beforehand would have affected how you moved through the space. Wei Liang stood at the foot of the service corridor stairs and did not move for a moment. Close your eyes, he said. Not a directive about the light that was about to be produced, a warning about its quality. The second seal sat in the architecture of its position with the characteristic weight of something that had been closed long enough to become structural. The first had broken on the moment he walked into the compound for 6 children he could not protect. Action without certainty, decision without power behind it. The second had a different quality. It had been waiting for the moment when protection of another was genuinely primary, not tactical, not calculated, not even fully conscious until after the resonance occurred. Meng Bao, at the monitoring station, reading the installation data and rerouting him away from the Soul Lock Formation's activation zone, saying nothing about why until after the need was past. Choosing to protect the mechanism of his seal breaking over protecting herself from the knowledge that the path she chose could not be revised if it was wrong. The second seal had been waiting for that specific quality. The second seal broke. Foundation building energy erupted through the sealed channels, and the basement lit up with the specific light of cultivation returning to a system that had been holding it for too long. Not the cold blue of the phantom discharge, but the darker, warmer, resonance-rich light of a foundation core forming. The light that 5 centuries of cultivation produced when its first real outlet in months was finally opened. The light that showed the cracked formation core housing, the monitoring installation, the inert disruption stone in Meng Bao's hands, and Xiao Runing on his knees at the basement center. The nascent soul cultivation of 30 years of genuine work, looking at the light of 5 centuries of something orders of magnitude larger, and knowing with the certainty of a practitioner exactly what the difference was. Chapter 16. The second seal cracks. The light lasted approximately 8 seconds before Wei Liang pulled the foundation building energy back to controlled circulation. The foundation core had not fully consolidated. It was forming, the energy structures settling into their proper geometry, the channels adjusting to the new tiers' increased flow capacity. The process was faster than it should have been. The sealed apex cultivation pressing against the second seal's vacated space from below created a pressure gradient that accelerated the normal foundation building consolidation rate significantly. He could feel the third seal now. Not clearly. It was behind the second seal's residue, and the foundation building energy was still settling, but present. Different in texture from the first two. The first had broken on decisive action, without certainty. The second had broken on authentic protection of another. The third felt like it was calibrated against a question he had not yet encountered, which meant it would not break until something asked him that question in a form that required a genuine answer. He filed this and returned his attention to the basement. Xiao Runing had not moved from his knees. The nascent soul presence had contracted, not reduced, but pulled inward, the specific cultivation posture of a practitioner managing their qi carefully, because the situation has changed the required mode from display to conservation. His expression was what followed watching a foundation core manifest in a body that had registered as qi awakening 2 minutes prior. In a basement he had prepared with a soul lock formation specifically designed to prevent this sequence from reaching this conclusion. The soul lock formation in the floor was inactive. The formation core that powered it was fractured. The basement's ambient qi had gone neutral, no longer organized around Xiao Runing's nascent soul presence, simply present. And in the neutral qi, the foundation building energy was settling into Wei Liang's channels with the particular quality of something that had been waiting in suppression for a long time and was now finding its shape. He had not prepared adequately, and his expression, controlled, functional, the face of a practitioner absorbing a significant revision to their assessment and managing it, nevertheless honest about the magnitude of what had occurred. Wei Liang had seen that expression on faces before. The expression of a practitioner confronting something that exceeded their reference frame. The specific recalibration that happened when the numbers in front of you could not be made to fit the model you had built. Xiao Runing had a good model. He had assessed the situation rapidly and accurately at every revision point. The problem was not his model. It was that the situation contained information his model had no category for. A qi awakening cultivator who moved like a nascent soul scholar was one thing. A foundation building emergence in a sealed cultivation body that had registered as qi awakening was a different thing entirely. And behind both of those, the thing that had made his phantom react the way something reacts when it encounters a chi pressure gradient that exceeds its own by an order of magnitude. That was the third thing, the thing Chao Runing's eyes were still processing. The foundation core's light had lasted 8 seconds. In those 8 seconds, Chao Runing's nascent soul had experienced the ambient chi pressure of 5 centuries of compressed apex cultivation, finding its first partial expression in months. The phantom had not been destabilized by the junction interference alone. It had been destabilized by the combination of the interference and the involuntary response of a nascent soul encountering something it recognized, at a deep level of cultivation instinct, as fundamentally more powerful than itself. Nascent souls did not have ego in the way mortals did, but they had cultivation memory. And cultivation memory included every encounter, every chi exchange, every moment of contact with forces that had shaped the body's understanding of scale and hierarchy. Chao Runing's nascent soul had just acquired a new reference point. The reference point would not go away. The Jade Token, Wei Liang said. Chao Runing rose carefully, managing the phantom recovery with the practiced economy of a man with experience managing cultivation emergencies, and crossed to the monitoring station's right drawer. He placed the Jade Token on the work surface. It was dense and cool, the administrative chi structure of a regional sect master's access credential compressed into 3 inches of carved nephrite. The chi structure held Chao Runing's identification authority and administrative access codes for the regional communication network. The credentials hadn't been revoked or compromised by the formation core's failure because administrative credentials were maintained at the regional network level rather than locally. Wei Liang examined it briefly and set it back on the surface. He set it back on the surface. The gesture required a second of decision time that Chao Runing was clearly reading. The token represented access, administrative leverage, and the specific currency of regional network authorization. Putting it back down was a communication about how he intended to conduct this exchange, not as a transaction, but as something else. Something that Chao Runing, as a practitioner of the administrative world, might find unexpected. Chao Runing looked at him. "I'm not taking it," Wei Liang said. "Not as payment for silence. That framing makes you my debtor and puts the silence on contingent terms." He looked at the cracked formation core. "I'm leaving the token here because you need it to manage your current situation, and the thing you need to manage is partly a consequence of my being here, and I am not in the habit of adding to someone's difficulty beyond what the situation requires." He looked back at Chao Runing. "The monitoring installation was Qianru's work. You maintained it in good faith without full knowledge of its function. That's a defensible position with appropriate handling. I won't complicate your handling of it." Chao Runing absorbed this. His expression held the careful, controlled quality of someone updating a fundamental model they had built over a long time. He said, "What do you intend for the hierarchy above me?" "To climb through it," Wei Liang said, simply. He moved to the service corridor stairs. The service corridor would take them back through the north storage room and into the compound's inner yard. From there, Elder Fong's position at the outer gate was either already present or it was not. There was no way to know until they reached the yard. The plan had been contingent on Elder Fong's decision, which was Elder Fong's to make, and Wei Liang had not made assumptions about it. Plans built on assumptions about other people's decisions degraded at the critical moment. Plans built on the knowledge that other people would make their own decisions, and that those decisions were outside your control, remained accurate regardless of outcome. Meng Bao was already there, the disruption stone's inert housing tucked into the supply pack. Her expression carrying the particular contained quality she wore after events she had fully processed but had not yet filed away. "The Solok formation in the floor," Wei Liang said quietly. "You read the monitoring installation data. You changed the route. You said nothing about why. Because telling you while you were moving through the basement would have changed how you moved," she said. "I needed you to move authentically. The seal-breaking mechanism requires authentic action, not performed action." He looked at her for a moment. 13 years old, small, wearing borrowed clothes in the wrong sizes, standing in a formation basement with an inert disruption stone in a pack she was carrying for someone else's mission. "You understood that," he said. "I read the shackle's resonance pattern when you were mapping the first seal," she said. "The frequency requirements were legible from the outside if you knew what formation structures looked like." A pause. "I thought it was important information to have. The sound from above, from the compound with its barriers down and its gates released and its formation locks inactive, had changed character. Not the organized response pattern of a security force. The varied, unpredictable noise of a large number of people moving through a space that had been secured and was now open. Some of them the compound's cultivators, some of them very much not. all of them discovering simultaneously what the formation core's failure meant for the compound's ability to prevent entry or control movement. And the sound that reached the basement from the settlement's main square carried in it the specific quality of a large outdoor space where the organizing authorities' tools have just stopped working, which meant it was no longer the compound's situation to manage unilaterally, and the next several hours belonged to whoever moved fastest. Chapter 17. Aftermath. They came out of the compound's main gate at dawn. Not the maintenance gate. The main gate, standing open. Elder Fong had used his outer wall assignment authority to operate it during the night, and 3 families from the settlement's north side had been at the outer wall when the formation barriers dropped and had remained there, not to fight or storm anything, simply to be present as witnesses when the gate opened, because witnesses at the moment of opening changed what the opening meant in the community's shared record of events. The compound's yard held the specific quiet of an institution whose authority structure had just undergone rapid, unscheduled revision. Outer disciples stood in clusters, not in formation patterns. The formation patterns required a formation system to coordinate through, and the formation system was inactive. The senior disciples who remained had gathered in the inner hall, the most defensible position available in a compound without formation barriers, and were presumably conducting discussions about what the current situation required of them. Chao Runing was in the main hall. The nascent soul presence was stable, contained, the steady chi posture of a nascent soul containing a managed emergency, its aftermath now the primary concern. He had not issued orders for pursuit. He had not filed an immediate report. He was managing his situation the way the basement conversation had suggested he would manage it, with the pragmatic calculation of revised parameters and a revised plan. Duan Xiao met them at the gate with his document folio organized and his expression controlled. He ran a rapid cultivation sense assessment of Wei Liang's foundation building tier. It was clearly perceptible at this distance, and his expression moved through several stages before arriving at the controlled neutral he defaulted to when processing significant information. The stages were: first, the genuine surprise of a practitioner whose calculation had just been exceeded by observable fact. Second, the rapid update as the implication set connected. The basement operation had succeeded, the monitoring node had been disrupted, the formation core was down, and the person standing in front of him was 2 seals deeper into the Heaven-Binding Shackle structure than he had been 12 hours ago. Third, the reorientation, not to the new cultivation level, which was still foundation building and practically limited, but to the confirmation that the mechanism worked, that the seals broke in response to authentic acts, that the operational model they had been working from was accurate. Fourth, the controlled neutral. Not because the information was not significant, because Duan Xiao had processed it fully and was ready to operate from its implications. This was why Wei Liang had trusted him from the 3rd day. Not because Duan Xiao had impressive cultivation, because he processed information without wasting time on the wrong reactions to it. The formation core, he said, non-operational. The monitoring node, disrupted. The current session transmitted incompletely. Duan Xiao took in this information and filed it against his existing models. The partial transmission. What did the transmitted fragment contain? Insufficient to be fully interpretable, Wei Liang said. A session in progress with anomalous chi readings. An interrupted accumulation cycle. Evidence of disruption. Not the specific content. He paused. But someone receiving that fragment from a monitoring installation they trust will know that something happened that someone wanted to prevent them from receiving. That is worth investigating. Which affects our timeline. Which clarifies our timeline, Wei Liang said. We are no longer working from an uncertain estimate. We are working from a concrete response trigger. The response mobilization begins from the moment the fragment is received and assessed. Assessment plus mobilization plus transit, between 24 and 48 hours before a response reaches this location. They move to the Coopersmith cellar, still secure, still unknown to the search teams. The Coopersmith himself having spent the night at a family member's household based on Meng Bao's earlier recommendation, which had been delivered under the framing of the next few nights in this neighborhood, are likely to be disruptive. The framing had been exactly correct. Meng Bao had a facility for characterizing situations in terms that people could act on without requiring them to understand the full situation, describing the disruption without its cause, the advisability of absence without the specific threat that made absence advisable. This was not deception. It was the specific skill of communicating what a person needed to know given what they were capable of acting on. People with limited options did not benefit from complete information about situations they could not influence. They benefited from the specific subset of information that enabled the 1 or 2 actions actually available to them. Meng Bao arrived from the compound area 12 minutes after they reached the cellar, having taken a route through the settlement that passed 2 of her observation points for confirming the compound's current state. Her report was organized and brief. Outer disciples dispersed, but not in flight. Some had left the compound through the main gate. Most remained in the inner hall. Elder Fong had taken a position at the outer gate's open mechanism, which meant he was maintaining the gate in the open state as an active choice. Xiao Runing's palanquin was still in the inner compound. He had not departed. He's staying, Wei Liang said. He's managing, Duan Xiao said. He has to present a viable account of what happened to the compound's remaining staff and to the regional hierarchy when they contact him. That takes more time than a quick departure, which keeps him occupied for the next several hours and reduces the resources available for active search. Yes. Duan Xiao spread the available resources on the cellar floor and inventoried them with his habitual system. What they had gained from the compound operations, what they had expended, what remained. The inventory was a ritual as much as a practical exercise, a way of establishing shared situational awareness, of making the group's actual position visible rather than relying on each person's individual mental accounting, which would diverge in the ways that people's internal accounting always diverged under pressure. The inventory aligned them. It replaced assumption with shared fact. Gained. The Jade token's access. Time limited. Xiao Runing would revoke it eventually. The monitoring node's disruption, incomplete transmission, uncertain gap, and foundation building cultivation 2 seals deeper into the shackle structure. Expended. The Grade 5 disruptor, 3 Grade 3 drain talismans, the disruption stone. Remaining, 37 formation talismans of various grades, the document archive, the maps, 43 spirit stones. The Iron Sky Summit, Wei Liang said. Xiao Runing's attendance confirmation is scheduled. The summit is in 7 days. Duan Xiao looked up from his inventory. His expression carried the specific quality of someone recognizing where a conversation is going before it arrives and preparing a series of objections to the destination. The Jade token provides administrative access to the regional network, Wei Liang continued, including the communication channel between Xiao Runing's administrative office and the summit coordination office. He looked at Duan Xiao directly. The Dustfall Sect's summit attendance slot is currently unoccupied. The slot requires confirmation within 48 hours or it defaults to voluntary abdication. Duan Xiao set down his inventory notes. You're describing impersonating a nascent soul sect master in a regional cultivation summit attended by a spirit transformation warlord. I'm describing whether to, Wei Liang said. The alternative is remaining in this settlement while a response team closes a 24 to 48-hour window around us. He looked at the cellar's low ceiling. Tell me what argument you have for the alternative. Duan Xiao did not immediately respond, which was itself an argument, and from above the cellar floor, through the ventilation slit, the activation sequence of the settlement's spirit message bird relay station marked the dawn transmission cycle beginning, sending its automatic morning packet north toward the regional network before anyone in the cellar could stop it, adding one more thread of information to the web that was already closing around their current location. Chapter 18. The first decision the Jade token came back through the compound gate at mid-morning, carried by Elder Fong. Not as a message delivery, brought personally, a deliberate arrival. Someone who had worked out his position overnight and came this morning with it already decided. Elder Fong was a Golden Core elder who had been exile-branded to Qi condensation, the same tier as Duan Xiao, the same administrative exile for reasons different in specifics, but similar in type. He was 62 by appearance, which for a Golden Core cultivator put his actual age somewhere between 80 and 120 depending on when his Golden Core had consolidated. He had the specific posture of cultivators who had been branded down. Not the full posture of their original tier, not the completely contracted posture of their forced tier, but a middle position, held with the deliberate attention of someone who refuses to let their body forget what it once was. Wei Liang assessed him in the 4 seconds between his arrival and his first words. The Golden Core suppressed to Qi condensation. This was a particular kind of diminishment, not the clean reduction of never having developed, where a practitioner existed fully within their tier's natural parameters. The exile brand did not reduce the cultivator's accumulated foundation, it suppressed access to it. Elder Fong carried 40 or 60 or perhaps 80 years of Golden Core development behind a barrier that prevented him from expressing it. Every technique, every refinement, every layer of cultivation work he had built over decades, present, inaccessible, the familiar feeling of knowing the room exists and being unable to open the door. He understood that feeling in a way that was recently and specifically personal. Elder Fong set the Jade token on the table with the deliberate care of a man returning a tool to its proper location rather than making a gift of it. The gesture communicated clearly. This is not loyalty. This is not alliance. This is a specific decision made for specific reasons that he had worked out alone and did not require discussion. He had decided to help. He had decided not to explain why he had decided to help. The help was sufficient communication. He sat down in the coopersmith's cellar with the unhurried deliberateness of someone settling in for a conversation that had been a long time coming, set the jade token on the table between them, and said, 3 of Chao Runing's inner disciples left the compound at the second quarter bell. Direction north. I don't know their specific destination, but there are 2 Heaven-Binding Order relay nodes within 4 hours' ride at that pace. They'll be reporting what they witnessed, Wei Liang said. Everything they witnessed during the compound operations. The formation core failure. The cultivation level emergence. The monitoring node disruption. A detailed account of your technique applications. Elder Fong paused. One of them had been positioned to observe the entire basement approach sequence. Wei Liang calculated. 4 hours to the nearest relay node from the compound. Transmission time. Response mobilization. Transit. The 24 to 48-hour estimate from the partial monitoring node transmission compressed significantly when combined with a direct eyewitness report from 3 trained cultivator observers. 16 hours minimum. Possibly 12. I would plan for 12, Elder Fong said. He said it without emphasis, without apparent concern. Simply a factual estimate from someone who had assessed the situation carefully and arrived at the number. The absence of alarm in his voice was not indifference. It was the specific composure of a person who had already decided their next action and found the timeline adequate to execute it. And Chao Runing? Managing, Elder Fong said, with the neutrality of a man watching a colleague navigate a bad situation with something close to sympathy. He is filing a report of a formation accident, significant property damage, formation core failure, operational disruption. No cultivation altercation in the report. No mention of the monitoring installation. A pause. He told me to tell you that the basement arrangement he offered is no longer on the table. He didn't explain what arrangement, but he said you would understand. I understand, Wei Liang said. He also told me to tell you that the Jade token's credentials are active and will remain active for 6 hours. After 6 hours, he will revoke them on the administrative network. Not because he's filing an adverse report, but because having active credentials for an institution he no longer represents is an administrative liability. Elder Fong looked at the Jade token on the table. 6 hours. Wei Liang looked at the token. Then at Duan Xiao, who was reading the regional communication records with the specific focused attention of someone looking for something they had been moving toward for some time. The summit confirmation request, Duan Xiao said, without looking up. It came through the token's channel last night, while Elder Fong was in transit. The confirmation deadline is in 3 hours. The message on the token's stored communication was brief. Sect Master Chao Runing. Confirm attendance at the Iron Sky Summit in 7 days. Non-confirmation is equivalent to voluntary abdication of regional designation. The prince does not accept absence without prior arrangement. 3 hours to confirm attendance at a summit in the domain of a spirit transformation warlord, using a nascent soul sect master's credentials, with foundation building as the group's highest offensive capability, while a response team was mobilizing 12 hours behind them. The summit slot, Wei Liang said. What does it provide specifically? Administrative access to the prince's regional territory, Duan Xiao said. Confirmed summit delegates have unrestricted movement within the domain's administrative areas for the duration of the summit period. They operate under the summit's diplomatic protections. No enforcement actions against confirmed delegates without the prince's personal authorization. And the prince's enforcement attention during a summit period? Focused on the summit itself. He uses these events to conduct political business. His attention will be on the assembled delegates, not on individual movements within his domain. Duan Xiao looked at the token. Inside the domain is a more defensible position than outside it. A response team arriving at the settlement 12 hours from now will find the target already within a protected administrative context. The administrative protection was not absolute. A spirit transformation warlord who chose to override the summit's diplomatic protocols for a Heaven-Binding Order enforcement request could do so. But that required Prince Tianyu to actively involve himself in the matter, to evaluate it against his own interests, and to determine that the Heaven-Binding Order's request outweighed the administrative inconvenience of disrupting his own summit's diplomatic framework. Prince Tianyu, based on the communications Wei Liang had read from the token's records, was a practitioner who made decisions primarily from self-interest. The summit was his project, his political theater, his mechanism for managing the sect masters beneath him. Disrupting it required a compelling reason. And compelling reasons, in the administrative language of regional warlords, meant something that directly threatened the warlord's own position or resources. And we'll have to bring the matter to Prince Tianu's attention to act, Wei Liang said, which requires explaining the situation to a regional warlord who has his own interests in the matter. He picked up the jade token. Duan Xiao, can you produce Qiao Runing's communication style accurately enough to pass basic scrutiny? I have 3 years of his written communications, Duan Xiao said. Yes. Then we're going to the summit. The confirmation response took 4 minutes to compose, review against the archived communication samples, and transmit through the token's active channel. The confirmation came back in under an hour. Attendance confirmed. Delegate identification details forthcoming. Proceed to Iron Sky domain through the Northern Verification checkpoint at registration, date -2 days. Standard welcome delegation will receive confirmed attendees. And the Northern Verification checkpoint was the same checkpoint they would have to pass through regardless, and the confirmation had just given them the administrative framing to do it. And the only remaining question was how to reach that checkpoint in 12 hours without encountering the response team that was currently riding south toward them. Chapter 19. Preparations. The next 7 hours belonged to Meng Bao. Not because Wei Liang or Duan Xiao deferred to her, because she had already done the preparatory work that the 7 hours required. She had been doing it since she was 9 years old, mapping the settlement and its surroundings, learning the routes between locations that official maps did not show, understanding which households could be counted on for which kinds of assistance, and under what circumstances. She managed the departure logistics, while Wei Liang spent the remaining available hours in cultivation work, and Duan Xiao compressed the document archive from its full 3-year extent to the most operationally critical subset. The Jade token's access had 6 hours before revocation. Wei Liang used the first 2 to read through the regional communication records stored in the token's access layer. Qiao Runing's political correspondence, the tribute accounting, the relationship network connecting the Dustfall sect to the prince's regional administration. He built a working model of the regional hierarchy from primary documents, who reported to whom, who owed what to whom, where the friction points lived, what Prince Tianu's administrative priorities were, and what methods he applied to pursue them. The regional network was more complex than the settlement's ground-level experience suggested. 43 sect masters reporting to a single warlord through a tiered tribute and administrative structure. This was not simplicity, it was compression. The complexity was horizontal rather than vertical, distributed across a wide administrative surface that required significant management resources to hold together. Prince Tianu's administration maintained that hold through a combination of tribute extraction, mutual dependency between sect masters who competed for regional designation slots, and the occasional direct display of spirit transformation force to resolve ambiguity about who held the boundary authority. The administrative competition structure was the useful piece. Sect masters who competed for the same regional designation slots had interests that did not align. That misalignment was a resource if you knew where to apply it. He noted the 3 most acute designation competition pairs from the communications record and added them to his operational model for the summit period. Foundation building cultivation was consolidating faster than the tier's normal pace. The compressed apex energy pressing against the second seal's vacated space did not merely accelerate advancement. It produced a quality of development that bypassed the grinding incrementalism of normal tier progression. Each hour of cultivation work here was not equivalent to an hour of standard foundation building cultivation. It was equivalent to something considerably more, because the system had been carrying 5 centuries of refinement and suppression and was expressing it rapidly as the seals broke. He could sense the third seal more clearly now. It was calibrated against identity, specifically, against the question of who he was without what he had been. The first seal had asked, "Can you act without power?" The second had asked, "Can you protect without calculation?" The third seal's frequency felt like it was asking, "Do you know what you are when everything that defined you is stripped away?" Which was a question he did not yet have an honest answer to. He filed it and returned to the token's records. One item in the records stopped him, a tributary routing note from 8 months ago, referencing a transfer of special classification talents from 4 different settlements to something called the Wenxi facility. The same facility name Meng Bao had read in the testing disciples notation during the harvest. The tributary routing attached a transit authorization signed by Qiao Runing, but the destination address was not within the Dustfall sect's administrative territory. It was outside it, in a sector of the regional hierarchy that corresponded to a different administrative domain entirely. Someone above Qiao Runing was receiving the formation perception talents being identified by the secondary formation layer in the testing array. Someone above the regional tier. The Wenxi facility was not a Dustfall sect project. Wei Liang noted the address. added it to the operational model he was building. Did not know yet what it was or who controlled it, but the shape of it, systematic collection of a specific talent type, conducted secretly across multiple settlements through a mechanism hidden inside a routine administrative function, had the specific fingerprint of Qianru's methodology, not the formation work itself. The approach, the way Qianru had thought about long-term information gathering, patient, hidden, exploiting existing systems rather than creating new ones. Qianru had been dead for over a year, but his projects were apparently still operational. Meng Bao came to the cellar at the 4th hour with departure arrangements organized. 3 separate routes to the northern verification checkpoint, each with intermediate stopping points and local contacts she had assessed as reliable. Travel time on the fastest route, 11 hours. The checkpoint normally processed delegates from a waiting queue, but confirmed summit attendees had a priority processing lane. If the confirmation's delegate details arrived at the checkpoint before the response team reached the settlement, the transition through the checkpoint would be a formality. There's a wandering rogue cultivator, she said, sitting across from Wei Liang. He's been staying at the northern guest house since he arrived 3 days ago. A nascent soul practitioner. His robes have no sect markings, and his cultivation is actively suppressed. He's keeping his signature lower than it would naturally read. He's avoiding sect attention for reasons he hasn't shared with anyone he's spoken to here. Wei Liang looked at her. I've spoken to him twice, she said. He's cautious, sarcastic, and accurate in his assessments. He identified your cultivation signature as unusual from across the market square on your 2nd day here, before the Qi awakening was visible to standard perception. He said it felt like someone who should be significantly stronger than they currently are. She paused. He wants to move north. He has his own reasons for leaving this settlement quickly. I told him I would see if there was interest in a mutual arrangement. Wei Liang extended his foundation building sense outward from the cellar, past the building walls, to the northern guest house location Meng Bao had indicated. The nascent soul signature was there, compressed, disciplined, the architecture of a practitioner who had refined his signature to minimum ambient expression as a discipline. An excellent technique for someone who operated regularly in environments where being clearly perceptible was a disadvantage. What's his name? Wei Liang asked. Shenwuk, she said. She said the name with the neutral precision she applied to all information delivery, not coloring it with her own assessment, providing it clean so the recipient could form their own. He says he's a wanderer. He's not lying about that, but it's not the whole story. It rarely is. He looked at the cellar ceiling for a moment. A wandering nascent soul who operated with suppressed signatures and had identified Wei Liang's cultivation anomaly before it was visible to standard perception. The identification from distance suggested a level of cultivator reading skill that was not a standard nascent soul capability. That kind of perception refinement required deliberate development, which meant Shenwuk had spent significant time in environments where reading other cultivators from minimal visible data was operationally necessary. Why a nascent soul would need that skill was its own question. The answer shaped the risk calculus. We need to leave in 3 hours. The response team's timing creates a hard constraint on the departure window. If he wants to move north at the same time we do, the conversation can happen on the road. He'll want terms before the road, Meng Bao said. I know this about him from the 2 conversations. Then we'll have terms before the road, Wei Liang said. And from the settlement's northern boundary, the sound of the northern verification checkpoint's daily inspection cycle beginning carried on the wind, the structured procedure of a checkpoint processing standard traffic, not yet aware that in 3 hours it would be processing a party whose situation was considerably more unusual than the summit confirmation in the administrative queue suggested. Chapter 20. The road north. Shenwuk opened the guest house door before Wei Liang reached it. He was standing in the doorway with his travel pack already on his back, looking at Wei Liang's foundation building signature with the expression of a man confirming a theory he had been running since Wei Liang arrived in town. He was approximately 30 in cultivator ambiguous appearance, lean with the specific quality of a person whose movement had been continuous long enough to become their resting state. His robes were quality and unmarked, not plain out of modesty, but deliberately stripped of identifying information, the cultivator equivalent of traveling without documentation. He looked at the foundation building signature, at Wei Liang's face, at the foundation building signature again. The Qi awakening from 2 nights ago. That was you. Yes. And the foundation building emergence. 6 hours ago. Yes. That's not normal tier progression. No, Wei Liang said. The Heaven-Binding Shackles seals compress cultivation advancement when they break. Each broken seal releases the apex energy that was being suppressed by that layer. The advancement rate reflects accumulated suppressed cultivation rather than current development pace. Shenwuk was quiet for a moment, processing this. Then, how many seals? 9 total. 2 broken. What happens when all 9 are broken? I return to Apex Sovereign Tier, Wei Liang said. Which is why the Heaven-Binding Order is currently mobilizing a response team with an estimated 12-hour arrival time at my previous location, and why I need to reach the northern verification checkpoint in 3 hours. Shinwuk looked at him for 3 measured seconds. The nascent soul assessment that came before words, reading cultivation signature, reading body language, reading the composite picture of a foundation-building cultivator who was presenting facts without performing confidence, who stated in Apex Sovereign's former cultivation tier with the same matter-of-fact delivery he'd used to say yes, and 2 nights ago. Either the claim was genuine and verifiable by the cultivation signature's unusual quality, or it was not. Shinwuk had been around enough genuine power to know what the echo of it felt like even in suppressed form. He reached his conclusion. The response team, he said. What's its likely composition? Golden Core minimum, probably nascent soul level lead. The Heaven-Binding Order doesn't send patrol tier resources for a confirmed shackle break. And at the checkpoint, what do you need from me specifically? Passage. Your nascent soul creates the automatic deference effect. The checkpoint guard's attention organizes around the highest cultivator in range. Everyone in your immediate company passes through in the assumption that they're your party. How many people in your group? 3, including me. And at the summit itself? That, Wei Liang said, is a longer conversation. Shinwuk took in this information with the rapid absorption of a practitioner who had been running threat assessments automatically for long enough that the process happened before he chose it. He said, terms. Fair resource division from whatever this summit operation produces, Wei Liang said. 3 questions answered honestly, your choice of questions, asked during the journey, and mutual travel cover for the checkpoint transit. For questions, Shinwuk said. 3. 3.5. 3, Wei Liang said. A pause. Then, agreed. He stepped out of the doorway. His pack was organized with the efficiency of someone who had stayed packed since the day he arrived, in anticipation of this exact departure. They went through the northern verification checkpoint at the transition between the departing shift's last 10 minutes and the arriving shift's first 10 minutes. The window Meng Bao had identified as the administrative processing gap, when the identity verification formations operator log was being closed out and reopened, and the active authentication queue was technically in maintenance mode. Shinwuk walked through first, his nascent soul presence creating the automatic spatial reorganization that higher-tier cultivation produced in lower-tier observers. The checkpoint guard stepping back reflexively to give a nascent soul practitioner the road, an instinct that preceded conscious thought. Duan Xiao followed in the nascent soul wake. Meng Bao followed, unhurried, carrying her pack with the calm of a girl for whom this checkpoint was not the hardest thing she had done this week. Wei Liang followed last, his foundation-building signature compressed to minimum expression, operating in the administrative shadow created by a nascent soul's presence. The checkpoint guards did not run identity authentication on the group. They stepped back and let the nascent soul practitioner through, and the people behind him passed through in the assumption that they were his party. On the far side, on the road north, Wei Liang did not look back. The settlement behind them was already beginning its mourning, the compound situation still in its immediate aftermath, the families from the square returning to their households, the administrative machinery of Chao Runing's reporting beginning its work. All of that would continue and resolve in the ways that things resolved when the person who had been the central problem had departed. He walked north on the road toward a domain where a spirit transformation warlord was expecting a nascent soul sect master's representative, where the Heaven-Binding Order had a relay node, and where his foundation-building cultivation and 2 broken seals out of 9 were going to have to navigate political terrain that should have required DAO integration or above. Meng Bao walked beside him for a quarter mile before speaking. Shinwuk's 3 questions, she said. What are they going to be? He hasn't asked them yet. But you've thought about what they'll be. She matched his pace without effort. She had been navigating this settlement on foot for years and had the walker's economy with distance. What are they? The first question will be about the shackle's mechanism, Wei Liang said. He wants to understand what he's aligned himself with. The second will be about what I intend at the summit, because he needs to know the risk parameters. And the third, he looked at the horizon ahead, the 40 li of open ground between their current position and the northern domain's border, the sky above it exactly the quality of light that gave the domain its name, a brightness that came through the atmosphere at a particular angle that seemed to arrive from above rather than from the horizon. He thought about the third seal and its calibration against identity. He thought about the question he had not yet found an answer to. The third question will be about Lin Suyin, he said. Meng Bao was quiet for a moment. You've mentioned her name before. Who is she? My disciple, Wei Liang said. The one who survived the summit. Does she know you survived? He didn't answer immediately. Lin Suyin had been 14 when she came to him as a disciple. Sovereign realm now. 5 years of development since the summit, which meant she had been advancing faster than anyone of his acquaintance had believed possible when she was still a novice. He knew this from the scattered intelligence fragments in Chao Runing's records, which had noted a sovereign realm cultivator passing through the regional hierarchy's edges 6 months ago on an unspecified search pattern, an administrative notation that only a cultivator looking for something would generate. She was looking for something. He had not yet resolved whether she would find him before he reached the third seal's breaking point or after it, and the distinction mattered in ways he had not finished working out. The third seal required him to know who he was without what he had been. Lin Sui knew who he had been better than anyone still living. What she knew of who he was without it. That question remained open. I don't know, he said finally. But you think she might, Meng Bao said. This was not a question. Yes. The road stretched north, 40 li to the border gate, and at the gate, a border captain who had received a priority distribution packet from Shuetian's intelligence network that morning, updating the wanted notice to include a foundation building signature and the specific notation armed and extremely dangerous, approach only with void refinement or above, and Shenwuk, walking 30 meters ahead of them at the pace of a nascent soul navigating contested territory with easy deliberateness, was about to reach that gate and would have to decide before the rest of them arrived whether to deal with what he found there or wait for backup that was still 30 meters behind him. Chapter 21. Border Crisis. The Northern Verification Checkpoint processed summit delegates from a queue that moved at the pace of administrative procedure, one party at a time, the lead official reading credentials aloud, a scribe recording the delegation's composition, a formation scanner cycling through each member's cultivation signature before the gate opened. Shenwuk had been watching the gate for 20 minutes from behind the checkpoint's eastern staging area, where delegations waited in a rough order determined by arrival time and sect status. He had the particular stillness of someone good at waiting, not restless, not forced, but the natural patience developed in environments where motion attracted attention. The scanner reads cultivation tier, he said, without looking at Wei Liang. Foundation building isn't alarming. What's alarming is that the delegate confirmation lists Chao Runing as nascent soul. The discrepancy gets flagged. It gets flagged to whom? Duan Xiao asked. The checkpoint's senior formation officer, who reports to the prince's administrative office. Shenwuk's tone was informational rather than alarmed. The report doesn't go anywhere for 24 hours under standard processing protocols, by which time we'll be inside the domain's diplomatic protections as confirmed summit delegates. You've been through this checkpoint before, Meng Bao observed. Several times, he said. He did not elaborate. The queue moved 2 delegations forward. The afternoon light was flat and cold. The sky over the border ranged a specific shade of compressed gray that suggested snow at higher elevation. The checkpoint's formation gate was older than its surroundings. The gate infrastructure predated Prince Tianu's administration by at least 2 centuries, the specific formation design of a border era when the relevant concern was realm incursion rather than cultivation-level documentation. Wei Liang spent the queue time in cultivation work, running the probe on the third seal's frequency between qi circulation cycles. The foundation building consolidation had been accelerating since the basement event, each hour producing structural development that should have required a week of standard practice. The compressed apex cultivation below the remaining seals was functioning as a pressure gradient, pushing everything in the accessible tier toward maximum development with the urgency of water finding all available exits from a sealed vessel. The third seal's frequency was clearer now. He had been running the probe at each available moment, comparing the resonance characteristics to the patterns he had identified in the first 2. The seal-breaking mechanism had a logic to it. Qianru had designed it with genuine exits. The formation master had told the oracle as much before his execution. The first seal had broken on action without power, the second on protection without calculation. Both had required the authentic form of the quality, not a performed version. The shackle's formation architecture was tuned to detect the difference. A practitioner who chose to act from genuine motivation produced a different resonance signature than one who performed the same action for strategic reasons. The resonance was not evaluative. It didn't judge intent. It simply detected authenticity as a property of the qi signature the way a tuning fork detected frequency. Authentic produced a specific resonance. Performed produced a different one. The seal's calibration matched only the former. Seal 1 had broken on decisive, unprotected action. Seal 2 had broken on authentic protection. Seal 3 felt calibrated against identity, specifically against the question of what remained when everything that defined the identity had been removed. Not an action trigger. A recognition trigger. Something would happen that would require him to know the answer to the question, and the knowing would break the seal. He did not know the answer yet. The question was genuine. 2 delegations ahead, Meng Bao said quietly. She had been watching the queue with the same systematic attention she applied to everything, and her timing assessments had been accurate all morning. Shinwuk stood and adjusted the orientation of his pack with the minimal movement of someone accustomed to maintaining low, observable profile in environments with formal security presence. He said, without looking at the group, and the not looking was informational, a practitioner who was providing intelligence while maintaining his own observation priorities rather than orienting toward the group's attention. There's a wanted portrait at the left checkpoint pillar. New, not weathered. Someone posted it within the last 12 hours. Wei Liang kept his face neutral. Shinwuk created a distraction. He pulled a spirit stone from his sleeve and activated its flare function, the specific emergency signal used by wayfarers in distress. The stone discharged a plume of orange light behind the checkpoint's eastern gate, where the porter staff and formation guards maintained their secondary positions. Guards scattered. The 2 formation officers at the primary gate oriented toward the flare source. The senior officer moved toward the eastern position. The gate's queue froze as the attending delegations assessed the disruption. The group moved through the primary gate in the 12-second window between the disruption's onset and the senior officer's communication with the gate formation system. Shinwuk was last through, walking at the measured pace of a delegate who had completed his credentials processing and was proceeding normally, his cultivator's bearing carrying the implicit message that he belonged in any space he occupied. Behind them, the flare resolved. The eastern position officers found nothing. The stone had discharged completely, leaving only the residue of its operation. The checkpoint's documentation showed a standard foundation building delegate party proceeding with a nascent soul escort, close enough to the confirmation's parameters to pass basic review. Wei Liang examined the wanted portrait from memory as they walked the approach road toward the summit grounds. The artist had worked from a description rather than direct observation. The face was accurate in structure but wrong in expression, the eyes rendered with the generic severity of a dangerous person rather than the character of the face he actually owned. But the structure was precise. The jaw, the brow line, the specific configuration that 5 centuries had fixed and that the fall to Dustfall town had not altered. Duan Shao came up beside him, speaking low. The portrait style. I recognize the technique. Cross-referenced lines with formation layer shading for cultivation signature indicators. He kept his voice at the register for adjacent ears only. The Heaven-Binding Order uses it for their documentation procedure. That style doesn't appear in regional security materials unless the Heaven-Binding Order distributed it. Shuetian's personal intelligence network, Wei Liang said. Yes. Duan Shao answered with the flat matter-of-fact quality of confirming something they had both already calculated. The response from the partial monitoring node transmission reached further than we assumed. The portrait was already in distribution before the 3 inner disciples filed their eyewitness report. Wei Liang absorbed this. The timeline had compressed again. Shuetian's network was faster than even the worst-case estimate, which meant the order's field response was likely already in motion. Not days, possibly hours behind them, depending on the response team's transit speed from the nearest deployment point. The Iron Sky Summit grounds appeared through the approach road's final bend, a complex of pavilions and administrative buildings arrayed around a central audience hall, the whole structure built on elevated ground that provided natural visibility over the surrounding domain. Cultivators moved through the grounds in the organized patterns of official gatherings. Formal posture, sect colors, the specific social geometry of a hierarchy performing its own structure. And in the stands overlooking the summit's central courtyard, visible at this distance only as a pale silhouette against the gray sky, someone was watching the approach road with the focused stillness of a person who had been waiting for something specific to arrive. And the stillness broke into movement as the group passed the summit's outer boundary marker, a movement that suggested not alarm but recognition. And the recognition was weighted with something that made the watching person put one hand against the pavilion railing as if they needed it. Shinwuk came up beside Wei Liang as they cleared the final approach gate. He did not look at Wei Liang. He said, "There is a practitioner at the summit's secondary pavilion who has been watching this approach road for the past 40 minutes. Not security, not intelligence work. The watching has a different quality. The quality of someone who knows what they are waiting for and has been waiting for a long time." He kept walking. "I thought you should know before you decide your next move." Chapter 22. Prince Ho Tianu. The Iron Sky Summit's reception hall held 43 delegations from across the regional territory. Wei Liang read them quickly from the hall's entrance. The cultivation signatures, the sect colors, the interpersonal geometries of delegations whose members stood in configurations that mapped their internal hierarchies. Nascent soul heads of delegation in primary positions, their senior disciples arranged by rank behind them. The entire social architecture expressing the cultivation tier ordering that was the governing principle of this domain. They had been given a delegation slot in the outer ring of the assembly, appropriate to a minor regional sect with nascent soul leadership, the administrative framing that Duan Xiao's confirmation had established. The slot was the correct position for someone whose goal was to remain unobserved in the assembly's peripheral attention zones. Prince Ho Tiannu arrived through the hall's north entrance with the quality of power that does not announce itself, simply there, filling the space. He was lean. Wei Liang had not expected lean. Nascent soul and above cultivators typically carried the physical signature of their cultivation tier's chi density, a natural consequence of the body adapting to the power it harbored. The prince was lean the way certain weapons were lean. All function, nothing extra, the specific geometry of something that had been refined past all redundancy. He was dressed in armor that took Wei Liang approximately 3 seconds to identify as what it actually was. The compressed and formation-worked remains of defeated opponents, their cultivation signatures still faintly present in the armor's surface as a form of documentation. Spirit transformation cultivation, not displayed, simply present, the way a large source of heat is present in a room without requiring any announcement. He greeted the assembled delegations with the procedural formality of someone who conducted these events regularly and had developed the correct performance for them. Acknowledgement, hierarchy affirmation, the specific ritual phrases that established the prince's domain authority while permitting the delegations to feel they had been welcomed rather than processed. The performance was polished. Wei Liang had attended and conducted enough political gatherings to recognize the distance between the performance and the person performing it. Then the prince's attention reached the outer ring. It moved with the deliberateness of a predetermined assessment arriving at its endpoint, not the casual sweep of a host reviewing the room, the focused arrival of attention at a pre-identified target. He had known where to look before he looked there. The Dustfall sect delegation, he said, not loudly. The hall's acoustic architecture carried it clearly to every delegation in attendance. Deliberately so, Wei Liang noted, the hall was designed for this kind of quiet precision. Sect Master Chao Runing's representatives. The phrasing was exact. Not Sect Master Chao Runing, which would have been the standard greeting for a confirmed delegate. Representatives. The distinction was not an accident. Duan Xiao maintained his expression. Wei Liang stepped forward from the delegation's positioning and addressed the prince directly. Sect Master Chao Runing sends his regrets. He directed me to represent the Dustfall sect's interests at this summit. Wei Liang, acting delegate. The hall processed this. The assembled delegations adjusted their assessments of the outer ring Dustfall delegation with a rapid recalibration of people who have received new information that changes the relevant frame. The prince looked at Wei Liang. The look was not evaluative in the way a superior looks at an inferior. It was the look of someone comparing an observation to a prepared model. The model was specific. He had information Wei Liang had not expected him to have this quickly. Acting delegate, the prince repeated. He turned the phrase over, examining all its surfaces. The Dustfall sect has an interesting situation. A pause. We should speak privately. Tonight, at dusk. My personal pavilion. He delivered it without inflection. Not a question. Not precisely in order. The tone of a man who issues invitations that are not genuinely optional and considers it unnecessary to disguise this fact. He moved to the next delegation before Wei Liang could respond. Shen Wuk appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder with the positioning of someone watching the exchange from a calculated angle and arriving when it completed. He said, very quietly, he already knows Chao Runing is dead. I could see it in how he stood when he said representatives. He's been waiting for you specifically. The escaped nascent soul phantom reported, Wei Liang said. Chao Runing's phantom would have transmitted everything it witnessed before dissipating. Every major event in the basement is now in the prince's information network. The private meeting is not a meeting, Shen Wuk said. No, Wei Liang agreed. It's an assessment with a planned conclusion. Meng Bao had positioned herself at the hall's edge with her observation posture, back against the wall, forward-facing, watching the movement of the assembled delegations. She said, without looking at them, the hall has 12 formation nodes I can identify from here. 3 of them aren't standard assembly lighting. They're scan active. The prince monitors his own reception hall, Duan Xiao said. Not surprised. Filing. The day's administrative proceedings were organized around the summit's formal agenda. Tribute allocation confirmation, regional designation reviews. Wei Liang attended each session with the composed attention of someone for whom this kind of meeting was not a novel experience. He had convened proceedings like this, larger, at higher stakes, with more capable participants, and the pattern was universal regardless of scale. The official proceedings established shared terminology and created documentation of whatever was decided, while the real work happened in the margins and side corridors where people said the things that couldn't appear in official records. What the proceedings confirmed about the regional hierarchy was consistent with what the Jade Token's records had suggested. Prince Tianu's domain operated through a tight tribute accountability structure where every sect master's administrative standing was contingent on delivery performance. He had mapped the relationships, who aligned with whom, where the friction points lived. The map would be useful in the summit period and possibly beyond it. Structure where every sect master's administrative standing was contingent on delivery performance. The sect masters who performed reliably had stable relationships with the prince's administrative office. Those who struggled were in a constant state of managed exposure, delivering just enough to avoid the automatic forfeiture of their regional designation, not enough to feel secure. This was a deliberate design. A secure sect master had reduced motivation to maximize tribute delivery. An insecure one worked harder. The specific administrative business that justified the gathering and occupied the delegation's official attention while the real work happened in the margins. Wei Liang spent the proceedings building his working map of the summit's social architecture, and the first session had already given him enough to work with, who aligned with whom, where the friction lived in the regional hierarchy, which sect masters watched the prince with the carefully managed neutrality of people who had decided to wait for information before choosing a direction. When the afternoon session ended and the delegations dispersed toward their allocated quarters, Meng Bao fell into step beside Wei Liang with the quiet organization of a decision already made, waiting for its moment. "The person who was watching the approach road when we arrived," she said. "She's at the summit as an independent observer, not affiliated with any delegation. She has her own quarters in the visitors section." A pause. "Sovereign realm. She's been suppressing it since she arrived, but it bleeds through at the edges when she stops managing it." Another pause, the kind Ming Bao used when she was deciding exactly how to characterize something. "She watched you cross the outer boundary marker and put her hand against the railing. She was not expecting you to be here, but she was not surprised to see you here." The two things existed simultaneously in her expression, which is an unusual combination. Wei Liang said nothing for a moment. "Where are her quarters?" he asked. And from the prince's personal pavilion at the summit's northern elevation, the dusk signal formation activated with the specific tone of an invitation being formalized, which meant the private meeting was in 3 hours, and whatever happened in it would shape everything that followed. Chapter 23. The private meeting. The prince's pavilion sat on the highest point of the summit grounds, accessed by a stone path that the summit's formation network monitored at every meter. Heat signatures, cultivation signatures, the standard security architecture of a powerful person's private space. Shenwuk had positioned himself in the pavilion's service corridor, which the formation security treated as ambient staff traffic. His nascent soul compression technique reduced his observable signature to approximately chi condensation, not invisible, but below the threshold that triggered the pavilion security's priority response protocols. He had told Wei Liang the corridor location with the matter-of-fact tone of someone who scouted approaches on general principle. The meeting room was formal, a table between 2 chairs, tea service on the side table, formation lighting calibrated to the quality of a space calibrated for comfortable conversation rather than interrogation. The comfort was deliberate. Rooms that looked like interrogation spaces made people defensive and reduced the quality of information extracted from them. The prince was already seated. He did not rise when Wei Liang entered. "Foundation building," the prince said. He was looking at Wei Liang with the specific focused attention of someone conducting a rapid cultivation sense assessment and reading its results against prepared expectations. Xiao Runing's phantom reported it as golden core at time of collapse. His cultivation was failing during the transmission. The report was unclear on details, but the signature read foundation building with an unusual quality. He paused. "You've advanced since then?" "Yes," Wei Liang said. He crossed to the table and sat without waiting for the invitation. The gesture was noticed. He watched the prince process it. A cultivator at foundation building sitting across from a spirit transformation domain lord with the composure born of having done this calculation and finding the differential insufficient. "Someone killed a nascent soul with foundation building cultivation," the prince said. Xiao Runing specifically. His phantom was present for the entire sequence and transmitted its accumulated session data before dissipating. "I have a reasonably complete account of what happened in that basement." "Then you know the monitoring installations function," Wei Liang said. I know the monitoring installation was Qianru's work, the prince said, which tells me the Order's surveillance network extends into my domain's formation infrastructure, which is information I find useful to have confirmed. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a man deciding whether to offer something. You disrupted the recording node. The transmission was incomplete. Yes. Why? The incomplete transmission generates more scrutiny from Shui Tian's network than silence would have. Because the complete transmission would have included the second seal breaking. Wei Liang continued. Their cultivation signature analysis capability is the issue. A complete record of a foundation-building emergence event from a body running Seal 1 protocols would have been specific enough to identify what it came from. He looked at the prince directly. Partial transmission generates scrutiny. Complete transmission generates response teams. He looked at the prince without the need to perform that the statement was significant. It was significant. The prince could assess that himself. The silence lasted 3 seconds. The tea continued its steam. The prince was deciding how much of his actual assessment he wanted to reveal in his response. The prince looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Who killed a nascent soul with foundation-building cultivation and considers the Order's response teams a primary threat variable?" Wei Liang said, "Someone who intends to keep climbing." A silence. The tea on the side table produced its quiet steam. "I ordered your detention," the prince said. He delivered it as an administrative observation rather than a threat. Informational, noting the weather. "The detention order went to my pavilion guard captain at the start of this meeting. This is not a threat. It is the same kind of administrative observation as everything else I've said, a statement of relevant facts that are available to both of us for assessment. He and the 4 cultivators he assigned will be at the door at the conclusion of our conversation." Wei Liang had already identified the room's formation nodes. There were 4 standard meeting room security types that would seal exits on command, 2 that were specifically calibrated for cultivation suppression, the kind installed in processing rooms where detained cultivators needed to be held at reduced capability. He had identified their activation nodes while crossing the room to sit down. "The suppression formations," Wei Liang said. "Their activation sequence requires a command signal from the formation node at the room's southeast corner. The node's activation spike is located at the chair's right armrest. You've been resting your hand on it since I entered." The prince looked at his right hand. "The 4 exit seal formations activate in sequence from the door inward," Wei Liang continued. "If all 4 activate, the door itself becomes an extension of the room's formation perimeter. But if the outer 2 activate before the inner 2 complete their cycle, there's a 6-second gap in the perimeter at the room's left wall where the formation network doesn't have full coverage. The gap exists because this room was built in 2 construction phases, and the formation networks from both phases don't perfectly integrate." The prince was very still. He had the specific quality of a powerful person encountering a situation that has moved outside the parameters they had designed it for. Not alarm, recalibration. The same quality he had shown when Wei Liang sat down without being invited. Each data point produced a recalibration rather than a reaction. He was very good at this. The recalibration was nearly invisible in his bearing. What it produced was a man whose assessment of the situation had revised significantly upward in the category of, "What kind of practitioner is this?" without any corresponding change in the outward posture of authority. He was managing the revision internally, collecting it, holding it. The question he was going to ask when he had enough data was already forming. Wei Liang could read it in how the prince's hand rested with unusual precision on the armrest. Not gripping, not resting casually, but positioned with the intent of someone who knows what is under the hand and has not yet decided whether to activate it. "I walked through the formation network on my way to the chair." He stood. "Large enough." He paused. "The guard captain will find an empty room." He moved to the left wall. The prince's hand moved toward the armrest command node. Wei Liang had expected this, had timed his move for the moment the decision was being made, was already at the left wall when the outer 2 formations activated. The 6-second gap opened. He was through it before the inner formations completed their cycle. The corridor outside the pavilion was empty. The guard captain was at the door, as announced, 4 meters to his left, positioned at the door's external frame in the standard security posture of a guard who had received an instruction and was executing it with the efficiency of long practice. He registered Wei Liang's emergence from the left wall, not through the door, but through the left wall. Wei Liang watched the registration happen, the specific sequence of a security professional encountering an unexpected event and moving through their response protocols with the automatic fluency of training. The response protocol involved reaching for the command signal formation on the guard captain's belt. Wei Liang was past the corridor's end junction and into the service passage before the command signal formation's activation sequence completed. Behind him, in the formation-sealed room, the prince's voice came with the recalibrating tone of a man revising his assessment of a situation that had just departed from every version of its planned script, and what replaced the planned script was considerably more interesting than anything the plan had anticipated. Wei Liang walked the passage's final 20 meters with the assessment already complete. The prince had been testing him. The private meeting had been a controlled information extraction attempt disguised as a negotiation. The prince had learned something. So had Wei Liang. The balance of intelligence acquired was approximately even. What was not even was the prince's certainty that he knew who Wei Liang was, versus Wei Liang's certainty about what the prince intended to do with that knowledge. The summit grounds opened around the passage's exit. Above them, the iron sky formation was cycling toward evening configuration, its array lights shifting from administrative white to the deeper gold of the operational period. Whatever the prince set in motion next would arrive with the formal session's proceedings. Chapter 24. Summit Chaos. The service corridor connected to the pavilion's supply access, which connected to the summit grounds maintenance network, the routes that moved goods and staff through the summit complex without occupying the formal spaces. Shenwuk was at the maintenance network's junction point with his characteristic equanimity. He had expected to wait longer. Faster than planned, he observed. The formation gap was accessible. He moved toward the exit corridor. The guard captain is at the pavilion door now. They moved through the maintenance network. Wei Liang ran the situation assessment as they walked. The prince had the basement session data from Chao Runing's Phantom, which meant he knew about the formation core failure, the monitoring node disruption, and the foundation building emergence. He did not know, or had chosen not to acknowledge knowing, the deeper context. The Heaven-Binding Shackle was visible to anyone with sufficient cultivation sense to read the suppression pattern, but interpreting what it meant required additional knowledge the prince had not yet demonstrated. The prince's detention order was administrative. It would trigger through the summit's guest management formation network, generating movement alerts for the delegation's assigned quarters and the summit's public spaces. Not an emergency pursuit response, a systematic documentation and location protocol that would produce results over hours rather than minutes. They reached the delegation's assigned quarters. Meng Bao was there, the supply pack reorganized with the efficiency of a prepared departure. She had spent the 3 hours since the arena sequence doing what she always did in available time, gathering observational data and organizing it. Her report was organized when they arrived, delivered in the systematic briefing style she had developed without anyone teaching her. Most operationally urgent first, supporting detail following, assessment of implication at the end. The summit's intelligence brokers had filed 14 separate communications since the arena sequence. She had confirmed this by watching the summit's message formation station, which processed outgoing communications through a visible formation queue. The communications addressed to the order's relay nodes were distinguishable by their routing formation's characteristic frequency signature, Qianru's formation language, as she had identified it from the monitoring installation in Chao Runing's basement. She had counted 14. She had estimated the combined information contained in those communications covered the Golden Core emergence signature record, the arena sequence's technical details as observed by trained practitioners in the gallery, and at least 2 separate analyses of what the emergence signature's anomalous characteristics implied about the cultivator who had produced it. 14 dispatches, she said. The Order's field response unit will have more information about us than any previous position we've been in. Agreed, Wei Liang said. Which means the 14-day estimate from the Oracle is compressed further. They were already mobilizing. Now they have better targeting data. The citizenship documentation helps, Duan Xiao said. Inside this domain, under the diplomatic protection, the field response team can't act openly without the prince's authorization. That authorization costs the prince something he may not want to spend. Unless the prince decides the cost is worth it, Shenwuk said. He said it without inflection. The option was real and the neutrality was appropriate. Duan Xiao was reviewing the summit's administrative schedule on a communication slip he had obtained from the information service. He looked up when they entered and processed the situation from their expressions without requiring an explanation. He said, "The commercial district, then." The Iron Sky Summit's commercial district occupied a section of the summit complex designed for the informal interactions that official proceedings created space for, but did not officially accommodate. Cultivation resource merchants, formation material suppliers, intelligence brokers whose presence was understood and unacknowledged. Delegations moved through it between sessions with the specific purposefulness of people transacting business they preferred to conduct without official documentation. They moved through the commercial district with the practiced inconspicuousness of people who had spent the past weeks learning to occupy public spaces without attracting attention. Xianxua's particular skill here was his nascent soul, not expressed openly, but present as an ambient quality that made people in the immediate vicinity subtly aware that confronting this group would be more complicated than their initial assessment suggested. A nascent soul at a commercial market was not unusual. A nascent soul standing with a foundation-building cultivator and choosing to remain in their company was a social signal. Wei Liang was scanning, not for the prince's security network, that was Xianxua's monitoring task, but for the sovereign realm presence that Meng Bao had described. He found it at the market square's northern edge. Not the full sovereign realm signature, compressed, carefully managed, the architecture of long-maintained suppression, practiced as a discipline, absent from her habit of letting it show. But the quality was unmistakable to someone who had spent 2 centuries in the tier above sovereign realm and learned to read its specific resonance the way an experienced craftsman reads the quality of metal by its sound. The figure at the northern edge of the square was a woman. She was watching the market square's southern approach with the directed attention of a practitioner watching for a specific arrival that had just appeared. The moment Wei Liang located her signature was approximately the moment she located his. He looked across the market square distance. She was standing at the upper level of a pavilion rooftop, her face in shadow from the overhang, dressed without sect identification. The distance was approximately 40 meters. At foundation building, his cultivation sense range covered it with reasonable clarity, but the fine detail of expression was beyond precise reading. What he could read was the quality of the moment, the stillness that came over her posture when their respective sensory ranges connected, the specific small motion of a person who receives information that simultaneously confirms an expectation and produces a response they had not fully prepared for, her hand going out to touch the pavilion railing, not for balance, but for the specific grounding quality of solid surfaces when the internal landscape becomes unsteady. Sovereign realm. Watching him, with an expression he could not read from 40 meters, but whose quality he could, and the quality was not strategic, not political, not the managed assessment of a practitioner making calculations about a potential asset or threat. It was personal. He did not know her face. He was aware, in the specific way that the suppressed architecture of the first 2 seals residue produced occasional perceptual distortions, that he might have known at once. The seal's suppression of personal bonds was specific and engineered. It was not accidental. The Heaven-Binding Shackle's design had targeted this category of knowledge deliberately. The reason was operationally coherent from Shui Tian's perspective. An apex sovereign who retained full knowledge of their relationships retained access to the relational network that had supported the sovereign's power. Allies. Practitioners who owed obligations. Disciples whose bond to their teacher represented a source of motivation and capability that cultivation tier alone didn't capture. A sealed apex sovereign who remembered no one was isolated. An apex sovereign who retained their relational network was not isolated. They were simply reduced in direct power, but still connected to everything that had grown around them over 5 centuries. The seal's designers had understood this. They had targeted the relational architecture specifically, leaving the technical knowledge intact because technical knowledge was extractable and useful to Shui Tian's replication project, while the relational knowledge was useful only to its original holder. What they had apparently not accounted for was the bond architecture at the level below memory, the fundamental resonance that 2 cultivation systems developed when they had worked closely together for years. That level didn't store in the accessible memory architecture. It stored in the Qi signature itself, in the way 2 instruments tuned to compatible frequencies resonated in each other's presence without either instrument needing to know the other's name. The seals suppressed personal bonds specifically, not technique knowledge, not administrative history, not tactical experience, but the specific category of relationship that the Shackle's architects had apparently decided was structurally important to remove. He filed the awareness and held his position. Xianxua said, at his shoulder. Prince's security has activated the summit's guest location formation. We have approximately 10 minutes before the formation's patrol cycle covers this district. His tone was unchanged. He had apparently decided, at some point that Wei Liang had not specifically observed, that their group situation was interesting enough to commit to fully rather than maintaining the careful distance he had arrived with. The prince's enforcement presence reached the commercial district's southern entrance in the specific organized pattern of a security sweep rather than a direct pursuit, systematic, covering exits first, and from the northern edge of the market square, the sovereign realm presence began moving, descending from the pavilion rooftop with the practiced speed of a cultivator who was accustomed to moving through difficult situations without attracting attention and moving toward Wei Liang's. Position with the specific directional intent of a committed decision and execution, regardless of what the prince's security sweep was doing or where it would arrive. Chapter 25. The pull of the sealed past. Wei Liang kept his eyes on the approaching figure as the prince's security moved through the commercial district's entrances. She moved like someone who had spent a long time in environments where being seen was a liability. Using cover naturally, not performatively, her route through the market square taking the paths that kept her below the observation angles of the security formation sensors. It was the movement of a practitioner with developed habits for exactly this situation. She reached the covered passage at the market square's western edge simultaneously with the security sweep reaching the eastern entrance. The timing was not luck. It was the outcome of a movement plan that had incorporated the security sweep's projected pace from the moment the sweep began. She had been tracking the sweep from the moment it entered the commercial district, reading its approach speed against the district's spatial layout, calculating the intersection of her route and the sweep's coverage arc. It was the same method Wei Liang had been using for weeks to navigate hostile environments with inadequate cultivation. Move from current known position toward target, predict the opposition's movement, find the route that produces arrival before the coverage arc closes. That she was using it without any apparent deliberation, as automatic behavior rather than conscious calculation, said something about how long she had been operating in this mode. The covered passage was narrow, with merchant stalls on one side and a maintenance wall on the other. Dim, which suited their purposes. 3 other people in it, moving with the purposeful pace of people with destinations. Not security, not intelligence brokers, ordinary summit attendees navigating between districts. Wei Liang moved them through the passage with the pacing that made them part of the normal foot traffic pattern rather than a group moving at a distinguishable rate. She stopped 3 meters from Wei Liang. Up close, the sovereign realm suppression was more comprehensive than he had read from a distance, maintained with the discipline of long practice. The signature compressed to approximately nascent soul range on casual scan. The technique was refined. It was not a commercial product or a standard sect technique. It was personal, individual, something developed specifically for a body with this particular cultivation signature. He looked at her face. He did not recognize it. This was not a failure of perception. He was perceiving clearly. The face was present, distinct, specific. He simply did not know it. Whatever Ban Meng Bao had read in his reaction at the boundary marker, whatever recognition had produced the perceptual distortion he had noticed in the market square, it was not stored in the accessible portion of his memory architecture. The seals held the personal record. She looked at him with an expression that had been managed down from something larger. The management was recent, visible in the small tensions around her eyes, the specific controlled quality of a person who has just reabsorbed an emotional reaction they had allowed to register fully for approximately 1 second before pulling it back into order. Wei Liang, she said. Not a question, not a greeting, a verification. Yes, he said. A brief silence. She processed something, not the confirmation of his identity, which she had clearly already possessed, but something about the way he had said it. Confirmed, flat, without the context that the name should have carried between them. You don't know me, she said. I don't, he said. And then, because he believed in directness as the most efficient form of communication with someone who clearly already knew the relevant facts, the seals suppress personal bonds. I can sense that there is something here that I should know. I can't access what it is. Something moved through her expression, the brief register of information that she had known, and that is knowing it changed the weight of, and was controlled before it fully formed. She said, with the deliberate precision of someone assembling words carefully so they would hold their shape when received. My name is Lin Suyin. We have a history. I won't tell you what it is before you're ready to receive it. The telling requires the memory that the seals are holding, and without the memory the words are just information. They won't land correctly. She reached into her sleeve and produced a folded document. Cultivation map, she said. The prince's domain. All boundaries, all paths, all administrative access points. She held it out. Someone asked me to give it to you. I don't know who you are. The words were clearly a construction. She knew precisely who he was. She was giving him a frame that allowed him to accept the gift without the pressure of what it would mean if he acknowledged the full weight of who was offering it. Wei Liang took the map. He could feel the specific pull that Meng Bao had described. Not recognition. A deeper thing. Something beneath the accessible architecture of identity. Some resonance between the fundamental structure of his cultivation and hers that persisted in a layer the seals had not reached. As if 2 instruments tuned to the same frequency recognized each other regardless of whether the players knew each other's names. The cultivation map was the weight in his hands, solid, specific, a physical object that connected the abstract situation to a concrete operational reality. He would study the secondary layer fully in a secure location. The primary layer alone was already useful. The domain's administrative geography, the formation access points, the paths through the old infrastructure that the prince's current security grid didn't fully cover. The security, Xin said, from the passage entrance. Lin Suyin turned to go. She paused at the passage exit, her back to the group, her hand at the side of her robe. She said, without turning, the third seal. It breaks on self-recognition, not action. You need to know what you are when everything that defined you is gone. A pause. I know the answer, but you have to find it yourself for the resonance to work. She left through the passage exit. Wei Liang stood for a moment with the cultivation map in his hands. The information it contained was practical: routes, access points, the administrative geography of the prince's territory. He would read it fully in a secure location. What Lin Suyin's departure left in the passage was a specific quality of absence, not the neutral absence of a person who had never occupied the space. The particular absence of something that had been there and was now in the next room, still present at the edge of sensing range, orientation present. The way something large and familiar remained in the architecture of a space even after it was no longer visibly there. Meng Bao appeared at his left side with the quiet timing she had developed for arriving when she had assessed that the moment was suitable. She said nothing. She looked at the passage exit. She knows what the third seal requires, Wei Liang said. She knows a great deal, Meng Bao said carefully. The security sweep reached the covered passage, and the group moved, smoothly, without urgency, using the routes the commercial district's traffic provided. And from behind them, from the direction of the prince's pavilion at the summit's northern elevation, the prince's formation network registered the completion of its guest location sweep and generated an alert report indicating that the target delegation was no longer in any monitored location within the summit grounds, which was a different kind of problem from where they had been 20 minutes ago, and the prince would be drawing his own conclusions from that specific fact. Wei Liang processed the calculation as they moved. The Heaven-Binding Order's distribution of his portrait had reached the summit before their arrival. The monitoring formation's detection of his partial cultivation signature had been relayed upstream before they destroyed the node. Every layer of the intelligence chain was functioning with the efficiency of a network designed by someone who anticipated evasion and built redundancy against it. The deep architecture was quiet. The question it contained remained unanswered. But the third seal's frequency was clearer since the basement confrontation, not a response to survival pressure, but to something that had happened in the basement that qualified as a first approach to the answer. He filed the observation and kept moving. Meng Bao was 3 steps ahead, her reading of the terrain's exit routes already completed. Duan Xiao had his pack organized for immediate departure. Xinwuk was somewhere to their left, taking a different path to the same destination. His standard operational pattern, the distributed approach that gave the group 3 separate surviving data points if any one of them was intercepted. The Iron Sky Summit's administrative district fell behind them. Whatever came next would come from the direction of the Treasury route's coordinates, and the Oracle's departure, and the sealed memory that was beginning, very slowly, to open. Chapter 26. The Sorting Arena. The Sorting Arena occupied a permanent structure adjacent to the summit grounds, not a tournament facility, but an administrative institution, operational year-round for the domain's fundamental governance function, determining every cultivator's rank through direct assessment. Prince Tianu's realm sorting laws required all resident cultivators to have a registered rank, and rank was determined by combat performance in the arena rather than by sect attestation or external examination. The principle was simple. A cultivator's rank was what they could demonstrate under pressure, not what they claimed in administrative records. Wei Liang had read the sorting laws in the cultivation map's administrative section, while the group occupied a maintenance building at the summit ground's southern edge, where the formation network's coverage had a gap that Meng Bao had identified by observing the grid pattern of the ground-level sensors. The map was detailed and accurate. The hidden route that Lin Suyin had marked in the document's secondary layer, visible only to someone running a formation sense scan on the page itself, led to the prince's private treasury. And inside the treasury, marked with the specific notation of a memory jade storage location, was a record that the notation labeled as commission transaction, Xianru/HB order. A record of the shackle's commissioning. Wei Liang set this aside for the immediate operational requirement. They needed a position inside Prince Tianu's domain that provided diplomatic protection from both the prince's administrative detention process and the order's incoming field response. The summit's diplomatic protections applied to confirmed delegates, but their confirmation was now in question following the private meeting's outcome. Iron Sky citizenship, Duan Xiao said. He had been reading the laws section of the map with the kind of attention reserved for documents that contained the specific mechanism through which a difficult problem might be solved. His expression had the focused quality it always had when he was extracting operational utility from administrative architecture, the combination of legal precision and practical assessment that had made him an effective administrator before the political circumstances that had ended that career. He had been reading the laws section of the map with the systematic focus he brought to administrative documents. 3 consecutive arena victories earned citizenship status. Citizens have full domain rights. The laws were elegant in their specificity. The principle was stated plainly in the preamble. Cultivation tier was the only legitimate basis for social standing. Every practitioner in the domain must be ranked. Rank must be demonstrable under formation-monitored conditions. Rank determined access to resources, movement permissions, and legal standing. A cultivator who failed to advance within the defined period was reclassified downward, the domain's mechanism for preventing stagnation from permanently occupying the resource allocation hierarchy. For a domain lord who possessed spirit transformation cultivation, the laws were nearly ideal. They guaranteed he sat at the apex while creating maximum internal competition among the tiers below. Stronger practitioners pledged loyalty to the domain in exchange for its resource access. The domain's defensive capacity grew without requiring the prince to invest in developing it directly. It was the administrative expression of a single key insight. The most efficient way to keep a hierarchy stable was to make the hierarchy itself the prize everyone was competing for. Wei Liang had recognized this insight on his first reading of the laws. He had used a similar insight in building the Nine-Realm Confluence's administrative structure 2 centuries ago. The difference was scale, and the difference was that his version had included mechanisms for the hierarchy's lowest members to work their way upward through demonstrated merit. The prince's version did not include those mechanisms. Under his laws, the lowest remained low unless they could fight their way up the arena ranking system, which most of them could not. He held the document. The laws were elegant, but they contained a mechanism he could use if the registration's basis could withstand the prince's scrutiny, and Duan Xiao had already identified the mechanism. 3 consecutive arena victories earned citizenship status. Citizens have full domain rights, including immunity from detention actions taken by administrative personnel below the prince's personal authorization level. He reviewed the arena registration information. The prince cannot revoke citizenship without a domain court proceeding, which requires documentation of cause. He knows what I am, Wei Liang said. He'll have cause. He has cause, Duan Xiao agreed. What he doesn't have is documentation that doesn't also document the order's presence in his domain's formation infrastructure. Filing against us requires disclosing the monitoring installation. His administrative position makes that filing disadvantageous. He set down the map. Citizenship creates a window of protection that costs him more to override than to tolerate, Meng Bao said, from the corner where she was organizing the supply pack with her habitual systematic efficiency. He'll try to manage it through the arena itself. The third opponent in a citizenship sequence is sent by the prince personally. He'll send someone designed to fail the attempt, which requires me to win the first 2, Wei Liang said. Yes, she said. Is that a problem? Shenwuk was watching the window that faced the arena complex's registration entrance. He had not spoken for some time. He said, still watching the window. The arena is the correct move. The prince's administrative tools are slow. The arena's result is instantaneous and publicly witnessed. He can't quietly revoke it or delay it through procedure. He turned from the window. I'll register you as the Dustfall Sex delegate and post the standard performance bond. If the arena formal record shows a nascent soul escort posting bond, the registration is documented within the domain's official record-keeping as a legitimate proceeding. He paused. I also intend to bet. The odds on an unknown foundation-building cultivator winning 3 consecutive matches will be significant. You could lose the bet, Wei Liang said. I could. Shenwuk agreed, with the characteristic equanimity of an assessment that found the risk acceptable. 5-to-1 odds. The bet is worth the risk. Meng Bao had finished organizing the pack. She said, I'm going to observe the arena's formation infrastructure before the registration is final. I want to read the scan formation's calibration parameters and the judgment panel's scoring formation. The prince may have adjusted the arena's operational setup to account for our arrival. She was already moving toward the door. The results of that observation will determine what specific approach is optimal for the first 2 matches. Duan Xiao looked at her, then at Wei Liang. He said, she's 13 years old. She assessed Chao Runing's monitoring installation's architecture from a scanning formations readout while navigating a darkened basement under nascent soul pressure, Wei Liang said. Her age is not the relevant variable. He took the arena registration form Duan Xiao had pulled from the map's administrative section. The form required a cultivator's name, cultivation tier, and sect affiliation. He wrote his name. He wrote foundation building. He wrote Dustfall sect, and then paused, considering whether the Dustfall sect's administrative status was currently functional enough to provide valid affiliation documentation. He wrote it anyway. The form's validity was less important than the public registration. The announcement that went out when the registration was processed would carry the name. The name traveling through the summit's information network was itself the operational goal, and from the arena's administrative building, the announcer's preliminary registration board was being updated with new entrants for the evening session, and the name appearing on it would reach every delegation and intelligence broker currently present at the Iron Sky Summit. And the question of who Wei Liang, foundation building, would begin moving through every information network. Simultaneously, Duan Xiao noted the board update from the exit corridor with the systematic attention of someone cataloging an operational development. He did not say anything. Wei Liang had also seen it. The registration confirmed their cover. A foundation building delegate was doing exactly what a foundation building delegate should be doing at a summit. The anomaly was not the registration itself, but the performance in the arena that had preceded it, and the performance was now detached from the name and free to travel the information networks in whatever form the observers chose to report it. By morning, the reports would reach the order's nearest relay node. By evening, a response team would be in transit. The window was shorter than it had been before the arena session, and the window before the arena session had already been shorter than was comfortable. Wei Liang went to his assigned room, set the door's security formation, and returned to the third seal's frequency analysis. He had more useful information now than he'd had before the arena, and the cultivation work could not wait for the operational situation to stabilize. The operational situation would not stabilize, and the seals would not wait. Chapter 27. Arena first round. The sorting arena's evening session ran under formation lights that created a specific quality of illumination. Even, shadowless, the technical requirement for an arena where accurate observation of technique was the primary administrative function. Wei Liang had watched 2 matches before his registration came up. The arena's structure was what the laws required. Opponents matched within 2 cultivation subtiers of each other, matches ending at first incapacitation or concession. The arena formation recording the cultivation signature of each technique deployed for the administrative record. His opponent was a mid-foundation building cultivator named Ao Shun, representing a minor sect whose territory bordered the Eastern Administration Zone. The formation scanner's pre-match calibration identified him as mid-foundation building, pill-boosted. The specific cultivation density distribution of pill-boosted cultivation taken within the past 12 hours. The signature slightly too uniform across the tier's characteristic frequencies. The natural variation of genuine cultivation development replaced by the smoother gradient of chemical advancement. The pill boosting was not prohibited under the arena's rules. It was common practice. It was also, from a technique perspective, a liability. Pill-boosted cultivation occupied the cultivation pathways at a density that made rapid reconfiguration slower than natural development allowed. The system running closer to its capacity, with less available headroom for the dynamic adjustments that technique engagement required. Wei Liang filed this and walked to the arena floor. Ao Shun opened with a standard mid-foundation building engagement technique, a chi-lance formation that used the cultivator's full channel bandwidth to project force along a linear axis, the most efficient attack geometry for a fighter who had boosted their power output above their natural technique control threshold. High power, reduced precision. Standard compensatory approach for pill advancement. Wei Liang moved left and below the lance's projection arc, read the follow-through rotation that the technique required, and was at the lateral point of the rotation's completion before Ao Shun had registered that the first technique had not connected. He did not use a technique. What he used was the understanding of a chi-lance formation's mechanical requirements. The specific position of the practitioner's weight distribution during the follow-through phase, the meridian configuration that left the lateral right side open for exactly 2 seconds, the way Ao Shun's compensatory grip adjustment for pill-boosted output moved his center of balance 3 degrees forward. Wei Liang applied force to Ao Shun's forward knee at the moment of the grip adjustment, applied torque to the wrist at the meridian gap, and redirected the chi-lance remaining energy along its natural discharge path into the arena floor. Ao Shun hit the arena floor and stayed there. 40 seconds, approximately. The arena formation's technique recorder showed a perfect blank for Wei Liang's contributions. No chi projections, no formation techniques, no detectable cultivation deployment above passive circulation. The recorder showed Ao Shun's chi-lance activation and discharge. The discharge had gone into the floor. The crowd processed this for several seconds in silence. The arena judge's formation indicated a valid victory. Ao Shun conceded from the floor, which was technically unnecessary but appropriately thorough. The crowd's assessment of what had occurred was visible in its noise, not the appreciative response to a powerful technique. In the observation gallery, the people who paid attention to technique were the most confused. They had watched the match from above, with the formation scanner's technique recording visible as a separate display. The scanner showed every cultivation deployment in the arena, color-coded by technique tier and chi expenditure. What the display showed for Wei Liang's contributions was a blank. A literal blank on the recording side of the display, while Ao Shun's chi lance appeared and discharged. A blank meant no cultivation technique had been detected. The formation scanner's detection threshold was calibrated for the smallest chi awakening techniques. It caught everything above a specific minimum output. If nothing appeared on the scanner, the practitioner had used no cultivation at all during the events recorded as blank. The question that followed from this, which the intelligence brokers were now running against their stored knowledge. What was the category of technique that could produce arena victory outcomes using only non-cultivation means? The answer their databases returned was small and specific. You could memorize physical combat techniques, but physical combat techniques against a cultivator with active chi circulation failed against the chi reinforcement that even basic cultivation provided to the body's structural integrity. Unless the technique was not physical combat, but mechanical leverage applied to the specific vulnerabilities that chi-enhanced technique generated. Unless the practitioner knew those vulnerabilities with the intimacy of a formation scholar who had spent decades studying cultivation architecture from the attacker's perspective. The intelligence brokers were now running the question against a second database. Who had that knowledge? The list was short. The list was very short. And at its top, the name that appeared there had been on a Heaven-Binding Order wanted board for 6 months. But the specific confused response of an audience that had watched a match and could not identify the mechanism by which it had concluded. They had seen someone avoid a technique, and then the opponent was on the floor. Wei Liang returned to the waiting area. Shen Wuk was in the observation gallery with his arms crossed and the expression of someone revising their understanding of a situation they had thought they understood. He said, when Wei Liang was near enough, the scan formation showed no cultivation output from you during that match. No. How did you win? Physics, Wei Liang said. And technique knowledge that doesn't require activation. Shen Wuk absorbed this with the characteristic equanimity of someone whose model of Wei Liang had already undergone several significant revisions and had apparently decided to remain structurally flexible. He said, the scoreboard is displaying your name. Wei Liang, Foundation Building, Dustfall Sect. The name has been visible for approximately 3 minutes. A pause. The intelligence brokers in the observation gallery made 3 communication dispatches in those 3 minutes. They are not dispatching their assessments of Ao Shun. Wei Liang scanned the scoreboard. The name was there, in the formal registration characters of the arena's official typography. In the observation gallery, he could see the specific posture changes of people processing information through the filter of what they already knew. The posture of people for whom the name on the scoreboard was not merely a name, but a context. The arena announcer called the next match. Wei Liang registered the opponent, a senior Golden Core practitioner, a senior disciple of a major regional sect, 4-year arena veteran. The cultivation tier gap was significant. A senior tier Golden Core against standard Golden Core remained a substantial differential. The gap between a cultivator who had been developing their Golden Core's depth for years through patient accumulative refinement, and one whose Golden Core had just emerged. In raw power, the opponent had Wei Liang by a clear margin. In technique knowledge, the calculation was different. Every technique the opponent would deploy had a specific architecture, its chi signature, its timing requirements, its vulnerability windows. Wei Liang had spent more time studying Golden Core technique architecture than his opponent had been alive. Not because he had been Golden Core for a long time. He had passed through Golden Core so far in the past that the specific details were sealed with the deeper memories, but because teaching Golden Core disciples had required understanding their technique architecture from the perspective of what could be exploited, corrected, and developed. He had taught hundreds of Golden Core disciples. He had corrected their technique flaws, identified their blind spots, designed training sequences to address their specific weaknesses. The knowledge was below the accessible memory architecture, present in the body's reflex layer, the same layer where the defensive movement patterns lived, the same layer that had allowed him to survive Chao Runing's nascent soul phantom. He was not going to win this fight with Golden Core against Golden Core. He was going to win it with 2 centuries of understanding Golden Core's limits from the vantage of one who had long since left it behind. The arena's matching algorithm had apparently decided that his first match performance merited an elevated second opponent, which meant someone had adjusted the algorithm. The adjustment required access to the arena's administrative formation, access that was available to the prince's domain authority and had likely been applied the moment Wei Liang's name appeared on the scoreboard. The third seal's frequency resonated briefly as he looked at the scoreboard, at the opponent's name, at the gap between foundation building and late-stage golden core, and the resonance told him exactly nothing about what would break it, but confirmed that it was attentive to exactly this kind of moment. The moment when the question of who you are when all your power is stripped away has a concrete, immediate, operational answer required. Chapter 28. The name travels. Duan Xiao was alarmed. Wei Liang had expected this. Duan Xiao's risk assessment operated from a continuous monitoring of exposure variables, and Wei Liang, appearing in the arena's public documentation, was a significant increase in the exposure variable's value. The concern was valid. The name, Wei Liang, had appeared in the Order's wanted documentation for 6 months. The wanted documentation's distribution had been regional initially. The lowest realm's sect masters and cultivation authorities had received it, and the Order's standard practice was to escalate distribution as field response proximity to the target increased. The Iron Sky Domain's delegation members would have received the updated documentation as part of their summit preparation package. The intelligence brokers in the observation gallery would have it as standard operational reference material. Anyone who had received the wanted documentation and who was watching the arena's scoreboard had just seen a name match. What they would do with the match depended on their relationship to the Heaven-Binding Order. The Order's contracted agents would dispatch immediately. Independent practitioners would run a risk assessment. The citizenship documentation was now distributed and active, which meant the prince's administrative protection applied. Acting against a citizen without the prince's authorization was a domain law violation. Domain law violations had consequences in the Iron Sky domain that were specific, well-documented, and applied consistently because the realm's sorting laws enforcement infrastructure was the mechanism through which the prince maintained his authority. The calculation for independent practitioners was therefore, act now and risk domain law violation, or wait for the prince's authorization and miss the immediate window. Most would wait. The Order's contracted agents would not. He managed the alarm efficiently, 3 seconds of visible agitation, then the controlled neutral, then practical response. The intelligence broker's dispatches are going to the prince's network, to the Order's regional relay if one exists within transmission range, and to independent practitioners who maintain interest in anomalous cultivation events, Duan Xiao said. He was speaking in the even tone of someone cataloging a situation accurately. The name has a known attached context for anyone who paid attention to the Order's wanted documentation. It's not a common name. No, Wei Liang agreed. The second match is late-stage golden core, Duan Xiao said. The matching adjustment was deliberate. Yes. If you lose the second match, the citizenship sequence fails, and we have no administrative protection structure. Yes. Duan Xiao looked at him for a moment. Then, what do you need? For the second match? Wei Liang considered the question with the attention it deserved. The second match was not an obstacle to be navigated around. It was a genuine problem with a specific difficulty level that his current capabilities had to be measured against honestly. Time. The scan formation's response lag is approximately 3 seconds between a technique activation and the formation's recording trigger. At foundation building, the technique control required to exploit that gap is significant but available. He paused. The golden core cultivator will have technique advantage, power advantage, and cultivation density advantage. The usable edge is technique timing knowledge and positional geometry. And the third seal, Meng Bao said. She was beside him. She had returned from the arena formation observation with her characteristic efficiency and was reporting while they walked to the waiting area for the second match. The arena's scan formation records cultivation advancement events. If the third seal breaks during the second match, the scan formation captures the complete emergence signature. It becomes part of the arena's administrative record, available to anyone with administrative access to the arena's documentation. Wei Liang processed this. The seal's resonance told him it was proximate, which meant the break conditions were approaching alignment, and that the alignment was contingent on something in the immediate future rather than some abstract future scenario he would need to manufacture. The conditions were already in play. The situation would provide the resonance trigger without requiring him to engineer it separately. He noted this with the careful attention of a cultivator who had learned, in the past 2 weeks, to trust the mechanism's calibration rather than trying to manage it consciously. The conditions were closer to alignment than they had been at any point since the basement. The second seal had broken on authentic protection. The third was calibrated against self-recognition. What did the arena floor, facing a late-stage golden core, require of him that was related to knowing what he was without his power? He considered this as the announcer called the match. His opponent was a practitioner named Su Ran, tall, senior inner disciple of the Stonespire sect, a cultivator whose face held the composure of 40 years of matches in settings where the outcome had never been seriously in question. Late-stage golden core. The cultivation density was genuine, no pill advancement, the natural development of deep, sustained work. His technique posture was clean. Wei Liang assessed him and felt the familiar quality of looking at something from below the power scale. He had spent 2 centuries above the power scale. He had spent every moment since Dustfall Town below it. The position was no longer disorienting the way it had been in the first days. He had learned, across 14 days in Dustfall Town and the past week of movement, what he was when he operated from this position. Not the apex sovereign, not the tier designation, not the technique catalog or the cultivation depth or the accumulated authority of 5 centuries. He was someone who did the work available with the tools available and expected nothing from the gap between what he had once been and what he currently was. The golden core pressure hit his foundation building channels from the moment Su Ran activated his primary technique, a crushing chi wave formation that used the cultivator's superior tier to create a simple and overwhelming differential. The standard golden core approach to foundation building opponents. Efficient, historically reliable. Wei Liang moved through the formation's vector geometry using the technique knowledge that his foundation building channels could execute perfectly well even if they could not match the power behind the opponent's form. The first exchange lasted 8 seconds. The second lasted 12. Wei Liang felt the third seal's resonance rising through the third exchange, not triggered by a dramatic action, not by a revelation, but by the cumulative weight of operating from a position of genuine disadvantage with the clarity of operating without the distortion that expectations create. Not resignation, not even acceptance in the transcendent sense. Simply the clear-eyed execution of available capability in the service of a concrete goal, without the overlay of who he had been. The third seal broke. The golden core energy that entered his channels was enormous. The tier's full expression at apex compression. The sealed 5 centuries pressing into the newly opened space and stabilizing there with the force of accumulated experience finding form. The arena's scan formation lit up. The technique recorder screamed across its frequency range. Su Ran, 3 meters away, felt the cultivation shift through the chi environment of the arena and went pale. The arena went silent. Wei Liang stood in the center of the arena floor with golden core energy reshaping his channels with the rapid focused development of everything below having been pushing at this pressure for months, and the scan formation above the arena was recording the entire emergent signature. Every frequency, every characteristic. The specific developmental pattern of a golden core that was not growing from foundation building, but was returning from suppression. And in the observation gallery, the intelligence brokers were no longer dispatching communications because they were watching something that required full attention and the communications could wait. And from the observation gallery's upper level, Lin Suyin had gripped the railing with both hands. She did not release it. In the arena's administrative processing area, the formation officers running the match documentation were reviewing the output signature against the registered cultivation levels and finding the margin outside standard parameters. Foundation building should not generate golden core adjacent output, not even with a technique exploit, not without the structural formation architecture to channel it. What had just happened was architecturally impossible by current cultivation theory, and the formation officer who would file the anomaly report knew this and was already drafting the language to describe something that his instruments had recorded and his experience could not explain. The crowd's noise had changed character. The initial shock of the defeat had passed into the processing phase. Arguments, calculations, reassessments. The intelligence brokers had resumed their communications. The data was too significant to hold. Within the hour, the report would be moving up every chain of custody that had an interest in Golden Core emergence events at the Iron Sky Summit, and by morning, the nature of that interest would determine who arrived first at Wei Liang's assigned quarters to conduct their own assessment. Chapter 29. Golden Core Shock. The Golden Core's manifestation was dark gold. Not the bright, even gold of standard tier development, but a darker, denser shade, shot through with threads of sealed light that corresponded to the remaining 7 seals compression architecture. It was not the golden core of someone advancing through foundation building. It was the golden core of a system that had compressed 5 centuries of refinement behind a seal and was now expressing the first layer of that compression. The arena's scan formation had never recorded anything like it. The formation's frequency readers were cycling through their response protocols trying to categorize what they were observing, which meant the record was capturing the full spectral signature rather than a classified, simplified version. Every frequency, raw and complete. Su Ran looked at the dark gold sphere. He looked at Wei Liang's face. He conceded. He did it with the quiet efficiency of an accurate assessment of a changed situation and found the assessment produced a clear result. No drama. No appeal to the arena judge. He bowed to the arena floor and stepped back to the waiting area. The crowd's response began as a sound that had never been produced in the sorting arena before. Not applause or acclamation, but the confused, urgent noise of a large number of people who had all received the same incomprehensible information simultaneously and were processing it in parallel. A foundation-building cultivator who had produced a golden core emergence mid-match. A golden core that looked nothing like any golden core in the scan formations reference database. The arena judge's formation confirmed a valid victory. Su Ran's concession had been clean and complete. Not the hesitation of someone who still thought they could reverse the outcome, but the immediate and total acknowledgement of a practitioner who had accurately assessed the situation and acted accordingly. It was the kind of concession that took experience to execute with that particular quality. The full letting go without residual resistance. The dark gold sphere pulsing at Wei Liang's dantian was not the standard golden core that the arena's scan formation had in its reference database. The formation was running its categorization algorithm against the sphere's chi signature and returning no confident match. The algorithm's output display showed the cycling pattern that indicated active processing against multiple candidate signatures, none clearing the confidence threshold. This was because the sphere was not, categorically, the golden core of a cultivator who had just advanced through foundation building. The development architecture was wrong for that interpretation. A newly advanced golden core showed the signature of recent transition, specific frequency peaks at the advancement threshold energies, the chi density distribution of a system that had recently reorganized its architectural hierarchy, the telltale smoothness of a core that had not yet been refined through cycles of technique work. Wei Liang's core showed the opposite pattern. The frequencies were deep and settled, the distribution complex in ways that only developed through years of deliberate refinement work, the surface of the sphere showing the specific texture of long practice, the way a much-handled tool shows the marks of its use in its grain. The scan formation's categorization algorithm didn't have a category for golden core that is actually the recovered expression of a centuries-old development now emerging from suppression. It was trying to match what it was seeing against newly advanced foundation-building cultivator, and failing because the match percentage was too low. And it was trying to match against established late-stage golden core, and also failing because that also wasn't quite right. What it was showing on the display in the observation gallery was a golden core scan result that the formation's interpretation algorithm had never processed before. Shen Wuk was visible in the observation gallery, leaning forward on the railing with an expression Wei Liang had not seen on him before. Not his usual equanimity, but the expression of someone revising their bet upward significantly, the adequacy of their original information significantly upward. He was also counting something. Duan Xiao was at the waiting area entrance when Wei Liang returned from the floor. The scan formations record, Duan Xiao said quietly. It transmitted to the arena's administrative archive at the scan formation's standard broadcast interval. For seconds ago, he paused. The administrative archive is accessible to every domain authority terminal in the Prince's domain network. He has the record. He had it before the crowd's response finished, Wei Liang said. Yes. Duan Xiao glanced toward the arena floor. The record will reach the Heaven-Binding Orders network through whatever relay node the domain's communication infrastructure connects to. 6 to 12 hours, depending on transmission queue. We have 6 to 12 hours before the field response has an updated cultivation signature, Wei Liang said. More accurately, Duan Xiao said. We have the time between now and whenever the prince decides the arena sequence is a tool working against him, which requires him to send the third match opponent before he has a full analysis of what the scan formation captured. He tracked the arena announcer's position, where the formal announcement of the third match was being prepared. He's deciding now. The arena announcer's voice filled the arena complex. The third match will proceed. Representing the prince's domain authority, Elder Goodbye, nascent soul, senior champion of the Iron Sky domain. The announcement produced a different quality of noise from the crowd, the specific register of people who knew what Elder Goodbye meant in the domain's history. 40 years of undefeated arena service. The practitioner who had become the embodiment of the domain's realm sorting principle. That cultivation rank was what you could demonstrate under pressure, and Elder Goodbye had demonstrated it consistently for 4 decades. A man walked onto the arena floor who was large, white-haired, and serene. Not the performed serenity of a practitioner managing their effect before a match. The genuine serenity of a person who had long since made their peace with their relationship to conflict and found it stable. Xianxia appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder. He said, "He's full nascent soul, not pill-boosted. The genuine development of 40 years of rigorous practice." A pause. "I've revised my bet upward." The odds moved when the second match result was posted. "You're not worried," Wei Liang observed. "I've watched you operate for a week," Xianxia said. He said it as if this were sufficient explanation, and apparently decided it was, because he returned to the observation gallery without elaborating. Wei Liang looked at Elder Guobai across the arena floor. Nascent soul against golden core. The power differential was similar to the foundation building gap of 2 matches ago, but at a higher order. A nascent soul was not just more powerful than a golden core the way a larger number was more than a smaller one. It was a different architectural order, the phantom formation creating capabilities that had no golden core analog. He ran the available analysis. Guobai's posture, weight distribution, the specific way he held his cultivation ready in a form that suggested decades of match experience. He was not a flashy practitioner. No performance technique, nothing designed to intimidate or display. He was the practitioner who had won 40 years of arena matches by finding the efficient path to victory and executing it without deviation. Wei Liang thought, "I need to find the gap between his power and his technique." The gap exists because every practitioner has one. The question is where he found it. He thought, "I have been doing this for 5 centuries. The power is sealed. The knowledge is not." He walked onto the arena floor, and from the observation gallery, Lin Suyin watched with the held-breath patience of someone waiting for a confirmation they had already earned, holding the railing very still, and her expression was not the tension of uncertainty, but the suspended breath of someone who already knows how this ends, and is waiting for the world to confirm it. Chapter 30. The champion Elder Guobai did not open the match immediately. He stood at his arena position and read Wei Liang the way a practitioner reads an environment they are about to work in, complete, unhurried, the specific assessment of a fighter who had learned that the first 3 seconds of an arena match produced the most useful information and had spent 40 years learning to extract it efficiently. Wei Liang stood still and let him look. "Foundation building technique knowledge," Guobai said. His voice was conversational, not the performative announcement of a practitioner addressing a crowd, a genuine statement for the person across from him. But the golden core's depth is not foundation building. The development pattern reads like suppressed recovery rather than advancement. A pause. "And the movement pattern in your first 2 matches. I watched them from the gallery." Another pause. "The techniques you use to defeat those 2 opponents require knowledge of their opponent's cultivation architecture at a level of detail that most nascent soul practitioners don't possess without specific study. You have that knowledge naturally. You don't think about it. You just read them and responded." Wei Liang said nothing. The match opened. Guobai's approach was weight dominant, using the nascent soul's massive qi density to create a gravitational effect on the qi environment of the arena floor, compressing Wei Liang's available technique space by filling it with nascent soul pressure. Not an attack technique, a positioning technique. He was making the arena floor a domain where operating was costly. Wei Liang worked inside the pressure. 40 years in this arena, Guobai said. He said it mid-approach, a technique he had clearly developed over decades of arena matches, the ability to run conversation as cover for assessment. The words were real. The assessment was also real. "I have defeated practitioners from every major cultivation tradition on the Eastern continent. I have not seen someone with this pattern." He rolled his shoulder once, the preparatory gesture of a practitioner settling into working posture. "I'm going to proceed without certainty about what I'm facing. I will tell you now that I will give you a complete match. I owe you that as a practitioner." The match opened. Guobai's approach was weight dominant, using the nascent soul's massive qi density to create a gravitational effect on the qi environment of the arena floor, compressing Wei Liang's available technique space by filling it with nascent soul pressure. Not an attack technique, a positioning technique. He was making the arena floor a domain in which operating was costly. Wei Liang worked inside the pressure. He had spent weeks learning to move through cultivation environments that exceeded his current tier. Every moment since the first seal broke had been practice in navigating qi pressure from larger cultivators. The nascent soul pressure was not identical to the foundation building and golden core pressure he had been navigating since Dustfall Town. It was qualitatively different in a way that the tier classification suggested but didn't fully capture. Nascent soul was not more powerful, in the same way that golden core was more powerful than foundation building. The nascent soul phantom was a separate entity within the cultivator's cultivation architecture, A formed consciousness with its own perception, its own chi sense range, its own ability to operate independently of the physical body's movement and position. The pressure it generated was not simply force. It was the ambient expression of something that perceived and responded to the environment around it as an active participant. Gubai's phantom was perceiving Wei Liang. Not just his cultivation tier, not just his physical position, his intent, his technique preparation, the specific configuration of his chi pathways at each moment of the match. The phantom was reading him at a level of detail that Golden Core could not achieve on its own, and it was feeding that reading to Gubai's technique response in real time. Wei Liang compensated for this by introducing a variable the phantom's perception could not account for. The specific technique knowledge that allowed him to identify Gubai's cultivation architecture's vulnerabilities from the outside. The phantom could read his chi pathways. It could not read the 5 centuries of cultivation architecture study that told him what those pathways' corresponding vulnerabilities looked like on the other side. The pressure was not novel. What was novel was a practitioner who used it this precisely. He looked for Gubai's technique habit. Every practitioner had one. The default approach that 40 years of successful matches had refined and reinforced. Success created consistency, and consistency created predictability, and predictability was the gap between power and technique that Wei Liang had been looking for since the match began. He found it in the third exchange. Gubai's weight advantage had been developed through a specific training tradition that prioritized overwhelming force in the vertical plane, downward force vectors, compression from above, the gravity-dominant approach. He used it because it worked. It had worked for 40 years. It worked because most practitioners' instinctive response to downward pressure was to resist upward, which put them in direct competition with the larger power source. Wei Liang did not resist upward. He went sideways, then down, taking himself below the downward vector into the compression wake, reversing the geometry so Gubai's weight advantage was redirected rather than opposed. He broke the elder's footing with a lateral disruption technique applied to the specific joint configuration that the downward force training style left open. Gubai recovered. He was excellent. He adjusted. The second footing break took longer. The third broke his concentration at the moment his phantom was at maximum extension, the technique timing that the vertical force habit had never needed to defend against because no previous opponent had found it. Elder Gubai went to one knee. He stayed there for 3 seconds, not in defeat, but in the specific quality of a practitioner confirming a conclusion quietly before stating it. He looked at the arena floor, then at Wei Liang. "If you were who I think you are," he said, with the settled certainty of a man who has arrived at an uncertain conclusion, "you should not be here." The phrase had the quality of a very specific statement, not a general philosophical observation about people being displaced from their expected positions, not a strategic comment about the consequences of this match. A specific statement about the specific person standing in front of him. The kind of statement a person made when they had concluded, from evidence that had been accumulating across the 40 minutes of their engagement, that they knew something about their opponent's identity. Gubai knew, not from the sealed memory, from the 40-minute engagement, from what the technique application had told him about who was applying it. Wei Liang froze, not the freeze of combat, the freeze of something in the sealed memory layers responding, a resonance below the accessible architecture, the specific reaction of a system that recognizes a reference before the accessible mind can retrieve the context. Gubai knew something, had known something for long enough that his certainty was the quality of an established fact rather than a recent inference. "You have served someone for a long time," Wei Liang said. Gubai said nothing. His expression was the answer. "You have served them across decades," Wei Liang said, "and they sent you here, to this domain, to this arena position, to be here when I arrived." Gubai closed his eyes briefly. Then he conceded the match with the formal gesture, stood, and walked off the arena floor without looking back, leaving Wei Liang standing in the center of the sorting arena with the crowd erupting around him and a sealed memory pressing against its architecture like something that had been waiting to be asked the right question for a very long time. The crowd's noise was the sound of a significant event being immediately incorporated into the summit's ongoing calculation, names being revised, intelligence being dispatched, assessments being updated. In the observation gallery, the intelligence brokers were working. At the arena's formal processing station, the match record was being entered with the precision of documentation that would reach multiple interested parties by morning. Wei Liang stood in the arena's center and let the sealed memory press without opening. Not yet. The match had confirmed something about the foundation building consolidation ceiling. The ceiling was higher than it should have been. Chapter 31. Citizenship earned. Enemy-made Prince Tianyu stood in his observation box and did not move. The crowd's response to the three-match citizenship sequence filled the arena complex with the kind of noise that only produced itself when a domain-defining performance had just occurred in public. Not mere appreciation, but the reconfiguration of a collective understanding about what was possible in this space. Gobai had not lost in 40 years. The Elder's unbeaten record was part of the domain's social architecture. Its ending produced a specific quality of shock that spread through the observation gallery and the arena floor simultaneously. The prince's stillness was its own communication. He surveyed the arena floor with the expression of a man whose administrative instrument had just turned in a direction he had not intended, and who was managing the revision of his plans with the practiced efficiency of someone who had managed unexpected situations across decades. The arena judge's formation projected the formal declaration: 3 consecutive victories without rest period. Wei Liang, foundation building, Dustfall sect delegation. Iron Sky citizenship granted under the realm's sorting laws. The administrative documentation was instantaneous. The citizenship record propagated to every domain authority terminal in the domain's administrative network the moment the formation generated the declaration. The prince could not revoke it through administrative channels without a domain court proceeding. This was the design that mattered. The citizenship was now distributed across the entire network simultaneously. Every sect master, every domain official. The prince could not alter the record without creating evidence of alteration in a system designed specifically to resist single-point modifications. Wei Liang had thought about this architecture for 3 days. The distributed record was the domain's fundamental administrative security mechanism. It protected the prince's administrative system against corruption from below. It also, incidentally, protected against corruption from above, against a prince who wanted to quietly revise an inconvenient citizenship grant. The political theater, the public congratulation delivered with the specific composure of a man who was absolutely not furious and was very good at performing otherwise, was the opening move of the indirect path. He was creating a public record of gracious acceptance, which would be the context against which any future adverse action would be evaluated. Public acceptance followed by adverse action was politically costly unless the cause was compelling and well documented. He could not initiate the proceeding without cause documentation. The cause documentation required disclosing the monitoring installation. Wei Liang walked from the arena floor through the passage that led to the arena's exit corridor. The arena floor's specific quality of silence, in the 10 seconds between Gubai's concession and the crowd's eruption, had produced an impression he was still filing. That silence had been the arena complex recognizing, collectively, that something had just occurred that required new categories to interpret. Not the silence of confusion or disappointment. The silence that followed the observation of something that required updating the observer's model of what was possible. He had produced this quality of silence twice before, in his original development. Once when he crossed the sovereign realm threshold in a match that other practitioners had expected him to lose. Once when he demonstrated, in a Nine-Realm Confluence academic setting, a technique that the current consensus held to be theoretically impossible. The experience of producing it at Golden Core, with a sealed Apex Sovereign's cultivation locked behind 7 remaining seals, was different from those earlier instances. Then, it had been the natural expression of genuine advancement, the world updating its model because the world's previous model had been inadequate. Now, it had something additional in it, the specific quality of a thing being done in a smaller register than its natural scale. The way a scholar produces a fundamental insight in conversation rather than a published text. Not lesser, just not calibrated to the scale of the setting. Gubai's arena record. 40 years of undefeated service in a domain that the prince had designed to be maintained by the strongest available practitioner. The record had been the prince's assurance to himself that his domain was secure at the arena tier. Wei Liang had not defeated Gubai because he was Gubai's superior. He had defeated Gubai because he had identified a gap in a technique repertoire that had never needed to develop the relevant defense. The distinction mattered, and Wei Liang registered it clearly. This was a very small expression of a very large thing, and the gap between the expression and the thing was still immense. The corridor was crowded with delegation members who had come down from the observation gallery to manage their various responses to what had occurred. Intelligence brokers repositioning their assessments, sect delegation members communicating with their principals, cultivators whose understanding of what foundation building could accomplish had just been substantially revised. He was 3 steps from the corridor's end when he saw Lin Suyin. She was positioned at the corridor's edge, not in the press of people but at its boundary, the deliberate positioning of someone who had decided to be present and was managing what that cost. She was looking at him with an expression that had been managed down from something much larger. The management visible, the something much larger also visible through it. He stopped. They were approximately arm's length apart. He looked at her face and felt the locked resonance of those deep memory structures. Present, proximate, inaccessible. He could feel that this person had a claim on a substantial portion of what was sealed. He could not access what the claim was. She produced a folded document from her sleeve. Different from the cultivation map, smaller, sealed with a formation closure that indicated sensitive contents. She held it out. Cultivation map of the Iron Sky domain, she said. Her voice was steady. The steadiness cost her something visible. Someone asked me to give you this. I don't know who you are. He took it. Their hands did not quite touch. The resonance in the sealed layers produced a specific quality of recognition. Physical, immediate, the kind that bypassed the accessible architecture entirely and registered in the body rather than the mind. She withdrew her hand first. The route marked in red, she said. In the secondary layer. It leads to a treasury location. She recited it. Information she knew was incomplete, but had decided was all that was appropriate to convey at this moment. She left. Wei Liang stood for a moment in the corridor with the document in his hand. Duan Xiao appeared at his elbow. The prince is moving, he said quietly. Security personnel converging on the corridor exits. He's going to attempt the detention through informal means, not the administrative system, which the citizenship protects against, but through physical interception. Meng Bao appeared on his other side. I identified the corridor's formation monitoring nodes earlier. 3 of them cover the eastern exit. The western exit has a monitoring gap. 1 node is in maintenance failure. The gap was filed with the Formation Maintenance Office 3 weeks ago and hasn't been addressed. She was already moving west. I confirmed this morning. Shen Wuk was visible at the corridor's western end, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and standing at the correct exit point since before the match concluded. He caught Wei Liang's eye and indicated the direction with a minimal gesture. They left through the western exit. Behind them, at the corridor's eastern end, the prince's security personnel found an empty passage and filed a location report with the prince's administrative office that was accurate about the current state of affairs, but less useful than the prince needed it to be. And from the summit grounds northern section, a new communication formation activated with the specific signature of a remote relay transmission. Its target address outside the Iron Sky domain entirely, its content including 3 words in the order's signal notation that translated, approximately, to contact confirmed. Location known. Chapter 32. The map's secret. The maintenance building south section had a lower formation monitoring density than the rest of the summit complex because the maintenance network's infrastructure was old enough that its monitoring architecture predated the prince's current security installation requirements. Meng Bao had mapped the gaps during her formation observation work. Wei Liang opened the cultivated map's secondary layer at the maintenance building's work table. The hidden route was marked in red ink that appeared only under passive chi sense scan, a technique used for secure documentation between cultivators who did not want their correspondence accessible to general inspection. The route ran through the domain's administrative district to a treasury location beneath the prince's formal administrative headquarters, a route that used the domain's old maintenance infrastructure, not the current summit security network, but the infrastructure layer that predated it. At the treasury location, a notation marked in the secondary layer's deeper encoding read, Memory Jade. Commission transaction, Qianru/HB order. Evidence of premeditation. Wei Liang read it twice. Evidence of premeditation. A record of the Heaven-Binding Shackle's commissioning, predating its deployment by however many years Shui Tian had been planning the coup. If the record showed the commission date relative to the summit that had preceded the betrayal, relative to how long Shui Tian had been preparing the specific instrument of Wei Liang's suppression, it changed the legal and political architecture of the situation in ways that had implications across the entire Nine-Realm cultivation world. He was not thinking primarily about that. He was thinking about who had placed this map, where Lin Suyin would find it to give to him. The placement required specific knowledge, that he was heading to the Iron Sky Summit, that Lin Suyin was already there or would be, that the cultivation map was the correct form of delivery for the specific information it contained, and that he would scan the document's secondary layer. The 4th point was interesting. It required knowing that he had foundation building cultivation minimum, and that he would run a formation sense scan on documents received from unknown sources. Both facts were true. Neither was information a random observer would possess. The knowledge chain ran. Someone knew he would survive Dustfall Town, advance to foundation building, navigate here, receive this specific document, and know to scan it. That chain required either exceptional predictive capability or ongoing intelligence access to his situation. The former was a legend that didn't hold up to close examination. The latter required a network with reach and penetration. Lin Suyin had described a 3-year network. But the positioning of the cultivation map, of Gu Bai in the arena, of the situation that had produced the third seal's resonance conditions, that positioning predated Lin Suyin's network by decades. Someone had been working this problem before Lin Suyin started. Someone whose timeline matched Qianru's conversations about the shackle's design from before its deployment. Someone who had known the deployment was coming and had been preparing the response sequence long before the Grand Confluence Hall. Who knew he was coming, knew the route he would take, knew that Lin Suyin was here, and knew that she would find a way to reach him. The documentation of information required for that positioning was not a casual intelligence capability. It required ongoing knowledge of multiple parties' locations and intentions across a significant geographic range. Gu Bai's words in the arena, "You should not be here," said with the weight of someone positioned to be present when he arrived. The document was planted, Wei Liang said. Duan Xiao was reading the secondary layer over his shoulder. He straightened. "Planted specifically for you. Placed where Lin Suyin, whoever she is, whatever her capability level, would find it, and placed with the assumption that she would find a way to give it to you. Someone in the Nine-Realm network," Wei Liang said. "Someone who was positioned before my fall and has maintained positioning since. Someone whose operation timeline predates the Dustfall Town period." "That's a very small number of possibilities," Duan Xiao said. He was not elaborating. The possibilities were sensitive. Meng Bao said from the door, "The map's secondary layer has a third encoding. Below the route marking." Wei Liang ran the Qi sense scan deeper into the document. She was correct, below the red route. In an encoding level that required foundation building minimum to perceive, a small notation in the specific formation script that served as personal signature for someone who had designed their own encoding language. The notation was not a name. It was a coordinate set and a timing indication. The coordinates corresponded to the treasury location. The timing indicated a window of access created by a specific formation maintenance event, a scheduled maintenance window in the treasury's security formation 4 hours from now. "The beacon," Meng Bao said. "The secondary layer's route marking has an active signal component. Someone is receiving confirmation that the document has been opened and read." Wei Liang felt the specific cold quality of a trap that is not yet committed. The beacon activated when the document was opened. The transmission was already in progress. The destination of the transmission was somewhere in the Iron Sky Summit's range, close, not remote. Someone nearby had just received confirmation that the document was in use. He looked at Meng Bao. "The transmission address," he said. "Can you read the address from the document's activation signature?" She held out her hand for the document. He gave it to her. She held it in both hands and ran the formation scan with the patient thoroughness that characterized everything she did. 40 seconds. "The address is masked," she said. "But the masking technique uses Qianru's formation language. It's not the same mask he used on the monitoring installation. This one is designed for mobile targets, not fixed installations." She handed the document back. "Whoever placed this document uses Qianru's techniques, and they're close enough for the activation beacon to reach them within the transmission's design range." Xin Wuk said from the window position he had occupied since they arrived, "The Hollow Oracle." The name dropped into the room like something landing from height. "A void refinement assassin," he continued, his voice still carrying the even informational tone he used for all threat assessments. "Sent by Xue Tian to verify Wei Liang's status and retrieve any evidence that might be used against the Heaven-Binding Order. The Oracle uses Qianru's formation techniques because Qianru trained her." He turned from the window. "The beacon just told her exactly what she needed to know. The document is in use. Its holder is in this location, and the memory jade in the treasury is about to be accessed." The maintenance building's south section held a specific quality of silence. Then from the wall at the room's north side, a seam opened that should not have existed in a maintenance building's solid construction. A void step transit point, the specific formation signature of a void refinement practitioner's movement art, the kind of technique that folded space rather than traversing it. And someone stepped through from nowhere into the room. The Hollow Oracle. She was taller than he had expected from her reputation's described profile. The cultivation world's intelligence on her was deliberately incomplete, the fragments that reached open circulation carefully shaped to tell watchers what she wanted them to know. She wore the gray working clothes of a high-tier operative, carrying nothing that indicated sect affiliation, rank, or anything beyond the absolute minimalism of a practitioner who lived in the space between identities. Wei Liang did not move. Meng Bao had one hand on her instrument. Duan Xiao had gone to the still readiness that preceded formation deployment. The Oracle studied Wei Liang with the expression of a professional confirming a long-held estimate. Her eyes were the specific gray of high-altitude overcast, and they moved across his face with the systematic thoroughness of a practitioner reading a formation's lines. "Qianru," she said you would know what the map means even before the memory layers opened. He was rarely wrong about structure. She held up the jade fragment. "This is his last message to whoever found it. The coordinates aren't a destination. They're a gate code, the kind that requires the specific chi signature of the person they were designed for." She looked at the jade without expression. "That person is you. Which means Qianru designed this before your fall, knowing you would end up here, knowing you would need it, and knowing the Order would be hunting you when you did." The maintenance building's ordinary quiet pressed back in around the impossible fact of what she had just said, and from somewhere in the sealed architecture below Wei Liang's accessible cultivation, something that was not memory and not sensation, but a specific resonance responded to the name with the weight of genuine recognition. Chapter 33. The Hollow Oracle. She was thin and wore gray robes with no sect identification. She had arrived through a void step transit point in a maintenance building whose formation security she had apparently found trivial to bypass, which said specific things about the void refinement tier's relationship to conventional security architecture. Not that it ignored security, but that it operated in a spatial layer where conventional security's presence was largely decorative. Her face carrying the professional absence of someone whose work had shaped her features that required them to observe without being observed and had shaped the face accordingly. Not cold, exactly, but definitionally absent from the expressions that registered in other people's peripheral attention. The face that made people look away. Void refinement cultivation. Wei Liang's golden core registered it the same way it had registered Chao Runing's nascent soul, as a pressure from a system multiple orders above current capability, present as a weight against the ambient chi before she had done anything. She did not attack. The Oracle's non-attack was a statement. It said, "I am not here to fight." It said, "I am here because the mission scope is assessment and retrieval, not elimination." It said, "I assessed the situation before arrival and determined that elimination is not currently the optimal response to the available information." All of this was true, and all of it was also a form of restraint that the Oracle was exercising deliberately. Wei Liang read it the way he read Chao Runing's choice to wait in the basement rather than intercept at the corridor. You learn more about an adversary from the restraints they chose to exercise than from the attacks they chose to deploy. She stood in the void step transit point's fading resonance and read the room with the unhurried thoroughness of a practitioner arriving at a pre-assessed location, confirming the situation matched the assessment. "The document is already open," she said. Her voice carried the calibration of someone accustomed to speaking in environments where sound carried and had learned to calibrate their volume to minimum necessary. "The beacon confirms the treasury route was read." "Yes." "The memory jade in the treasury." She looked at the cultivation map in his hand. "If you access it, the record it contains becomes actionable evidence, which creates a situation that is inconvenient for certain interests that I represent. You're here to retrieve it before we access it," Wei Liang said. "I'm here to verify your status and to recover the evidence if possible," she said. Her tone was the tone of a professional describing the scope of their assignment. Not threatening, but not with any of the performance of threatening either. The threat was simply present as a structural fact of the situation. "The verification is complete. You're alive. Your cultivation is advancing ahead of the projected suppression timeline." A pause. "The evidence recovery is less straightforward now that you've read the route." Shenwuk moved toward her from the room's eastern position. She folded space and was at the room's western position before he completed the move, a void step at its most basic application. Instantaneous relocation with no traversal time. The technique produced no sound and almost no chi signature, the specific characteristic that made it the most dangerous movement art in the cultivation world. You could not track the trajectory because there was no trajectory. Duan Shao could not reach her. He had the administrative intelligence of a long-term planner and the cultivation of a branded chi condensation, and the combination of those two facts produced absolute certainty about the outcome of any attempt on his part. Meng Bao was watching the Oracle's position with the specific attention she brought to formation analysis, reading the technique rather than the person, mapping the void steps characteristics from each individual event. Wei Liang looked at the cultivation map, the treasury route, the memory jade with the commission record, the evidence of Shui Tian's premeditation. The decision took approximately 2 seconds. The Oracle could retrieve a physical document. She could not retrieve something that had been internalized into a cultivator's Dantian storage space. The Dantian sealed interior was as inaccessible to external formation techniques as the shackle's own sealed architecture, It was the private space that every cultivator's cultivation architecture created as a necessary byproduct of having a cultivation core at all. The dantian was where the cultivator's qi resided when it was not actively circulating. It was also, functionally, a pocket dimension of personal qi space that only the cultivator could access. He could store things there. The coordinates would survive as formation-encoded data against his qi's natural memory architecture. He would retain access to the information. The oracle would not. The technique required foundation building minimum. The dantian storage space was not accessible at qi awakening or below, because the cultivation tier below foundation building hadn't yet developed the dantian's secondary functions. At golden core, the storage space was larger, the access more reliable. He put the document in his mouth. The oracle went completely still. Not the stillness of restraint. The stillness of someone whose operational model had just been thoroughly disrupted by an action they had not anticipated. The action was simple and decisive, and it worked because it occupied a category her planning had not included. The holder of the document choosing to internalize it as a cultivation storage technique, placing the memory jade's coordinates inside the only location her retrieval approach could not access. The document dissolved in contact with his dantian's qi environment, the memory jade's coordinates merging with the sealed memory layer's architecture, a technique he had not used in this realm's context before, but one that any practitioner above foundation building could execute once they understood that the dantian sealed space was, in effect, a storage medium. The oracle stood. That was unexpected, she said. I noticed, Wei Liang said. A pause. Her expression was the kind that followed a professional encountering a situation where their assignment's parameters had been definitively superseded by events. She said, "You have 14 days before the order's field response team reaches this domain." She said it with the directness of someone providing operational intelligence that she had assessed as genuinely useful rather than merely informational. The difference between information you needed to act on and information that was contextually true but operationally irrelevant. This was the former. The advancement pace you're maintaining will not bring you to a level where the response team is survivable in 14 days. I know, Wei Liang said. Then you understand that your current plan requires a significant acceleration event. Yes, he said. She moved toward the void step point. At the opening she paused, her back to the room. She said, Qianru designed the shackle seals to break in a sequence calibrated against authentic acts. He told me this before his execution. He also told me that the sequence had a structural weakness. Each seal that breaks accelerates the next break's resonance conditions. The later seals break faster than the early ones. She delivered it as information she had decided was warranted despite her professional interests. 14 days is enough time if seals 4 and 5 break in the next 4. She went through the void step point. The room was empty of her presence as completely as if she had never been there. The void step's characteristic effect, leaving no residual qi, no disturbance in the ambient environment, no evidence of occupancy beyond the fading resonance of the transit point itself. And from within Wei Liang's dantian, the absorbed coordinates of the treasury route were merging with the sealed memory architecture and producing, for the first time since Dustfall Town, a series of vision fragments that were not abstract recollections, but specific, detailed, personal. Not the apex sovereign's memories in full. Not yet. But fragments with the texture of genuine recall rather than abstract structural echoes. A place, a formation pattern, the edge of a face not yet fully resolved. The treasury coordinates and the oracle's departure had done something to the sealed architecture's access restrictions, and what was becoming available was not technique knowledge or cultivation insight, but something more fundamental. The residue of actual experience, the kind that the shackle's formation had locked away along with everything else that made Wei Liang himself rather than a cultivator of indeterminate origin. He held the fragments carefully, aware that forcing them would collapse the access and return the architecture to full restriction. The oracle had said to contact her at the treasury. The oracle had been sent by Qianru's last design. The formation master who had built the shackle had also built the exit, and was guiding him toward it from beyond death, through a series of precisely placed elements that required Wei Liang to find them himself. The irony of the formation master's final work was not lost on him. The lock and the key, built by the same hands, waiting for the right combination of circumstances to align them in the correct sequence. Tonight's vision fragments were the first evidence that the sequence was working exactly as intended. Chapter 34. The jade within the vision fragments arrived in no particular order. This was characteristic of the sealed memory system's partial access under dantian integration of external data. The integration created bridges between the external data's architecture and the sealed content's architecture, and the bridges activated access at the connection points rather than from a coherent starting position. The result was fragments rather than narrative, specific moments pulled from context by the similarity of their formation language to the integrated data. The commission transaction record was in Qianru's formation language. The sealed memories that matched it in structure were the memories that involved Qianru directly. First fragment, a room. Formation blueprints on every surface. Not a workshop, but a study. The accumulated material of long-term project development. A man at the central table who Wei Liang recognized with the specific certainty of the sealed layer's partial access as Qianru. Late Middle Period. The specific physical development of a formation master in the decades of their most advanced work. He was drawing the Heaven-Binding Shackle. The drawing was detailed, 9 rings, each one labeled with its resonance calibration parameters, each one annotated with the specific condition that would cause it to break. The annotations were in Qianru's personal notation. Wei Liang could read them. They matched what he had learned in 14 days of attentive seal analysis. Authentic action without power, authentic protection, authentic self-recognition. He was not in this fragment. He was observing it from outside. Second fragment. The same room, different time. A second person present. Wei Liang could read the second person's cultivation signature with the clarity of centuries spent learning to identify specific practitioners by their qi signature. And the signature was Shui Tian's. He was watching Shui Tian stand over Qianru's formation work and receive a briefing on the shackle's design parameters. The date notation in the fragment's corner architecture, the formation record's equivalent of a timestamp, was 38 years before the summit that had preceded Wei Liang's fall. 38 years. Shui Tian had commissioned the Heaven-Binding Shackle 38 years before deploying it. Third fragment, shorter. A conversation between two people he could not fully resolve. One was Qianru. One was someone whose cultivation signature was masked at the fragment source. A standard precaution for conversations that were intended to be retained in formation record but protected from identification. The masked person was saying, the shackle's seal-breaking conditions. The authentic resonance requirements. These are real. Qianru. Yes. The conditions are real. I did not design a prison with no exit. The masked person. Why not? Qianru. Because I have served this man for 60 years. And because every seal deserves a key. The fragment ended. Wei Liang sat in the maintenance building's south room with his eyes open, the fragment's residue settling into the accessible memory architecture. The fragments had arrived without order, but they had arrived with clarity, the specific quality of memory that was sealed rather than forgotten. Forgotten memory had a different texture, uncertain, partially reconstructed, the edges soft from disuse. Sealed memory came back sharp and complete, precisely as it had been encoded, every detail intact because the seal had preserved the memory in amber rather than leaving it to the natural degradation of ordinary recollection. What that meant for the fragments he had received. They were accurate, not his reconstruction of what had happened. Not his interpretation of remembered sensory data. The actual events, transmitted directly from the point of sealing. The commission record. Qianru and Shui Tian in the formation study 38 years before the summit. The date notation in the fragment's corner architecture was a formation record timestamp of the kind that Qianru used in all his documentation work. Specific, reliable, traceable. It would hold up in the Nine-Realm Cultivation Court's evidentiary standards. If the memory jade in the treasury contained the same record, the treasury record was its own evidence. If the tribunal that would eventually hear the case had access to the jade, they would have premeditation documented across a 38-year timeline. 38 years before the summit. Shui Tian had begun planning this before Wei Liang had accepted Suyin as a disciple, before he had made any of the decisions that the next 38 years had rested on. The betrayal was not a response to anything Wei Liang had done or been. It was a plan that had been executing since before the specific shape of the thing it was targeting had fully formed. This was the kind of information that did not produce shock when it arrived. It produced the specific cold clarity of something that had already been suspected becoming confirmed. Wei Liang sat in the maintenance building's south room with his eyes open, the fragment's residue settling into the accessible memory architecture. Like information received, but not yet fully integrated into everything it connects to. The connections would form over time, as the integration process worked through the sealed layer's adjacent content. What he had received was clear. The commission record was real, it predated the summit by decades, and Qianru had designed the seal conditions as genuine exit conditions rather than nominal ones. Qianru had served Wei Liang and had been forced to turn that service against him, and had built into the instrument of betrayal the most honest thing he could, a path back. He looked at Duan Shao. The sealed memory integration. I'm receiving fragments. Duan Shao said nothing. His expression processed this. Shui Tian commissioned the shackle 38 years before deploying it. He paused. The commission record in the Treasury Memory Jade is dated. The date is actionable in the Nine-Realm Cultivation court system. Premeditation on a scale that would constitute realm betrayal charges regardless of the political situation. If you can access it, Duan Xiao said. The coordinates are now integrated into my Dantian architecture, Wei Liang said. I can navigate to the treasury through the old maintenance infrastructure without the route document. He paused. There's a maintenance window in 4 hours. Meng Bao said, one thing. The vision fragments you're describing. Was there anyone in them besides Qianru and Shui Tian? Wei Liang thought. A third person in the last fragment. Masked signature. Who built the plan that placed the cultivation map where Lin Suyin would find it, she said. Who positioned Gobai in this arena 40 years ago? She was using the quiet certainty of a 13-year-old who had thought through every implication since the Oracle's departure. Who has been managing the support structure for this entire sequence since before your fall? Wei Liang was quiet for a long moment. Someone who knew the seal conditions from Qianru directly, he said, and has been creating the resonance conditions for each break since before I landed in Dustfall Town. He looked at Meng Bao. Who is it? She said. I think you'll know when the next sealed memory arrives. The integration is still running. A pause. You should rest before the treasury window. The integration needs quiet time to settle the fragments into their proper architecture. She organized her pack with the systematic efficiency she brought to every task and said, without looking up. Also, Lin Suyin is in the building's eastern section. She arrived 6 minutes after we did. She has been waiting for the correct moment to say something and has not yet identified it, but she will, soon. Wei Liang finished the fragment integration with the careful attention the process required. The vision fragments from the Oracle's delivery of the map coordinates had shown him 3 distinct things. A formation architecture he recognized the principles of without the specific implementation details. A location that corresponded to no named site in the lowest realm's public geography, but felt correct in the way that sealed memories felt correct, the recognition preceding the explanation, and a face at the edge of full resolution, present in 3 separate fragments, associated in, each with a specific resonance that the sealed architecture protected with the same intensity it protected the summit memory. The face would not fully resolve. Not yet. But it had the cultivation feeling of something that had been important. Not strategically, not operationally, but important in the way that practitioners almost never discussed because it did not fit the cultivation world's formal vocabulary of advancement, technique, and hierarchy. Meng Bao organized her pack with quiet efficiency. Outside, the Iron Sky Summit's evening session was beginning, the arena's formation lights activating in sequence. Whatever the prince's next move was, it would come tomorrow in the formal session. Tonight belonged to the fragments, and to the careful work of understanding what Qianru's map had been designed to show. Chapter 35. Confronting the past, he found Lin Suyin in the maintenance building's eastern storage section, standing in the posture of waiting's end, the transition from holding to acting. He had thought, on the way to the storage section, about how to open the conversation. He had thought about asking the operational questions first. Who are you? What is your relationship to this situation? What are you capable of that I don't yet know? He had thought about the diplomatic approach, establishing rapport before the weight of what they needed to discuss. None of those approaches felt accurate. They had the quality of approaches derived from a calculation about the appropriate method for this situation, and the situation, as he understood it from the sealed memory layer's partial access, had already moved past the stage where calculated approaches were the right register. What he had decided was to ask the direct question and let whatever followed follow from her answer. Who are you? Was the direct question. She answered it directly and fully, with the quality of someone who had been waiting to answer it to the right person and was not going to spend a single additional second delaying now that the person was here. She looked at him when he entered. The expression she had was the one he had been reading across the distance of the summit's various spaces. Managed, honest about the management, carrying something larger than the management could fully contain. I know you're receiving the fragments, she said. I can tell from the way you're standing. He said, Who are you? She said, I'm your disciple. I have been for 17 years. She stated it plainly, the fact she had been waiting to state, not dramatically, not with the weight of revelation, but with the specific relief of a long-withheld truth finally given to the person who should hold it. You won't believe it without the memories. The memories are sealed. I'm telling you anyway because you asked directly, and I am not going to lie to you even when the context to understand the answer is locked away. Wei Liang looked at her face and felt the sealed memory layer's response, a resonance that was specific, immediate, the body recognizing before the mind could access the data. You cut your hair, he said. The phrase arrived from somewhere below the accessible architecture, the specific content of a sealed memory responding to her presence. Her expression moved through several states in the space of 2 seconds. She turned slightly away for a moment, not leaving, not avoiding, creating a moment of privacy for something she needed to manage before she continued. When she turned back, her expression was composed. Her eyes were bright. Yes, she said. I cut my hair. She said it with the precision of someone accepting a very small acknowledgement of a very large connection. The Hollow Oracle, Wei Liang said. You know her. I know what she is, Lin Suyin said. A void refinement practitioner trained by Qian Ru and contracted to Shui Tian's intelligence operation. She has been tracking you since before Dustfall Town, not to kill you, initially, to verify your status and report your advancement progress. A pause. She told you about the 14 days. Yes. She told you truthfully, Lin Suyin said. She does that. She's not loyal to Shui Tian. She's contracted. The contract doesn't require her to lie. It requires her to fulfill the assignment scope and nothing beyond it. She moved to the storage section's work surface and sat with the ease of someone finding their natural position in a space. The Oracle's report will go to the Order's Field Deployment Unit. The field unit's transit time from their current deployment position to this domain is 14 days at high transit speed. But the unit's current position is not their only operational pressure. They have 3 other assignments competing for their deployment priority. How do you know their operational priority schedule? Wei Liang asked. I've been tracking them since they were assigned to your case, she said simply. She said it without elaboration, without the tone of someone revealing a resource, simply as a factual description of what she had been doing. I have a network. It has been operational for 3 years, since I confirmed that Shui Tian intended to move against you and determined that warning you directly would accelerate the timeline. I was wrong about that determination. I chose the wrong tactic. I have been managing the consequences since. She looked at him directly. I'm telling you all of this now because the fragments are coming faster as the integration runs. You'll have the context soon. I would rather you have a direct account from me than reconstruct it from fragments alone. Fragments exclude the emotional architecture that makes the facts coherent. Wei Liang sat across the work surface from her. Tell me, he said. She told him. The 17 years of it. Not all of it. The operational architecture. What she had known, when she had known it. What she had built in response. Where the network's pieces were positioned and why. She told it as a capable practitioner debriefs a superior. Organized, accurate, without self-protection or editorializing. What she had known, when she had known it. What she had built in response, where the network's pieces were positioned and why. She delivered each element with the brevity of information that had been organized for delivery long before the delivery moment arrived. Every detail compressed to its operational minimum form. He listened without interrupting. The account was complete in the operational sense. Everything he needed to understand the current situation accurately and make correct decisions from it. The facts, the decisions, the assessment of outcomes, the honest accounting of errors. It took approximately 40 minutes. When she finished, the room held a particular quality of stillness, the kind that followed the delivery of a complete account, the settling of an information transfer that had been held in readiness for years and was now complete. He said, the 3-year timeline, the network positioning, the cultivation map placed where you would find it. Who gave you the map? She looked at him steadily. Someone who has been working this problem from before your fall. Someone who knew the seal conditions and has been orchestrating the resonance circumstances for each one. She paused. I believe you know them. The sealed memory will confirm it. What I can tell you is that they are on our side. The treasury window is in 2 hours, Wei Liang said. I know, she said. And then, I'll come with you. Not because you need me. Because after 3 years of working this problem from a distance, I would like to be present for the part where we actually get our hands on the evidence. She said it with a quality he recognized in its resonance even without the accessible memory, the specific tone she used for direct statements. Honest about what she wanted without performing any of the diplomatic softening that the cultivation world expected from practitioners offering assistance to those above their tier. He said, yes. And from the maintenance building's exterior, in the late afternoon light, a spirit message bird landed on the building's roof and discharged its communication function. The message it carried was brief, in formation notation, addressed to Lin Suyin specifically, and it said, Seal 4's conditions are present. The prince will provide them tomorrow. Do not avoid the confrontation. Lin Suyin read the message once, set the bird's transport formation to passive, and looked at the maintenance building's exterior wall without expression. She had known, since the basement, that something was changing in the sealed architecture's access structure. She had spent 17 years developing the secondary cultivation she used to keep the master-disciple thread's resonance calibrated. The thread was not supposed to survive the shackle's installation, but Xianru had built an exception into the formation, a specific architecture that required one of two things: either the master's death, which would have severed the thread entirely, or the master's survival in a state where the thread remained coherent despite the seal. The thread had survived. She had followed it to the lowest realm when the sealed cultivation suppression became specific enough to localize. The prince's formal session would provide what the third seal's break had already begun preparing. She had read Xianru's formation notes. She knew what Seal 4's conditions required. She did not know if Wei Liang had enough of his memory back to understand what was about to happen, or if he would need to move through it without understanding until the break provided the understanding itself. She went inside. The spirit bird's wings rustled once in the late afternoon light, then folded to stillness. Chapter 36. Execution Squad. The revocation notice arrived at dawn through the summit's formal administrative channel. Wei Liang had expected it. Not this specific mechanism. He had considered several possible approaches the prince might use, and this was among them, but had not been certain which the prince would select. The chosen mechanism was elegant. It found a cause that was accurate and required disclosing nothing the prince wanted kept undisclosed. The Dustfall sect's administrative registration was genuinely invalid because Chao Runing had genuinely died before the summit confirmation was filed. That wasn't a fabrication. It was a true fact the prince had chosen to notice and act on at this specific moment. The timing was the tell. The fact had been equally true from the moment the delegation registered. The prince had chosen to notice it now because the arena sequence had forced his hand. The citizenship documentation was distributed, and he needed an alternative mechanism before the window closed. The urgency of the timing revealed the strategic calculation behind the administrative action. Duan Xiao had read the notice with the efficiency of a man who had been expecting something of this type, and was now confirming its specific form. His 3-second agitation before the controlled neutral was his acknowledgement that the prince had found a real cause rather than a fabricated one. Prince Tianyu had found his cause. The Dustfall sect's administrative registration was invalid because Chao Runing had died before the summit confirmation was filed, making the delegation's credentials technically fraudulent. The cause documentation was accurate and required no disclosure of the monitoring installation. The prince had found the clean path. Iron Sky citizenship earned through a fraudulent delegation registration is subject to retroactive review under the laws, Duan Xiao read from the formal notice. His expression was the neutral of someone receiving expected information. The review process requires detainment of the applicant pending administrative hearing. The hearing timeline? Wei Liang asked. Unspecified. Duan Xiao set down the notice, which under domain law means the detainment is indefinite pending the prince's administrative schedule. He looked at Wei Liang directly. He found the mechanism. He found a mechanism, Wei Liang said. Not the only one available to us. The execution squad arrived 2 hours after the notice. 7 nascent soul cultivators, not domain enforcement staff, but the prince's personal deployment roster, the distinction significant. Domain enforcement had administrative constraints and documentation requirements. Personal deployment had neither. They moved in the specific formation pattern of a coordinated nascent soul team. 3-point triangulation, the outer two maintaining observation coverage while the central practitioner drove the approach vector. Wei Liang, Lin Suyin, Shen Wuk, and Duan Xiao had moved to the summit ground's southern quarter during the 2-hour window between the notice and the squad's arrival. Lin Suyin said, "I'll fight at reduced output. I don't want to reveal the sovereign realm tier until necessary." "Why not?" Shen Wuk asked. He was asking a practical question. Because revealing sovereign realm in this context tells Shui Tian's intelligence network that a sovereign realm practitioner is actively supporting the recovery sequence, she said. That changes the assignment scope for the field response unit. Currently, they're deploying to manage a foundation building, now Golden Core, Cultivator. Adding a sovereign realm to that picture changes their deployment tier and brings in assets I prefer not to deal with yet. Agreed. The squad arrived in the formation pattern. Their nascent soul pressure was immediate and multi-directional, the specific tactical quality of 7 nascent soul signatures occupying the chi environment of a space simultaneously, not overwhelming, but structurally thorough. The pressure from 7 sources covered the available escape vectors in the environment's chi geometry. The 4-point formation Wei Liang, Lin Suyin, Shen Wuk, and Duan Xiao formed was improvisational rather than designed. They had not rehearsed it, had not formally agreed on positions. What made it work was not prior coordination, but mutual situational reading. Each practitioner had assessed the squad's approach geometry independently and moved to the position that served the group's overall tactical posture. 4 independent assessments had produced a coherent formation because they were all running the same analysis and the analysis had a convergent answer. This was, Wei Liang noted, the behavior of practitioners who had worked together long enough to develop a shared operational language without requiring explicit communication to deploy it. Shen Wux's formation positioning was exactly what Wei Liang would have specified if he'd had time to specify it. Meng Bao's observation position was exactly where Wei Liang would have placed her. Duan Xiao's withdrawal to the secondary position was exactly the correct management of a practitioner whose cultivation was the group's weakest element and whose intelligence function was too valuable to risk in direct engagement. The formation emerged from 4 practitioners who had each independently assessed the squad's approach geometry and moved to their correct positions in response. Wei Liang took the central position. His golden core against the squad's nascent soul aggregate was not a sustainable engagement. He had full knowledge of this, and it shaped his objective in the engagement. Not to defeat the squad, but to occupy it, create decision pressure, prevent the clean execution the team required. Lin Suyin was precise and terrifying at reduced output. Not terrifying in the way Sovereign Realm was terrifying. Terrifying in the way that perfect technique deployed with absolute confidence was terrifying. The kind of precision that told every opponent in the environment that the person they were facing had already understood the engagement at a level they had not yet reached. 3 of the 7 squad members stopped mid-engagement. Not fled, not conceded, stopped. In the way practitioners stopped when they had received information that changed the engagement's fundamental parameters. Not the information of being outmatched. They were 7 nascent soul practitioners. They were not outmatched by any visible metric in the current engagement. Something else. The specific kind of information that changed whether you wanted to continue. Not fled, not conceded, stopped. In the way practitioners stop when they have received information that changes the engagement's fundamental parameters. One of them lowered his technique projection and said to the squad's senior member, "Do you know who that is?" The squad's senior member did not respond. His expression did. The senior member said to the remaining 3 of the 7 who were still engaged, "Hold." They held. The senior member assessed Wei Liang. His expression was running the specific calculation of someone who has been assigned an execution task and has realized, mid-execution, that the target's identity makes the execution a different category of action than the one they were assigned to perform. He said, "We were not told." "You were not told," Wei Liang agreed. "Gubai's concession in the arena," the senior member said. Not a question. Yes. The senior member turned and spoke to the 3 who had stopped. He said, "You are going to withdraw to the northern guest quarters. Your instruments read malfunction. You had no confirmed visual on the target." The 3 nodded and departed. The remaining 4 activated the communication formation array. Its signal went to the prince's pavilion network. Wei Liang felt the resonance in the 4th seal's frequency as the squad array activated and the prince's response mobilized. The resonance told him the conditions were aligning and the break was proximate. And what was moving toward him was going to be the thing that the seal had been waiting for. Something that made the full weight of who he was without his power confront the full weight of what was still capable of being done despite it. And the confrontation would be the answer to the question that the 3rd seal's break had asked him to find. Wei Liang spent the night in the cultivation work that the situation permitted. Qi circulation to consolidate the foundation building tier's maximum development. Careful probe work on the 4th seal's frequency signature. The slow integration of the vision fragments that the oracle's map coordinates had unlocked. The 4th seal's frequency was different from the first 3. The first 2 had required action triggers, decisive movement, authentic protection. The 3rd had required recognition, knowing what remained. The 4th felt calibrated against something that preceded recognition. Confrontation was the closest operational description, but the specific resonance indicated that the confrontation would not be with an external opponent. The seal was waiting for him to encounter something that required him to face, directly, the weight of what had been lost at the summit, and to face it without avoidance, without calculation, without the distance that the sealed architecture had provided until now. The execution squad's approach was not coincidental. Whatever moved toward him tomorrow had been put in motion by forces that Qianru had anticipated, that Lin Suyin had tracked, and that the Oracle had confirmed were arriving on schedule. The Formation Master's posthumous precision continued to impress. Chapter 37. The Prince's true power. Prince Tianyu arrived without retinue. This was itself information. A spirit transformation domain lord arriving alone was either confident enough in his power that support was unnecessary, or operating outside the documentation structure that administrative actions required. The first was probably true regardless. The second told Wei Liang that what the prince intended to do here was not going to be a matter of record in the summit's formal proceedings. The choice to arrive alone also communicated something about how the prince understood the current situation. He was treating it as a personal matter, the kind of situation that domain lords resolved through direct confrontation when administrative mechanisms were insufficient. The citizenship documentation was insufficient to protect against this mode of engagement because this mode of engagement was not administrative. It was personal authority expressed through direct power comparison. Wei Liang's golden core against spirit transformation. The differential was substantial. It was comparable to, though not identical with, the differential between foundation building and nascent soul that he had navigated in Chao Runing's basement. The category difference was similar, though the specific power orders were different. What he had learned in Chao Runing's basement applied here. The cultivation differential was not the full picture. Technique knowledge, positional awareness, and the specific understanding of where a larger power's application of force created exploitable vectors. These persisted regardless of tier. The prince had been in this domain for decades. He had not faced a genuine equal-level contest in years, possibly in longer than that. Practitioners who had not faced genuine resistance over extended periods developed the specific capability gap that came from over-reliance on overwhelming force. They lost the refinements that resisting opponents trained into the technique repertoire. Wei Liang had spent 5 centuries facing opponents who matched him closely enough to require those refinements. The refinements were present in the body's reflex layer, below the accessible architecture. They would be available when needed. A spirit transformation domain lord arriving without administrative escort was choosing to operate outside the documentation structure that gave administrative actions their authority and their constraint. Not a domain enforcement action, a personal choice to resolve a personal situation. He walked into the summit grounds' southern quarter with the lean, precise movement of a man who had been the environment's dominant force for long enough that it showed in how the space around him reorganized as he moved through it long enough that the environment registered his presence before he activated any technique. The ambient chi in the space reoriented toward him the way ambient chi reoriented toward a very large source. Not a deliberate technique, simply the consequence of spirit transformation cultivation existing in a space. Wei Liang's golden core registered the pressure and compensated the way it had been learning to compensate across weeks of encounters with progressively larger cultivation signatures. The prince looked at the 4 members of the squad who remained. He dismissed them with a gesture. They departed. "You need to understand something," the prince said. He was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that was not the administrative assessment of the private meeting or the political performance of the reception hall. Something underneath those. He said Wei Liang's name. Not with the administrative precision of the reception hall greeting, simply the name. As if the name itself was the subject of the conversation they were about to have. "This domain is mine." The cultivation world has a hierarchy that functions because its members respect the hierarchy's structure. You are operating outside that structure. What you are doing creates precedent that I cannot permit. A monitoring installation sits in your domain's formation infrastructure, Wei Liang said. The Heaven-Binding orders. The realm sorting laws that govern this domain were filed with an administrative body that includes practitioners from the Order's network. The hierarchy you are defending has been exploiting the mechanisms of your authority to serve interests that are not yours. The prince was still. "I know about the monitoring installation," he said. "I became aware of it 8 months ago. I have chosen not to disclose it because the disclosure costs me more than the installation's continued operation costs me." He said it with the quality of a man stating a truth he had been managing for a long time. This is how the hierarchy functions. Everyone in it has made this calculation. Everyone in it has decided that the costs of challenging the Heaven-Binding Order exceed the costs of accommodation. That was true, Wei Liang said, when the Heaven-Binding Order's apex authority was the apex sovereign whose administration built the framework they exploit. A long pause. The prince reached into his formation reserve and deployed the Iron Sky Edict. The domain-binding law formation rose into the sky above the summit grounds like a second firmament, a structure of force chi that compressed the cultivation environment of the entire Iron Sky domain into the realm's sorting law's parameters, the technique that had allowed the prince to maintain his authority over practitioners of every tier by operating on the environment rather than on individuals. The formation filled the sky with the specific blue-gray light of formation chi at scale. Wei Liang felt the edict's effect on his 4th seal the moment the formation activated. The seal's frequency distorted, the alignment conditions the oracle had indicated were proximate, suddenly complicated by the edict's formation interference. The edict was not targeting his seal specifically. Its domain-wide effect was producing a general cultivation environment disruption that the seal's calibration responded to by tightening their compression. The fourth seal was not breaking. It was being held closed more firmly by the edict's presence. He felt the specific cold quality of a formation designed by someone whose formation architect understood the shackle's architecture. The edict's design included a frequency component that directly interfaced with suppression formations of the shackle's type. The prince had not designed this intentionally. He had commissioned the edict from formation masters who worked within the same formation tradition that Xianru had worked in, and the tradition's standard protocols produced this interference incidentally. Or not incidentally. Xianru's influence on the formation tradition ran decades deep. The interference might have been designed in. The edict, Wei Liang said. It's suppressing sub-spirit transformation advancement. He felt the full weight of his fourth seal pressing against its architecture. Including mine. That is its function, the prince said. This domain's advancement suppression parameter is intentional. Practitioners who advance beyond their ranked position create instability in the domain's social structure. He was looking at the sky. Under the edict, your golden core cannot advance further while within the prince's borders. He delivered his final position, and Wei Liang looked at the edict above him and felt the fourth seal's conditions. All of them. Now clear for the first time. Now visible in the specific way that something becomes visible when the thing preventing you from seeing it makes itself known, and understood that the seal was calibrated against the exact thing the prince had just done. The assertion of external authority over the practitioner's own nature. And the response required was not defiance, but the specific clarity of knowing that the external authority, however legitimate, did not define the territory it claimed to govern. Wei Liang held the understanding without acting on it. The prince had the legitimate authority of a spirit transformation realm domain lord operating within his jurisdiction. That authority was real. The soul-branding threat was real. The power differential was real. None of those realities changed what the fourth seal's calibration had detected. The moment when an external force attempted to define him by what he no longer had, and he had recognized, without performance or calculation, that the definition was simply wrong, not because of what he had been, not because of what he would recover, but because what he was not a function of the power he could currently deploy. The locked formation responded to this recognition with the specific resonance that he had been learning to identify as access rather than pressure, the architecture's version of a door opening rather than a wall being pressed against. Something in the fourth seal had shifted. Not broken yet, but the calibration had been met, and what would complete the break was already in motion. The full weight of the confrontation the prince had promised would arrive in the formal session, and the session would provide either the complete trigger or the next element in Xianru's sequence. Lin Suin's message had said, do not avoid the confrontation. He was not going to avoid it. The clarity that the prince's overreach had produced was the clearest thing he had felt since the first seal broke in Dustfall Town streets, and he was not going to waste it by retreating from the moment that had generated it. Chapter 38. Lin Suin reveals herself. Lin Suin stepped forward. Wei Liang watched her make the decision. Not the physical decision. The earlier one. The one made in the half-second between the prince deploying the Iron Sky Edict and her moving from the formation's eastern position. The specific moment when a practitioner who had been maintaining concealment for operational reasons encounters a situation where the concealment's cost exceeds the concealment's benefit and decides to end it. She had been suppressing the sovereign realm for years. The concealment had been operationally necessary. Revealing her tier would have changed the field response unit's deployment scope and brought in assets she was not positioned to manage. She had managed the concealment across the entire summit period. She had managed it through the arena sequence, through the Hollow Oracle's appearance, through the prince's private meeting. She ended the concealment now because the prince had deployed the Iron Sky Edict, and the edict's effect on Wei Liang's fourth seal was visible to her sovereign realm chi sense in a way that Wei Liang's current tier could not yet register. She could see what the edict was doing to the seal's architecture. She could see that the seal's break conditions were proximate, and that the edict's interference was preventing the break from propagating. She made the calculation in half a second and stepped forward. She had been at the formation's eastern position during the engagement sequence, maintaining the suppressed sovereign realm signature with the practiced discipline of her long-term concealment habit. She had watched the prince deploy the edict with the expression of someone arriving at a moment they had been calculating toward and finding the moment exactly as they had projected. She dropped the suppression. The sovereign realm aura expanded through the domain's chi environment like a second sky appearing above the first, not aggressive, not hostile, simply present. The specific presence of cultivation that was, in the domain's power hierarchy, above the level of the domain lord himself by the order of magnitude that sovereign realm exceeded spirit transformation. The Iron Sky Edict shattered. Not violently, with the characteristic failure mode of a structure meeting something larger than its design capacity and fails at its fundamental threshold. The formation chi that had been organized into the domain-wide law formation dispersed into the ambient environment, no longer organized, no longer active, its frequency components dissolving into the general chi field without the organizing intention that had given them form. Every cultivator in the domain went to their knees. Not from a technique. From the ambient chi environment pressure of a sovereign realm presence releasing its full signature after extended suppression. The specific physiological response of cultivation-sensitive bodies encountering a power scale that exceeded their reference frame. Nascent soul practitioners experienced it as a sudden comprehension of scale. Golden core practitioners experienced it as a chi pressure event their formation architecture registered as requiring immediate defensive response. Spirit transformation experienced it as the recognition of something larger than themselves, which was a rare enough experience that the recognition's weight was doubled by its novelty. The specific response of cultivation-sensitive beings encountering a power level at the absolute boundary of what the cultivation world recognized as a functional tier. The knees were involuntary. The body's cultivation architecture registering hierarchy at a level that bypassed deliberate choice. Prince Tiannu went to his knees. He did not fall. He went down in the specific, controlled manner of a practitioner managing their body's involuntary response with discipline. He was on one knee rather than two. The compromise between the involuntary response and the refusal to fully succumb to it. Lin Suyin looked at the prince. She said, "He is under my protection." Her voice was even, not the voice of force, the voice of someone stating a fact whose truth did not require any particular tone. If you proceed with any detainment action, execution order, cultivation suppression attempt, or administrative intervention against this person or any member of his party, I will dismantle every formation stone in this domain and file a formal sovereign realm objection to your administrative standing with the Nine-Realm Cultivation Court. A pause. The court's process for a sovereign realm objection requires a full administrative review of the domain's formation infrastructure. The review would include the monitoring installation that you have been managing for 8 months without disclosure. The prince looked at her from his position on one knee. His expression was not defiance or fear. It was the expression of a cultivator who had just received a complete accounting of their exposed position from someone with the capability to act on every element of it. He said, "Very well." He stood. The specific precision of a practitioner rising from a position they had been forced into, reclaiming the posture of their tier with the deliberate care of someone who does not permit their body to suggest that the position had been natural. However, he said, he reached into his technique formation with the focused deliberateness of someone deploying a prepared contingency. The realm sorting laws operate at the formation level of this domain's infrastructure. The edict's main body has been dispersed. The infrastructure's underlying formation components remain active. And within the infrastructure, I have prepared a realm sorting spike, a cultivation path formation anchor designed to prevent advancement above the current tier until the anchor is dissolved. He deployed it. Wei Liang felt it enter his cultivation architecture, not from outside, not through the chi environment, but through the domain's formation infrastructure itself, the ground-level formation network that the entire domain administrative structure ran on. The spike was designed for the specific parameters of his Heaven-Binding Shackle's current state. It knew the shackle's remaining architecture, knew the fourth seal's position, and anchored itself precisely at the seal's lower boundary, preventing the break from propagating upward, freezing the advancement at Golden Core. Lin Suyin moved toward the prince. He said, the spike was prepared by a formation architect who understood the Heaven-Binding Shackle's design. His expression was the controlled calm of someone who has deployed their contingency and is prepared to negotiate from its terms. I have no interest in your permanent suppression. I have an interest in a negotiated understanding about what happens within my domain's borders. He looked at Wei Liang. You have 10 days to dissolve the spike before its formation anchor becomes permanent. The dissolution process requires confronting the memory fragments that the spike's formation architecture is blocking. He paused. We can discuss the terms of the negotiation after you've had time to understand the full scope of your current situation. He left. Lin Suyin watched him go. Then she turned to Wei Liang with the expression of someone who had just witnessed an unprojected contingency and was rapidly integrating it into the operational picture. The formation architect who prepared the spike, she said. Qian Ru's tradition, Wei Liang noted. That tradition designed the edict's suppression component as well. He could feel the spike in his cultivation path. Its formation architecture was precise and sophisticated, the work of deep knowledge of the Heaven-Binding Shackle's design. Not just technical knowledge of the shackle's external characteristics. Knowledge of its internal calibration, the specific seal frequencies, the resonance requirements, the way the seal architecture interfaced with the surrounding cultivation pathway structure. The kind of knowledge that was only available to the commission chain, Qianru, whoever had assisted Qianru in the development work, and Shuetian. The prince has been preparing this for longer than 8 months. Who told him? Lin Suyin asked. Neither of them answered the question aloud. But the sealed memory layer's response to the question told Wei Liang that the answer was accessible, present, just inside the next integration threshold, and that when it arrived it would connect several things he had not yet connected, including who had placed the cultivation map and why, and what the 14 days actually meant, and why Gubai had been in the Iron Sky Arena for 40 years waiting for a practitioner who should not be here. Chapter 39. Breaking the Spike. Duan Xiao analyzed the spike's formation architecture from Wei Liang's description with the focused systematic intelligence he brought to all analytical problems, organizing the parameters, running the implications, building an accurate model of what was actually preventing the fourth seal from breaking. He had been doing this since Wei Liang first described the Heaven-Binding Shackle to him, 3 weeks ago in the coopersmith cellar. Duan Xiao's intellectual strength was pattern extraction from incomplete information, identifying the underlying architecture from surface observations and constructing a model accurate enough to be operationally useful. The shackle's architecture, which Wei Liang had been probing for 5 weeks since the first seal broke, had been providing Duan Xiao with progressively clearer observational data. The administrative record of the shackle's commission that the formation fragments had revealed was not a surprise to Duan Xiao. He had been modeling the shackle's design principles from the seal-breaking events and had arrived at the hypothesis of an engineered exit mechanism independently. What Duan Xiao's model had not captured was the spike's specific mechanism. The spike was a different layer of the problem, not the shackle's design, but the prince's preparation. Someone had provided the prince with shackle-specific technical knowledge and the formation architecture to exploit it. That intelligence pipeline was worth identifying, because whoever had provided it knew enough about the shackle to design a targeted interference formation, which meant they knew about the shackle at a level of detail that was supposed to be restricted to its commission chain. Duan Xiao analyzed the spike's formation architecture from Wei Liang's description with the focused systematic intelligence he brought to all analytical problems, organizing the parameters, running the implications, building an accurate model of what was actually preventing the fourth seal from breaking. The spike targets the seal's lower boundary, Duan Xiao said. He had 3 sheets of pressed bark covered in formation notation. It doesn't block the seal directly. It anchors the cultivation path below the seal against advancement. The seal's break condition is still operational, but the formation anchor prevents the advancement from propagating through the sealed layer when the break occurs. He looked at his notation. The break will happen. The spike prevents you from using it. It expires in 10 days, Lin Suyin said. She had been reading the formation notation over Duan Xiao's shoulder with the specific attention of someone whose own expertise was formation technique. After 10 days the anchor becomes permanent. The formation calcifies into the cultivation path's architecture. How do we dissolve it before 10 days? Shenwuk asked. He had arrived during the spike analysis with the calm attentiveness of someone gathering independent intelligence and now contributing it to the group's shared picture. By confronting the memory architecture that the spike's formation connects to, Duan Xiao said. He said it carefully, looking at Wei Liang. The spike's formation anchor is tied to a specific sealed memory complex. The anchor's formation uses the sealed memory as a reference point. The memory's architecture is part of the spike's stabilization mechanism. Confronting the memory, accessing it, integrating it, disrupts the stabilization. Wei Liang knew what the memory was. He had been circling it since the basement vision fragments. The fragments had shown him Qianru, Shuetian, and the commission record. They had shown him the architecture of the betrayal from its preparation stages. What the fragments had not shown him, what the spike was specifically preventing him from reaching, was the summit itself. The Grand Confluence Hall. The moment the Heaven-Binding Shackle entered his chest. Not the physical facts, which he remembered. The internal facts, what he had experienced in that moment, what he had known in the second before the shackle activated, what it had meant to him that the 700 representatives had looked at the floor rather than at him. He had been avoiding this since Dustfall Town. Not consciously, the avoidance was below the level of deliberate decision. The quality of the moment was one he had not been willing to examine directly, not because of the betrayal itself, because of what the betrayal had revealed about the previous 5 centuries, about what his role in the cultivation world had been, about what the people around him had actually experienced in his presence, about the difference between being respected and being feared and being used, and the years he had spent not knowing which category he actually occupied. The sealed memory was not the betrayal. The sealed memory was the truth about the 5 centuries that preceded it. He examined it, not in the vision fragment mode, directly, with the deliberate attention of a practitioner who has decided to stop avoiding something and is now looking at it full on. He pulled the memory forward from the sealed layer's edge, where it had been pressing against the accessible architecture since the first seal broke, and let it complete. The Grand Confluence Hall, the array activating, Shui Tian stepping forward. And in that moment, the texture of the moment between the array's activation and the shackle's entry, he had known, not been surprised. The surprise had been a reflex, present for approximately 1 second, and then underneath it was something older, the recognition of a pattern he had been choosing not to see for decades. The cultivators at the hall's edges who had looked at the floor had been looking at the floor because they had known. They had known because they had been told. They had been told because Shui Tian had been preparing for 38 years, and in 38 years of preparation, he had built a coalition that included most of the people Wei Liang had believed were his allies. The truth the sealed memory contained. He had been alone for a long time before the betrayal. The betrayal had simply made it visible. He examined this truth with the full clarity he had been avoiding. Looked at it without the overlay of 5 centuries of authority that had made it possible to avoid it. Looked at it as what it was, a fact about the world, accurate, not catastrophic, not the end of anything except the version of the story he had been telling himself. The spike's formation anchor dissolved. The 4th seal broke. Nascent soul energy entered his channels like 5 centuries of nascent soul refinement returning from suppression, not the cautious development of tier advancement, but the full architectural expression of a nascent soul that had once been developed to apex and was now rebuilding from a stable foundation. The phantom formed immediately, dark gold like the core, shot through with the sealed light of the remaining 5 seals. The phantom's first function was soul sight, and the soul sight activated and showed him the world's chi landscape in the specific dimension that only nascent soul and above could perceive, the intentional architecture beneath the physical, the formation of connection and obligation and power that gave the cultivation world its actual structure. And at the edge of his perception range, blazing with the clarity of something that soul sight reveals as true regardless of whether the accessible mind has confirmed it, was a thread, not a technique or a formation structure. A thread in the fundamental architecture of the soul dimension, the specific resonance of the master-disciple bond, which was not created by cultivation technique, but by genuine transmission and acceptance, the passing of understanding from one practitioner to another that left a permanent mark on both parties' cultivation architecture. The thread connected to someone nearby, someone whose cultivation architecture contained a corresponding mark, the reciprocal end of a bond that had been established when Wei Liang had been someone with the power to transmit and the knowledge worth transmitting. The soul sight gave him the thread's resonance without its history. He could feel its character, deep, long established, built on years of development rather than a single transmission event. But the locked architecture held the specific content. When it had been established, what had been transmitted, who stood at the other end. He traced the thread's direction carefully. Eastern section of the building, the soul sight confirmed. Present for at least several hours, the resonance pattern indicated. The cultivation signature had been in this location long enough to settle into the ambient environment rather than carrying the slightly elevated quality of fresh arrival. Lin Suyin. Meng Bao had said it first. She arrived 6 minutes after us. She has been waiting for the correct moment. Wei Liang looked at the thread with the nascent soul's full clarity and understood that the soul sight had just confirmed what the sealed formation could not yet tell him directly, and that the confrontation the spirit bird's message had promised was not coming tomorrow from the prince's formal session. It was already here, in the building's eastern section, waiting for him to open the door. Chapter 40. Soul sight. The thread was gold. Nascent soul sight was, in its initial activation, overwhelming. Not painful, the reverse of painful. Every cultivator knew the theoretical basis. The soul sight dimension was the layer of reality that cultivation techniques operated on, the level at which chi manipulation was actually occurring rather than merely visible. Foundation building and below could perceive this layer only indirectly, through the effects of technique deployment on the physical world. Golden core could perceive it directly within close range. Nascent soul could perceive it broadly, clearly, and with the interpretive depth that came from the phantom's formation sense extending into the soul sight dimension. What he was seeing, in the first moments of the soul sight's activation, was the world's chi landscape in its full intentional architecture, not the ambient chi that any cultivator above chi awakening could sense. The intention layer, The formation of connection and obligation and power that gave the cultivation world its actual structure beneath the physical one. And in the intention layer, within the range of his newly activated nascent soul sense, blazing with the clarity of something that soul sight reveals as true regardless of whether the accessible mind has confirmed it, a thread. Not the dark gold of his current cultivation tier, pure gold, the color of the master-disciple bond in the soul sight dimension, the specific resonance of a cultivation relationship so fundamental that it persisted through the Heaven-Binding Shackle's most thorough suppression, still present and active after 6 months of sealed cultivation, still connecting him to the person at the other end with the quality of something that could be interrupted but not severed because it was not a formation technique, but a natural consequence of how two cultivation architectures had grown together over 17 years. Lin Suyin was across the camp. She was approximately 40 meters away, sitting at the camp's edge with her eyes closed in the quiet cultivation posture of someone in recovery meditation after a significant expenditure. The sovereign realm aura drop had cost her something despite its brevity. The management of sustained concealment and sudden full expression in rapid sequence, producing a specific chi architecture strain. She had been facing away from him. When the soul sight's thread registered between them, she stopped her meditation. He watched her awareness shift through the soul sight dimension. The thread's activation on his end was perceptible to the bond's other anchor. She felt at the moment his soul sight found it. She opened her eyes. He watched her, from 40 meters, in the specific double vision of nascent soul sight. The physical world and the soul dimension layered over each other, showing both what was present and what it was. In the soul dimension, Lin Suyin was extraordinary. Not for her cultivation tier, sovereign realm blazed in the soul dimension with the expected magnificence. For the architecture of what she had built over 17 years of his absence, the specific formation of a practitioner who had committed the full force of their capability to a single purpose and had not deviated from it regardless of cost. The soul sight showed him what 17 years of that commitment looked like. It looked like the maintenance building and the cultivation map and goodbye in the arena and 3 years of network building and the oracle's information and the spike's dissolution. It looked like every piece of the sequence from the beginning, placed by someone who had known what the seal conditions required before he did, built by someone who trusted that the process would work even when the person it was built for was at the bottom of the world with nothing. He said her name. He said it with the full accessible content that the soul sight and the nascent soul's newly established architecture had just provided. Not the verbal identification from the corridor, not the tentative gesture of recollection from the arena. The name said with knowledge of the person it named, with the specific weight of 17 years of teacher and student, and the specific heavier weight of what she had been doing for 3 years in his absence. Suyin, he said. He said it with the weight of a name spoken by someone who has just recovered the full context of what that name contains. Not identification. Recognition. You cut your hair. She was across the camp, and she stopped moving. For a moment, she was absolutely still. The stillness of someone receiving something they have been waiting a very long time to receive and have learned to not expect, and are now realizing has arrived. She turned around. Her face, across 40 meters in the last light of the afternoon, was the face of someone who has been maintaining a very specific interior management for a very long time and has just, in one instant, been released from maintaining it. The expression lasted approximately 2 seconds before she managed it, but in those 2 seconds, in both the physical dimension and the soul sight dimension, it was fully visible and entirely honest. She walked toward him. He watched her close the distance across 40 meters with the measured pacing of someone who has been running towards something for 3 years and has finally located the path. Not running, walking. The pacing was deliberate, not the containment of urgency, but the specific kind of measured movement that arrived when the urgency had been absorbed into something steadier. She had spent 3 years building toward this moment. Now that the moment was here, the intensity was not absent. It was expressed as the quality of attention she brought to each step, the quality of how she was looking at his face across the closing distance. He was watching her in soul sight and physical sight simultaneously, the double vision of the newly activated nascent soul sense overlaying the intention dimension on the physical one. In the soul dimension, the master-disciple thread blazed between them with the quality of something fundamental to both their cultivation architectures. Not a technique, not a formation, but the natural resonance of two systems that had developed in close proximity over a long time and had grown structurally compatible at a level that persisted through separation and suppression and 6 months of sealed isolation. 17 years. She had been his disciple for 17 years. He did not yet have access to all of that through the sealed memory. What he had through the soul sight was the three-dimensional structure of what those 17 years had produced in her cultivation architecture, the specific pattern of development that came from working under someone whose technique knowledge could address every aspect of a disciple's individual cultivation challenges. She had developed extraordinarily well, better than the trajectory she had been on when he last had access to that assessment. Something in the 3 years of pursuing this specific purpose had accelerated her development in the way that genuine purpose accelerated cultivation, not by increasing the hours, but by increasing the quality of each hour, the specific density of engagement with the work. From the north, descending through the evening sky with a chi signature moving at void refinement speed, not void stepping from one location to another, but approaching in what passed for the oracle's version of direct travel, the killing aura preceding her presence like cold preceding winter, came the hollow oracle. The 14 days had been an estimate. The actual response timeline was 12. And the 3 assassins she had brought from the Heaven-Binding Order's field deployment unit were moving through the domain's formation grid from 3 separate approach vectors, their void refinement pressure filling the evening sky like the first breath of a killing season. And Wei Liang stood in the camp with his newly activated nascent soul and his soul sight, and Lin Suyin walking toward him across the 40 meters. And the evening light was the exact shade of gold that it is at the end of a day that has changed everything. Wei Liang stood still. The soul sight held the thread's full clarity. Lin Suyin was 30 meters away now, 20, her face composed with the precision of someone who had organized her expression around the specific weight of this meeting for a very long time. The nascent soul's chi filled his meridians with the clean pressure of a tear that had been waiting for 17 years to be accessed again. Above, the oracle's 3 assassins held position at the camp's boundaries. Around him, Meng Bao and Duan Xiao and Shun Wuk were present and watching. The day had ended. Whatever came next was not the continuation of what had come before. Chapter 41. The oracle's terms. The hollow oracle arrived without ceremony. She descended from the evening sky with the specific stillness of a void refinement practitioner in controlled descent. No technique flourish, no killing aura deployed, none of the theatrical pressure that combat-oriented cultivators use to establish psychological dominance before an engagement. The 3 assassins she had positioned at the camp's boundaries maintained formation but did not advance. This was deliberate. The oracle had come to speak first. She landed 15 meters from Wei Liang. She looked at Lin Suyin, then at Wei Liang, then at the master-disciple thread blazing between them in the soul dimension, or rather, at whatever physical indication the thread produced at void refinement perception depth. The thread survived the shackle, she said. It was not a question. Apparently, Wei Liang said. The oracle processed this with the attention of someone updating a model. She said, Qianru didn't tell me that specifically. He told me the shackle was designed with an exception, that certain connections the subject maintained at the authentic cultivation architecture level would persist if they were genuine rather than strategic. He did not tell me what connection he had built the exception around. She looked at Lin Suyin with the evaluative stillness of a professional reassessing a landscape. Your disciple pursued you across realm boundaries for 17 years and spent 3 of those years conducting the secondary cultivation work necessary to maintain the thread's coherence during your suppression period. That qualifies as genuine. You watched her, Wei Liang said. I monitored the thread's activity from a distance. It told me when the suppression signature was strongest and when it began to decay. The oracle's voice had the flat precision of a practitioner reporting operational data without editorial content. When the first seal broke in Dustfall Town, the thread's resonance changed character. That was the confirmation I had been waiting for. Shun Wuk was 8 meters to Wei Liang's left, positioned at an angle that gave him clear sight lines to both the oracle and all 3 assassins. He had not moved since the oracle landed. His expression was the specific blank quality of a cultivator running a continuous tactical assessment and had not yet reached a conclusion about the most efficient response. You said 14 days, Wei Liang said. It's been 12. The Order's response team moved faster than standard protocol. The oracle's tone did not carry apology or explanation. They have a void refinement pursuit specialist who has been tracking suppressed cultivation signatures for 6 years. Your nascent soul's emergence created a signature event that reached his instruments within 3 hours of activation. He is 2 days behind my current position. She paused. You have 48 hours, approximately, before the Order's primary pursuit asset reaches this domain. Wei Liang looked at the oracle with the nascent soul's full perception depth and found the assessment accurate. She was not operating in antagonism to him. She was operating according to a specific framework that Qianru had designed, and the framework required her to provide accurate operational intelligence before whatever came next. You came here to tell me this, he said. Among other things. The oracle removed something from her working clothes, a small formation disk, the specific type used for compressed information storage in high-tier technique transfer. Qianru's final note included this. Formation instructions for a technique he called the anchor formation. He said you would know what to do with it if you had progressed far enough to receive it. The nascent soul emergence means you've progressed far enough. She held it out. Wei Liang took it. What are the other things? He asked. The oracle looked at him with the gray attention of a courier who had been waiting to deliver a specific message for a long time and was now assessing whether the recipient had the context to receive it properly. Qianru asked me, she said, to tell you this. The formation master who built your cage also built the key. Every seal has an exit. You found 4. The remaining 5 will require you to face things that the sealed architecture has been protecting you from. When you reach the 5th seal's conditions, you will understand what protection costs and what it costs to release it. Don't avoid the cost. He said you would understand what that means when you reached it. The evening light held. The oracle's 3 assassins remained at the boundaries, their void refinement auras steady and cold. Somewhere to the south, 2 days distant, the Order's pursuit specialist was moving through the Iron Sky domain's administrative territory with the single-minded efficiency of a hunter who had been running this particular target for 6 years. Lin Suyin had stopped 10 meters away. She was watching the oracle's departure with the quiet attention of someone recording every detail for later analysis. After the oracle left, Lin Suyin turned to Wei Liang. We should move, she said. Her voice was even. Tonight, before the assassins establish a longer observation window. He looked at the formation disc in his hand. Qianru's anchor technique, delivered by the formation master's most dangerous field agent, time to arrive at the exact moment the nascent soul became accessible. Yes, he said. Tonight. Xin Wuk came up beside him as the oracle's form disappeared into the evening sky's upper distance. The wandering cultivator did not watch her go. He was already running his secondary assessment of the camp's position and the departure options, his stillness having the quality of a calculation in active progress. The route north, Xin Wuk said, not as a question. The transit corridor's primary path is now monitored by the forward observation element the oracle mentioned. We use the secondary path. How long does it add? Wei Liang asked. 6 hours. Xin Wuk paused. The route sealing technique from the Treasury Waypoint Formation Library. Do you have access to it yet? No. The library requires my full formation resonance. My current accessible tier is insufficient. Then we move fast instead of invisible. Xin Wuk surveyed the camp's departure readiness with the efficient attention of a veteran who had been moving through difficult environments for a long career. The oracle's withdrawal of her assassins from the boundary positions was a courtesy, not a guarantee. She won't interfere, but she won't prevent the Order's response team from following the same logic she followed. He studied the formation disc in his hand, Qianru's final gift, delivered by the most dangerous active cultivator in the lowest realm's unaffiliated territory, timed with the formation master's characteristic precision to arrive at the exact moment it became usable. The disc felt warm from the oracle's carrying. It was an object that had passed through several pairs of hands, each holder understanding more of its purpose than the one before. Qianru had built it. The oracle had carried it across the lowest realm to deliver it to a target who had been sealed to foundation building for 6 months. The delivery had been timed to the nascent soul's activation. Qianru had known, not guessed, known, with the clear certainty of a mind that had modeled the progression carefully enough to predict its timing within a day. He trusted you a great deal, Lin Suyin said. He looked at her. She was organizing her pack with the efficient movements of a field practitioner who had been doing exactly this kind of rapid departure for years. She had not been looking at him when she spoke. Yes, he said. The question of what that trust was based on, she said, still not looking up, is one of the things that the sealed memory will answer when it opens further. She sealed the last compartment of her pack and looked up. I'm ready. Meng Bao had been finished for 3 minutes. Duan Xiao had his formation arrays already in mobile configuration. Xin Wuk was already at the camp's northern edge, reading the departure route with his specific landscape attention. The camp had taken 40 minutes to dismantle and pack. He looked at the space where it had been and then at the formation disk and then north, where the transit corridor's secondary path ran through terrain that was harder but less monitored than the primary route. Move, he said. They moved north into the darkness, and behind them the oracle's observation point maintained its distant watch. And somewhere 2 days south, Chao Wenshan was resuming his morning tracking session, and the evening was the specific dark that comes after the day that changes everything and before the days that must be lived in the light of that change. Chapter 42. The reunion. The camp dismantled in 40 minutes. Meng Bao organized the strike with the efficiency that characterized everything she did. Each item categorized and packed in the order of likelihood of immediate need. The camp formation stones extracted and stored. The chi trace evidence from 6 days of occupation addressed with the dispersal technique she had developed for exactly this kind of departure. Duan Xiao ran the formation trace analysis on the departure routes, 3 viable options, and identified the one with the least monitoring density in the northern grid. Shen Wuk provided external intelligence on the Oracle's position and confirmed that the Oracle's assassins had withdrawn from the boundary formation positions and were moving southeast, not pursuit, but withdrawal to a secondary observation point at range. Wei Liang spent the 40 minutes with Lin Suyin. They sat at the camp's northern edge, where the terrain provided enough ambient noise from the wind off the mountain ridge to preclude monitoring at standard intelligence range. Around them, the preparation proceeded. Above them, the evening's first stars appeared through a gap in the overcast. She had cut her hair. She had mentioned this in the arena gallery, a small fact delivered with the precision of someone identifying a detail that would help him recalibrate the visual memory against the person now present. The cut was practical, shorter in the back, cleared from the jawline, the kind of adjustment a field cultivator made when pursuing work that required sustained physical movement in terrain that would catch long hair. 17 years of field pursuit across 3 realm boundaries. You have questions, he said. He was aware that the statement was inadequate, that she had 17 years of questions, and he had 17 years of sealed memory, and that the intersection of those 2 realities was going to require more than one conversation in a camp being dismantled under a 2-day pursuit deadline. One question first, she said. She asked it directly, in the way that she had apparently developed over 17 years of pursuing a precise goal. Do you remember me? The sealed memory layers held the specific content of those years. What the soul sight provided was the 3-dimensional resonance of the master-disciple thread, its age, its character, its depth. What the fragments from the Oracle's map delivery had offered were edge-of-resolution impressions that had the texture of genuine experience without the specific narrative content. Not yet, he said. The 4th seal. In the formal session, when the prince issued the soul branding edict, the conditions were met. I felt the seal respond. But the memory it would release is still locked. I can feel its weight, but not its content. She nodded. She had the expression of a disciple who had prepared for this answer and was not surprised by it. How many more seals? 5 remaining after the 4th. I've broken 4. He looked at the formation disk, Qianru's ghost thread anchor, still warm from the Oracle's carrying. The breaks have been accelerating. The first 3 took 6 months. The 4th broke in the formal session, within hours of the conditions presenting. The pattern suggests the remaining seals may break faster as the accessible cultivation grows. That's consistent with how Qianru described it, Lin Suyin said. In the formation notes he left through the Oracle's dead drop system. He said the shackle was designed with a decay rate. The later seals were supposed to be harder to maintain against a growing, authentic resonance signature. Each break weakens the architecture's overall stability. Wei Liang processed this. Qianru had built not just exits, but a design progression. Each break making the next more accessible, the mechanism working with the authentic resonance rather than requiring it to work against the structure's full force. It was sophisticated work, compassionate work, in the way that formation masters occasionally expressed compassion through architecture rather than action. He protected you, Suyin said quietly. When Xue Tian ordered his execution, he delayed it by 6 days, arguing that the shackle needed technical refinement. He used those 6 days to complete the Oracle's mission parameters and the disk's instructions. She looked at him steadily. He could not undo what he had built, but he spent his last days building the way back. The wind off the mountain ridge pushed through the camp. Meng Bao called the departure signal, a low 2-tone whistle that meant 5 minutes to departure confirmation. Wei Liang stood. He looked at his disciple, at the person whose 3-dimensional cultivation architecture the soul sight confirmed as having been shaped by 17 years of work under his previous instruction, whose presence here was the direct result of 17 years' genuine effort in pursuit of one specific purpose. He said the only thing that was accurate to say. Thank you for following the thread. Lin Suyin stood. She organized her pack with the quick efficiency of 17 years of field discipline. She did not elaborate on what following the thread had required. Neither of them had the time for the full accounting right now, and both of them knew the accounting was not lost, only deferred. The treasury route, she said. The Oracle's coordinates. That's our next point. Yes, he said. They moved north together, into the Iron Sky Domain's mountain approaches, with the pursuit specialist 2 days behind them and 4 seals remaining and 17 years of unreachable memory pressing against its sealed architecture like a tide against a wall that was, slowly, beginning to give way. They moved in silence for the first 3 hours. The secondary path through the transit corridor's highland terrain required concentration. Not the concentration of difficult cultivation work, but the specific attention that challenging terrain demanded, the kind that filled the accessible awareness completely with the task of the moment and left no margin for the thoughts that would otherwise occupy it. Wei Liang used this period to run the Anchor Technique's initialization protocol from the formation disk specifications. Not full activation yet. That required a stable camp position, adequate time, and the specific cultivation state that continuous movement precluded. But the initialization could proceed in fragments. The way that experienced practitioners learned to execute complex formation work in pieces when circumstances didn't permit the whole. The 4th seal's accessible memory gave him 17 years of curriculum architecture and detailed recall. He ran through it during the movement's quieter sections. Lin Suyin at 14, at 20, at 31. Each year's development. The specific problems and their solutions, the places where the curriculum's design had required revision because she had developed faster than the original plan's assumptions. The curriculum had been revised 7 times. She had been the best student he had ever taught. He had not said this to her during the 17 years because the relationship's formal structure discouraged the kind of personal evaluation that could become either a burden or a source of complacency in a disciple. But it had been true across all 17 years, and the soul site's confirmation of her current cultivation architecture's quality confirmed that it remained true. Meng Bao called the transit corridor's entry, a brief 2-tone signal, and the terrain opened from highland rock into the secondary path's lower forest section. The movement formation adjusted. Duan Xiao's mobile array reconfigured for the denser ground cover. Shenwuk returned from his parallel position to confirm that the transition had no monitoring elements in the updated area he had just assessed. The corridor is clean to 3 kilometers north, he said. The forward insertion team? Duan Xiao asked. 40 meters east of the primary path, which is 1 kilometer west of our current position. We won't cross their monitoring radius. The group moved north, and the 4th seal's memory settled into Wei Liang's accessible architecture with the specific permanence of things that are not retrieved but restored, present in the way that genuine memory is present, not as retrieved data, but as part of the structure of who a person is. He thought about what Lin Suyin had said at the camp's northern edge, the tide against the wall that was beginning to give way. The metaphor was accurate. The seal architecture was degrading under the pressure of the authentic resonance the breaks had been building. What came next would come faster than what had come before, because the architecture's resistance was lower and the pressure was higher, and because Qianru had designed the progression with exactly this acceleration built into its structure. The forest closed around them, and Lin Suyin moved 3 meters to his left with the easy field discipline of 17 years, and the tide continued its work against the wall in the darkness of the sealed architecture, and the wall was giving way. Chapter 43. Night March. The northern mountain approach to the Iron Sky domain's border ran through 3 distinct terrain zones. The summit ground's outer administrative district, where the formation monitoring network was densest, the transitional highland, where the terrain complexity provided natural cover but the altitude introduced physiological strain for lower-tier cultivators, and the border range itself, where the monitoring formations were sparser but the physical challenge of the crossing required sustained cultivation support. Wei Liang moved through the first zone in the specific mindset that difficult operational circumstances required, present to the terrain, present to the group's formation status, present to the cultivation work that the nascent soul's new activation demanded, and simultaneously running the background analysis that the situation's many variables required without allowing any single thread of analysis to consume attention that the terrain needed. Meng Bao walked point. She had been reading terrain since before she was old enough to cultivate, and the mountain reading she did now was the expertise of 17 years of 3-realm field pursuit. She identified the monitoring formation nodes by their faint chi signature drift in the night air and adjusted the route in real time, 30 seconds ahead of each adjustment, calling her changes with the hand signal system she had established in the first week. Duan Xiao maintained the group's rear coverage with a formation array deployed from his 3 active arrays in a mobile configuration that provided monitoring of the trailing 100 meters while keeping the formation elements below the activation threshold that the domain's fixed monitoring network would detect. It was technically demanding work. Formation arrays running in the mobile state required constant micro-adjustments that the formation master's hands executed below conscious attention level, the specific automation of expertise practiced until it became background process. Xinwuk ran parallel to the group at 50-meter offset, maintaining independent movement that preserved a secondary survival vector if the primary group was intercepted. He had offered this configuration without being asked. It was, Wei Liang recognized, the field protocol of a very experienced practitioner who had survived long enough in difficult environments to understand the value of redundant vectors without requiring instruction. Lin Suyin moved at Wei Liang's left, matching his pace with the easy adjustment of a cultivator whose field movement discipline was deeply established. She did not require conscious attention to the physical execution. Her attention was free for the secondary work. She was running the master-disciple thread's resonance analysis. Wei Liang understood, reading the thread's current frequency for information about the sealed architecture's current state. The fifth seal, she said, very quietly, as they cleared the administrative district's outer boundary and entered the Highland transitional zone. Qian Ru's notes describe it as the hardest to break intentionally. He said it wasn't designed with a specific trigger condition, that it was designed to break when the practitioner had genuinely recovered enough of themselves to bear what was locked inside it. Wei Liang filed this without response. The night moved around them, cold and clear at altitude, the formation network's chi signatures thinning as they climbed into the genuine highland. The nascent soul's perceptual expansion gave him the first 100 meters in full cultivation sense detail. Every formation node, every chi signature in the ambient environment, the faint residue of other practitioners' recent passage visible in the ground's chi absorption pattern. He used this to track the monitoring network's density in real time and confirm Ming Bao's route choices without having to ask. He also used it to run the fourth seal's new state. The break in the formal session had not fully completed. The conditions had been met, the lock had responded, but something remained that would require one more element to open the specific memory the seal held. It felt close. The weight of the content was clearer than it had been. Not content, but weight. The specific emotional density of the sealed material pressing through the architecture's partial opening like light through a narrow gap. What was sealed in the fourth position was not tactical information, not cultivation technique. The density was the kind that came from experience rather than knowledge, the specific weight of a relationship's history, of events that had mattered in the way that operational events usually didn't. The third highland section opened around them in the pre-dawn darkness. Rocks and stunted growth and the cold clarity of altitude, the border range visible as a darker line against the night sky's northern horizon. 2 more hours of movement, and they would be through the Iron Sky domain's border monitoring layer into the unaffiliated transit corridor that connected the Iron Sky territory to the wider Lowest Realm's central region. Above them, somewhere in the 2-day window the Oracle had described, the pursuit specialist was beginning his day's first tracking session. The timeline was specific and fixed. The response was movement. Wei Liang moved north and let the sealed architecture do what it was doing. Slowly, the weight of what the fourth seal contained grew clearer in the darkness, and he followed it the way he had learned to follow the other seal's approach, without forcing, without performing, simply being present to what was arriving. The pre-dawn light found them at the border range's first summit pass. The monitoring formation was a standard domain installation, fixed nodes in a hexagonal pattern, the detection threshold calibrated for the signature characteristics of cultivators trying to conceal themselves. Wei Liang's group was not concealing. They were presenting exactly what they were, a mixed-tier delegation with a legitimate foundation-building signature in front and a nascent soul cultivation background. The pass opened. Duan Xiao disabled the alert transmission element from the node's secondary circuit with the 3-second technique he had developed specifically for this category of formation security. The node continued to function. It would continue to report the detection data it had gathered. It would not transmit that data to the administrative review process for 18 hours, enough time to be through and clear before the delay itself became a reportable anomaly. The second summit pass required different handling. The monitoring formation here was newer, within the past decade. Wei Liang estimated from the formation architecture's design characteristics, built to different specifications than the older pass. Duan Xiao spent 40 seconds on the assessment. This one has a continuous pulse transmission system, he said. Not batch delay. Any intervention I run will register as a transmission gap. How large a gap to disable the alert element? 1 second. Smaller than the standard false positive threshold by a factor of 3. Do it. The 1-second gap opened and closed, and the monitoring formation continued its continuous pulse transmission with 1 second of absence that fell below the administrative system's anomaly detection threshold. They were through in the gap's wake. Lin Suyin had observed both interventions with the formation analysis attention of someone adding to an existing knowledge base. She said, as they cleared the second pass and moved into the Border Range's Highlands section. The second formation's continuous pulse architecture is Qianru's design, modified by someone who didn't fully understand the original's principles. Duan Xiao looked at her. Yes, I recognized it. The modification reduced the detection capability by roughly 30%. The designer who modified it was optimizing for administrative reporting integration rather than detection function. The Order's standard practice when they inherit formation infrastructure they didn't build, Wei Liang said. He had watched this pattern across 5 centuries. They optimize for the organizational requirements. The formation's actual purpose degrades proportionally. Lin Suyin said nothing. She had recognized the Qianru design from the anchor formation's foundational architecture, the same underlying principles expressed in a different application. Qianru had been prolific, and his influence on the lowest realm's infrastructure was more extensive than the Order apparently realized. The Border Range's Highlands section was 3 kilometers of demanding terrain. They crossed it in silence, and the Formation Master's legacy was visible in the modified monitoring formation behind them. And ahead was the transit corridor's unaffiliated territory and the 2-day pursuit window closing from behind. And what awaited north was whatever the sealed architecture had been preparing for all along. Chapter 44. The Ghost Thread Anchor. They cleared the Iron Sky Border Range at dawn. The crossing itself required 3 hours of concentrated work. 2 summit passes with active monitoring formations that Duan Xiao disabled in carefully timed windows. 1 terrain traverse that required Lin Suyin's specific expertise with the Highland Chi flow patterns she had learned during her 3 years of tracking pursuit. And 1 encounter with a border patrol unit of 6 foundation-building cultivators who were redirected by Shun Wuk's information-based approach. He walked into their patrol zone openly, provided false intelligence about a summit deserter group moving through the Eastern Pass, and sent them in the wrong direction with the easy skill of a cultivator well-practiced at providing false intelligence to official security formations for most of his career. They made camp in the transit corridor's first viable position, a natural rock formation that provided 3-sided coverage with a single egress point, at the edge of a chi-rich ground vein that would support formation work and cultivation practice without requiring spirit stones. Wei Liang took out the formation disc the Oracle had delivered. The anchor formation was Qianru's design. He could tell this immediately from the formation architecture's specific characteristics. The way it integrated physical formation structures with chi flow dynamics at the micro level, the specific elegance of making complex outcomes emerge from simple rule sets, the minimalism that characterized Qianru's style across every formation the man had ever built. The Formation Master's aesthetic was as distinctive as a signature. The technique did what its name suggested. It anchored the master-disciple thread in the physical formation dimension, making it operable as an active channel for cultivation technique rather than merely a passive resonance connection. In operational terms, which were the terms Qianru had designed it for, Wei Liang recognized, because Qianru had always thought in operational terms even when building things that appeared purely theoretical. It allowed a master to transmit technique data through the thread to a disciple in real time, without physical proximity, without the standard technique transfer protocols that required the recipient's dantian to be in accessible range. It was a significant technique. Under normal circumstances, meaning circumstances where Wei Liang had full cultivation access, it would have been a tool for accelerating Lin Suyin's development during extended separations. Under current circumstances, it had a different application. The sealed cultivation was beginning to be accessible at the nascent soul level. Below the nascent soul, compressing the 6 remaining sealed tiers, were 17 years of technique knowledge that the shackle had locked along with the memories and the cultivation access. The anchor formation could transmit that technique knowledge to Lin Suyin through the established thread, not as complete cultivation content, but as formation-encoded data that her spirit transformation architecture could receive and interpret. Qianru had built a way to move the sealed content outward before the seals finished breaking. He had anticipated that the breaking sequence would be dangerous, that a cultivator recovering full sovereign realm access in a realm where nascent soul was the practical ceiling would generate the kind of signature event that brought the Order's full response capacity down in hours rather than days. By distributing the technique data through the thread before the upper seals broke, Wei Liang could reduce the signature intensity of each break. It was not a solution to the pursuit problem. It was a method for managing the signature risk during the solution's execution. He began the formation disk's activation sequence. The anchor formation assembled between his hands over the course of 20 minutes. A formation construct the size of a palm, built from 12 formation stones, and the specific chi channel configuration the disk specified, connected to the master-disciple thread by the resonance lock that the thread's established architecture provided. It felt, when it activated, like a door being opened in a wall that had always been there. The same structural fact, newly accessible. Lin Suyin was sitting across the camp, watching him work. She did not ask what he was doing. She was reading the thread's resonance at her end. When the formation completed activation, she said, "I can feel it on my side. The thread has a different quality, not just resonance but channel. Like the difference between observing a river and being able to direct water from it." "That's accurate," he said. Qianru designed it for exactly that. He considered the formation disk and what to transmit first, not technique content from the sealed tiers. Those were too complex to transmit in compressed form and too dangerous to release into the thread before the upper seals had prepared the channel. What he could transmit now was foundational. The specific cultivation insight he had developed across 5 centuries that had not been sealed because it was not technique and not knowledge but understanding. The functional architecture of how cultivation actually worked at the level below the formal techniques. He began the first transmission. Lin Suyin received it with her eyes closed, her cultivation presence expanding slightly as the channel opened and the first wave of transmission moved through the thread. Her expression had the quality of someone processing something too large for immediate comprehension and choosing to receive rather than analyze. Around them, the transit corridor's morning settled into the specific quiet of unaffiliated territory. No monitoring formations, no patrol chi signatures, no administrative presence. 1 day and 20 hours before the pursuit specialist crossed the iron sky border. The treasury route's next waypoint was 2 days' movement to the north. Time. Not much, but enough for the first transmission, and then movement, and then whatever the 5th seal's conditions required when they arrived. Lin Suyin received the first transmission in silence. The anchor channel had a particular feeling at the receiving end, she told him afterward. Not like a technique transfer, which moved formation structures in recognizable chunks that the recipient's cultivation architecture processed as distinct objects. The channel moved understanding, which had no distinct object form. It arrived continuously, like light rather than individual photons, and the receiving architecture's response was not to process and categorize, but to reorganize around the new understanding's implications. She sat with her eyes closed for 3 hours after the first transmission completed. Wei Liang maintained the channel in passive receive mode during this time, monitoring the thread's resonance for any indication that the transmission had exceeded the receiving architecture's current capacity. It had not. She had received everything and was processing it in the specific deep attention mode that he recognized from 17 years of watching her work through difficult material. Duan Xiao spent the 3 hours running the mobile formation array's maintenance cycle and adding a detection element that specifically monitored for Chao Wenshan's tracking technique signature. He had analyzed the residue pattern that the tracking technique left in terrain chi flow and had developed a detection method that would give them 8 minutes of advance warning before the pursuit specialist reached their current position. 8 minutes was sufficient for departure at movement formation speed. Meng Bao was asleep. She had the field practitioner's ability to optimize rest opportunity with the same systematic efficiency she applied to everything. When movement was not required and formation maintenance was not her responsibility, sleep was the correct action, and she executed it without the transition difficulty that burdened less experienced field practitioners. Shen Wuk maintained external perimeter coverage from a position 100 meters north, his parallel route providing him with terrain vantage that covered 3 of the 4 approach vectors. He checked in with a 2-tone signal at regular intervals. The signals were steady and consistent. At midday, Lin Suyin opened her eyes. She regarded Wei Liang with the look of a student who had just understood what the key she had been given was for. The foundational architecture, she said, is not a technique. It's the principle that makes techniques possible. Every cultivation technique I have ever learned is an application of this principle to a specific circumstance. I had been learning applications without knowing the principle. What you just transmitted is the principle itself. She paused. I understand, now, why you designed the curriculum the way you did. The applications had to come first. The principle arrives last, because you need all the applications present in your architecture before the principle can fully reveal itself through them. He confirmed it. How long did it take you to understand the principle? She asked. Wei Liang considered the question with honest attention. I was taught it at Qi condensation, he said. I understood it correctly. Meaning, with the depth the understanding required, at late void refinement. He paused. Approximately 300 years. She absorbed this. And you think I'll understand it faster. You have the applications already fully developed, and you have the principle in explicit transmission form rather than having to derive it from observation and practice. The conditions are different. He looked at her. I think you will understand it in months rather than centuries. This is not a reassurance. It is an assessment. She looked at him with the steadiness of someone accepting a serious statement at full weight rather than at its polite surface. I'll hold you to the accuracy, she said. Chapter 45. 2 days behind the Order's pursuit specialist was named Chao Wenshan. Wei Liang did not know this yet. He learned it from Shun Wuk, who learned it from a contact in the transit corridor's Northern Way station, a rest point for unaffiliated cultivators moving between domains that served as the informal information exchange for anyone who needed to know who was moving through the region and why. 6 years hunting suppressed cultivation signatures, Shin Wuk reported when he returned from the way station contact, his expression carrying the specific neutral quality of someone providing intelligence that is operationally significant but not emotionally loaded. Before that, 3 years as the Order's formation seal analyst. He built the tracking technique himself. It's specific to suppressed cultivation signatures of sovereign realm origin, which is why the Order keeps him on the active roster despite his relatively modest cultivation level. He's Golden Core. Very advanced Golden Core. But he doesn't need to be higher tier to run the tracking technique because the technique itself is the significant asset. What's his standard pursuit protocol? Duan Xiao asked. Track to locate, verify position, establish a fixed observation point, signal the response team. He doesn't engage directly. Shin Wuk considered. The response team in this case is 3 void refinement cultivators and 7 nascent soul level specialists. They're 2 days behind Chao Wenshan's current position, which is 2 days behind ours. The timeline: 4 days before the response team arrived. The treasury route waypoint was 2 days north. Sufficient margin? Barely. Wei Liang processed the numbers with the specific clarity of someone accustomed to operational timelines under adversarial conditions. The margin was workable if nothing else created delay. The cultivator world rarely allowed nothing else. They moved north from the transit corridor way station with Shun Wuk's contact intelligence integrated into the route assessment. Meng Bao adjusted the movement formation based on the new data. The response team's approach vector was consistent with using the main transit corridor, which meant moving through the corridor's secondary path rather than the primary route added coverage distance, but reduced the risk of being caught in the response team's advanced sweep. Lin Suyin moved with the group's adjusted formation and continued processing the first transmission through the anchor channel. Wei Liang had watched this process with the specific attention of a teacher observing a student's integration work. She was processing the foundational cultivation architecture at a rate that suggested she had been working toward this specific understanding from her own direction for a long time, that the transmission had not given her new content so much as it had given the existing understanding a framework that made it cohere. She would be significantly more capable on the other side of the integration, not through technique acquisition, but through the specific cultivation advantage that understanding the foundational architecture provided. Seeing through technique to mechanics, the ability to improvise under novel conditions that formal technique training alone could not provide. The 5th seal continued its approach. Not a specific trigger, Lin Suyin had said, and Qian Ru's notes apparently confirmed that it was designed to break when he had recovered enough to bear what was inside it. What that meant in practical terms was unclear, but the seal's frequency signature had changed since the 4th seal's conditions were met. It was closer, more present. The resonance that indicated proximity to breaking conditions now continuous rather than intermittent. Something in the past 2 days had begun qualifying. The reunion with Lin Suyin, probably. The recognition of the master-disciple thread's reality through the soul sight. The beginning of the transmission work. The first conversation about what had been sealed. Not the memory content. Not yet. But the authentic engagement with the fact of what the 4th seal held, without avoidance. The transit corridor's secondary path ran through highland terrain that turned from rock to forest at the northern end, the tree cover dense enough to reduce aerial observation significantly. They entered the forest as midday light filtered through the canopy, and the particular character of the cover terrain, the reduced chi signature drift that the forest's ambient cultivation produced, gave the group its first period since the Iron Sky summit of something approaching operational ease. Not relaxation, not safety, but a specific reduction in the immediate pressure that allowed the ongoing work to proceed at a slightly deeper level. He prepared the anchor channel's second transmission and felt the 5th seal respond to the preparation work with a proximity resonance that was now strong enough to constitute a signal. The breaking was close. He ran the Sovereign's approach cultivation through the afternoon's march and felt the 5th seal's proximity resonance build with each passing hour. The approach was not something that could be accelerated. The seal's calibration read authentic approach, which meant approach that was proceeding at its genuine pace rather than at a pace manufactured to meet a deadline. But the genuine pace was faster now than it had been at any point since the first seal broke, because the authentic resonance was stronger than it had ever been and the architecture's resistance was lower. Meng Bao had noted this morning that his cultivation signature was different. She had been right. The 6-month accumulation of authentic action, from Dustfall Town streets through the arena matches, through the formal session, through the reunion with Lin Suyin, had built a resonance quality in his accessible cultivation that was more specifically himself than anything he had operated with since the Shackle's installation. The genuine quality of who he was, expressed through 6 months of genuine circumstances. It was a different foundation than the performance of cultivation advancement that characterized most practitioners' relationship to their own development. The sovereign's approach required exactly this foundation, not the performance of full presence. The actual presence that came from having operated authentically under genuine pressure for 6 months. He worked with this in the afternoon's cultivation practice and felt the third seal's echo. No, not the third, the fifth, resonating in response. The fifth's conditions were human and relational, not technical. They were approaching. Chao Wenshan adjusted his tracking speed again. Xinwuk said at the afternoon's second break, returning from his external intelligence position. He carried the information with the calm delivery of someone providing data rather than concern. He's maintaining the 12-hour gap rather than closing. He's good at his work. He knows a closing gap can be detected and is choosing patience over speed. The response team? Duan Xiao asked. Still 24 hours behind our current position. They haven't accelerated. Xinwuk looked north. They're letting Chao Wenshan do the tracking work and following his path. Standard protocol. Wei Liang processed this. The pursuit structure was stable. The gap was maintained, the orders team was following, the timeline was fixed. What would change the timeline was not the pursuit structure, but what happened when the remaining seals broke and the cultivation tier shifted past the point where the response team's void refinement assets were the relevant threat. When the remaining seals break, Lin Suyin said, she had heard the exchange, had been running the same calculation. The order will know immediately. The signature events from the upper seals will be significant. How significant? Duan Xiao asked. Lin Suyin deferred to Wei Liang. The question was his to answer. Each seal break above the 7th will produce a signature event that is detectable by any void refinement practitioner within 2 realm segments, Wei Liang said. Above the 8th, the detection range extends to adjacent realm territories. He held the assessment steady without editorial content. The order's full response, not a pursuit team but a formal engagement force, will be in transit within 12 hours of the 8th seal's break. The group absorbed this. Not with alarm. Alarm was not the response that the situation's accurate assessment produced, but with the specific recalibration that genuine operational reality required. Then we need to be further from here when it happens, Meng Bao said. He said nothing more. They moved north, and the 5th seal's resonance built with each hour, and the breaking was close. Closer now than it had been that morning. And the morning had already been the closest it had been. And somewhere ahead was the moment when the conditions would arrive and the seal would respond. And whatever it contained would become accessible, and what was accessible would determine what came next. Chapter 46. The 5th seal. He was running the second ghost thread anchor transmission when it happened. Not the breaking itself. First the approach, the specific cultivation feel that he had learned to recognize across 4 previous breaks. The seal's frequency shifting from its maintenance resonance to something that felt like a lock recognizing a key, the moment before the mechanism engaged. The sealed memory he had been living adjacent to since the formal session. The content of the 4th seal, the weight he had been feeling without being able to access, began to open. It was not the summit. It was not the betrayal. It was not the apex of what he had been. It was Lin Suyin at 14 years old, the first year of her formal discipleship, sitting in the cultivation hall of the Sovereign's Peak with the specific posture of someone who has been practicing the correct sitting form long enough to get it right, and is no longer consciously monitoring it. She had asked him a question about the foundational architecture he had been transmitting, a question that demonstrated she had understood the previous session's content completely and had already generated the next logical inquiry from it. He had answered the question, and he had done something in answering it that he had never done with a student before and had not expected to do. He had told her that the foundational architecture she was asking about had been one of the most difficult things he had ever understood, and that the question she had just asked had taken him 200 years to think of. She had looked at him with the expression of a 14-year-old who had just been told something that completely revised her model of the person she was studying under. And then she had said, "Then I'm ahead of schedule." The memory opened fully. Not just that moment. The whole architecture of 17 years, still with gaps where the deepest ceiling was still in place, but the main structure. Her at 14, her at 20, Her at 31 when she reached spirit transformation in a time frame that had no precedent in the lowest realm's recorded history. The specific texture of a teacher-disciple relationship built on the highest quality instruction meeting the highest quality receptiveness. The combination that happened rarely enough that when it happened, both parties recognized it. He had not taught her because it was strategic. He had taught her because it was the most interesting pedagogical problem he had encountered in 5 centuries of cultivation, and because she had asked better questions than anyone he had ever met, and because the process of building her understanding had also, in the specific way that teaching operated at its best, deepened his own. The 4th seal's memory broke into full access. The 5th seal broke 10 seconds later. Not on a trigger condition, not on an action, on the full emotional weight of what the 4th seal had contained. The recognition of what genuine relationship looked like without the power differential making it strategic. The understanding of what he had been before the betrayal that was not about cultivation rank or organizational position or 5 centuries of accumulated technique, but about the specific quality of care that expressed itself as teaching, as presence, as the willingness to be genuinely improved by the work of improving someone else. The 5th seal's content was different from the others. It was not technique. It was not memory. It was not cultivation architecture. It was grief. The clean, specific grief of one who had understood too late what was going to happen. The knowledge that had come to him in the final minutes before the summit's betrayal. When Shuetian's formation began, and he had felt the shackle's architecture descend, and understood that he had misjudged the relationship's nature at every level that mattered. Not the anger, not the tactical assessment. The grief at the specific loss of someone he had trusted absolutely, and had been absolutely wrong to trust. The 5th seal broke, and the grief was not the end of anything. It was the beginning of having enough access to his full nature to do what came next. Wei Liang sat in the forest's midday light with the formation disc in his hands, and Lin Suyin 2 meters away, and 5 seals broken, and the specific weight of everything that had been sealed now present in his accessible architecture. And he said, very quietly, "I remember the first question you asked me." Lin Suyin did not move. She did not speak. She waited with 17 years of patient discipline behind her eyes. "You asked me," he said, "why the foundational architecture's second principle required authentic engagement rather than performed engagement. You said, if the mechanism can't evaluate intent, only resonance, then doesn't performed engagement that produces the same resonance qualify as authentic?" She said, "And you said the mechanism's calibration runs deeper than resonance output. It reads the structural origin of the resonance, whether the resonance emerged from genuine internal state or was constructed to produce the external form. You said the difference was like the difference between a building built to specifications and a building grown from the specifications having been internalized." "You were 14, he said. "I had been working on the question for 3 weeks, she said. It seemed polite to be ready. The forest held them in its specific stillness, and somewhere 2 days behind them, Chao Wenshan was tracking the suppressed cultivation signature that had just changed character again. Not an emergence event, but something quieter. The specific resonance shift that happened when sealed material became accessible, when a practitioner's fundamental architecture became more fully itself. Wei Liang closed his eyes briefly. 5 seals broken. For remaining. The grief was present and clean and did not require management, only acknowledgement. He acknowledged it. Then he opened his eyes and continued the transmission through the anchor formation, because the work did not pause for the things that had to be felt, and the things that had to be felt did not prevent the work from continuing. The 5th seal's break had released not just content, but structural capacity. Wei Liang felt this in the cultivation work that followed. The nascent soul's accessible tier had deepened in a way that was distinct from the 4th seal's spirit transformation floor opening. This was not access to a higher tier. It was access to more of the current tier, the specific cultivation phenomenon that happened when a practitioner stopped carrying a sealed emotional weight, when the architecture that had been dedicated to holding something in containment became available for the work that the cultivation was actually designed to do. Grief, he understood, was not antithetical to cultivation development. The avoidance of grief was. The sealing of authentic loss consumed formation architecture that would otherwise function as part of the practitioner's genuine cultivation capacity. The 5th seal had not contained just the grief's content. It had contained the formation architecture that the shackle had allocated to suppressing it. That architecture was free now. Duan Xiao had run a formation assessment on his cultivation signature after the break and had delivered the result with the precise neutrality he brought to all formation analysis. The nascent soul's accessible formation density has increased by approximately 30%. Not a tier elevation, a depth increase within the existing tier. He had paused. the specific pause of a formation master identifying something he had not encountered before in his professional experience. I have never seen this in standard cultivation development. The standard pathway at this tier is upward, not inward. The sealed content was consuming architecture, Wei Liang had said. Duan Xiao had filed this fact without comment. It was the kind of fact that a formation master archived for future reference, something that extended the existing model of how formation architecture worked in cultivation systems, observed empirically rather than derived theoretically. Lin Suyin had received the information differently. She had been quiet for a long time after, running the parallel assessment on her own cultivation architecture with the focused attention of a student who had just been given a new instrument for understanding their own development's history. The secondary cultivation work I did for 17 years, she said finally. The thread maintenance, the pursuit discipline, the specific cultivation focus that comes from having one genuine purpose over a very long period of time. She paused. I didn't know what I was building. I know now. He looked at his disciple. You built it correctly, he said. The forest moved past them in the afternoon light, and the fifth seal's grief was present and clean in the accessible architecture, and the cultivation work proceeded with the depth that the freed architecture provided. And somewhere ahead was the treasury and the sixth seal and whatever came after, and the pursuit specialist maintained his patient 12-hour gap. And the work did not stop because the things that had to be felt had been felt and the things that had to be done remained to be done. Chapter 47. The Treasury Route waypoint was a formation site 3 days movement north of the transit corridor's forest zone, not a structure, but a specific ground formation that Xianru had seeded into the lowest realm's geological substrate decades before the summit betrayal. It was old enough to have integrated into the natural chi flow of the terrain, making it effectively invisible to standard formation detection methods. It read as bedrock. Wei Liang recognized it from the fourth seal's newly accessible memory, not the specific site, but the formation master's architecture style and the specific technique of geological substrate seeding. He had seen Xianru do this work once, at a different location, for a different purpose. The recognition came with the specific quality of memory that felt real rather than retrieved, the difference between accessing an archived record and actually remembering. The team found the site on the second afternoon of the second day, 3 hours before the timeline indicated Chao Wenshan would cross into the transit corridor's forest zone. The margin was tighter than ideal. Sufficient. The waypoint, when Wei Liang's nascent soul perception engaged with it at close range, revealed its actual structure. A compressed formation library, approximately 40 distinct formation designs encoded into the geological substrate, each accessible through the specific chi signature that Xianru had tuned it to respond to. Wei Liang's chi signature, specifically. The formations were locked to his resonance. He was still foundation building in his accessible tiers. The nascent soul's activation had added a second accessible tier above foundation building, but the gap between current access and what the library's formations assumed was still significant. Several of the formations would require tiers he hadn't recovered yet. 3 of them would work now. The first was a route sealing formation, a specific technique that layered a secondary chi flow pattern over a practitioner's movement signature, making tracking artifacts read as belonging to a different geographical origin than the practitioner's actual path. Not concealment. Misdirection. Chao Wenshan's specific tracking technique keyed to suppressed sovereign realm cultivation signatures. This formation would present the tracking technique with a signature reading as originating from the southwest, where no one was actually moving. The second was a communication formation, a relay system that could reach across domain boundaries without using the standard spirit message network that the order monitored. Range, 3 realm segments. Recipients, specific chi signature locks that Xianru had set before the summit. The third was the beginning of a technique that Wei Liang recognized from before the sealing, not as a formal technique name, but as an approach to cultivation architecture that Xianru had discussed with him once, very early in their acquaintance, when both of them had been considerably younger and the idea had been theoretical. A method for accelerating seal breaking, not by shortcutting the authentic resonance conditions. Xianru had been explicit about this. The conditions could not be performed or manufactured, but they could be prepared for, a specific cultivation state, maintained continuously, that kept the seal's frequency interface in a condition of optimal receptivity, reducing the gap between conditions presenting and the seal responding. Xianru had called it the sovereign's approach. He had said, very drilly, that it was simply a method for being fully present to what was happening rather than managing the experience. The formation architecture for it was simple. Its execution was not. Wei Liang activated all 3 formations. The route-sealing formation engaged with a quiet shift in his chi signature's external presentation. The communication formation stored its relay structure for future use. The sovereign's approach began its cultivation state initialization. The tracking signature just changed on their end, Shenwuk said. He had been monitoring the transit corridor's southern approach from a position 200 meters back. He returned to the waypoint site with the expression of someone watching an expected event execute correctly. Whatever you just activated, the pursuit specialist has redirected. He's moving southwest now. For how long? Duan Xiao asked. Until he identifies the misdirection as misdirection. Shenwuk was precise. Possibly 12 hours. Possibly less if he has a secondary tracking method I haven't assessed for. 12 hours of redirected pursuit. He noted the waypoint's remaining accessible formations and filed the two that required higher tiers for later. They would become accessible as the remaining seals broke. The library had been designed for sequential access. Qianru had anticipated exactly this progression. The formation master's posthumous precision continued to be impressive, and, Wei Liang noted, increasingly personal. The more seals broke, the more he understood that the shackle's design had not been purely technical. It had been built with genuine knowledge of who was wearing it. That level of understanding required genuine relationship, not professional proximity. He had trusted Qianru correctly. That fact sat alongside the knowledge of Shui Tian's betrayal with the specific weight of things that were equally true in opposite directions, and he let both truths stand without requiring either to cancel the other. The sovereign's approach cultivation state had changed since the treasury access. Wei Liang had been running the approach continuously since the transit corridor's forest zone, maintaining the specific cultivation alignment that the technique required, full presence to the accessible tier's depth, to the authentic resonance that the 6 months of genuine circumstance had built, to the weight of everything that was real rather than managed. The technique was demanding not because its formal execution was complex, but because the continuous full presence it required ran counter to the practitioner's default mode of managing experience at a slight distance. The treasury's route-sealing formation had activated with the quiet efficiency of a technique that had been waiting for the correct chi signature to present itself. Wei Liang had felt it engage, not dramatically, but as a distinct shift in the external presentation of his cultivation signature, the misdirection element beginning to project the false geographic origin point that would redirect Chao Wenshan's tracking toward the southwest. 12 hours, possibly less. They were moving north from the treasury site at the group's maximum transit speed, which was approximately the speed of the group's slowest capable member. This was a calculation that field practitioners learned early. The group's effective speed was not the fastest member's speed, but the sustainable speed of the complete formation. Meng Bao had set the pace with the terrain reader's instinct for what was achievable versus what was aspirational. The amplification technique's signature event, Duan Xiao said, 3 hours north of the treasury site. I've been running the residue analysis in the array's background processing. The event read as spirit transformation floor access from the site's position. Yes, Wei Liang said. Chao Wenshan's tracking technique is keyed to suppressed sovereign realm signatures, Duan Xiao said. He was not asking. He was thinking through the implications aloud, the formation master's habit of using spoken analysis to complete a calculation. A spirit transformation floor signature is not a sovereign realm signature. If his technique has a registration threshold, it will register as a new signature type, Wei Liang said. Not the tracked signature. A different event. He paused. He'll know the suppressed cultivation is developing. He'll update his tracking parameters. He'll be more careful, not less, because a developing suppressed cultivation that is moving toward upper-tier access is the specific scenario his 6 years of experience was built around. Meaning the route-sealing misdirection may be less effective against an updated tracking method than it was against the original method. Possibly. He's very good at his work. They moved north in the afternoon's second half, and the route-sealing formation projected its false origin point southwest, and the 6 seals cultivation architecture settled into the deeper accessibility that the treasury's design had opened, and both truths stood. Qianru's genuine commitment in building the exits, Shui Tian's genuine culpability in making the exits necessary, and the equal weight of both was the specific quality of understanding that did not require resolution to be complete. Chapter 48. Memory fragments. The 5th seal's opening had released the grief cleanly, the way a pressure vessel releases when the seal is properly managed. Not explosion, not catastrophic discharge, but the controlled release of accumulated pressure through a mechanism designed for exactly this purpose. What it left in its wake was different from the depletion that Wei Liang had feared when he first understood what the 5th seal held. The grief had not drained him. It had restored something. a specific quality of groundedness that came from being fully present to a genuine loss rather than sealed off from it. He worked with this quality in the cultivation practice that the Sovereign's approach required. The Sovereign's approach was not, despite its name, a technique for accessing sovereign tier cultivation. It was a method for being fully present to the accessible tier's actual depth, for using what was available at its genuine maximum rather than at the level of engagement that anxiety, urgency, and accumulated experience of inadequacy typically produced. Foundation building, used at its true maximum with complete presence, was significantly more capable than foundation building used at the 80% engagement level that most practitioners operated at even when they believed they were working at full capacity. Nascent soul, with full presence, was something else entirely. He ran the Sovereign's approach cultivation through the third morning in the transit corridor and felt the nascent soul tier expand from within, not adding new capability, but deepening access to the capability that was already there. The soul sight extended its range. The chi control precision increased. The seal frequency reading became cleaner, the specific resonance of the remaining 4 seals more distinct. Seal 6 felt different from the ones that had broken. Not harder, different in kind. It was not calibrated against emotional or psychological conditions, but against something more technical. A specific cultivation achievement. He did not have full access to what achievement the 6th seal required. The design was opaque until the conditions were close enough to read clearly. But the resonance suggested it involved the anchor formation work in some way. The transmission process, the specific cultivation act of moving genuine understanding through the thread. You've been quiet since the 5th seal broke, Meng Bao observed. She had the specific awareness of someone who tracked the state of the people around her as systematically as she tracked the terrain. She was not commenting with concern. She was providing information, the way she provided all information. The cultivation signature is different. Not stronger. More settled. That's accurate, Wei Liang said. The 4th seal's content, she said. Lin Suyin. You remembered. Yes. Meng Bao processed this with the quiet efficiency she brought to all processing. She said, she has been practicing the transmission content for 14 hours straight. She stopped twice, once to eat, once to run a route assessment I asked for. Otherwise continuous. She paused. She has the look of someone solving a problem they have been approaching from the wrong direction for a long time and have just found the correct approach. Wei Liang looked north toward Lin Suyin's position, 200 meters ahead at the morning's movement lead. The soul sight gave him the thread's current state. Active, engaged, the transmission channel running in continuous low-level operation as she worked with the foundational architecture content. She was building something. Not technique acquisition in the formal sense. Something more fundamental, the specific structural development that happened when a practitioner genuinely integrated new understanding rather than adding it to existing technique repertoire. The kind of development that was permanent rather than conditional. He ran a quick memory integration check on the 4th seal's content. Fully accessible now, 17 years of training relationship present in the architecture with the specific texture of genuine recall. The memory had the quality of experience that had been important, densely real, dimensionally present rather than the flat quality of accessed rather than lived material. He had been a teacher before he had been a sovereign. The teaching had not been a function of the sovereignty. The sovereignty had been, in some ways, a function of the teaching. The specific cultivation depth that came from having to understand one's own knowledge well enough to transmit it, from having been improved by the process of improving someone else. The memory was present. The grief was present. The work was present. The 6th seal was approaching its proximity threshold. Wei Liang ran the seal's frequency analysis during the afternoon's second cultivation break, a 30-minute window during which the group stopped in a terrain depression that provided natural coverage and allowed formation work without the monitoring risk that movement created. The 6th seal was technical in its calibration in a way the previous seals had not been. The 5th had been the deepest emotional weight. The 6th felt precise, like a formation lock that required not a specific emotional state, but a specific understanding. And the understanding was not about what had been lost or who had trusted him, but about the nature of the mechanism itself. The shackle's architecture, viewed from inside with the nascent soul's perception depth, had a specific beauty. He had not expected to perceive this, had expected something like a cage, which was what it functioned as. But a cage was not what Xianru had built. What Xianru had built was a compression mechanism, the cultivation equivalent of a vessel under pressure, the compressed apex cultivation waiting below the seals, pushing against the architecture from below, and the seals maintaining the pressure gradient that kept the compression from explosive release. The beauty was in the precision. Xianru had built a mechanism that could survive 6 months of active cultivation development from the inside, foundation building practice, nascent soul activation, without the pressure differential becoming catastrophically unmanageable. This required extraordinary calculation. Wei Liang was sitting inside a piece of work that was, objectively, among the most technically sophisticated formation architectures he had ever encountered. Qianru had been the best practitioner of his art in the lowest realm and possibly in the adjacent territories. And he had built this to solve a problem that had no precedent in formation history: how to seal an apex sovereign and provide exits that would not collapse under 6 months of the sealed practitioner's own cultivation development. "You're thinking about the shackle," Lin Suyin said. "Yes. You look like you're reassessing something." Wei Liang considered. "I'm recognizing that the formation was built with genuine respect," he said. "Not for me as a person. That would have been secondary to the formation master's concerns. But for the problem, the technical problem of how to seal this specific thing in a way that provided specific exits." Qianru treated the problem with the full weight of his capability. He paused. "It's the kind of work that only happens when the practitioner believes the problem is worth solving at its highest level." Lin Suyin was quiet. "Then, he believed you were worth it." The session ended. The group moved north in the afternoon's declining light. The 6 seals' proximity resonance built with each hour, and the memory of 17 years was fully present in the accessible architecture, and the grief was present and clean, and the work was present and ongoing, and the formation master's posthumous care was present in every element of the path. And ahead, 2 days north, the treasury's route sealing misdirection was holding, and Xiao Wenshan was redirected, and the window was closing. Chapter 49. The Oracle returns. She found them on the 3rd afternoon, in the transit corridor's northern forest zone. Not the Oracle. One of the Oracle's field agents, a spirit transformation cultivator whose chi signature the Oracle had apparently trained to read as unaffiliated, carrying a sealed spirit message jade with the specific encoding that identified it as the Oracle's secondary communication channel. Shenwuk intercepted the agent 200 meters south of the group's position and confirmed the communication's authenticity before bringing the agent forward. The agent, young, female, efficient in the way that agents who worked for exacting principles became efficient, delivered the jade to Wei Liang without preamble and departed the same way she had come. The jade's message was in formation notation. Wei Liang read it in the specific layer that formation notation was designed for: compressed information, maximum signal, minimum symbol. The message said, "Xiao Wenshan's secondary tracking method identified the misdirection 7 hours after activation. He has reacquired your baseline signature and is adjusting his approach vector. Current position, 12 hours south. Response team, 24 hours south. The treasury site requires your full formation resonance for access. Your current tier is insufficient. There is a method for temporary amplification, enclosed. Use it once. It will accelerate the next seal's breaking conditions." QR. The formation notation enclosed was a technique specification, not a formation design. A specific chi state, achievable at nascent soul tier, that temporarily elevated the practitioner's available tier to the next level above the current accessible ceiling. Temporary, 6 hours. Cost: the tier would not be accessible again for 48 hours after use. Qianru again. Posthumously precise. He had anticipated the treasury access requirement and provided the solution before the problem was fully visible. Wei Liang showed the message to the group. Meng Bao's timeline assessment was immediate: 12 hours before Qiao Wenshan, 24 before the response team. The treasury site was 4 hours north. Sufficient margin to reach the site. Use the amplification technique, access the treasury, and clear the site before the pursuit arrived. "What's in the treasury?" Shenwuk asked. Wei Liang checked the 4th seal's accessible memory. The treasury had been a project of his from before the summit. A specific archive of cultivation materials, not technique manuals or spirit stones, but something more particular. Genuine formation architectures, the specific class of cultivation knowledge that formation masters could build once and practitioners could access indefinitely. He had been assembling it across several centuries. Its contents included materials that had been lost in the various institutional purges that the cultivation world periodically conducted. He said, "It contains the formation architectures for 6 techniques that no longer exist in the accessible cultivation world." Qianru encoded them before his execution. His last archive work. Shenwuk absorbed this. He said, "And your formation resonance is what opens it." "Yes." "Then the order's response team doesn't know what's in it," Shenwuk said. "They know it exists, presumably from the monitoring node transmission, but not its content." "Probably not," Wei Liang said. Qianru was careful about what he transmitted. Duan Xiao had been running formation assessment on the amplification technique specification. He looked up. This is workable. The technique is straightforward at nascent soul tier. The cost is significant but acceptable given the operational timeline. He paused. There's a secondary effect that the notation doesn't label specifically, but that the formation architecture implies. The amplification creates a temporary resonance that is visible to sensitive tracking techniques. If Chao Wenshan has his secondary method active, he will see the amplification event. How long does the event signature persist? 30 minutes, approximately. Wei Liang calculated. We reach the treasury in 4 hours. Use the technique. Access the treasury. The technique's signature peaks and dissipates within 30 minutes of the access event. We clear the site 12 minutes before Chao Wenshan's earliest possible arrival. He looked at Meng Bao. Tight, she said. Viable. They moved north at increased pace, and above them the afternoon sky was the specific gray of a day that intended rain. And to the south, 12 hours behind them and closing, Chao Wenshan was running his secondary tracking method toward the first clear signature event his instruments had recorded in 3 days. He stopped when Chao Wenshan's instruments registered the amplification event. Not because the event itself required stopping, the route sealing misdirection was already in place. He stopped because the amplification event's signature characteristics were different from what his tracking technique had been calibrated for. He had been tracking a suppressed sovereign realm cultivation signature. That signature was still present in the ambient residue. The months of suppressed cultivation had left a specific imprint in the terrain's chi flow substrate that was readable to his technique's sensitivity. But the amplification event's signature carried an additional characteristic that his tracking parameters had not anticipated. A spirit transformation floor resonance emerging above the foundation building and nascent soul signatures he had been tracking. He ran his full sensitivity array on the treasury site's residue, standing at the mountain face for 20 minutes and processing everything his instruments provided. The suppressed cultivation was developing, not in the standard sense of a practitioner's cultivation tier advancing through practice. This was different in character from the standard advancement signature, which had a gradual quality, a slow shift in the fundamental resonance. This was more like a series of unlocking events, each one discrete, each one adding a specific capability that the previous locked state had prevented. The shackle. He had heard of the Heaven-Binding Order's most significant suppression formation being applied to a sovereign realm practitioner once, years ago, in a restricted briefing that had been above his formal classification level. The briefing had described the shackle as a 9-seal formation with discrete breaking conditions. He had not accessed the specific conditions. That information was classified at the Order's senior director level. But the signature pattern he was now reading in the terrain's residue was consistent with what a multi-seal formation's sequential breaks would produce. He updated his tracking assessment. The target was not an isolated practitioner of indeterminate origin with a suppressed cultivation signature. The target was a practitioner recovering from the Order's most significant suppression instrument, seal by seal, with what appeared to be prepositioned formation support at each stage. He filed his updated assessment to the response team. He sent a copy upward to the Order's tracking division with priority classification. Then he redirected his tracking path. The route sealing misdirection was real. His instruments were registering the false origin point in the southwest, and the misdirection was well constructed enough that a less experienced tracker would follow it without question. But 6 years of tracking work had taught him the specific texture of genuine signatures and the specific texture of constructed misdirections. And these two textures were different in ways that his instruments could not detect, but his cultivator's intuition could. The constructed misdirection had the character of something positioned rather than something that had actually moved. He was not going to follow it. He was going to follow the logical path. North, toward the transit corridor's exit, toward whatever the prepositioned support network had established in the Central Territory. Because the target was moving north, and the target had a support network that had anticipated his pursuit. Which meant the support network had also anticipated this moment, had built the misdirection knowing he would eventually see through it, and had calculated the time his seeing through would take. He had about 12 hours before the response team reached his current position. He moved north, and the tracking instruments read the ambient residue of 6 practitioners moving through the corridor's northern section, and the false origin point blazed its misdirection in the southwest, and Chao Wenshan ignored it and followed the genuine trail. Because 6 years of work had taught him that genuine trails did not need misdirection unless they were worried about being followed, and this trail was worried. He had been running this particular track for 6 years. Not continuously. There had been periods of months where the signature went cold and the tracking required patience rather than movement, waiting for the suppressed cultivation's ambient resonance to build to detectable levels again. Those periods had been tests of his specific patience. The tracker's patience, which was different from the cultivator's patience. The cultivator's patience was the stillness of waiting for the right cultivation conditions. The tracker's patience was the stillness of maintaining accurate attention across long stretches of apparent absence. Xiao Wenshan was good at the tracker's patience. He had built his technique in those patient periods, refining the calibration between runs of active tracking, adjusting the sensitivity parameters based on the false positives each refinement phase generated. The technique was better now than it had been in the first year. Every run of this track had made it better. He updated his movement assessment. The target was 30 hours north, moving at a pace slightly above what the residue trail's previous pattern had indicated. The 6 seals break had accelerated the pace. The increased accessible tier gave the group more formation support options for movement, and Duan Xiao's mobile array was probably running at higher efficiency. The orders team was 12 hours behind him. He sent his current position and updated assessment and continued north at his patient tracking pace, one step at a time, one careful hour following the next, until the gap closed to the point where his function, tracking, not engagement, was complete and the response team's function could begin. Chapter 50. The treasury was built into a mountain's northeast face. Not a door in rock, not a formal entrance, but a formation geometry integration that made the mountain's chi flow structure itself the storage medium. Walking past it without the correct formation resonance, a cultivator would perceive only terrain. With the resonance, the architecture revealed itself, compressed, elegant, the specific style of a master who had integrated the formation into the natural structure rather than imposing structure onto nature. Wei Liang ran the amplification technique, standing 15 meters from the mountain face. The chi amplification was exactly as described, a temporary elevation of accessible tier from nascent soul to something between nascent soul ceiling and spirit transformation floor. Not a clean tier, but a pressure state that produced the resonance signature that the treasury's access lock required. It felt like being briefly, partially, more fully himself. The way that the seal breaks had each felt like recovering a piece of what had been locked away, except this was not authentic recovery, but temporary amplification. The difference was felt clearly. It worked, but it was not real. The treasury opened. What it contained was not a room. It was a library in the formation sense. Compressed cultivation architecture encoded into the mountain's chi flow substrate, each design accessible as a readable formation structure through the amplified resonance. 6 major designs, as he had said. 47 minor designs. The minor ones were operational tools, defensive formations, movement techniques, communication architectures that didn't require fixed infrastructure. The major ones were something else. Wei Liang accessed the 6 major designs with the methodical attention of the person who had helped build this archive, and was now retrieving material he had invested in decades of effort assembling. The formations loaded into his accessible memory with the character of content that felt familiar, not because he remembered encoding them specifically, but because the design principles were deeply integrated into his foundational architecture. Qianru had been right. He needed this, not because the techniques were powerful, though they were, but because they contained, embedded in their formation geometry, specific cultivation insights that were not available in the techniques themselves, but in the design process. Understanding why these techniques worked the way they worked would give him what he needed for the 6 seals approach. He had 4 minutes before the amplification signature's visibility window opened. He transmitted 3 of the 6 major designs through the anchor channel to Lin Suyin, not for immediate use, but for the structural understanding the designs encoded. She received them with the focused efficiency of 17 years of intensive training. He stored the other 3 in his accessible memory's compressed archive format. The amplification technique's peak resonance passed. The signature event, 30 minutes of visibility, had begun its countdown. He sealed the treasury's access layer with the specific formation gesture that reintegrated the architecture with the mountain's chi flow substrate, and they cleared the site with the systematic speed of a group that had prepared this departure in advance. Meng Bao set the movement formation for maximum transit speed. Duan Xiao activated the mobile formation array's maximum coverage configuration. Xin Wuk ran ahead to confirm the northern route's clearance state. Lin Suyin moved at Wei Liang's left, processing the 3 transmitted treasury designs with the continuous deep attention of someone who understood that she was receiving something significant, and that comprehension could not be rushed, but also could not be delayed. 2 of the 3 designs referenced the sovereign's approach, she said, very quietly. Not explicitly, but the formation geometry assumes it. Yes, he said. Qianru designed them after we worked on the foundational architecture together. They're built on that base. He was building a curriculum, she said. Wei Liang considered this. Yes, I think he was. The mountain fell behind them. The Treasury's 30-minute signature window would close in 23 minutes. The pursuit specialist was 12 hours south. The response team was 24 hours south. The sixth seal's frequency was clearer since the Treasury access. The design he had stored, the one he had stored directly, was doing something to the cultivation architecture at a structural level that he could feel but not yet articulate. The break was coming. Not tonight, but soon. He considered this in the afternoon's second hour of movement. The sealed memory had given him something the analysis alone couldn't. The formation master's specific aesthetic, the signature of his design philosophy applied consistently across a career's worth of work. The shackle was the finest expression of that philosophy. The exits were built into the finest work Qianru had ever done. Wei Liang ran the sixth seal's formation architecture analysis as the group moved north from the Treasury site. The analysis required 40 minutes of the cultivation practice that the movement's pace permitted, not the deep attention mode that stationary practice allowed, but the running analysis that a cultivator with sufficient tier depth could maintain in the background of ordinary movement. The sixth seal's architecture was significantly clearer now, the proximity resonance consistent and building. The archive had given him the complete internal structure of the shackle, all 9 seals, their interlocking architecture, their calibration conditions. The sixth seal's calibration was the most technically specific of the ones he had broken so far. It required not an emotional recognition or an authentic action, but a specific cultivation understanding. The recognition that the formation architecture of the lock and the formation architecture of the exits were built from the same foundational principle. He had understood this academically before the Treasury access. The sixth seal required him to understand it experientially, to feel the architectural truth of it in the shackle's actual structure, present in his accessible perception, rather than as an intellectual abstraction. The Treasury's formation record had given him the complete architecture. The sixth design he had stored rather than transmitted was the technical key. Not a technique for opening the seal, but a formation architecture that, when accessed, made the seal's own structure legible at the level of genuine understanding rather than informed observation. He was moving north with the sixth seal's architecture fully legible, and the understanding was building. Lin Suyin asked, during the morning's first cultivation break, "Can I ask what Duan Xiao said about the sixth seal?" Wei Liang described the formation architecture conversation, the shared foundational principle between the shackle and the Treasury, the formation master's use of the same underlying design approach in both directions. She was quiet, processing. Then, he built the cage and the key from the same place. And you have to understand that they're the same thing before the key works. Yes, that's a specific requirement, she said. It was not a criticism. It was the recognition of a student who had been studying formation architecture at the foundational level for 17 years and could recognize the elegance of a design choice. He couldn't build the exits as separate structures. They had to be inherent to the cage's own architecture, or the target would never reach the understanding required to use them. She paused. He was teaching you while locking you. The shackle itself is a curriculum. He considered his disciple's observation. He had not thought of it this way. He had thought of the exits as compensation, Qianru's way of giving him back what should not have been taken in the first place. But Lin Suyin was right. The exits were not separate from the lock. They were built into the lock's own architecture, accessible only through specific authentic resonances, each one requiring a quality that the seal practitioner had to genuinely develop or recover through the breaking sequence. The shackle was a curriculum, 6 months of compressed authentic development, designed to produce a specific state of recovery that was more complete, in specific ways, than the state before the sealing. He thought about this as they moved north, and the sixth seal's formation architecture built toward the comprehension the break required, and the understanding was close. Not tonight, but close. And what was close was the recognition that Qianru had, in his last work, given Wei Liang something he had not had before, and the giving had required taking everything else first. Chapter 51. Chao Wenshan's assessment. The pursuit specialist reached the mountain's northeast face 8 hours after Wei Liang's group cleared the Treasury site. He stood at the mountain face for 20 minutes. He ran his tracking technique's full sensitivity array across the terrain, reading the amplification event's residue with the expertise born of 6 years developing this technique, and knowing its output with the intimacy of a craftsman knowing their own tools. The signature event was 3 hours old. The amplification technique's peak resonance had already dissipated, but its residue in the mountain's chi flow substrate was readable for 48 hours if you knew what to look for. Chao Wenshan knew what to look for. He filed his assessment. Target accessed a nascent soul amplification technique of significant technical complexity, suggesting access to external formation resources of high quality. The Treasury formation signature was present in the access events residue. He recognized the style, having analyzed similar Qianru origin formation architecture in the Order's database. This was a prepositioned asset rather than improvised technique use. The target had received preparation for this situation before the summit betrayal. The implications of this assessment were above Chao Wenshan's organizational authorization to act on directly. He filed a priority communication to the response team and, above them, to the Order's senior tracking division. The communication said, "Target has prepositioned assets of Qianru origin throughout transit route. Suggest elevated response classification. Current pursuit classification assumes isolated practitioner with improvised resources. Actual situation is prepared practitioner with Qianru formation library access. Response team should expand to include formation specialist members before engagement." He did not receive a response before the response team arrived. This was not unusual. The Order's chain of communication processed priority reports with the urgency of bureaucratic institutions, important, but not immediate. The response team would follow their current protocol because the response team had not received the updated assessment before departure. Chao Wenshan, who was very good at his specific job and sufficiently realistic about the limitations of the organizational system he worked within, made his own adjustments. He slowed his tracking pace slightly, maintaining his position behind the target rather than continuing to close. The response team was 16 hours behind him now. 16 hours was sustainable distance if the target continued moving north. He kept moving north, not closing, maintaining. The pursuit specialist's particular expertise was tracking, not engagement. He had been doing this for 6 years. He knew when to press and when to maintain, and the specific assessment he had run on the target's formation resources suggested that pressing was not the correct protocol. He watched and followed. The track continued north. Chao Wenshan was not a formation specialist. He had worked with formation specialists for 6 years, had learned the vocabulary, had developed enough practical knowledge to identify formation architecture types in the field and to recognize when he was encountering something above his technical assessment capability. He was not a practitioner of high cultivation tier, golden core, advanced tier, but still golden core. He had never expected to reach higher. His specific excellence was the tracking technique, which was a precision instrument that required cultivation sensitivity rather than cultivation power. He had developed the tracking technique over 3 years of theoretical work and 3 years of field refinement. It was his, in the way that a craftsman's finest tool was theirs, built from years of intimate understanding of the specific problem it was designed to solve. The specific problem, suppressed sovereign realm cultivation signatures, were difficult to track because the suppression formation created a masking effect that overlaid the target's genuine signature with the shackle's formation architecture. Standard tracking methods read the shackle architecture and found a formation object rather than a cultivator, like searching for a person inside a very well-made box and finding only the box. Chao Wenshan's innovation had been to track the box rather than the person inside it, to identify the shackle's specific formation characteristics, which were unique to Qianru's design style, and to build a tracking method keyed to those characteristics rather than to the cultivator's own qi signature. This had worked for 6 years. He had maintained the track from the lowest realm's western border territory all the way to the Iron Sky Summit, through the transit corridor, through the Treasury site. The current situation was new. The shackle's architecture was changing. The seal breaks were modifying the formation's external presentation in ways his tracking technique had to continually recalibrate to follow. The most recent break, at the Treasury site, had modified the shackle's architecture substantially enough that the tracking required a significant recalibration effort. He ran this recalibration as he moved north, following the logical path rather than the instruments. The recalibration completed at midday of the second day. The new signature profile was clear, fewer seals, modified architecture, the specific formation characteristics of a shackle at approximately half its original seal count. Still trackable. Different, but trackable. He updated his position assessment. Target was approximately 36 hours north at current movement speed. The response team was 12 hours south of his current position. The combined timeline put the response team at the northern way station zone in approximately 48 hours, 1 day after the target would arrive there, if the target maintained current movement speed. The margin was thin. Not unworkable, but thin. He sent an updated position assessment to the response team and continued north at his steady pace, the tracking technique cycling through its new recalibration profile, the trail clear enough to follow through the residue in the terrain's qi flow substrate. He had been running this track for 6 years. 48 more hours was nothing. He moved north, and the trail was clear, and the Order's team was 12 hours behind him, and the target was 36 hours ahead, and the gap was closing 1 hour at a time, slowly, deliberately, with the patience of a craftsman who trusts their instrument and knows the work requires exactly as long as the work requires, and not 1 moment less. Chapter 52. The Sixth Seal. The sixth seal broke in a way that Wei Liang had not anticipated. Not during cultivation practice. Not during the anchor formation work. Not in response to a confrontation or a recognition or an emotional weight fully acknowledged. It broke during a conversation with Duan Xiao. They were 3 hours north of the treasury site, moving through the transit corridor's final forest section before the terrain opened into the lowest realm's central plains. Duan Xiao was running the mobile formation array from a position 2 meters to Wei Liang's right, his formation master's hands executing the continuous micro-adjustment work that the array's mobile configuration required. He had been quiet since the treasury, which was his normal processing mode. Duan Xiao did his thinking in silence and delivered his conclusions when they were complete. He said, "The 6 major treasury designs. I saw what you transmitted to Lin Suyin. The formation architecture." He was looking at his hands rather than at Wei Liang, the specific attention mode of a formation master assessing technique geometry. The 5th and 6th designs are connected to each other in a way that the others aren't. They share a base formation structure, Qianru's foundational architecture for resonance-based technique, the design principle rather than the specific technique. He paused. He spent a long time building that foundational architecture. Decades, from the evidence of the design's refinement history in its geometry. He was working on it in parallel with the shackle. He absorbed the implication. Duan Xiao continued. The shackle seal architecture uses the same foundational resonance principles as the treasury's advanced techniques. Not the same technique, but the same approach. The formation master who built the lock and the formation master who built the key were using the same foundational understanding in both directions. He looked up. He was not working against you when he built the shackle. He was not working for you. He was doing the only thing he was capable of doing, which was applying his genuine understanding of how formation resonance worked to whatever problem was in front of him. The shackle was genuine work. The treasury was genuine work. The exits were genuine work. He paused again. They all came from the same source. Wei Liang held this. What Duan Xiao had identified was technically accurate. He could feel the accuracy in the way he could feel accurate formation assessments. The specific resonance of a correctly identified structure, like a tuning fork finding its frequency. The shackle and the treasury shared foundational architecture. Qianru had not built them separately. He had built them from the same place. The implication of this was not tactical. It was not operational. It was the specific understanding of something about the nature of the formation master's relationship to his work, and through that work, to Wei Liang, that the most difficult work he had done in his final years had been in service of the same fundamental commitment, regardless of which direction the work appeared to point. The 6th seal broke. Not with a crash, not with a surge, not with any of the dramatic formal signatures that cultivation novels described seal-breaking producing. Quietly, the way a room becomes more fully itself when the right window is opened. Not addition, but completion. What opened was not a memory. It was a tear. The nascent soul ceiling lifted. The spirit transformation formation signature below the next seal became directly accessible. Not full spirit transformation, not yet, but the floor of it, the specific point at which the compression gradient's pressure became a resource rather than a constraint. Wei Liang felt the qi restructuring proceed with the careful, systematic efficiency of a natural process working correctly. Not fast, not dramatic, but correct. Duan Xiao watched the signature shift with the specific attention of a formation master observing a significant event. He said, with the understated appreciation of someone who understood exactly what they were looking at, "That was the 6th. Yes, Wei Liang said. The treasury design. The one you kept for yourself, the 6th major design. It's a formation architecture for exactly this qi restructuring process. Qianru built the map," Wei Liang said. "And the roads. They kept walking north." The 6th seal's formation architecture opened fully as they walked. Not with drama. The understanding that had been building since the treasury access. The recognition that lock and key were built from the same foundational principle. That the shackle's exits were inherent to its structure rather than external additions. That Qianru had built both from the same place. Had been completing itself over the past 2 days. It was complete now. And the completeness, felt as genuine understanding rather than intellectual acknowledgement, triggered the seal's calibration. The spirit transformation tier's accessible floor expanded, not to full spirit transformation, still constrained by the upper seal's architecture, but significantly past the floor, into the genuine range where spirit transformation technique deployment became possible rather than merely theoretical. Wei Liang felt the expansion with the specific relief of someone putting down a weight they had been carrying long enough to forget it was heavy. Not the weight of the suppressed cultivation that had been present as background pressure since Dustfall Town. The weight of the gap between what was accessible and what he knew was there. The distance between foundation building and the full architecture below was a specific kind of strain. Spirit transformation range reduced that distance substantially. Duan Xiao stopped walking. Duan Xiao studied Wei Liang. His formation master's senses were reading the signature shift with the full attention of his professional expertise. The sixth, he said. Yes. Spirit transformation range. He filed this with visible precision. The response team's void refinement assets. He did not finish the thought. He didn't need to. They become manageable rather than overwhelming, Wei Liang said. Not trivial, but manageable. Duan Xiao looked at this statement from the formation analyst's perspective, weighing manageable against the specific capabilities of 3 void refinement cultivators with full-tier access and an organizational mandate. How much spirit transformation range? He asked. Not the ceiling. Somewhere in the mid-tier range, in terms of technique availability. Wei Liang considered the precise assessment. Enough that the encounter dynamics change fundamentally. Duan Xiao nodded. The formation master filed the operational update and resumed walking with the immediate efficiency of a formation master who had completed the assessment and was now implementing its implications. He began running revised threat calculations on the mobile array's background processing. Lin Suyin had heard the exchange. She watched Wei Liang and then turned forward to the path north with the expression of someone recalculating a series of contingencies based on new data. 3 more seals, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. And each one adds capability. Each one returns capability. It was always there. The shackle was always a temporary condition. She absorbed this. The specific framing, not gaining but recovering, not advancement but restoration, was important in a way that she was clearly running the implications of. Her foundational architecture work had made her more sensitive to the exact language of cultivation concepts than most practitioners her tier. The 8th seal, she said finally. The one that requires genuine self-accountability. Yes. When you reach it, she said, I want to be near. You will be, he said. They kept walking north, and the 6th seal's liberation resonated through the accessible architecture, and the spirit transformation range expanded with each step, and the path forward was clearer than it had been, and behind them Chao Wenshan was running his recalibrated tracking method and closing the distance 1 careful hour at a time. 3 seals remaining. The 7th's resonance had been present since the way station. The lineage recognition, Zhu Qingyun's note, the architectural truth that teachers are formed by students as much as students are formed by teachers. The 7th was close. The 8th waited behind it with the patient weight of the hardest thing. The 9th, beyond that, held what Wei Liang had not yet allowed himself to examine directly. They kept walking north, and the seal breaks were accelerating, and the end of the sequence was closer than the beginning had seemed from Dustfall Town streets 6 months ago. Chapter 53. Lin Suyin's realization. She stopped in the middle of the path. Not dramatically. She stopped because the integration work she had been running continuously for 2 days had just completed its critical phase, and the completion required a moment of stillness before the architectural change could settle into permanent structure. She stood for 30 seconds. The group adjusted their movement around her without comment. Meng Bao continued point. Xin Wuk maintained his parallel position. Duan Xiao updated his formation array's coverage to account for her stationary position. Then she continued walking. 3 minutes later, she fell into step with Wei Liang. The foundational architecture, she said. The first transmission. I've been building on it since the treasury. 3 of the 6 major designs, plus the foundational base, plus what I had already developed from 17 years of working with secondary techniques that were, I understand now, specifically designed to approach the foundational architecture without reaching it, to build toward the core understanding from a direction that would make the full transmission receivable when it arrived. She paused. Not for organization, but for the specific breath that accompanied processing something very large. You designed the secondary techniques that way, she said. Before the ceiling. You designed my entire curriculum so that the foundational architecture would arrive at the right moment in my development and fit into a structure I'd already built to receive it. She looked at him. I've been following a path you laid 17 years ago. Wei Liang ran the 4th seal's accessible memory. The curriculum architecture. He had been aware he was designing it carefully. He had not been fully aware, at the time, of how carefully, of how precisely he had calibrated each step to serve as preparation for the next. You were asking better questions than I expected, he said. I kept revising the curriculum forward. I know, she said. I found the revisions in the technique designs. The second version of the fifth secondary technique uses formation geometry that assumes knowledge from the third primary transmission. I hadn't received the third primary transmission yet when you designed it. She paused. You were confident I would reach that point. You had not once failed to reach the point I thought you would reach, he said. She was quiet for a moment, processing the weight of this statement, not with the flattery it might have sounded like, but with the specific recognition that it was an accurate description of an observed pattern across 17 years. The spirit transformation access, she said. Since the sixth seal? Yes. Is that what the secondary technique curriculum was building toward? Wei Liang considered the question with the honest attention it deserved. Not specifically, he said. The curriculum was building toward the foundational architecture. What the foundational architecture does with the spirit transformation tier is a function of how the architecture integrates with your current cultivation structure. Xianru's treasury designs provided the integration architecture. He paused. I did not plan for the specific outcome. I planned for the conditions that would allow the best possible outcome. She absorbed this. They walked in the specific, easy rhythm of two people who had found their pace together, the highland terrain opening slowly into lowland plain at the corridor's northern end. The seventh and eighth seals, she said finally. I don't have full access to their calibration conditions yet. The sovereign's approach is building the receptivity. What I know is that they require something more direct than what the previous seals required, closer to the source. She understood what he meant by source. The summit betrayal's specific truth, not the event, which the memory fragments had begun approaching, but the full understanding of what had happened and why, and what it meant about the nature of the world he had been operating in, and what the correct relationship to that understanding was. I'll be there when you reach them, she said. It was not a strategic commitment. It was a fact. I know, he said. The northern forest gave way to plain, and the transit corridor's final zone opened around them. Open ground, low cover, the lowest realm's central territory beginning, and to the south, Xiao Wenshan maintaining his deliberate following distance, and behind Xiao Wenshan, the response team 16 hours back and closing. Lin Suyin worked with the realization for the rest of the afternoon. The curriculum's architecture, the specific design of 17 years of cultivation instruction that had been built with the foundational transmission in mind. Each secondary technique precisely calibrated to prepare the receiving architecture for what would eventually arrive, was visible to her now as a single coherent design. Not a year-by-year improvisation responding to her development. A plan, revised 7 times against reality, always in the direction of building what the final transmission would require to land correctly. She had been a student who kept exceeding the plan's expectations. He had been a teacher who kept revising the plan to meet her. The specific collaborative quality of that relationship, two practitioners moving toward a shared destination at a pace determined by the student's genuine development rather than by any external schedule, was something she had not fully understood while it was happening. She had experienced it as the natural texture of exceptional discipleship. She had not been outside it to see its design. She was outside it now, looking back from 17 years of separation and 3 years of dedicated pursuit. Can I tell you something? She said to Meng Bao. Meng Bao looked up from her terrain assessment. The question was unusual. Lin Suyin operated in the high-efficiency communication mode of an experienced field practitioner, providing only operationally relevant information. Personal disclosure was not her standard mode. Yes, Meng Bao said. When I found the trail in the lowest realm, Lin Suyin said, 6 months ago, the suppressed cultivation signature at the Dustfall town border. I had been following the thread for 3 years from the point of the first seal's breaking. I had gotten close enough to identify the region. And then I lost the trail for 2 weeks, and I thought. She stopped. The statement had a specific weight to it that was not cultivator discipline. It was human. Meng Bao waited. I thought the thread was attenuating. The signal from his end had been weaker for 3 weeks. I assumed it meant the cultivation was degrading, that the sealing was progressing rather than receding. She looked at the terrain ahead. I recalculated the route for the worst-case outcome. What I would do if the suppression had progressed to the point where the thread would eventually sever. She paused. I had a plan for that. I had had it for years. What was the plan? Meng Bao asked. Take the evidence of what was done, the thread's architecture, the seal documentation I had collected, Qianru's formation notes, to the highest accessible authority with the specific power to act on it. She looked at Meng Bao. There are practitioners in the cultivation world above Shui Tian's tier who are not aligned with the Heaven-Binding Order. Who would care about a sovereign realm practitioner sealed without cause? She paused. The plan would not have recovered him, but it would have made clear what was done. Meng Bao processed this. You spent 3 years developing a contingency for his death. Yes. While pursuing the primary plan. Yes. Because you were not going to let either option, his survival or his death, go without a response. Lin Suyin looked at the terrain. She said, he built the curriculum 17 years ago assuming I would develop past the point the existing cultivation world recognized as a ceiling for lowest realm practitioners. He was right about my development. I built the contingency plan assuming he might not survive. I hope I was wrong about that development's necessity. She paused. I think I was. But the plan exists if I wasn't. They moved north in the afternoon's declining light, and the response team closed behind them, and the spirit transformation range expanded in the accessible architecture. And somewhere 16 hours back, the Order's cultivators were moving with the specific efficiency of an institution that had decided to recover what it had lost. And Lin Suyin moved through the terrain with the easy discipline of a practitioner who had prepared for every contingency across 17 years. Chapter 54. Pursuit Dynamics. Shen Wuk came back from the forward position at midday. He had been running ahead as advance coverage since the Treasury, his parallel path serving double duty as both route intelligence and as an independent survival vector if the primary group was intercepted. He returned now with the specific expression that Wei Liang had learned meant new operational data worth acting on. There are 2 separate groups moving in the central territory to the north, he said. He was speaking to the group's assembled configuration, all 5 within hearing range. Duan Xiao with his formation array in passive monitoring mode. Meng Bao doing terrain assessment on the plane's visible features. One group is a standard sect patrol. 6 foundation building practitioners from the Sunward Path sect, running their standard border monitoring rotation. The other group is not standard. Heaven-Binding Order? Meng Bao asked. No order insignia. No obvious cultivation sect affiliation. For practitioners, spirit transformation tier, well-maintained concealment formation, but moving in a formation pattern that I recognize as the Order's advanced insertion protocol for denial of passage operations. He looked at Wei Liang. They were positioned before we got here. They've been waiting. Wei Liang processed this. The response team had a forward insertion element, or the Order had seeded the corridor independently of the response team, a separate asset, positioned when the monitoring node transmission from the Iron Sky basement reached the Order's network and confirmed his general location. Either way, the northern passage was covered. How long have they been in position? Duan Xiao asked. The qi saturation residue in their concealment formation suggests 2 days. They arrived before the Treasury signature event. Before the Treasury, Wei Liang said. This was the important detail. They're not responding to the Treasury event. They were placed based on the Iron Sky Summit monitoring node transmission alone. They assumed this transit corridor as the most likely northern passage route. Because it is, Meng Bao said. The alternatives require either west through the Hollow Marsh, impassable at Foundation Building Tier, or east through the Sovereign Road. And the Sovereign Road would be covered by a separate asset. He scanned the plane's northern horizon, where the Sunward Path Patrol was probably visible through Shen Wuk's advanced position assessment, and where 4 spirit transformation cultivators in concealment formation were waiting for exactly the group that was currently assessing their position. They have a specific expectation, he said. The monitoring node showed Foundation Building Cultivation with a nascent soul signature. One of the 4 is probably a formation specialist. They'll have a detection array tuned to those 2 tiers. Correct, Shen Wuk said. The spirit transformation tier's partial access he had gained since the 6 seals break was recent enough that its signature characteristics were not yet established in any monitoring assessment. A detection array tuned to Foundation Building and Nascent Soul would not catch the spirit transformation floor correctly. I can walk through the detection array, Wei Liang said. You can, Duan Xiao said. But the rest of us are detectable. You approach from the east, Wei Liang said, past the Sunward Path Patrol's range. They won't be coordinating with the Order's forward asset. They're a separate sect, and the Order doesn't share operational information with minor sect patrols. He looked at Meng Bao. 2 kilometers east, then north through the cultivation dead zone at the plane's eastern edge. I'll go directly through the forward insertion position and be at the northern passage waypoint before sunset. Meng Bao ran the assessment with her usual speed. 20-kilometer detour. 3 additional hours. The response team reaches the transit corridor's forest entry in 20 hours. That gives us a 17-hour margin at the northern waypoint. Sufficient, Wei Liang said. Shen Wuk said, without elaborating. I can come with you through the forward position. He assessed the offer. It was genuine. Shen Wuk's cultivation signature, whatever its actual tier, was consistently unreadable to standard assessment methods. He moved through security formations with the ease of a cultivator whose career had been built in exactly this kind of work. Yes, Wei Liang said. They separated at the plane's edge, Meng Bao, Duan Xiao, and Lin Suyin east toward the detour. Wei Liang and Shun walked north toward the forward insertion team's position. The split was clean and fast. Meng Bao led the Eastern Detour group with the confidence of someone who had run this exact calculation hundreds of times. The assessment of how far east required to clear the detection array's radius. The terrain reading that identified the fastest viable route through the cultivation dead zone. The movement pace that would bring the detour group to the northern passage waypoint within the calculated margin. She did not look back when they separated. Neither did Duan Xiao or Lin Suyin. Field practitioners who worked in high-risk environments learned early that looking back at the departing party cost time and emotional attention that the immediate terrain required. They turned east and moved east, and did not watch Wei Liang and Shun Wuk move north. Wei Liang watched them for 3 seconds, the specific assessment of a practitioner confirming that the departure was proceeding correctly, and then turned north. Shun Wuk was already 3 meters ahead. The plain's terrain was open, low scrub ground. The specific highland-adjacent vegetation that grew where the chi flow was too thin for forest but too present for genuine desert. Cover at ground level was minimal. They were visible to aerial observation and to any monitoring formation with line-of-sight range. This was why the detection array bypass route mattered. The array was the critical monitoring element. Once past it, they were in unmonitored terrain that the Order's forward insertion team had not fully covered. The detection array's range, Wei Liang said. 300 meters in the standard hexagonal pattern, Shun Wuk said. The center is 140 meters north of the insertion team's camp position. We approach from the west, angle through the array's northwest sector where the hexagon's geometry creates a 70-meter gap between adjacent nodes, and clear the radius on the northern side. The plan was precise. Wei Liang ran the nascent soul's extended perception forward to confirm the array's position and configuration. The formation architecture was visible at 200 meters as a specific pattern of chi node concentration in the terrain's ambient environment, the specific signature of a monitoring formation's standard hexagonal configuration. The spirit transformation range from the 6 seals break was visible in his perception's depth as a new clarity level, not a different capability set, but the same capabilities running at higher resolution. The detection array's architecture was more legible than it would have been at pure nascent soul tier. The northwest gap that Shun Wuk had identified was confirming in the perception's enhanced reading. 70-meter gap, Wei Liang confirmed. The node placement is standard order formation protocol. No variation from the hex pattern. They use standard protocol, Shun Wuk said, without surprise. The insertion team's formation specialist is competent, not creative. Standard protocol covers most threat categories. It doesn't cover someone who has been analyzing this specific formation architecture for 20 years. They approached from the west at the angle Shun Wuk had specified. The gap was exactly as described. They moved through it in 30 seconds at walking pace. Not running, not concealed, simply moving in the direction that the formation's geometric structure did not cover. The array's detection threshold activated for everything except the specific corridor they were walking. On the other side, the plane opened north toward the waypoint. Behind them, in the insertion team's camp position, no alert had registered. The insertion team's formation specialist, Wei Liang said, is going to do a position check within the next 6 hours and find 2 signatures that went north without registering in the array. Yes, Shun Wuk said, and they'll report to the response team, and the response team will adjust their approach vector. How much does that change the timeline? 6 hours. Maybe 8. Shun Wuk surveyed the plane ahead with the expression of someone updating a continuous calculation. Still inside the margin. They moved north, and behind them the array continued its standard monitoring function without registering the 2 who had walked through its gap, and ahead the waypoint blazed faintly in the nascent soul's extended perception like a lamp in a dark room, and the Eastern Detour group was 3 hours from rejoining them. 3 hours, and then whatever Chao Wenshan had built his life around would finally catch up to the thing it had been hunting, and the catching up would not go the way the pursuit specialist expected. Chapter 55. 2 signatures. They moved through the forward insertion team's concealment formation perimeter in the specific manner of practitioners who belong in a space. Shun Wuk had a technique for this that Wei Liang had not seen before. Not a formation structure, not a cultivation technique in the formal sense, but a specific quality of movement that did not trigger the threshold detection architecture that most security formations used. He moved as if the formation's detection layer were not a barrier but a texture, present, noted, and walked through in the direction that avoided its detection threshold without crossing it. Wei Liang followed his lead, using the spirit transformation floor's accessibility to present the cultivation signature that the detection array's calibration wasn't tuned to catch. The array registered foundation building residue from their previous proximity and the nascent soul signature's general background presence in the corridor, standard corridor background noise, consistent with historical traffic. Nothing new. They were through in 40 meters. On the other side of the detection perimeter, in the plane's open terrain, he regarded Shinwuk with the nascent soul's full assessment. "What are you?" he asked. Shinwuk continued walking north. He said, without elaboration, with the directness of someone providing accurate information without providing all available information. Wandering nascent soul practitioner with a very specific specialization in environments that require low observable profile. "That's accurate," Wei Liang said. "And it doesn't answer the question." "The question," Shinwuk said, "is probably one you'll have the full answer to when you have more seals broken." He glanced over. "I've been following this situation from further back than you know. I'm here because I was asked to be here by someone who understood what you would need before you were in a position to ask for it. The same category of person as the Oracle. Qianru's network. More extensive than Wei Liang had assessed. The Oracle was one component. Shinwuk was another, and probably there were others he hadn't encountered yet. Qianru had not built only the shackle and the treasury and the anchor formation. He had built a support structure for the breaking process. A set of practitioners specifically positioned to provide what was needed at each stage. "He recruited you," Wei Liang said. 15 years ago, Shinwuk said. "He told me someone was going to need a very specific kind of help at a very specific time, and that the help required someone who could read operational situations clearly and not be seen when it mattered. He paid in advance. The work has been interesting." He paused. "And I would have helped regardless of payment. What was done to you at the summit was not something that should have been possible in a cultivation world that was functioning correctly." The plane moved past them. The northern waypoint was visible on the horizon, a chi-rich ground formation that marked the transit corridor's formal northern terminus. Beyond it, the lowest realm's central territory opened into the wide geography of the cultivation world's formal organization, sects, domains, the infrastructure of a world that the Heaven-Binding Order had shaped in the 17 years of Wei Liang's absence. "After the remaining seals break," Shinwuk said, "the response team and Chao Wenshan and the 4 forward insertion practitioners become operationally irrelevant. You'll know this already. I wanted to confirm it from an external perspective." He looked at the northern horizon with the specific assessment of someone who was always, continuously, reading the terrain. What happens after the breaking is a different kind of problem. The Order knows something significant has happened. Shui Tian knows specifically. The response you'll face is not pursuit. It's preparation for direct confrontation. "I know," Wei Liang said. "The lowest realm's central territory has resources that the transit corridor doesn't. Specifically, 2 formation archives that Qianru seeded in the central territory's major way station infrastructure, and 3 practitioners who were asked to be present at the central way station in the 4th month of the year." Shinwuk looked at the sky, checking orientation. "The 4th month started 2 days ago. He planned this with year-level precision," Wei Liang said. "He planned it the way he built formations," Shinwuk said. "Every element necessary and sufficient. Nothing wasted." They reached the northern waypoint as the sun was beginning its western descent, and the forward insertion team was somewhere south of them searching the plane for a signature that had not entered their detection array's range, and the eastern detour group was still 2 hours behind, and the pursuit specialist was 16 hours south and maintaining his patient, expert distance. Wei Liang and Shinwuk moved north through the plane in the afternoon's second half. The plane's open terrain made communication easier than the forest had. Less ambient noise, clear sight lines in all directions that the soul sight was monitoring continuously. Shinwuk moved with the easy efficiency of a practitioner in familiar operational mode, his stillness reading as something between alert and relaxed, the specific state of high competence operating below full capacity. "The 9 network members," Wei Liang said. "Beyond you and the Oracle and Elder Fong and Zhu Qingyun. Who are the others?" Shinwuk considered the question with the specific attention of someone weighing disclosure factors. He said, 2 of them you won't encounter. Their function was completed in the early stages, monitoring the shackle's condition during the first 3 years, before the first seal showed movement. They're ordinary practitioners who agreed to carry information and never did anything more complicated than that." He paused. "One you'll encounter at the Mountain Hermitage. A formation scholar who has been Zhu Qingyun's only local contact for 12 years. He does not have any cultivation significance. He is very good at carrying and not losing seal documentation across 12 years of mountain conditions." A pause. "The other 2 are above my authorization level to name before the 8th seal breaks. When it breaks, you'll know them." Qianru designed the access restrictions. "Yes." He said some of the network's members required the specific protection of not being known to a target who might be captured and interrogated before the breaking sequence was complete. Shinwuk looked ahead at the northern horizon's waypoint glow. He was not being paranoid. He was being accurate about the Order's interrogation capabilities. He considered this. Qianru had considered the scenario where the breaking sequence failed, where Wei Liang was recaptured before completing the seal breaks, and had designed the network with protection against that scenario. The members Wei Liang didn't know could not be extracted under interrogation. The network's most critical elements were protected by their own anonymity. It was the right design. It was also a specific indicator of how thoroughly Qianru had thought through the failure modes. He expected the possibility that I wouldn't make it, Wei Liang said. He designed for it, Shinwuk said. He didn't expect it. He told me once, in the second year of the network's operation, that the probability of successful completion was approximately 87%, given the specific practitioner and the specific exit conditions he had built. He glanced over. He said the 13% failure case was almost entirely concentrated in the early stages, when the first two seals conditions required authentic action from a foundation-building practitioner with no memory of what they were and no resources beyond whatever they had gathered in the lowest realm's worst territory. He paused. The first seal broke on decisive action in Dustfall Town streets. He had projected a 60% probability for that specific break based on his assessment of your fundamental character. 60%, Wei Liang said. He thought the first seal was the most important unknown, Shinwuk said. He knew your cultivation. He knew your technique knowledge. He knew the specific qualities the later seals required. He did not know, with certainty, whether someone stripped of everything they had been with still, in genuinely difficult circumstances, act from their actual character rather than from desperation or performance. The plane ahead was empty. The answer was yes, Shinwuk said, with the flat neutrality of providing accurate information. You acted from your character. The sequence proceeded. They reached the northern waypoint as the sun was beginning its western descent, and the eastern detour group was 2 hours behind, and the pursuit specialist was 16 hours back and closing, and the way station's distant lights were visible at the plane's northern edge, and somewhere in the way station, 3 practitioners Qianru had positioned were waiting in the 4th month of the year, exactly as calculated 16 years ago. Chapter 56. The Northern Way Station, the lowest realm's Central Territory Way Station, was a permanent infrastructure installation, a rest point for cultivators in transit between the major domain territories, maintained by the collective contribution of the domain lords whose territories bordered the central zone. It was old, well-established, heavily trafficked, and operated with the specific anonymity of a public space used by too many different people and organizations to be efficiently monitored by any single intelligence network. This was, Wei Liang recognized, exactly why Qianru had seeded formation archives here. The way station had 3 tiers of accommodation: common housing for qi condensation and foundation building practitioners, private housing for golden core and nascent soul, and the closed wing reserved for spirit transformation and above. Wei Liang's accessible tier was ambiguous enough. Foundation building in formal cultivation terms, nascent soul in activation terms, spirit transformation floor in the 6 seals release terms, that he presented the nascent soul signature and took private housing. The others followed their own tier presentations. The 3 practitioners Qianru had positioned here arrived at the way station's common dining hall in the first hour of the evening service period. The first was a man that Wei Liang recognized immediately from the restored 4th seal memory, a formation scholar who had worked with Qianru for a decade before the summit, specializing in the specific class of formation technique that integrated with natural qi flow rather than imposing structure. He was older now, the specific aging of a cultivator who had reached foundation building's ceiling and held there, not dead, not declining, but no longer developing at the rapid rate of active cultivation advancement. His name was Elder Fong. Wei Liang had last seen him 12 years before the summit, when their paths had crossed at a formation conference in the upper realm's eastern territories. The second was a spirit transformation woman Wei Liang did not recognize from memory, but whose cultivation signature carried the distinct mark of decades working in the lowest realm's conditions, a particular density of adaptation that only long-term residents produced. The third was a young man who was not yet at foundation building. Qi condensation, Wei Liang assessed from the soul site, but who moved with the assurance of someone who was going to reach foundation building soon and knew it, and who was carrying a sealed cultivation note in Qianru's formation handwriting. They settled at a corner table. Elder Fong met Wei Liang's eyes across the room with the calm recognition of someone who had been expecting this meeting for a long time. Wei Liang crossed to his table. "You look different," Elder Fong said. 17 years, Wei Liang said. That too. But mainly the seals. 6 gone. Yes. The elder nodded with the quiet satisfaction of someone checking a predicted outcome against reality and finding the prediction accurate. The 7th will be harder than you expect, he said. Not because the conditions are more complex. Because the conditions are simpler, and simple conditions require more genuine engagement than complex ones. He looked at his tea. Qianru said you would understand what he meant by that when you reached it. He said you would think at first that simple meant easy, and that you would be wrong. What's in the formation archives he left here? The 7th and 8th design sets. Sequence continuation of what you found in the treasury. Elder Fong looked at the young man with the sealed cultivation note. And a message for you, specifically, from someone who was here 2 years ago. Who? Elder Fong met his eyes with the patience of someone who knows that what they are about to say will require a moment of processing. Your teacher, he said. The one you had before the sovereign's work. The foundational cultivation architect who built the original version of what Qianru called the sovereign's approach. He paused. She is still alive. She has been in the lowest realm for 60 years, having descended here voluntarily a decade before your fall. She left a message 2 years ago because she calculated when you would reach this point within a 2-year margin. He looked at the sealed cultivation note in the young man's hands. She knew about the shackle before it was built. She knew about Shui Tian's planning earlier than anyone. She could not stop it from this distance. She was told about the exits the day after Qianru began building them. He took the sealed note in both hands. Who is she, he asked. Elder Fong said the name. And the 7th seal, not on a trigger, not on an action, but on the full weight of a recognition that had been approaching since the 5th seal broke and the grief became accessible, began to resonate with the quality of a lock preparing to open. Elder Fong's presence at the way station was the specific kind of evidence that Qianru's planning had left everywhere Wei Liang had encountered it. Precise, specific, and unhurried. The formation scholar had been at this way station for 3 days before Wei Liang's group arrived, not waiting with anxiety, but with the patient attention of a man who had been given an accurate timeline and trusted its accuracy. He was older than Wei Liang remembered, the specific aging of a scholar who had reached their cultivation ceiling and held there. Foundation building, advanced tier, the particular quality of a cultivator who had accepted that their development had found its natural maximum and had chosen depth over the endless pursuit of advancement. His formation scholarship had not stopped developing. His formation scholarship was the finest Wei Liang had seen at the foundation building tier. You look different from when I last saw you, Elder Fong had said, at their table in the way station's dining hall. I'm recovering, Wei Liang had said. Slowly. Not slowly, Elder Fong said. Qianru's projected timeline for your position at first contact was 48 hours after arrival. You're 17 hours early. He had the expression of someone checking a prediction's accuracy with genuine scientific interest. He was within a standard deviation. He usually was, Wei Liang said. The formation archive access, the shackle record. You've reviewed it. Yes. Elder Fong's expression shifted to something more focused. The 8 seals calibration conditions. Do you understand them? Wei Liang had said, yes. And he had meant it in the intellectual sense, the formal understanding of what the calibration required. What he did not yet have was the experiential understanding that the seal's calibration required for the break. The 7th seal's approach was already resonating. The cultivation note from Zhu Qingyun had triggered something, the recognition of the architectural lineage from his teacher to him, to his disciple, and back, through Qianru's formation design. The seal's proximity resonance was strong and getting stronger. But the 7th and 8th were sequential in a specific way. The 7th required understanding the lineage's bidirectional nature, that teachers are formed by students as much as students by teachers, and the 8th required something harder. Looking clearly at the specific failure that had made the sealing possible, without the distortions of blame or self-protection or justified grievance. The 8th seal was the hardest. Not because the emotional weight was greatest. Grief and loss had been the 5th seal's domain, and both had been genuine and significant. The 8th was hardest because it required the kind of clear self-assessment that the cultivation world's entire formal structure was designed to make unnecessary. Rank, technique, advancement. These were the cultivation world's substitutes for the kind of inner clarity that only happened when you stripped away everything that the rank protected and looked at what was underneath. Wei Liang had been stripped of everything. He had been looking at what was underneath for 6 months. He was getting close. The 8th seal, Elder Fong said, in the way station's evening, requires what it requires. Qianru told me what the conditions were. He asked me not to describe them to you explicitly. He said explicit description would make it into a technique exercise rather than a genuine event. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. He said you would know what it asked when it asked it. He said you had been building toward it since Dustfall Town. That everything that had happened, the decisive action, the protection, the self-recognition, the confronting the memory, the grief, the lineage understanding, was preparation for looking directly at one thing. I know what the one thing is, he said. Yes, Elder Fong said. I thought you would. The way station's evening continued around them, and the seventh seal's resonance built toward its breaking, and the eighth waited behind it with the patient weight of the hardest thing. And somewhere in the distance, east of here, Zhu Qingyun was in her mountain hermitage waiting for a practitioner she had taught 5 centuries ago to finally look directly at the one thing that the sealing and the breaking and all of Qianru's careful design had been preparing him to see. Chapter 57. Old teacher. The name was Zhu Qingyun. He had not thought of her in 5 centuries, not because the memory had faded, but because the specific cultivation of attention that Apex practice required did not leave time for the kind of retrospective accounting that would have brought her forward. She had been his first teacher, genuinely his first, not in the formal cultivation structure sense, but in the deeper sense. The practitioner who had recognized, when he was at Qi condensation, with the specific uncertain quality of someone who understood the practice and did not yet understand the principle, that what he was missing was not more technique, but the architectural understanding that made technique coherent. She had taught him the foundational architecture, which was the same foundational architecture he had transmitted to Lin Suyin, which was the same architectural understanding that Qianru had built the sovereign's approach from, which was the base design principle behind the treasury's 6 major techniques and the 2 sealed formation archives Qianru had left here. He understood, looking at the sealed note in the young Qi condensation practitioner's hands, that the lineage was visible when you looked at it from the right angle. Not a cultivation lineage in the formal sense. An architectural lineage, a single foundational understanding, transmitted from one practitioner to the next, each generation building something from it that would eventually reach the next practitioner who needed it. Zhu Qingyun had taught him. He had built from that teaching, spending 5 centuries deepening and expanding the foundational architecture she had shown him. He had taught Lin Suyin. Qianru had worked with him long enough to absorb the architectural understanding and extend it into formation design territory that Wei Liang himself had not explored. And Qianru had built the exits, and the oracle carried them, and Shen Wuk had been positioned here, and Elder Fong had been positioned here, and the young Qi condensation practitioner with the sealed note had been carrying it since Zhu Qingyun had pressed it into his hands at a way station 2 years ago. Wei Liang took the note. He opened it. The formation handwriting inside was not Qianru's. It was older, a style that had been taught before Qianru had ever picked up a formation brush, a style that Wei Liang recognized with the full force of genuine memory, returning rather than accessed record. He had not seen this handwriting since before the sovereign's work began. He had not expected to see it again. The note said, **, you will reach this way station when you have broken 6 seals, and the 7th is resonating. The 7th breaks on the recognition that all genuine teaching moves in both directions, that your teacher's formation of you and your formation of your disciple are the same act, and that the practitioner who seeded every element of the path you are walking now is not separate from you, but constituted by you. The way teachers are constituted by their students and students by their teachers. **, when you understand that I built what you needed because what you gave me made it possible to build it, the 7th seal will break. **, come east when you are ready. I am not going anywhere. **, Zhu Qingyun. Wei Liang read the note once. He read it again. The 7th seal broke. Not with drama. Not with a tear opening or a memory releasing or a wave of grief. With the specific, quiet recognition that what the teacher had written was accurate, and that the understanding it described was something he had been approaching from the outside for the entire time since the 5th seal broke, and that the approach had finally reached the thing itself. The 7th seal broke, and what opened beneath it was the beginning of access to the void refinement tier. Not full access, not immediately, but the architecture's structural preparation for what the 8th seal's break would release. Elder Fong watched the signature shift across the dinner table with the composed attention of a practitioner specifically positioned to observe this event. 7, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. She will be glad to hear it, Elder Fong said. The message she left. She told me she was building it from 2 years of working backward from the moment, and that she was not certain the cultivation note format could carry the full weight of what she wanted to say. He paused. She also said that you would find it insufficient, and that you should come east regardless. East, Wei Liang said. 3 days movement. There is a mountain hermitage, pre-existing structure, not Qianru's design. She has been there for 12 years. Elder Fong looked at him with the specific patience of someone who had been waiting for a very long time and was not in a hurry now that the waiting was over. She wants to talk about what she taught you. She says she has questions about how it developed. The Wei Station's evening service continued around them. Shen Wuk had appeared at the room's edge with the quiet timing of a field operative who had been maintaining external coverage and had assessed that the internal situation no longer required his current position. Lin Suyin was in the private housing wing, processing the day's transmission work. Meng Bao and Duan Xiao would arrive in 2 hours. The 7th seal had broken. One remained. Wei Liang folded the cultivation note carefully and placed it in his inner robe's protected pocket. He said to Elder Fong, "Tell me about the formation archives." Elder Fong described them with the formation scholar's precision. The archive's composition, the access requirements, the specific design choices Qianru had made in the encoding that were notable to someone with Elder Fong's expertise. The 7th and 8th design sets, he said. Sequential continuation of the treasury designs. The 7th is the void refinement integration technique. You'll recognize it as a formal framework for what you've been doing informally since the nascent soul activated. He paused. The 8th design is different from all the others. It's not a technique. It's a formation diagnostic, a tool for reading the internal state of a practitioner's cultivation architecture with a precision that standard assessment methods can't match. Self-assessment formation, Wei Liang said. Yes, Qianru developed it, he told me, because the 8th seal's calibration required a specific quality of honest self-assessment that most practitioners were architecturally incapable of providing. Not because of moral failure, because the standard cultivation architecture organizes itself to protect the practitioner's sense of competency and directional correctness. The diagnostic formation temporarily suspends that protective architecture, allowing the practitioner to read their own cultivation accurately. Elder Fong looked at Wei Liang. He said the formation was brutal, that using it required a specific kind of courage. He said he had used it himself, once, after the summit, that it had shown him things about his own role and what had happened that he had not been able to look at by ordinary means. Wei Liang processed this. Qianru had been willing to use his most honest instrument on himself, in the aftermath of the worst failure of his professional and personal life. It was Qianru's accountability, Wei Liang said. For what he built. Yes. Elder Fong's expression had the weight of a person who had known Qianru well enough to understand the cost. He said the formation showed him 3 things he had been wrong about across the project's 5-year development. He said it also showed him 1 thing he had been right about. He would not tell me what the things were. He said they were his to carry. Qianru had been a practitioner of genuine integrity, doing his best work under the worst conditions. The shackle had been commissioned. The exits had been chosen. The distinction between what was required and what was chosen was the specific territory of moral responsibility, and Qianru had faced that territory with the same precision he had brought to every formation problem. He had built the diagnostic to help Wei Liang see himself honestly, because he had used it to see himself honestly. The tool's development had come from his own need. Where is the formation archive? Wei Liang asked. Beneath the Wei Station's central cultivation garden, in the substrate formation architecture, Elder Fong said. The same seeding technique as the treasury archive. It will read your current cultivation signature and determine which elements are accessible. The 7th design set should be fully accessible. The 8th, he paused. The 8th design set's access requires the 7th seal's break. Qianru was specific about this. The diagnostic formation cannot be accessed by a practitioner who has not yet completed the 7th seal, because the prerequisite understanding, the lineage recognition, is necessary for the diagnostic to produce accurate rather than distorted results. He considered the Wei Station's central garden, visible through the dining hall's eastern window, as a quietly lit space in the night. The 7th seal was close. I'll access the 7th tonight, he said. The 8th, after. Elder Fong nodded. He had the expression of a formation scholar who had been holding a significant responsibility across many years and was approaching the moment of its completion, not with relief exactly, but with the specific quality of genuine weight finally coming to rest in the right place. He would have been glad, Elder Fong said, to know you made it this far. He received the statement with the full attention of someone receiving something that deserved to be received at full weight, and held the truth of it. That Qianru had died not knowing if the sequence would complete, that the exits had been built on trust rather than certainty, and felt the 7th seal's resonance surge with the building recognition. Chapter 58. The Formation Archives. The 2 formation archives Qianru had seeded at the northern Wei Station were encoded in the Wei Station's structural chi flow substrate, visible to Wei Liang's spirit transformation floor perception as clear formation architecture. He accessed them in the Wei Station's common cultivation garden, a public space maintained for practitioners who needed chi-rich environment for practice work. At the late hour, the garden was nearly empty, 2 Golden Core practitioners running standard circulation routines at the east end, a spirit transformation senior in deep meditation at the garden's center, and the ambient presence of the formation network that maintained the garden's chi circulation system. The first archive contained the 7th major design sequence from Qianru's collected work. It was a technique for direct formation to cultivation integration at the void refinement tier, the specific practice of using formation architecture as a medium for cultivation development rather than as a separate technical discipline. Wei Liang received it with the deep recognition of someone being given the technical framework for an approach they had been working toward intuitively, but without the formal structure. The second archive was different in kind from all the others. It was not a technique design. It was a formation record, a detailed documentation of a specific formation architecture that Qianru had built once, in a specific context, and had never built again. The record preserved the architecture in complete detail. Every formation stone's position, every chi channel configuration, every resonance lock, and its corresponding key. The formation was the shackle. Complete, detailed, with all 9 seals architecture laid out in the formation record's compressed notation. Not just the exit conditions, but the full internal mechanism, the way the seals interlocked, the specific architecture of each seal's relationship to the one above and below it. Wei Liang read it with the full attention of someone examining the structure they had been living inside for 6 months. The 8th seal's architecture was visible in the record. Its calibration conditions were not what he had expected. He had assumed the 8th seal required confrontation with Shui Tian's betrayal, the summit's specific truth, the full event as it had occurred rather than the approach to it that the earlier seals had prepared. The memory fragments had been building toward this. The grief had been part of the preparation. The recognition of genuine relationship. Zhu Qingyun, Lin Suyin, Qianru had been building the capacity to look at the betrayal's full weight without the distortion that the unsealed grief would have created. But the 8th seal's architecture showed something different. The calibration was not against confrontation with Shui Tian's action. It was against confrontation with Wei Liang's own response to that action. Specifically, the question of what the betrayal had revealed about who Wei Liang had been that had made the betrayal possible. Not Shui Tian's culpability, that was clear, but the specific understanding of what Wei Liang himself had contributed to the conditions that allowed a 5th-century relationship to reach the point where one party could execute the other. Qianru had built the hardest seal last. Not because the content was most painful, grief, loss, and the specific weight of a teacher's full recognition had been more emotionally loaded. The 8th seal was hardest because it required not acknowledgement of suffering, but accountability for structure, the kind of accounting that the strongest practitioners almost never undertook because it required seeing oneself clearly without the distortions of self-protection, without the available defenses of blame that would have been completely justified. Wei Liang sat in the garden's cultivation chi and read the 8th seal's architecture and understood what Qianru had built and why. Qianru had known Wei Liang well enough to build a seal that could only break on the one thing that Wei Liang, at the height of his power, had been least capable of: genuine self-assessment without the distortion of certainty. The 7th seal had brought him close to this. The archive was showing him the door. The 8th seal required him to walk through it himself. He closed the archive access, seated the formation record in his accessible memory, and looked at the cultivation garden's late-night quiet around him. Above, in the private housing wing, Lin Suyin was still processing the transmission work. Shenwuk was somewhere in the way station's external perimeter, maintaining coverage. Somewhere to the south, 20 hours behind them, the Order's pursuit force was moving north. The timeline was fixed. The work was clear. And what it required was the one thing that could not be prepared for by technique or formation or posthumous guidance from a dead formation master. Only by genuine willingness to look at what needed to be looked at. Wei Liang returned the archive access to passive state and went to find something to eat. He found Lin Suyin in the way station's common dining hall, in the corner where the light was best and the ambient noise from the main traffic flow covered conversation. She was eating with the focused efficiency of a field cultivator treating nutrition as cultivation maintenance. Necessary, optimal, when managed well, not to be neglected in high-pressure operational periods. She looked up when he sat across from her. The 8th seal's diagnostic formation, he said. Elder Fong described it. Qianru built it for exactly this breaks conditions. She listened without interrupting. It's a formation that reads your internal cultivation architecture with precision that standard assessment can't match, he said. Specifically, it reads the areas that standard assessment protects against accurate reading. The architecture's self-protective structures, the formations that organize around maintaining the practitioner's sense of directional correctness. He paused. It's brutal, according to Qianru. He used it on himself after the summit. Lin Suyin set down her eating implement. What did it show him? 3 things he had been wrong about. 1 thing he had been right about. He didn't tell Elder Fong the specifics. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the 8th seal requires you to use it on yourself. The 8th seal requires genuine self-assessment without the distortions of justified grievance, Wei Liang said. He paused. The diagnostic is the instrument. Using it without flinching is the act. Lin Suyin looked at him with the direct attention of 17 years of knowing exactly when he was underestimating something and when he was accurately describing it. You know what it will show you, she said. I know what it must show me, he said. Whether I can look at it accurately is the question the 8th seal is asking. She absorbed this. You received Zhu Qingyun's cultivation note. The 7th seal broke in the Wei Station's evening. I felt it in the thread. The 7th required the recognition that teaching moves in both directions. She paused. The 8th requires you to look at what in you made Shui Tian's betrayal possible. Not his culpability. Yours. The word, yours, had the specific weight of a carefully chosen instrument. She was not accusing. She was naming accurately. Shui Tian's culpability is absolute, she said. I know this. I've been living in the evidence of it for 17 years. But the 8th seal isn't about absolute culpability. It's about the specific structure that allowed a 5th-century relationship to produce a betrayal of this magnitude, and what Wei Liang's architecture contributed to that structure. He looked at Lin Suyin. She had not been sealed. She had spent 17 years thinking about what had happened with full access to her intelligence and perspective and memory. She had been thinking about this specifically. What do you believe it was? He asked. She did not answer immediately. She considered the question with genuine weight. Then, I believe it was certainty, she said. The specific certainty that comes from being right so many times across such a long time that the possibility of being wrong about something important becomes structurally difficult to model. Not arrogance. I don't mean arrogance. I mean the formation architecture of someone whose consistent rightness has shaped the structure of their self-assessment in a direction that makes genuine wrongness harder to perceive. Wei Liang sat with this. It was accurate. He could feel its accuracy in the specific way he had learned to feel accurate formation assessments. The tuning fork resonance, the meeting of a frequency with its matching structure. The diagnostic formation will show you exactly where in the architecture this structure existed, Lin Suyin said, and what shape the wrongness took, and what you missed, specifically, in the warnings that came before the summit. She paused. And it will show you this without the protection of justified grievance, because the grievance is genuine, but it is also a way of not looking at the other side of the ledger. The cultivation garden was visible through the window. I'm going to use the diagnostic tonight, he said. I know, she said. I'll be here when you come back. He went to find the Formation Archive's 2nd access layer, the 8th design set, accessible now that the 7th seal had broken, and the cultivation garden's night quiet held everything that was about to be asked of him. And what was about to be asked of him was the only thing that the entire 6 months had been building toward, and the only question was whether he could meet it at the depth it required. Chapter 59. The response team arrives. Chao Wenshan reached the Northern Wei Station 22 hours after Wei Liang's group. He identified the signature residue in the Wei Station's chi flow substrate within the first 10 minutes of his arrival. 6 practitioners, for distinct cultivation tier characteristics, the specific anchor resonance that had been present since the Iron Sky Summit's camp. They had stayed here for 1 night and departed east. The Formation Archive access residue indicated a significant cultivation event during the stay. He filed his tracking report. The response team reached the Wei Station 8 hours after Chao Wenshan. They were 3 void refinement cultivators and 6 nascent soul specialists, slightly larger than Shun Wu's original assessment, led by a senior formation analyst who had received Chao Wenshan's updated assessment of the target's Qianru formation resources and had, somewhat belatedly, integrated the implications. The response team senior lead was not pleased. Not with Chao Wenshan. His work had been accurate and professional throughout. Not with the order's communication structure. It had processed at standard priority, which was the system's function. The senior lead was not pleased with the situation itself. A target that had been classified as an isolated practitioner with improvised resources in an impoverished realm was demonstrably a prepared practitioner with extensive prepositioned Qianru formation support in multiple stages. The original assessment had been wrong at the foundational level. She adjusted the response team's protocol. The pursuit asset configuration was not appropriate for a Qianru-supported target. The standard void refinement response team was designed for high-tier isolation and suppression, but the target's formation resources included techniques that the formation database's Qianru archive cataloged as potentially countermeasuring standard void refinement approaches. She needed different resources. She sent 3 requests up the Order's communication chain. One for a second formation analyst with specific Qianru archive expertise. One for 2 additional void refinement assets with the specific characteristic of having worked against formation-supported targets before, and one to the Order's senior director, marked priority, indicating that the target's resource base suggested reclassification from isolated pursuit to direct senior response. The requests would take 24 hours to process. In the meantime, she continued east with the existing team. The target had a day's head start. The gap was sustainable if the target's movement speed did not increase beyond the current pace. She did not know about the 7th Seal's break. She did not know that Xiao Wenshan had been tracking a foundation building and nascent soul signature pair that was now, partially, operating its spirit transformation floor. She did not have the updated tracking data that would have indicated the target's tier was continuing to develop in transit. The pursuits of Xiao Wenshan and the response team continued east. The target was 1 day ahead, moving toward a mountain hermitage that neither of them knew existed. The senior response team lead reviewed the updated tracking assessment from Xiao Wenshan and made a decision she had been building toward for the past 24 hours. She sent a priority request to the Order's central deployment to reclassify this as a senior-level recovery operation. The request language was careful. The Order's organizational culture penalized assessments that overstated threat levels. It was considered a failure of professionalism, the kind of mistake that field teams made when they panicked rather than assessed. She wrote the request in the specific register of professional precision, not alarmed, not underestimating, providing the operational data and its logical implications without editorial content. The data, the target had accessed multiple prepositioned Qianru formation assets across a 2-week pursuit period. The assets included a formation library with route sealing capability, a ghost thread anchor channel currently active between the target and a spirit transformation tier companion, a treasury archive containing formation designs of significant technical complexity, and an amplification technique allowing temporary tier elevation above the target's sealed cultivation level. The shackle seal count had reduced from 9 to 6 during the pursuit period. The implications: the target's capability was increasing with each seal break. The current accessible tier was nascent soul plus spirit transformation floor. The projected accessible tier after the remaining 6 seals broke was Sovereign Realm. She did not need to elaborate on what Sovereign Realm accessible cultivation meant for a 3 void refinement response team. The request: 2 additional void refinement assets with formation specialist expertise, 1 senior formation analyst, and reclassification to senior recovery protocol, which included the specific provision for triggering the Heaven-Binding Order's emergency seal formation, a technique that could be used to reinstall a suppression formation on a target who had broken their existing one. She sent the request, filed the operational log, and continued east with the existing team while she waited for the central deployment to respond. The response came 6 hours later. The denial was polite and professionally worded. The central deployment's assessment was that the current response team's resources were sufficient for the current situation, that the seal break timeline was unlikely to accelerate beyond the current projection, and that reclassification to senior recovery protocol required a higher burden of evidence than field team assessment alone. The senior lead read the denial. She filed it. She made 2 internal notations: that she had made the request on record, and that if the situation developed as she assessed, the denial would be part of the operational review. She was a professional. She was not going to let organizational procedure make her less accurate in her assessments. The record would show that she had asked for what the situation required at the moment she assessed it as requiring it. The central deployment denied the reclassification request, she said to her team. The team absorbed this without visible reaction. They were experienced practitioners, and experienced practitioners in the Order's field operations learned early that organizational decisions did not always match operational reality, and that the field team's job was to execute well with the resources they had. What does that change? The team's junior void refinement practitioner asked. Nothing about our movement protocol, the senior lead said. We continue east at current pace. We maintain the standard engagement protocol. She paused. What it changes is that if we encounter the target's full capacity, we disengage immediately, establish a containment perimeter, and request emergency reinforcement. We do not engage above our authorized response tier. The team understood. They moved east. The mountain hermitage was still a day ahead of the target, and the target was a day ahead of the response team, and the Formation Master's network was still 2 elements that the response team didn't know about. And somewhere ahead, in a hermitage on a mountain's eastern shoulder, something was waiting that the Order's operational assessment had not included in any of its calculations. The senior lead was not a practitioner who indulged in self-pity. She was a practitioner who assessed accurately and acted on accurate assessments. She had assessed this situation accurately. She had acted on it. The organizational response had been to deny her request. That was the system's function. She moved east with her team and continued the operational assessment that the situation required. Chao Wenshan was 8 hours ahead. The target was 24 hours ahead of Chao Wenshan. The mountain hermitage was unknown to either of them. The target had a support network of unknown extent and capability. The response team had 3 void refinement cultivators and 6 nascent soul specialists. She ran the engagement probability calculation for the 30th time in 3 days and arrived at the same result. If the target's cultivation continued to develop at the observed rate, the engagement window where her team's resources were sufficient was narrowing with each passing hour. She moved east. She kept the team's movement formation optimal. She ran the calculations and filed them and moved east and waited for the organizational system to catch up to what the field assessment had shown 3 days ago. And she did not count on the catching up happening in time, because the field practitioner's realism required accepting that organizations often did not catch up in time. And the practitioner who failed to account for this failure was the practitioner who found themselves in an engagement they were not resourced for. Chapter 60. East. The journey east took 3 days. Not because the distance required it. 2 days would have been sufficient with the current group's movement capability, but because the sovereign's approach required specific cultivation time that could not be compressed, and because the 8 seals' calibration conditions were approaching could not be artificially accelerated without converting authentic approach into performed approach, which the seals' calibration would not accept. Wei Liang used the 3 days well. The first day, Ghost Thread anchors 3rd transmission to Lin Suyin. The 7th major design, the void refinement integration technique from the first Waystation archive. She received it with 17 years of prepared architecture and the 2 days of Ghost Thread transmission work already integrated. The 3rd transmission moved faster than the first 2, the channel more established, the receptive architecture more specifically shaped for this material. By the end of the first day's march, she had integrated the design's foundational principles and was building on them with the focus of someone whose pace of development was accelerating rather than plateauing. The second day, Shenwu's full briefing on Qianru's network. The wandering nascent soul cultivator had been specific about what he would and wouldn't share before Wei Liang's cultivation tier reached a certain threshold, but the 7th seal's break had crossed that threshold. The network was extensive, 9 practitioners positioned across the lowest realm and the surrounding realm territories, each specifically selected and positioned for one phase of the seal-breaking sequence. The oracle was the most visible. Shenwu was the most operationally useful. Elder Fong had been the institutional memory. The 9th member of the network was Zhu Qingyun, the original teacher, the one who had not been recruited by Qianru, but who had approached him 6 months before the summit when she calculated what was being planned in Shui Tian's inner circle. She had provided Qianru with the foundational architecture for the sovereign's approach. She had given him the cultivation insight that made the shackle's exit conditions possible, because the exits were built on the principle that authentic resonance could not be manufactured, and that principle was hers originally. She had saved Wei Liang before the betrayal happened, from a distance, by giving the formation master the tools to build a way back. She did this, Duan Xiao said, on the 2nd afternoon's march, while knowing she could not prevent the betrayal itself. Yes, Shenwu said. Duan Xiao was quiet for a moment. He was a formation master, and the calculus of what was possible versus what was achievable within available constraints was his professional terrain. She could have warned him directly. Before the summit. She tried, Shenwu said. Twice. The warning did not reach him in time. The first warning was intercepted by Shui Tian's intelligence network. The second reached him 3 days before the summit when the formation sequence had already been committed. He looked at Wei Liang. You received it. You evaluated it. You decided it was not credible. Wei Liang processed this with the specific attention it deserved. He had received a warning. He had assessed it as not credible. He had been wrong. This was the approach. This was what the 8th seal required him to look at. Not Shui Tian's culpability, which was absolute and clear, but his own assessment failure. The specific way that the certainty of someone who had been right across 5 centuries had become a vulnerability that a correctly calibrated attack had exploited with precise efficiency. The mountain hermitage appeared on the eastern horizon at midday of the 3rd day. A single structure on a mountain shoulder, modest in construction, with the character of a place chosen for its position in the natural chi flow rather than for its architectural comfort. He saw the hermitage and felt the 8th seal's resonance building toward the proximity threshold. The response team was still a day behind. The pursuit specialist was still maintaining his expert distance. 1 seal remaining. One person he had not seen in 5 centuries, waiting above the mountain's eastern shoulder with questions about how a foundational architecture had developed over the time since she had first taught it. He moved east. The 3-day journey east was a different kind of movement than the pursuit-driven transit that had characterized the past 2 weeks. Not slower. The operational timeline was still fixed. The response team was still closing. But the movement's quality was different, not reactive but directional. They were moving towards something rather than away from something, and the distinction registered in the group's formation in subtle but present ways. Meng Bao's pace-setting had a different quality. Duan Xiao's formation array maintained its standard coverage, but without the specific heightened readiness state that proximity to pursuit produced. Shen Wuke maintained his parallel position, but ran fewer emergency checks. Lin Suyin and Wei Liang walked in their established rhythm, and the anchor channel ran continuous low-level transmission, and the 3 treasury designs were integrating in her accessible architecture with the depth that genuine cultivation development required. The diagnostic formation from the 8th archive was working. Wei Liang had used it in the Wei Station's cultivation garden, in the night's 2nd hour, with Lin Suyin waiting in the dining hall, and the Wei Station's ambient noise providing the specific cover of ordinary life continuing around an extraordinary event. The diagnostic had shown him what he had expected to see. The certainty architecture. The specific formation structure that 5 centuries of consistent rightness had built in his cultivation's self-assessment layer. Not arrogance, not contempt, but the more subtle formation of a practitioner whose track record had genuinely been excellent, and whose self-model had adjusted over centuries to treat that record as a reliable indicator of ongoing accuracy. Shuetian had known this. The betrayal had been engineered for exactly this vulnerability, not for Wei Liang's strength, which was too significant to attack directly, but for the specific gap in the self-assessment architecture where the pattern of consistent rightness had made genuine wrongness about a relationship harder to see. The warning had come twice. He had assessed it twice as not credible. The diagnostic had shown him the exact formation structure in his cultivation architecture that had produced that assessment. Not emotion, formation. A specific architectural pattern that he could now, with the shackles, forced humility, and 6 months of stripped-down authentic engagement, see clearly. It had not been weakness. It had been the shadow side of a genuine strength. The 8th seal broke on the 2nd hour of the diagnostics operation, when the clear seeing was in full progress and the architectural honesty was complete. Not with drama. With the quiet finality of something that had been waiting for exactly this quality of honest attention and had, now that it had arrived, no further reason to hold. What opened beneath it was the beginning of genuine void refinement access. Not the ceiling, not immediately, but the structural preparation for it, the architecture's readiness for what the tier required. And what the tier required was the exact quality the diagnostic had developed in him. The ability to see clearly without the protection of self-certainty. Void refinement's cultivation philosophy was built on this. On the practitioner's ability to perceive the actual structure of reality rather than the structure their self-model had organized to present. He had been building toward this tier for 5 centuries, and had been at the ceiling just below it, and had been blocked from entering it by the exact formation structure the diagnostic had revealed. The shackle had removed everything. The seal-breaking sequence had rebuilt the specific quality the void refinement tier required. Qian Ru had built a curriculum, and Wei Liang had been the student, and the final lesson had been the hardest and the most important. Zhu Qingyun's mountain hermitage was visible on the eastern shoulder now. A single structure in the morning light, modest and precise, with the specific quality of a place chosen for reasons that had nothing to do with comfort. He moved east, and the void refinement architecture expanded in the accessible formation. And what awaited him in that hermitage was a teacher who had been waiting for 5 centuries to ask the student how the foundational architecture had developed. And the answer was going to take a while to tell. Chapter 61. The Mountain Hermitage. The hermitage was built with the specific economy of a practitioner who had decided, some decades ago, that what they needed was less rather than more. 1 room with sleeping space. 1 cultivation hall separated from the main room by a sliding panel that was currently open. A small kitchen area. Outside, a cultivation garden that was not decorative but functional. The specific plants that supported advanced qi work, arranged in the formation pattern that maximized their cultivation environment contribution without requiring active maintenance. The whole structure was made of local materials, fitted with the precision of someone who had done the construction work themselves and had not hurried it. Zhu Qingyun was in the cultivation hall. She was seated in cultivation posture, not in meditation but in the specific alert stillness of a practitioner who had been expecting an arrival and had chosen to be in practice rather than in waiting. She was very old. Not old in the way that ordinary people were old. Cultivators aged differently, the accumulation of years visible not in the body's decline, but in the specific density of the cultivation presence, the accumulated weight of centuries compressing into a particular kind of stillness that had nothing to do with inaction. She was above sovereign realm. Wei Liang knew this within 3 seconds of entering her cultivation presence's range. Not apex sovereign, the specific signature wasn't there, but above sovereign by 1 tier, which was a tier that the cultivation world's formal taxonomy didn't have a consistent name for, and whose practitioners were rare enough that Wei Liang had encountered them fewer times in 5 centuries than he could count on one hand. She had been his teacher. At qi condensation, he had been, at the time, entirely unaware that his teacher was above sovereign realm. She had presented as foundation building. He understood now, looking at her with the nascent soul's full perception and the 7th seal's architectural insight, that the presentation had been effortless, a cultivation technique so fundamental to her practice that it was not a technique in the active sense, but a state she inhabited continuously. She opened her eyes. They were. He had not expected this. Not the clarity of youth, not the opacity of age, but a specific quality that he had seen in only a handful of practitioners across 5 centuries. The particular transparency of someone who had spent so long perceiving accurately that the perceiving and the being perceived had become, over time, the same act. "You look like yourself," she said. Her voice was exactly as he remembered it, which meant the memory was fully accurate, which meant the 4th seal's accessible content had been retrieved without distortion. She spoke at the tempo of someone who was never in a hurry and had not been for a long time. "Not like what you were before. Like yourself." Wei Liang stood at the cultivation hall's entrance. Lin Suyin was 2 meters behind him. The others were outside, Shen Wuk maintaining perimeter coverage, Meng Bao and Duan Xiao setting up a temporary camp at the lower terraces. "You're saying those are different," he said. "In your case, yes," she said. "Sit down. You've been moving for weeks. The cultivation hall's formation is the most qi-dense space in the region. Use it." He sat across from her in the cultivation posture that she had taught him, the same posture he had taught Lin Suyin, which was the same posture Lin Suyin had been using since she was 14, the specific physical architecture that expressed the foundational cultivation principle through the body's geometry. The posture was right. Zhu Qingyun looked at Lin Suyin. "Sit," she said, with the same directness. "Both of you." They sat. The cultivation hall's formation was exceptional, not showy. There was nothing of the elaborate qi management architecture that high-tier sects built to impress visitors and assert institutional power. It was simple, precise, and completely effective, a formation designed to make the available qi as accessible as possible to a practitioner in cultivation work, without any of the intermediate management structure that most formations added between the available qi and the practitioner's dantian. Wei Liang felt the 8th seal respond to the formation's precision with a proximate resonance that was the clearest, closest signal he had felt since the 7th broke. The 8th was here. The conditions were assembling. Tonight, or close to tonight. 8 seals, Zhu Qingyun said. 7 broken. 1 remaining. The sequence is closer to complete than I expected it to be at this stage. She looked at him with the transparent attention that he had forgotten and was now remembering. Qianru's projected timeline for your arrival here was this week. He was within a day. He usually was, Wei Liang said. He told me, when he came to me 17 years ago with the shackle's design specifications and the formation note you're carrying, that he had built everything he could build, that what remained was yours to complete. She paused. He also told me that you were going to come here angry, and that the anger would be justified, and that I should not apologize for the warning I sent that didn't reach you in time, because I had sent it twice, and it had not been my failure that it didn't arrive. Wei Liang absorbed this. I'm not angry, he said. I know, she said. That's also different from what he predicted. He expected the anger to be present for longer. She looked at him with the calm directness of a practitioner who had been accurate about many things and was noting the exception. The 5th seal? The grief, Wei Liang said. It released cleanly. She nodded. He built the sequence right, then. Chapter 62. 5 centuries of questions. They talked for 4 hours. It was, Wei Liang recognized about an hour in, the most significant conversation he had had in several centuries. Not because the information exchanged was the most significant information he had ever encountered, though some of it was, but because the quality of attention that both parties brought to the conversation was the kind that almost never happened in the cultivation world's formal social structure. When cultivation tiers were this far apart, practitioners at the lower end typically performed deference rather than bringing their full genuine attention. When the relationship between participants was what this relationship was, teacher, student, 5 centuries, a specific history that contained both genuine care and the failure to get a warning through in time. The specific weight of what was between them required the full attention of both people rather than the management of distance. Zhu Qingyun asked questions with the directness of a practitioner who had decided, some decades ago, that she was too old to use indirect language. She asked about the foundational architecture, how it had developed from the specific seed she had planted at his qi condensation, what directions it had gone that she had not anticipated, what he had built from it that she had not designed. He answered with the specificity of someone who had been thinking about foundational architecture for 5 centuries and had just had 4 seal breaks in the past week that had given him fresh access to the architecture's full depth. He described the developments clearly, the extensions he had built, the specific insights that had come from teaching Lin Suyin, the way that the process of transmitting the architecture to a student had deepened his understanding of the principles he was transmitting. She listened with the complete attention of someone who had been waiting for exactly this information and was receiving it at the level of genuine exchange rather than report. She asked follow-up questions. She corrected 2 errors, not gently, but with the precision of a teacher who still considered herself responsible for the accuracy of what her student understood, regardless of how much time had passed. Lin Suyin was present for all of this. She sat in the cultivation hall's 3rd position, in the posture, receiving the conversation at whatever level was available to her. She had the expression of someone present at an exchange that was above their current access level, but completely committed to absorbing what they could. She's ahead of where you were, Zhu Qingyun said, at one point, looking at Lin Suyin. Yes, Wei Liang said. By a significant margin? She received the foundational transmission 12 days ago and has already integrated the first 3 major designs. At my stage of development when I received the foundational transmission, I would not have been ready for the major designs for another 40 years. Zhu Qingyun looked at Lin Suyin for a moment, then back at Wei Liang. She said, "Then you taught her better than I taught you." "You taught me the principle," Wei Liang said. "Teaching Lin Suyin required me to build the principle into a transmissible form. The form I built was better than the informal transmission you gave me, because it had 5 centuries of refinement behind it." He paused. "I taught her what I was able to teach, because you taught me what I needed to know to build it." Zhu Qingyun was quiet for a moment. She had the specific expression of someone receiving a statement that they did not disagree with, and did not know how to respond to without either deflecting or being more honest than the situation required. She chose honest. "I knew, when you were at qi condensation and I agreed to teach you, that what I was doing was planting a seed in someone whose cultivation architecture was going to develop past anything I could formally guide. The specific quality of your foundational engagement with the architecture was too precise for someone your cultivation age. I was not your ceiling. I was your beginning." She looked at him with the transparency. "I spent many decades afterward wondering if I had done the right thing. If giving you the foundational architecture without the formal institutional framework to support what it would become was irresponsible." "What did you conclude?" Wei Liang asked. She said, "I concluded that the foundational architecture was not mine to withhold. That what I had understood was something that needed to move in the world, not something that should stay with me until I found the practitioner I judged adequate to receive it." She paused. "I also concluded that I was wrong about several things regarding what adequate meant. Your experience with Shui Tian updated my model significantly." Wei Liang looked at his teacher. "Old. Present. Still teaching." "The 8th seal," he said. "Yes," she said. "We should address it before the response team arrives." Chapter 63. What the 8th seal holds. She told him what she knew about the 8th seal's calibration conditions. Not from Qianru's formation notes. She had read those. But what she told him came from her own direct knowledge of the cultivation architecture. She had been present, at a distance, when the shackle was installed. She had observed the installation process from outside the formation's range, from the furthest point that the formation master's specifications had allowed for observation, and she had been running her own formation assessment continuously throughout. The 8th seal was the last one Qianru finished, she said. The other 8 had been in various stages of completion for months. The 8th was the one he kept returning to, kept revising, kept finding insufficient. She looked at him. He told me, in the final weeks, that the 8th seal was the one he was least certain about. Not technically, the formation architecture was sound. He was uncertain about the calibration conditions. Why? Because the conditions required a specific quality of honest self-assessment that he was not sure was achievable under the shackle's constraints, she said. He had designed the exit to require that quality because he believed it was the most important quality for your recovery. But he was aware that the shackle's architecture, by its nature, constrained the practitioner's self-assessment capacity. The suppressed cultivation created a distorted relationship with the sealed content. making it very easy to either overblame the external agents of the ceiling or overprotect the self against the full accounting. He was right about the constraint, Wei Liang said. He was right about everything, she said, without softness. That was his particular quality. He designed the diagnostic formation to compensate for the constraint, to provide a direct instrument for honest self-assessment that bypassed the standard cultivator architecture's protective structures. She paused. He was not certain it would work. He told me that if you could not access the diagnostic honestly, if the protective architecture was too strong, or the grief too managed, or the justified anger too dominant, the eighth seal might not break before Shuetian's forces reached you. Wei Liang absorbed this. The formation master had known the eighth was the uncertain one, had built the best compensation he could, and then had died, having done what he could, not knowing if it was sufficient. What is your assessment? Wei Liang asked. From where you sit, observing my cultivation architecture directly, have I met the eighth seal's conditions? Zhu Qingyun looked at him with the transparent attention for a long moment. You've met them in the intellectual sense, she said. You understand what you contributed to the conditions that allowed the betrayal. You've acknowledged it directly. You've used the diagnostic honestly. She paused. The eighth seal requires one more layer. It requires that the acknowledgement be fully felt rather than intellectually processed. The distinction matters to the formation's calibration. She looked at him with the precision of someone describing a formation lock's exact requirements. You've seen the architecture of your own failure clearly. You need to feel its full weight without the final distancing mechanism that intellectual processing provides. Wei Liang looked at his teacher. She said, tell me about Shuetian. Not the betrayal. The relationship. What it was. He looked at the cultivation hall's formation structure. The simple, elegant architecture that was more effective than anything elaborate because it had nothing in it that was not necessary. And then he told her. Not the operational facts. Those were already in the accessible memory. The relationship's actual character. The specific quality of trust that had developed across 5 centuries of working together, of a person who had been genuinely excellent at their work and genuinely committed to the cultivation world's advancement, and who had become, over those 5 centuries, someone Wei Liang had trusted with the same structural completeness that he had trusted Zhu Qingyun's foundational transmission at qi condensation. He had been wrong. Not about Shuetian's excellence. Not about the centuries of genuine commitment. About the specific moment when the excellence and the commitment had turned, and what had been between them had been weighed against something else and found lighter. He had not seen it. He had received the warning twice and found it not credible. He had attended the summit with 5 centuries of trust as his primary instrument of assessment, and the trust had been wrong, and the wrongness had been partly his. Not because he had been naive, but because the certainty architecture Lin Suyin had named, and the diagnostic had confirmed, had made genuine doubt about a long-trusted relationship structurally difficult to access. He felt the full weight of this as he spoke. Not the anger, not the grief, which had already come clean. The specific weight of a practitioner who had been very good at many things for a very long time, acknowledging that the specific thing he had been most certain about had been wrong in a way that had cost 5 centuries of development and 17 years of his disciple's life, in pursuit work, and the life of the finest formation master the lowest realm had produced. The 8th seal broke. Not during the telling. After it. After the full weight was present and acknowledged and felt rather than managed. In the specific silence that followed the full accounting, in the cultivation hall's qi-rich environment, in the presence of the teacher who had given him the foundational architecture 5 centuries ago, and had built the network that made the seal breaking possible, and had waited 12 years in this hermitage for this specific conversation. The 8th seal broke, and what opened beneath it was void refinement's accessible architecture, not the floor. The genuine mid-tier, the range where the techniques that defined void refinement practice became fully available. Zhu Qingyun watched the signature shift with the expression of someone who had been afraid, at various points across 17 years, that this moment would not arrive, and who was now present to the fact of its arrival. She said, 8. 8, Wei Liang confirmed. 1 remaining, she said. The 9th is different from all the others. I know, he said. I can feel its architecture from here. Chapter 64. The response team's arrival. They had 4 hours before the response team reached the mountain's base. Shen Wuk came inside at the 3-hour mark, not with alarm, but with the specific focused attention of someone who had been running a continuous external assessment and had reached the point where internal coordination required updating. Chao Wenshan reached the mountain's base an hour ago, he said. He's been maintaining position since then, standard protocol, waiting for the response team before moving up. He looked at Wei Liang with the assessment of someone running operational calculations. The response team is 45 minutes away. 11 cultivators. The original team plus 2 additions, one of whom has a formation specialty I can't fully read at this range, but the signature is consistent with counter Qianru formation expertise. The order had updated its response. They had sent a formation specialist who understood Qianru's architecture. Void refinement count. Duan Xiao asked. 3 senior void refinement, 2 mid-tier void refinement. The 2 additions are both mid-tier. Shen Wux's voice was informational. Plus 6 nascent soul specialists and Xiao Wenshan. Wei Liang calculated. The response team had elevated from 3 void refinement to 5. The counter-formation specialist was a specific threat to the treasury techniques and the anchor channel. The team's combined cultivation power was significant. Against void refinement mid-tier, accessible now through the 8th seal's break. Not overwhelming. Manageable, genuinely manageable, with the spirit transformation tier available as a secondary range and the void refinement mid-tier as primary. But the 9th seal was still sealed, and the 9th seal's break would produce the largest signature event in the sequence. The break that would restore access to the upper void refinement and Dao integration tiers that the shackle had compressed. That signature event would reach the Order's senior director within hours of its occurrence. The 9th seal, Zhu Qingyun said. She had been listening from the cultivation hall's entrance. You need to break it before the engagement, not during it. Wei Liang looked at her. The 9th's conditions, I know what they are, she said. You know what they are? You've been approaching them since before the first seal broke, in Dustfall Town, when you helped those children. She looked at him with a transparent precision. The 9th seal breaks on the complete recovery of sovereign intent. The understanding of what the full cultivation was for, beyond power, beyond organizational position, beyond 5 centuries of accumulated excellence. What it was actually for. He looked at the 9th seal's architecture in his accessible perception. It was there, clear, the closest it had been to breaking. The conditions were present, not just approaching, present. What remained was the final engagement with what the cultivation had been for, and the full weight of that answer, felt rather than processed. 20 minutes, he said. I'll be here, Zhu Qingyun said. Lin Suyin too. He went back to the cultivation hall. The response team was 45 minutes away. He sat in the cultivation posture his teacher had taught him 500 years ago, and the 9th seal's architecture was as close as anything had been since the first seal had broken in Dustfall Town streets. He knew the answer. He had known it in fragments since the 5th seal released the grief and the 6th broke on the formation master's genuine commitment, and the 7th recognized the lineage moving in both directions. He had known it clearly since the 8th released the full accounting. The cultivation had been for this. Not for power. Not for apex status. Not for 5 centuries of being right about important things. For the specific quality of engagement with the cultivation world that included genuine relationship, genuine teaching, genuine recognition of what other practitioners were and what they needed. The specific quality that Xue Tian had assessed as a weakness and built the betrayal around. It had not been a weakness. It had been the source. The 9th seal broke. Chapter 65. Void Refinement. The signature event was significant. Wei Liang had anticipated this. The Formation Archive's shackle record had been specific about the 9th seal's signature characteristics. What he had not fully anticipated was the experiential quality of the break. Not the return of power, which was what he had been expecting after the long suppression, but the return of context. 5 centuries of cultivation development, flooding back into accessible memory not as technique knowledge but as lived understanding. The specific quality of everything he had learned and built and taught, present in the architecture not as content, but as depth. Void Refinement's full range was accessible. Not Dao integration yet. The compression had released the accessible tier back to its pre-sealing ceiling, which had been Void Refinement Advanced tier, and that was where it now sat. Dao integration had been the next tier he had been working toward before the summit. That work remained incomplete. He sat with the full depth for 3 minutes, not savoring it, taking accurate measure. The response team was 35 minutes away. Zhu Qingyun was standing at the cultivation hall's entrance. Her expression had the quality he had seen in her once, when he was at Qi condensation and had asked a question that surprised her with its precision. Not surprise, because she had been expecting something like this, but the specific reception of a thing that was real rather than anticipated. 9, she said. 9, he confirmed. What do you need? She asked. The operational question was different now. Void Refinement Advanced tier changed the engagement calculus fundamentally. 5 Void Refinement practitioners in the response team, all below his recovered ceiling. The formation specialist, counter Qianru orientation, whose specific expertise was a real threat to the formation techniques he had been using, but less threatening against a practitioner who no longer needed to rely on Qianru's prepared formations and could generate equivalent formation work from his recovered accessible tier. I need to be sure the mountain is clear of uninvolved practitioners before the engagement begins, he said. And I need Duan Xiao's assessment of the best defensive formation configuration for a position engagement here. He looked at Zhu Qingyun. And I need you to not be in the engagement zone. I appreciate the concern, she said, with a dry precision that was the specific flavor of his teacher's humor as he remembered it. I am above sovereign realm. I am quite capable of managing my own safety. I know, he said. I'm asking you to stay clear because I don't know Shui Tian's intelligence on your presence here, and I don't want the engagement's conduct to be shaped by what the order decides to do about you. She absorbed this with the consideration it deserved. Reasonable, she said. I'll maintain observation from the upper terrace. Lin Suyin appeared in the cultivation hall's entrance. She had been in cultivation work since Wei Liang began the ninth seal's final approach, and the work had produced something visible in her cultivation presence. Not a tear break, but a significant deepening, the specific development that happened when a practitioner integrated major new material during a period of intense cultivation focus. 9 seals, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. She absorbed this with the steadiness of 17 years of preparation for this specific moment. Then, the response team. 35 minutes. I need to talk to Duan Xiao. She stepped aside to let him through, and as he passed she said, very quietly, "You're back." He stopped. The statement was accurate. Not just the cultivation access, the fuller thing, the thing that the seal-breaking sequence had been building toward all along and that the ninth seal's break had completed. The specific quality of being fully himself rather than the sealed fragment that had been operating in the lowest realm for 6 months. Yes, he said. He moved to find Duan Xiao, and the response team was 35 minutes away, and the first engagement of what would become a much longer conflict was about to begin. And the practitioner who walked to the camp's lower terrace to plan that engagement was not the same as the one who had fallen into the lowest realm 6 months ago, in any way that the cultivation world would need to reckon with. Chapter 66. Formation Defense. Duan Xiao's assessment was thorough and delivered at the formation master's characteristic pace. Complete information, efficiently structured, without editorial content about the implications of the information. The mountain's terrain provides 3 viable defensive configurations, he said. He had a formation sketch on a flat piece of ground, not elaborate, but the specific precision of a practitioner who communicated through formation geometry as naturally as other people communicated through language. The upper terrace configuration concentrates the defense at the hermitage's elevation, where the natural chi flow is densest and my formation work will be most effective. The middle terrace uses the slope's natural cover, but sacrifices formation efficiency for mobility options. The base approach configuration stops them before they reach the mountain's significant elevation, which has the advantage of not risking the hermitage's structures, but the disadvantage of fighting in terrain that their team is probably already surveying. The counterformation specialist, Wei Liang said. What does their presence change? Duan Xiao considered. Their function will be to destabilize whatever formation array I deploy. Counter-Qianru orientation means they're specifically calibrated against the formation design principles that have been providing our technical advantage. At the upper terrace, my formation work is at maximum efficiency, but it's also most legible to someone specifically trained to read and counter it. He paused. At the middle terrace, the natural terrain complexity reduces the legibility of my formation architecture without significantly reducing its effectiveness. The counter specialist loses some advantage. Middle terrace, Wei Liang said. That's my recommendation, Duan Xiao said. He said it with the understated quality of a practitioner confirming that their assessment had been received and accepted, and moving on. Shun Wux's perimeter coverage stays independent. He'll be more effective outside the formation zone than inside it. Meng Bao had been listening from 3 meters away, running her own terrain assessment of the middle terrace. 3 approach vectors, she said. The main path is the obvious one. Chao Wenshan's tracking will bring the response team up it. The secondary path to the east requires technical climbing technique. Above foundation building tier, it's not a limiting factor. She looked at Wei Liang. The counterformation specialist will probably take the secondary path. They'll want to approach from an angle that gives them formation assessment time before the primary engagement. Duan Xiao, can your array cover the secondary path without compromising the primary coverage? With the void refinement tier, Duan Xiao said. With the specific neutrality of a formation master performing a calculation he had not expected to be able to perform for a target who had been foundation building when they met. Yes. The anchor channel provides transmission capability that extends the array's effective range significantly. With your recovered tier contributing to the formation's chi foundation, the coverage geometry changes substantially. Wei Liang looked at the middle terrace, then at the mountain's upper elevation, where Zhu Qingyun had retreated to the observation position she had agreed to. Then at Lin Suyin. Your position, he said. Left of the primary defense line, she said. The counterformation specialist is my problem. She said this with the flat precision of a spirit transformation practitioner who had been developing specifically for this kind of operational contribution for the better part of 3 years, and whose cultivation architecture, shaped by 17 years of Wei Liang's curriculum and 3 years of intensive field development and the foundational transmission work of the past 2 weeks, was configured for exactly the kind of anti-counterformation work that the situation required. Yes, Wei Liang said. They moved to the middle terrace as the sky showed the response team's chi signatures beginning their ascent of the mountain's base section. Wei Liang watched Duan Xiao work through the formation geometry, observing not just the conclusions but the mental process that generated them. The formation master was thinking in layers. What could be defended against? What could be sacrificed? Where to place complexity to force the enemy specialist into unfamiliar tactical terrain. The counter-specialist approach, Wei Liang said. What does Qianru training teach them about reading formation arrays? Duan Xiao paused. This was not the question of a commander asking for reassurance. It was the question of a practitioner who had worked with Qianru doctrine themselves and was trying to think like the adversary. 3 primary diagnostic techniques, Duan Xiao said. Direct qi mapping, extending cultivation through the array structure to read flow patterns. Harmonic resonance, introducing specific frequency patterns and reading how the array absorbs or rejects them. Structure observation, identifying physical formation nodes and inferring the array's logic from placement geometry. He said this with the precision of someone who had spent months studying counterformation technique. All 3 require sustained contact with the array. All 3 become more legible as the array's geometric footprint increases. Wei Liang understood the implication. A smaller array, disguised in terrain, would be harder to read. A complex array that mimicked natural patterns would resist the Qianru diagnostic techniques. Then your middle terrace configuration, Wei Liang said, reduces legibility by incorporating terrain complexity rather than creating pure geometric forms. Correct. The counter-specialist will still perceive that an array is present. But determining what the array does, identifying nodes, understanding qi flow directions, predicting tactical effects, becomes substantially more difficult when natural terrain is as chaotic as human-constructed formation elements. Wei Liang considered the image Duan Xiao had drawn. The formation master was not trying to hide from the specialist. He was trying to create an environment where the specialist's tools became less effective. It was a clever approach, not confrontation but deflection. Wei Liang turned his attention to the secondary elements of the formation, not the primary defensive array that Duan Xiao had described, but the deeper architectural principles that would make the difference between a formation that survived an engagement and one that collapsed under sustained pressure. The reinforcement pattern, Wei Liang said. When the counter-specialist begins their resonance attacks against the array nodes, what happens to the array's coherence? Duan Xiao was already thinking about this. His cultivation attention extended toward the formation nodes he had positioned through the terrace. The specialist will identify the nodes through harmonic resonance, introducing frequency patterns and reading the response signature. When they locate a node, they will attempt to introduce a destabilizing harmonic that creates cascading qi flow disruptions. And the reinforcement pattern prevents cascade? Wei Liang asked. The reinforcement pattern does not prevent it, Duan Xiao said carefully. The reinforcement pattern redirects it. Instead of cascading inward toward the formation's core, the destabilizing harmonic is redirected outward toward the terrain's natural qi flow channels. The terrain absorbs the disruption. Wei Liang understood the elegance of this approach. Standard formation theory taught practitioners to create isolated defensive structures, arrays that were separate from their environment. But Duan Xiao's approach was different. He was creating a formation that was integrated with the environment, using the terrain itself as part of the defensive mechanism. The specialist's attacks would be absorbed not by formation nodes, but by the mountain itself. This requires constant feedback from the environment, Wei Liang said. It does, Duan Xiao agreed. Which is why I needed someone of void refinement capacity to anchor the formation. The feedback loop requires the formation master to maintain continuous awareness of the terrain's qi response patterns. At my tier, that would require all my cultivation attention. At yours, it will require perhaps 30% of your available capacity. Wei Liang considered what 30% of his recovered void refinement cultivation actually meant. 30% of his capacity was still more raw power than most sovereign realm practitioners could access in their entire lives. He could hold that feedback loop while fighting, while moving, while making tactical decisions. The formation would become an extension of his cultivation, as responsive to threat as his own body's defensive systems. Show me the anchor points, Wei Liang said. The key to this formation, Wei Liang understood, was not resistance but flow. The specialist would come with techniques designed to identify and disrupt qi flow patterns in formation arrays. But Duan Xiao's formation was not trying to maintain static qi flow patterns. It was designed to adapt, to allow qi flows to shift and reorganize in response to external pressure, then return to coherence once the pressure subsided. It was exactly how cultivators defended themselves against overwhelming force, not by bracing and refusing to move, but by moving with the force, absorbing it into the body's defensive channels, then redistributing it through counter techniques. Duan Xiao had applied the same principle to formation architecture. This formation teaches, Wei Liang said quietly, understanding something in this moment that he had never fully grasped in 500 years of formation study. Every time the specialist applies pressure and the formation responds by absorbing that pressure, the specialist is being taught something. They are learning that their expected approach doesn't work. They are learning that they need to adapt their technique. Yes, Duan Xiao said. And by the time they have fully adapted to what this formation actually is, the engagement will be over. Either they will have succeeded in disrupting the array, which is unlikely given the terrain integration, or they will have exhausted their counterformation capability and retreated. Wei Liang saw now why Duan Xiao had been so sought after as a formation master. It was not that his formations were the most powerful, they were elegant, but not overwhelming in raw force. It was that his formations were designed by someone who understood how people learned. Each interaction with the formation taught the person interacting with it. And the lessons taught were lessons that made the person slower, not faster, at achieving their objectives. Chapter 67. First contact. Chao Wenshan reached the middle terrace before the response team. He came alone, up the main path, with the steady pace of someone who had been moving at exactly this pace for 6 years. He stopped at the terrace's edge and looked at Wei Liang across 40 meters of terrain and the Duan Xiao formation array's outer boundary. He did not draw his cultivation technique. He was a tracker, not a combatant. His function had been to locate. He had located. He said, "You're not what I was tracking." "No," Wei Liang said. Chao Wenshan processed this with the methodical attention of someone updating a 6-year model. "The shackle broke," he said. It was not a question. "Yes." "All 9 seals." "Yes." The tracker absorbed this. He had spent 6 years pursuing a suppressed sovereign realm cultivation signature and had arrived at the end of his track to find someone who was no longer suppressed. The end point of the work he had committed his professional life to was standing across a formation array in a cultivation state that his tracking technique had not been designed for, because the tracking technique had been designed for the shackle's architecture, and the shackle's architecture was no longer present. He said, with the specific professional precision of someone who respected accurate assessment regardless of its implications, "My report described you as an isolated practitioner with improvised resources. I updated that to Qianru formation support. I should have updated it further." "Your assessment was accurate with the information available," Wei Liang said. "It was not accurate," Chao Wenshan said. "The information available was sufficient for a more accurate assessment, if I had considered the full implications." He paused. "You're telling me this as a professional courtesy?" "Yes." The response team appeared at the main path's upper approach, 300 meters below, the formation array's alert threshold activating as their combined cultivation signatures crossed the outer monitoring boundary. Chao Wenshan looked down at them, then back at Wei Liang. "I recommend disengagement," he said. "My assessment is that the response team's current resources are not sufficient for a successful engagement against a void refinement practitioner who has recovered from shackle suppression with Qianru formation support and a spirit transformation companion specifically configured for the counterformation threat." He said this without emotional content. "I will relay this recommendation to the response team's senior lead." "They won't follow it," Wei Liang said. "No," Chao Wenshan agreed. "The organizational protocol requires engagement before disengagement authorization, but the recommendation will be on record." He stepped back from the array's boundary. "I will not participate in the engagement. I've completed my function." He looked at Wei Liang with the specific quality of someone who had built their professional identity around one thing and was now at the end of that thing's operational relevance. "For what it's worth, the tracking work was the most interesting problem I've encountered. The shackle's signature characteristics were extraordinary. Qianru's architecture." "Yes," Wei Liang said. Chao Wenshan nodded. He moved to a lateral position at the terrace's edge, outside the formation array's coverage zone, and sat down with the specific ease of someone who had concluded their work and was now prepared to observe. The response team came up the path. Wei Liang considered Chao Wenshan's position with the careful attention that the tracker deserved. The man had spent 6 years of his life tracking a target that no longer existed as previously defined. That kind of commitment, ending in the moment of observation rather than culmination, required acknowledgement. Your tracking of the shackle, Wei Liang said. When you filed the initial report, what tier did the assessment conclude? Chao Wenshan looked directly at him. You want to understand what I missed. I want to understand how accurately you assessed the problem before it transformed its nature. The tracker considered this with the methodical precision he applied to everything. Foundation building realm with shackle suppression visible in the signature. The suppression signature itself was extraordinarily complex, 9 distinct layering patterns, each with its own dissipation timeline. I filed that as a technical curiosity in the initial report. The Orders Directorate didn't classify it as urgent. He paused. If I had known what the shackle represented, what that specific architecture meant, I would have understood the urgency correctly. You understood the architecture correctly, Wei Liang said. You understood the technical sophistication that created it. That is enough. Chao Wenshan's expression shifted slightly, the smallest acknowledgement of something being recognized that deserved recognition. Then he said, the second seal broke 4 months after I filed my report. The signature change was dramatic. I filed an updated assessment within 2 days. The order's priority level was raised. The response team request was filed. This is the process. Information arrives, assessment updates, organizational reaction follows. I did my work accurately. The system's response to accurate work is the system's responsibility. Wei Liang understood what the tracker was doing. Chao Wenshan was separating what he could control, the accuracy of his assessment, from what he could not, whether the assessment's implications were properly understood by those who read it. There was a kind of peace in that separation, the peace of knowing that the work itself had been honest regardless of how it was used. Chao Wenshan understood what Wei Liang was not saying, that the tracker's professional integrity had been recognized by someone who had spent 500 years learning to read people accurately. The tracker had spent 6 years pursuing a target defined by the cultivation signature of the shackle. Now that the shackle was gone, Chao Wenshan's entire professional identity had shifted. It was a subtle kind of death, the kind that cultivation novels never described. Chao Wenshan had been the best tracker the order had in residence. His pursuit of Wei Liang's signature had become, over 6 years, the defining project of his professional career. Now the pursuit had ended, not in success or failure, but in transformation. The shackle was gone. The target existed, but not as the target had been defined. The escalated response, Chao Wenshan said, will they know what I know? Will they read my updated assessment? They will read it, Wei Liang said. Whether they understand it is different. The assessment will be in the official record. That is all you can control. Chao Wenshan nodded. There was something almost meditative in the way he organized his tracking equipment, moving with the calm precision of someone who had completed one phase of their work and was prepared for whatever came next, regardless of what that came to be. The second response team, Chao Wenshan said, the one coming from the directorate level. Will you offer them the same courtesy you offered the first team? No, Wei Liang said. The first team was field operatives following protocol. The second team will be different. The directorate sends people who understand political implications. Their engagement will be more complex. They will bring people who can read your cultivation signature directly, Chao Wenshan said. It was not a question. Yes. Then they will understand what you are. And they will understand that the apex sovereign realm hierarchy is about to reorganize in a way that the existing power structure is not prepared to accommodate. Chao Wenshan looked at Wei Liang directly. The order will splinter over how to respond to you. I don't know which faction I'll be reporting to when the dust settles. But whichever faction I end up with, I wanted you to know that the accuracy of my assessment was intentional, not accidental. It was a different kind of professional courtesy, the tracker's way of saying that no matter what came next, no matter how the political alignments shifted, his work had been honest. Chapter 68. The engagement. The response team's senior lead was a practitioner Wei Liang did not recognize, which meant she had reached void refinement in the 17 years since the summit. She assessed the situation from the terrace approach with the professional attention of someone taking accurate measure before committing to a course of action. We're here for a recovery operation, she said. Not threatening. Operational language. The target is required by the Heaven-Binding Order for formal review of the violation of realm sorting laws that govern the registered cultivation status. The realm sorting laws that govern the cultivation status were applied to a practitioner sealed against their will, Wei Liang said. The registration that was used to establish the law's jurisdiction was created by the sealing faction that also commissioned the shackle. Those are claims, the senior lead said. They'll be evaluated through the order's formal review process. The formal review process is administered by the organization that commissioned the sealing, Wei Liang said. A pause. The senior lead ran the calculation of whether this acknowledgement of the circular problem served any operational purpose. She concluded it didn't. We're proceeding with the recovery operation, she said. The engagement was not long. Not because it was easy. 5 void refinement practitioners plus 6 nascent soul specialists was a significant force, even for a recovered void refinement advanced tier against sealed suppression. But the conditions were specific. Duan Xiao's middle terrace formation array was running at the efficiency that Wei Liang's recovered tier contribution provided, which was substantially above the array's previous capability. Lin Suin's counterformation work against the Order's specialist was precise and thorough, applying the foundational architecture at a depth that the specialist's counter-training had not anticipated. And Wei Liang himself was operating at the first full capability he had used in 17 years. He was careful about this. Deliberately, consciously careful, not from hesitation, but from the specific choice to engage at the level necessary to resolve the situation without exceeding it. The lowest realm's practitioners were bounded by the realm's cultivation ceiling. The response team's void refinement cultivators were operating at the top of what the lowest realm could support. Against a recovered apex sovereign's cultivation pathway, even suppressed to the void refinement advanced tier, that ceiling mattered. He took the team's 3 senior void refinement practitioners out of the engagement in 12 minutes. Not destroyed, disabled, the specific technique that removed practitioners from an engagement without permanently affecting their cultivation. It was the technique he had used before the sealing, when the cultivation world's conflicts had been matters he had operational involvement in. The 2 mid-tier void refinement were handled by Lin Suin. She was spirit transformation, nominally below their tier. The foundational architecture, transmitted 2 weeks ago and partially integrated, had made her spirit transformation ceiling significantly more capable than the standard spirit transformation range. She was not their peer, but she was close enough, and the counterformation